Chapter 1. Life is inherently unfair. Global news. The 10th generation virtual reality game, Dynasty, has been developed based on the cultural heritage of ancient dynasties from various nations. The backdrop of the Eastern Han Dynasty is represented in China, the Roman era in Europe, the Warring States period in Japan, and the Maurya Empire in India. World Report. Dynasty employs specialized quantum virtual technology that can enhance human perception lifespan by fivefold. Dynasty motto. Life is inherently unfair. Dynasty grants you a chance to choose your life anew. Clown. Settle your wages, you need not return to work henceforth. A voice interrupted the clown, who was gazing up at the towering news screen. Coming to his senses, the clown was perplexed. Why need I not return? The amusement park has been sold to the authorities. The hyper-virtual reality game Dynasty is launching, and I am investing in the studio behind it. The bald man, displaying impatience, swiped his phone over the clown's wristwatch to confirm the payment. An alert appeared on the clown's watch indicating an incoming transfer of 8,000. A game studio? I could be an employee. I have played games before. The clown eagerly volunteered. The bald man scrutinized him and scoffed. You play games? You likely cannot even afford a virtual reality device. With that, the middle-aged man discarded his cigarette and departed without a backward glance. Another job lost. The clown slouched away from the amusement park. Above, a crimson moon illuminated the sky, rendering the starlight beneath it dim. Beneath the night sky lay an extraordinarily vibrant city, where flying motorcycles and hovering cars roamed freely, their headlights illuminating the towering, futuristic edifices. Various global news reports played as pedestrians moved about as usual. The holographic advertisements on the buildings lit up the night sky. Suddenly, a stunning holographic image of a woman appeared suspended in the high cityscape, clad in armor that accentuated her flawless figure, standing resolutely with a firearm, exuding charisma and valor. The 10th generation virtual reality game, Dynasty, extends your consciousness perception lifespan fivefold. The woman's voice, imbued with a peculiar enchantment, resonated throughout the city. The clown, standing at the amusement park's entrance, gazed up at the enormous holographic figure, lost in contemplation as he stepped away. The clang of the dilapidated iron door of his rental unit echoed sharply in the night as it creaked open. Lin Han was an unnoticed, ordinary individual in this bustling metropolis, residing in a subsidized low-rent apartment where half the rent was covered, allowing him to save 800 each month. Now, it is the year 2120. In this era where machines have replaced labor and the unemployment rate is alarmingly high, he managed to sustain a modest living through an array of part-time jobs and diligent work, barely making ends meet. With today's events, he would need to seek employment anew. Lin Han wiped the clown makeup off his face, reclined in his somewhat worn chair, and took a moment to collect himself before powering on his outdated computer. Currently, those with means surf the internet using virtual reality devices, immersing themselves in virtual reality communities. His computer, however, was a relic from many generations past. Qingfeng Studio is seeking virtual reality game players, offering a base salary of 4,000, with commission negotiable. Requirements, preferably with over 2 years of virtual reality gaming experience. Changyan Game Studio is seeking professional players for virtual reality games, with compensation to be discussed. The studio provides the necessary equipment. Requirements. A minimum of 3 years of experience in virtual games is essential, with preference given to seasoned and casual gamer. Senior personnel may receive commission. As I peruse the recruitment advertisements, I noticed that the majority are from virtual reality game studios in search of professional players. Entering the 22nd century, Earth's industries have reached unprecedented heights, rendering commonplace jobs obsolete as robots have taken their place. While human material needs are largely satisfied, the unemployment rate continues to rise. Many individuals from lower socioeconomic backgrounds rely on government welfare to sustain themselves, leading to a life of idleness and leisure. In an effort to mitigate threats to public safety, nations encourage their citizens to immerse themselves in the online realm. The East, North America, the Soviet Union, Europe, and South India have all made significant strides in quantum computing, leading to the emergence of quantum computers with 1,000 qubits, bestowing humanity with boundless computational power. The fusion of quantum computing and artificial intelligence has ushered in an era of technological explosion. With the maturation of brain-computer interface technology, virtual reality has naturally emerged, unlocking the gateway to dreams for humanity. The 10th generation of virtual reality space is the culmination of global quantum computing and artificial intelligence advancements. Dynasty stands as a testament to this technological prowess. Lin Han browses through various news articles, inundated with alarming reports about the 10th generation of virtual reality technology. Merely extending one's consciousness lifespan fivefold has drawn countless individuals to its allure. Could he not become a gold-farming professional player within the game? Once this thought crossed Lin Han's mind, it spiraled into an uncontrollable ambition. No matter the challenges, they could hardly be worse than his current situation. Resolute in his decision, Lin Han promptly navigates to the official website of Dynasty. Upon entering, he is immediately greeted by bold crimson letters. The tenets of Dynasty. Life is inherently unfair, but Dynasty offers you a chance to redefine your existence. The promotional material claims that Dynasty can transform lives and reshape the world, though the veracity of such statements remains uncertain. However, upon glancing at the price of the virtual reality pod, Lin Han's eyelids twitch in disbelief. The standard version of the virtual reality equipment is priced at $100,000, while the Supreme version reaches an astonishing $3 million. The virtual equipment is available for installment payments, and those lacking funds can apply for loans, with the official offering low-interest loans, requiring only monthly interest payments until the principal is repaid. This initiative aims to make the technology accessible to all. $100,000 represents nearly all of his savings amassed over 3 years. Determined, Lin Han grits his teeth and places the order. As a full-time player, he should be able to sustain himself through gold selling within the game. He is open to the notion of amassing wealth in the game with Dynasty. Everyone starts on equal footing, coupled with the advantage of a fivefold consciousness lifespan. The next morning, Lin Han is jolted awake from his pleasant dreams by a persistent knocking at the door. Having been engrossed in researching Dynasty until 3 in the morning, he has no recollection of how he returned to his bed. It feels as though he has only just fallen asleep when the insistent knocking resumes. Upon opening the door, he is greeted by 2 smiling robots from the virtual reality company, accompanied by a massive 2-meter tall box. Good day, Mr. Lin Han. The 10th generation virtual reality space pod you ordered has arrived. Would you like assistance with the installation? One of the robots inquires. Installation, please, Lin Han replies, rubbing the sleep from his eyes and stepping aside to allow them entry. The dilapidated iron door was sufficiently large to accommodate the space capsule. In his modest 1-bedroom apartment, there was just enough room to fit this 2-meter-long capsule, albeit it felt somewhat cramped. Nevertheless, there was no alternative given the circumstances. After observing the robot's installation, Lin Han quickly freshened up and prepared breakfast. Sitting before the virtual reality space capsule, he felt a pang of anxiety. He had invested a significant portion of his savings into acquiring this capsule, hoping it would prove beneficial. Having devoted nearly all his finances to this venture, he feared that if he failed to earn money or improve his living conditions within it, he would suffer a considerable loss. Glancing at the time, Lin Han opened the virtual reality capsule and entered. He had spent the previous night perusing information until the early hours, which had proven somewhat useful. Dynasty, set in the Huaxia service area, intertwines the backdrop of the 3 kingdoms with historical texts, renowned literary works, unofficial histories, and mythological cultivation. It promises to transform the world and humanity. September 30th, 2120, noon. Today marked the launch of Dynasty. Lin Han prepared the nutrient solution for the gaming capsule and settled in early, ready for the experience. Welcome to Dynasty. This will change your life. As a virtual reality space capsule powered up, Lin Han's consciousness faded to black. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself on a platform. Dynasty is about to commence. You may reserve your character name in advance. Lin Han. Apologies. This name has already been registered. Xiaohan Ge. Xiaohan Ge. The name is available. Do you confirm this name? Confirmed. No, wait. Player has confirmed the name Xiaohan Ge. Would you like to alter your appearance? Lin Han stared at the name for a moment, ultimately accepting the reality. This name sounded rather pleasant. In character creation, the avatar bore some resemblance to his real self, yet its features were distinct enough to render him unrecognizable in reality. The game is about to begin. Dynasty proverb. Life is inherently unfair, but Dynasty grants you the opportunity to choose your life anew. Each player is entitled to one lottery opportunity, which may yield items capable of changing your life. Does player Xiao Honggu wish to participate in the launch lottery? Without hesitation, Lin Han clicked to participate. Chapter 2. The acquisition of the Copper Sparrow platform. System notification. Congratulations to Xiao Hang for drawing the unique special building, Copper Sparrow platform. A remarkable asset akin to the ethereal bridge spanning the vast expanse. Fortune smiles brightly upon him. Lin Han was so exhilarated that he nearly leaped from his seat. Over the past few days, he had diligently immersed himself in the lore of Dynasty, focusing on the late Eastern Han period and the Three Kingdoms era, firmly imprinting the name Copper Sparrow platform in his memory. The game begins with a test of luck. Dynasty asserts that life is inherently unequal. And this is the stark reality. Building card, Copper Sparrow platform, a unique special building, attributes available for viewing in-game. While he could not yet see its attributes, this did not diminish Lin Han's anticipation for the structure. He casually opened the forum to peruse the rewards others had received from their draws. Damn the system. I drew a bottle of 1982 cola. One sip nearly left me in shock. As a man, I drew Sophie. What was I supposed to say? I drew a pack of Huazi and planned to invite Boss Chow for a session. I drew a test tube of laundry detergent. My starting item was a chicken. A Seven Wolves belt. Hello, Seven Wolves, goodbye? The indomitable prowess is indeed enviable. I heard a member of the Xianyuan Guild drew a special troop building structure. And Ji Xianyuan invited him to join the core members, signing a contract for the exclusive use of this special troop type in the future. With a reward of 10 million. I have a second-rate troop building structure. Who wants it? The Black Dragon Guild will take it. Check your private messages. I drew the celestial artifact, the purple lightning sword. Who claimed the Qing Xuan? Let us merge our swords and embark on our path to invincibility. Greetings, fortunate one. May the scoundrels meet their demise. The forum was abuzz with excitement, a myriad of complaints swiftly occupying the front page with posts about the lottery draws. After a brief browse, Lin Han's thoughts returned to the game. The game commenced, prompting him to select his birthplace. Yangzhou. Next, choose your character's role, drifter, heroic adventurer, or bandit. Is there a difference? Lin Han inquired. Drifters are righteous lord players, starting with a village-building decree under the jurisdiction of the Eastern Han court. Subject to its laws and taxes, heroic adventurers are free-spirited players, starting with 50 points of free attributes, a premium weapon, and a set of yellow-grade techniques, exempt from taxes. Bandits are villainous lord players, starting with a fortress-building decree, exempt from taxes to the Eastern Han court, but lacking protection from it, potentially becoming targets of governmental retribution. Lin Han had not anticipated such distinctions. Bandit. He selected Bandit, primarily attracted by the tax exemption. System notification, player Xiao Hang has chosen Bandit. The fortress building decree will be delivered to your inventory at the game's commencement. Please check your inventory. Upon making his selection, Lin Han felt a flash before his eyes and found himself in a divine perspective, gazing down upon the earth. The scenery shifted, and a commanding voice resonated in his ears. The reign of Emperor Huan has ended. Emperor Ling ascends the throne, with General Dou and Grand Tutor Chen Fan assisting him. At this time, eunuchs like Chao Jie wield power. Dou and Chen Fan conspire to eliminate them. Yet their plans are exposed, leading to their downfall, and the influence of the eunuchs grows ever stronger. In the first year of Guanghe, hens transformed into roosters. On the 1st of June, dark clouds flew into the Windy Palace. In July, a rainbow appeared in the Jade Hall. The cliffs of Weiyuan Mountain all crumbled. The emperor issued a decree to inquire of his ministers the reasons behind the calamities and anomalies. The official Kai Yong submitted a memorial, attributing the calamities to the interference of women in the political sphere, articulating his views with considerable candor. Upon reviewing the memorial, the emperor sighed and proceeded to change his attire. Chao Jie, aware of the situation, conspired to entrap Yong on other charges, ultimately exiling him to his fields. Subsequently, a dozen individuals including Zhang Rang, Zhao Zhong, Xia Yun, Guoxing, Sun Zhang, Bai Lan, Li Song, Duan Gue, Gao Wang, Zhang Gong, Han Hui, and Song Dian formed a cabal known as the 10 Eunuchs. The emperor held Zhang Rang in high esteem, affectionately calling him father. The administration deteriorated daily, causing widespread unrest among the populace and a surge of banditry. Lin Han felt a fleeting sensation before seamlessly entering the game. The system announced, Welcome player Xiaohan Gu to Dynasty. The current year is the third year of Guanghe, 180 AD. Your birthplace is Yangzhou, and you have been randomly assigned to Lujiang County with the identity of a bandit. Congratulations, player Xiaohan Gu has obtained the Copper Sparrow Terrace building card. Congratulations. Player Xiaohan Gu has received the barracks construction order. Congratulations, player has acquired a newbie gift pack. Character, Xiaohan Gu identity, bandit territory, none strength, 80 intelligence, 80 constitution, 80 leadership, 80 politics, 80 charm, 80 talent, 10 martial arts, none divine powers, none weapons, none. Lin Han glanced at the interface. Noting the standard beginning, all players shared identical initial attributes. Strength influenced the potency of physical attacks, while intelligence affected the damage of magical assaults. Constitution determined endurance, resilience. And vitality, leadership pertained to military command and operational capabilities. Politics influenced public sentiment, law and order, loyalty of subordinates, and prestige. This information was provided by the official documentation of Dynasty. A score of 80 represented the baseline, with the upper limit reaching 1,000. Surpassing 1,000 would catalyze a transformation in strength. Charm was particularly unique, affecting attraction to the opposite sex and one's fortune. The most distinctive aspect was the talent points. According to the official materials of Dynasty, talent influenced cultivation speed, comprehension, and potential. Each death resulted in a decrement of talent by 1 point, until it reached 0, at which point further cultivation would stall. Should talent reach 0 and death occur again, one would lose martial prowess until reduced to an ordinary state. This indicated that players did not possess infinite opportunities for resurrection. After 10 deaths, one's strength would be fixed at that moment. Further demise would lead to a decline in cultivation, eventually resulting in a return to mediocrity. Only exceptionally rare items could enhance talent points, and free attribute points could not be allocated to talent. This mechanism effectively deterred players from indiscriminately attacking others. Once 10 deaths were incurred, the account would be rendered worthless, necessitating a complete restart, with lost time and resources irretrievable. The system announced, "Attention all players, due to future knowledge of historical figures. In order to prevent harassment of these renowned individuals, all historical figures will be concealed. Players with clues to historical figures, or those of certain renown and social standing, or who complete related quests, or who possess luck, may encounter these historical figures." The system continued, "Attention all players. Due to future knowledge of various mechanical inventions and their methodologies, the system has temporarily disabled the self-creation of items feature. Players will not be able to invent mechanical weapons and related knowledge that postdate the late Eastern Han Dynasty." As numerous system notifications emerged, a wave of astonishment swept through the players. Alas, I was born in Yingchuan. What a twist. Here I am in Julu, just disembarked from my carriage, ready to take Zhang Jiao as my master, and the system throws this at me. How frustrating. Born in the Peach Garden, I had hoped to seize the opportunity to thwart the notorious thief right from the start. Now in Luoyang, I intended to become Zhang Rang's adopted son and forge brotherly bonds with the emperor. Incredible, isn't it, my friends? I truly find myself at the mercy of this system. Had I known, I would have never chosen Yuzhou. The system restricts players. What can one do? As a mechanical expert, my skills have all but vanished. Renowned as the modern Liu Ban, what have I said? The forum echoed with lamentations, yet Lin Han paid no heed, for this notification bore little impact on him. Upon entering the game, Lin Han opened the novice gift pack. Player Xiaohan Gu utilized the novice gift pack. Congratulations to player Xiaohan Gu for acquiring Wuzhu, 1,000 pieces, a substandard iron sword, and 5 bottles of healing ointment. What a miser, Lin Han muttered, as he casually retrieved the settlement token from his backpack. Player Xiaohan Gu utilized the settlement token. Please select a location for the settlement. Chapter 3, Hanjiang Stronghold. Lin Han's birthplace lay in the mountains, specifically at Gourd Mountain in the northern region of Lujiang County. At the Gourd mouth, a tributary of the Lujiang flowed, its width spanning 20 meters, with the depths remaining unknown. Lin Han nearly drowned while swimming across the river, ultimately reaching Gourd mouth, where he activated the settlement token. System notification. Player Xiaohan Gu has chosen to establish a stronghold at Gourd Mountain. Do you confirm? Confirmed. The settlement token illuminated as Lin Han cast it to the ground. Before him, a dilapidated stronghold sprang forth, its barriers sealing off Gourd mouth and forming a protective shield. System notification. Congratulations to player Xiaohan Gu for establishing a stronghold. Please name your stronghold. Hanjiang Stronghold. System notification. Congratulations to player Xiaohan Gu for founding Hanjiang Stronghold. You are rewarded with 30 mountain bandit minions, 10 substandard long swords, 10 substandard bows, 10 substandard spears, and 5 stones of grain. With the announcement, 30 lean men materialized within the stronghold, each wielding a weapon. Character, Ada Identity, Mountain Bandit Minion Territory, None Strength, 85 Intelligence, 20 Constitution, 71 Command, 10 Politics, 10 Charm, 13 Talent, 1 Martial Arts, none Divine Powers, none Weapon, Substandard Long Sword. Character, Air Identity, Mountain Bandit Minion Territory, none Strength, 60 Intelligence, 15 Constitution, 73 Command, 8 Politics, 13 Charm, 10 Talent, 1 Martial Arts, none Divine Powers, none Weapon, Substandard Bow. With similar attributes, Lin Han smirked. These were the most rudimentary characteristics, surpassing only the frail and elderly. Big Boss. Big Boss. The mountain bandit minions lined up respectfully before Lin Han, appearing rather dim-witted. Air, take 4 archers to guard the gate. Ada. You lead 20 brothers to fell trees and gather stones to fortify the stronghold's defenses and construct houses. Asan. Take 3 brothers to scout the surrounding mountains for other strongholds. If you discover any, do not act recklessly. Return and report first. Yes, Big Boss. A band of mountain bandits scattered like birds. Lin Han stood frozen in place, momentarily unsure of what to do. It was his first foray into the realm of lordship, having previously engaged in the game solely as a skilled operator. In the bandit interface, he found himself incapable of constructing anything, lacking both funds and materials. As he rifled through his backpack, his gaze fell upon the copper Sparrow platform building card, prompting deep contemplation. Should he construct it now? Ultimately, Lin Han decided against immediate construction, opting instead to first comprehend the mechanics of the game before determining its utility. Otherwise, if the bandit hideout were to be breached, he would have no time for lamentation. 2 hours later, Asan returned, panting, accompanied by 3 bandit lackeys. Boss, there's a small hideout 5 miles to the east, with 40 individuals. 8 miles southeast, another small hideout with 60. Let us deal with them, Lin Han declared, brimming with murderous intent. Upon gathering, 30 men assembled, with Air remaining behind with 5 to guard the hideout, while the other 25 followed Lin Han, departing in grand procession. As they approached the hideout, Lin Han instructed the bandit lackeys to conceal themselves in the grass, cautiously peering to assess the situation. Not a player hideout. This was fortuitous. These bandits were simple-minded fellows, having taken to a life of crime, their intelligence generally lacking, making them easily manageable. After some contemplation, Lin Han commanded 2 bandits to disguise themselves as commoners, exposing their whereabouts to lure the patrolling bandits into a trap. Upon reaching the ambush zone, Lin Han ordered the bandit lackeys to surge forth, capturing or killing the unsuspecting bandits. The first patrol squad of 5 was met with 2 fatalities and 3 captives. Is there any way to draw out the individuals from the hideout? Speak, or else. Lin Han sharpened his long sword, a sinister smile curling upon his lips, instilling dread in the 3 captured bandits who nearly lost control of their bladders. Yes, my lord, yes. A lean bandit eagerly responded. If we signal with smoke when we spot a plump target, we can summon the hideout's residents for support, another captive interjected. Excellent. I trust you are not deceiving me, or else, Lin Han warned. I speak only the truth, my lord. Very well, he said, shoving copper coins into their hands while instructing his bandit lackeys to bind the 3 captives. Rewards and punishments will be clear. 12. You shall ascend the opposing peak and set off a smoke signal to draw out the hideout's residents, then conceal yourself. The rest of you, take position with me in this ravine, and, when they pass, strike them with stones. Understood, boss, the commanded bandit replied, scampering away, their expressions remarkably genuine, leading Lin Han to momentarily question the reality of his surroundings. A quarter of an hour later, white smoke billowed from the opposite peak, and Lin Han immediately heard the sound of a whistle from within the hideout. A group of 30 emerged, led by a dark-skinned man. The moment has arrived. Everyone prepare yourselves. Remember, the one who crushes the most shall be rewarded with 100 coins. No one is to act without my command. Lin Han crouched low, signaling the group to get ready. Upon hearing of the reward, the bandits became even more exhilarated, eager to participate. as the bandit crew entered the ravine. Lin Han waved his hand decisively. Crush them. Bang, bang, bang. Each bandit threw themselves into the task with fervor, as though the foes below were their sworn enemies. The unsuspecting bandits, reveling in the discovery of easy prey, were suddenly beset by misfortune as stones rained down upon them, resulting in horrified cries that echoed through the ravine. There's an ambush. The cries of anger mixed with screams abruptly ceased. After 2 minutes, Lin Han and his band of robbers were panting heavily, having lost count of the stones they had hurled. They simply threw stones at anything that moved, targeting heads indiscriminately. Lin Han peered down and ordered everyone to halt. The path below was strewn with stones, mingled with bloodstains and moans of agony. Among 30 bandits, only a few pressed against the wall remained relatively unscathed, though they bore lumps on their heads. The others were either bloodied or lay lifeless on the ground. Upon seeing Lin Han and his companions, the few surviving bandits nearly broke into tears. I surrender. Please don't kill me. I too surrender. Only 13 remained alive, 8 severely injured and 5 lightly wounded. The gravely injured were beyond saving, and Lin Han instructed the bandits to ease their suffering. Such was the life of a bandit in the mountains. Serious injuries often meant certain death. Among you, who is the leader? He, him. A terrified bandit pointed to a man in the pile of stones who had already succumbed. How many men remain in the stronghold? Replying to the Lord. There are still 10 men, 10 on guard. Is there a way to lure them out? No. What did you say? Lin Han pressed his sword against the man's neck. My lord, spare me. We truly cannot. The leader forbids leaving the stronghold unguarded. Then bring back the leader's head. Lin Han gestured for Ada to sever the leader's head, and the group swaggered back towards the stronghold. Upon witnessing this, several bandits within the stronghold fled in terror, while 4 chose to surrender at the door. Congratulations to player Xiao Honggu for conquering the Wolf Fong stronghold. Please choose to occupy, destroy, or plunder. Plunder. Lin Han selected. Occupying was futile and destruction unnecessary. This small stronghold was better utilized for experience farming, as minor bandit camps were relatively easy to deal with. With a multitude of refugees, it wouldn't take long for this empty stronghold to re-establish itself as a small bandit camp. Player Xiao Honggu plunders Wolf Fong stronghold and receives 10,000 coins, 100 stones of grain, 10 cubic meters of timber, 10 cubic meters of stone, 1 cubic meter of iron ore, 10 villagers, 1 fine steed, and 1 low-level barracks construction blueprint. Player Xiao Honggu defeats Wolf Fong stronghold and gains 10 free attribute points. Lin Han's eyes brightened. The rewards were quite satisfactory. During this novice period, defeating bandit strongholds grants attribute point rewards, a benefit that would soon vanish. Blueprint for low-level training grounds. This design allows craftsmen to construct basic training fields, enhancing soldiers' combat abilities and skills. It can accommodate up to 10,000 soldiers for simultaneous training. For the necessary resources, please consult with the craftsman. This time, with 0 losses. A modest stronghold's wealth was acquired, along with attribute bonuses. Lin Han allocated all his attributes to strength. His current power was insufficient. Had the bandit leader not been crushed, he would not have been able to defeat him. Feeling a significant boost in physical strength, Lin Han nodded in satisfaction. The haul was substantial, allowing for the captives and plundered goods to return triumphantly to Cold River Stronghold. Subsequently, Lin Han replicated the strategy, raiding a small bandit encampment in the southeast. The 10 points gained were entirely invested into his strength attribute, raising it to a total of 100, enabling him to challenge the leader of a small bandit group without fear of defeat. Character: Xiao Honggu identity, bandit leader strength, 100 intelligence, 80 constitution, 80 leadership, 80 politics, 80 charm, 80 talent, 10 martial arts, none divine powers, none weapon. Inferior longsword over the course of a month. Lin Han practiced his skills by raiding the 2 nearby camps without destroying them. The number of captives gradually increased, and the stronghold expanded. Additionally, more bandit minions came seeking refuge. Yet, as their numbers swelled, challenges began to arise. With over 300 bandit minions and no manager to oversee them, chaos loomed. The previous leaders had perished in battle, and with Lin Han absent, no one was there to govern the bandits, leaving uncertainty in the air. Chief, we have a situation. A group of refugees has appeared at the foot of the mountain, seemingly fleeing for their lives, Ada hurriedly reported. We have captured them and brought them here. Before Lin Han stood 20 or so emaciated villagers, herded into Cold River Stronghold by the bandit minions. Spare us, great chief. We are merely fleeing villagers, lacking wealth. With only our last morsels of food to sustain us, the leading elder knelt before Lin Han. The other refugees wept in despair. Among them were 5 elderly, 10 women and children, 8 middle-aged individuals, and 2 young men, all gaunt and famished, utterly defenseless against the armed bandits. Elder, where do you come from? We fled from the ravages of war in the southwest. The bandit Huang Rang has allied with the bandits of Jiangxia, gathering an army of 100,000, laying waste to 4 counties, igniting the flames of conflict. We had no choice but to abandon our homes. Lin Han's eyelids twitched. An army of 100,000 would not be concerned with his humble hideout in the mountains in the short term. After some contemplation, his gaze landed on the elder. This elder appeared composed and potentially useful. Elder, given the turmoil outside, would you consider coming to my stronghold as the village chief? You could oversee the affairs of the stronghold, Lin Han proposed. Would the chief truly take us in? The elder's expression transformed with excitement, tears streaming down his face. He had thought they would be doomed at the hands of bandits, but unexpectedly, fortune had turned. Indeed, elder, the stronghold has fertile lands that remain untended. And amidst the chaos outside, you and the villagers may find refuge and stability within its walls. I thank you on behalf of the villagers for your noble intentions. I shall repay your kindness with my remaining years, the elder replied gratefully. The elder, tears streaming down his face, bowed deeply to Lin Han. The head of the bandits displayed great righteousness. The villagers behind him knelt in gratitude. The system prompted. The old village chief is willing to lead the villagers to join the Cold River stronghold. Character, old village chief identity. Refugee territory, none strength. 10 intelligence. 105 constitution. 30 leadership. 40 politics. 50 charisma. 40 talent. 2 skills. Village governance. Capable of effectively managing the order and affairs of a small village with a population of up to 5,000, enhancing the villagers' morale and increasing material output by 5. Lin Han's eyes sparkled with surprise. He had not anticipated acquiring a person with the skill of village governance. Fortune smiled upon him. Just as he was pondering the absence of a manager, one had appeared. Arrange accommodations and warm porridge for the elder. Lin Han commanded with a wave of his hand, instructing the bandit henchmen to lead them into the stronghold. Chapter 4. Connected by the second bridge, with the old village chief's addition, Lin Han entrusted him with the management of the stronghold's affairs, significantly alleviating his burden. With newfound leisure, Lin Han focused on the plundering of bandit strongholds. Unlike other bandits who preyed upon ordinary refugees, he set his sights on the bandit strongholds surrounding Gourd Mountain, which were far wealthier than the common folk. Initially, he intended to accrue attribute points. However, after plundering 5 small strongholds, he discovered that further raids would yield no additional points. Character, Xiaohangu identity, bandit leader territory, Cold River stronghold strength, 135 intelligence, 80 constitution, 80 leadership, 80 politics, 80 charisma, 80 talent, 10 martial arts. None divine powers. None. Lin Han allocated all acquired attribute points to strength, as it was an urgent necessity. In the wilderness as a thief, lacking self-defense capabilities could lead to a dire fate. I've captured 2 exceptional talents. Ada rushed over, panting, his face beaming with excitement. During this time, the bandit henchmen had gained experience alongside him, their strength and intelligence increasing, albeit slightly. For bandit henchmen escorted 2 men, seemingly presenting them as trophies to Lin Han. Character, bandit craftsman Old Mudo identity, special bandit henchman territory, none strength, 50 intelligence, 130 constitution, 100 leadership, 20 politics, 10 charisma, 43 talent, 2 skills, construction, capable of enhancing the speed and defensive capabilities of fortification construction, increasing the speed of low-level constructions by 100 and their defense by 50. At last, he had summoned forth a special talent, validating his arduous efforts in capturing bandit strongholds. Lin Han then turned his attention to the other captured bandit. Character, blacksmith iron hammer identity, special bandit minion territory, none combat power, 67 intellect, 145 constitution, 110 leadership, 34 politics, 21 charisma, 41 talent, 2 skills, weapon crafting, capable of forging ordinary spears, bows and longswords, saving 10 of related materials during weapon creation. Lin Han nearly burst into laughter, astonished at the emergence of 2 exceptional talents at once. With these individuals, the defenses and armaments of the bandit stronghold would significantly improve. Will you surrender? Greetings, Chief. The two bandit craftsmen bowed to Lin Han without hesitation. The loyalty of bandit minions is often minimal. In chaotic times, they merely seek sustenance and a safe place to rest. Whoever can provide that, they will follow. Old Wood. Can this training ground be constructed? Lin Han presented the low-level training ground blueprint to the bandit craftsman. This blueprint was acquired during an initial raid on a bandit camp and had remained unconstructed until now. Reporting to the chief, it can be done. Excellent. I entrust this task to you. Please procure the necessary materials from the village chief and inform me of your labor needs. Lin Han handed over the blueprint. I will establish a forge for you in the village, iron hammer, and you shall devote yourself to weapon crafting for the stronghold. You will receive a monthly wage along with provisions. Thank you, Chief. Iron Hammer expressed profound gratitude with a bow. Dismissed. With the acquisition of 2 talents, Lin Han felt elated. Everything was progressing favorably. The bandit stronghold was strategically positioned alongside a river with high protective walls. Now, with Old Wood as a craftsman, the defensive structures would become even more formidable. They had 500 men stationed. Without a force of 2,000, no one could hope to breach their stronghold. Currently, in the southwest of Lujiang County, Huang Rang had risen in rebellion, gathering an army of 100,000. Leaving the officials too preoccupied to address the bandits in the mountains, it was time to construct the Copper Sparrow platform. Lin Han focused his attention on the building card in his backpack, a unique structure whose early establishment would greatly benefit territorial development. System prompt. Do you wish to use the Copper Sparrow platform building card? Yes. System prompt. Congratulations, Xiaohan Ge has acquired the unique structure, Copper Sparrow platform, upgradable. Due to the special attributes of the Copper Sparrow platform, its bond has not been activated. The player must complete the Copper Sparrow platform bond mission to officially activate it. Copper Sparrow platform, attributes, unique structure level, 0 function, not activated, unable to view. Description, connecting the 2 bridges across the east and west like a soaring phoenix. System prompt. The player has triggered the Copper Sparrow platform bond mission, connecting the 2 bridges across the east and west. Copper Sparrow platform bond mission, connecting the 2 bridges across the east and west. Mission content. Gift the Copper Sparrow locks to De Qiao and Xiao Qiao, and have them wear them. Mission duration, unlimited mission reward. Activate the Copper Sparrow platform and receive a special reward, 1 random draw. Mission description, connecting the 2 bridges across the east and west like a soaring phoenix. System prompt. Do you wish to accept the Copper Sparrow platform bond mission, connecting the 2 bridges across the east and west? Accepted. Lin Han agreed without a moment's hesitation. The task remained unfulfilled, leaving the Copper Sparrow terrace inaccessible. This unique structure, intertwined with particular bonds, left Lin Han feeling somewhat despondent. The system notified, congratulations. Player has obtained clue to the trace of the 2 Qiaos. The system further notified, congratulations, player has received Copper Sparrow lock, X2. At this moment, the 2 Qiaos were located 30 miles southwest of Wanqing. The clue was succinct and straightforward. Lin Han instructed the village elder to manage the affairs of the village during his absence before departing alone. Lin Han was in Lujiang County, not far from Wanqing, and could reach it on horseback in half a day's time. Currently, the southwest of Lujiang County was plagued by the Huang Rang uprising, leading to widespread chaos and many refugees fleeing the turmoil. Along the road, Lin Han encountered numerous displaced individuals and hurried players engrossed in their tasks. Yet he turned a blind eye to them. Such occurrences were commonplace in the late Eastern Han Dynasty. Approximately 30 miles southwest of Wanqing, Lin Han scanned the surroundings, which were desolate, populated solely by refugees. Every passerby appeared emaciated and malnourished, especially the renowned Beauties, De Qiao and Xiao Qiao, who were nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, a commotion ahead caught Lin Han's attention. A procession of carriages and horses paraded into view, a stark contrast to the fleeing commoners, revealing their affluent status. There were servants accompanying the convoy, distributing buns to the passing refugees. Old man, whose household is that behind the convoy? Lin Han dismounted and inquired of an elderly man fleeing with his grandson. They belonged to the Qiao family. Due to the calamities in the southwest, the Qiao family, known for their benevolence and good deeds, has drawn the attention of the marauders, compelling them to relocate. It is truly unjust for the heavens to make them wander at such a time, especially with the lady about to give birth. Thank you, old man. Lin Han retrieved some provisions from his bag and handed them to the elder. The Qiao family, with the lady about to give birth. Implied it was the time before De Qiao's arrival, leaving Lin Han momentarily speechless. How would he deliver the copper sparrow lock? Was it to nurture a young girl? Master, it is not good. The lady is going into labor. An elderly woman hurriedly leaped from the carriage, shouting towards the front. The entire convoy immediately halted, descending into a state of disarray. A midwife following the procession was ushered into the carriage, while other servants hastily built a fire to boil water. Lin Han observed this scene, his eyes darting around. Old man, may I purchase your beard? Lin Han offered 10 coins. All right. The elder joyfully accepted the copper coins and, with the knife Lin Han provided, swiftly cut off his beard and presented it respectfully, fearing a change of heart, before hastily departing with his grandson. After a brief sojourn in the mountains, Lin Han re-emerged as a white-bearded elder, wielding a spear and draped in a white cloth inscribed with celestial calculations, a true image of an old fortune-teller. Amidst the Qiao family's flurry, Lin Han approached the head of the household unhurriedly. Are you the Qiao Gong? A middle-aged man in his 40s, anxiously awaiting outside the carriage, scrutinized Lin Han. What brings you here? Do you require funds? As he spoke, Qiao Gong rummaged through his belongings, seeking to offer Lin Han some money. No. I am merely a child of destiny, versed in the art of celestial calculations. I have come today for a fateful encounter. Lin Han proclaimed with an air of solemnity. Celestial calculations? Last night, I dreamt of 2 phoenixes soaring together, frolicking amidst the beams, and descending upon the abode of Deshan. Today, following the ethereal essence of the phoenix, I have come to meet you, Master Qiao. I perceive that your esteemed wife is on the cusp of childbirth, and thus I foresee the reincarnation of the phoenix. Allow me to extend my heartfelt congratulations on the arrival of 2 precious daughters. Lin Han stroked his beard, exuding an air of solemnity. 2 daughters? Master Qiao exclaimed, astonished and filled with disbelief as he gazed at the monk before him. Indeed, 2 daughters, Lin Han affirmed confidently, stroking his beard once more. These daughters are destined by the phoenix's decree, and in time, they shall possess unparalleled nobility. Is your assertion sincere? Master Qiao inquired. Absolutely sincere. With no trace of falsehood, Lin Han nodded firmly. As his words resonated, cries of an infant echoed from within the carriage, causing Master Qiao's heart to quiver with anticipation. Before he could revel in his joy, another wail pierced the air. Master, your wife has given birth to 2 daughters, and both mother and daughters are safe. A maid announced, cradling 2 swaddled infants before Master Qiao. The newborns gazed at Lin Han with smiles, their eyes resembling black pearls, pure and unblemished, already bearing the promise of beauty. Excellent, truly excellent. Master Qiao rejoiced. To have daughters in his later years, and 2 at that, coupled with the monk's words regarding their divine origins, brought tears of joy to his eyes. The sage possesses transcendent abilities, Master Qiao declared. There is no need for gratitude. Lin Han replied. Those who cultivate the way are guided by karmic ties. You, Master Qiao, hail from a lineage of virtue, naturally blessed by fortune. I am merely here to forge a benevolent connection. With that, Lin Han retrieved 2 copper sparrow locks from his satchel and presented them to Master Qiao. These locks serve as protective talismans. According to the ancient verse, they shall bind the 2 bridges, like swallows traversing the vast sky. Wearing these locks, your daughters will surely grow to be sisters united in heart, turning misfortune into fortune. Thank you, esteemed monk, Master Qiao said, carefully accepting the copper sparrow locks and placing them amongst the swaddled infants. As soon as the locks were set down, the little ones grasped them with their tiny hands, giggling in delight, their laughter uplifting all who heard it. Witnessing this, Master Qiao nearly wept with joy, his faith in Lin Han unwavering. System notification. Congratulations player on completing the Copper Sparrow Terrace Bond quest, binding the 2 bridges. Chapter 5, Copper Sparrow Terrace and the Celestial Forge. System notification. Congratulations player on activating the unique special building, Copper Sparrow Terrace. Please review the associated attributes at your convenience. System notification. Congratulations player on receiving the special reward, White Crane Divine Garment, and Azure Lawn Feathered Celestial Skirt, for completing the Copper Sparrow Terrace Bond quest. System notification. Congratulations player on completing the Copper Sparrow Terrace Bond quest, binding the 2 bridges, awakening the unparalleled twin beauties, and earning a special lottery opportunity for the Copper Sparrow Terrace. Would you like to use it? Yes. System notification. Player has utilized the special lottery opportunity of the Copper Sparrow Terrace. System notification. Congratulations, player, on your extraordinary fortune, having drawn the transcendent level skill Celestial Forge. The essence of Celestial Forge unfolded within his mind. Celestial Forge level, transcendent function, an ancient cultivation method of the Celestial Emperor, allowing the practitioner to cultivate imperial aura and command all beings and laws. Description: may all beings in my realm rise like dragons. A detailed diagram of the cultivation method appeared in Lin Han's consciousness, marking his inaugural encounter with the path of cultivation in this virtual realm. As he followed the diagram to circulate his energy, he felt as though he had pierced through a fragile bubble, and a surge of strength multiplied within him. System notification. Congratulations, player, on successfully cultivating Celestial Forge. System notification. Due to your cultivation of casting the Celestial Court and the influence of your fortune, the qualifications of your territory subjects are improving. Character: Xiao Hang. Identity: Mountain Bandit Leader. Territory: Cold River Stronghold. Martial Power: 505 Intelligence, 380 Constitution, 286 Command, 501 Politics, 620 Charisma, 710 Talent, 10 Cultivation Method. Casting the Celestial Court. Divine Ability. None. As Lin Han exuded his imposing aura, he felt an unprecedented strength surging within him. His martial power had surpassed 505, with all other attributes also reaching the 3-digit mark. He now possessed the martial prowess akin to that of a third-rate general, soaring to new heights. After the initial excitement subsided, Lin Han turned his attention to the other two rewards. White Crane Liang Divine Garment. Level: Celestial Artifact. Sealed. Function: inherits the legacy of the White Crane Liang Divine Maiden's attire. Description: exclusive to De Qiao. The seal can be lifted upon her coming-of-age ceremony. It may only be gifted to De Qiao. It cannot be dropped, destroyed, or traded. Green One Feather Celestial Skirt. Level: Celestial Artifact. Sealed. Function: inherits the legacy of the Green One Fairy's attire. Description: exclusive to Xiao Qiao. The seal can be lifted upon her coming-of-age ceremony. It may only be gifted to Xiao Qiao. It cannot be dropped, destroyed, or traded. 2 exclusive celestial artifacts. Lin Han gazed in astonishment at the exquisitely magnificent garments. The Copper Sparrow Terrace was indeed formidable, having prepared celestial artifacts for both De Qiao and Xiao Qiao even before their birth. Comparison among individuals can be quite stark, he mused. Daoist? Daoist? Seeing Lin Han standing still, his aura rapidly shifting, Xiao Gong softly called out twice. Immersed in joy and astonishment, Lin Han finally regained his composure. Xiao Gong, I apologize for my loss of decorum. Was the Daoist experiencing physical discomfort earlier? Not at all. Today's encounter has enlightened me, resulting in a breakthrough in my Daoist practice. I once chanced upon the White Crane Liang Divine Garment and Green One Feather Celestial Skirt, intending to bestow them upon the two young ladies. However, given the preciousness of these artifacts and the chaos of the current times, I feared they might bring calamity upon Xiao Gong. When the young ladies come of age, I shall arrange for their delivery to your household. Daoist, I cannot accept such a generous gift, Xiao Gong exclaimed, hastily declining. Dear Xiao Gong, these garments are destined for your daughters. Who knows? They might even lead to a splendid union. What do you mean by that? Both young ladies possess the fate of phoenixes. Those worthy of them must surely be exceptional individuals. I shall travel far and wide, and when I find such a person, I will bring them to meet you with the celestial garments when your daughters are of age. Lin Han had planted a seed of hope in Xiao Gong, awaiting its eventual blossoming. Congratulations, player, for triggering the Copper Sparrow Terrace Bond Quest cultivation plan for the two Qiaos. Once De Qiao and Xiao Qiao reach adulthood, you shall receive the unparalleled beauties, De Qiao and Xiao Qiao, to reside in the Copper Sparrow Terrace. Cultivation plan for the two Qiaos. Quest objective: gain the favor of the unparalleled beauties, De Qiao and Xiao Qiao, and upon their coming of age, have them reside in the Copper Sparrow Terrace. Quest duration: unlimited quest reward. Acquire unparalleled rewards from the Copper Sparrow Terrace. Quest description: if the two Qiaos are captured by other players or married off to Sun Tzu or Zhou Yu, the quest will fail. Upon reading the quest details, Lin Han could hardly contain his astonishment. He relished these tasks, albeit they lacked a semblance of decorum. Yet, what value does decorum hold? The system prompted. The player harbors aspirations to subdue the Grand Bridge and the Little Bridge, garnering inexplicable enmity from Sun Tzu and Zhou Yu, rendering it impossible to win their allegiance. Amidst the revelry, Lin Han felt a wave of incredulity wash over him. though it dissipated swiftly. If they could not be subdued, so be it. There were plenty of others. Bridge, having lived a life of turmoil, encountered the Taoist, a stroke of divine fortune. He expressed his gratitude. No need for thanks. Bridge, you have yet to name your daughters. Taoist, why not bestow them with names? It is not appropriate. As a father, you must do so yourself. I am deeply grateful. My 2 daughters are indeed a blessing from the heavens. The eldest shall be named Xiaowan, the youngest Xiao Shuang, with their childhood names being De Qiao and Xiao Qiao. What splendid names! The names of your daughters shall surely be immortalized in history. Farewell, Bridge, may we meet again. Bridge offered a respectful bow to Lin Han. Once out of Bridge's sight, Lin Han re-entered the forest and after a while emerged back in his original guise. The earlier fade of a mystic and his eloquent speech had been utterly exhausting. He had been particularly fearful of exposure, yet everything unfolded smoothly. The Copper Sparrow Terrace was activated, and fortune smiled upon him, as he had drawn an extraordinary divine skill, feeling an unprecedented surge of power. Suddenly, chaos erupted among the refugee ranks, cries filling the air. The bandits have come. Run. A group of approximately 60 to 70 individuals, clad in coarse hemp garments and exuding a menacing aura, brandished gleaming blades. The bandits charged towards the Qiao family, engaging in fierce combat with the guards and servants. Males were slain, while females were abducted. Lin Han observed, his heart pounding. The situation seemed dire. They intended to capture the entire Qiao family, just as he had departed. Calamity struck. What a slap in the face. This was a game, not strictly adhering to historical timelines, and no one could predict what would unfold. Should the Grand Bridge and Little Bridge meet with misfortune, he would have no place to lament. Protect the lady, safeguard the lord, and the 2 young misses. A dozen servants stood resolute in front of the carriage, clashing with the approaching bandits. Curse it! Lin Han's attention was drawn to a bandit leaping onto the carriage, attempting to breach it. Without a moment's hesitation, he spurred his horse forward, thrusting his spear through the bandit's chest and casting him off the carriage, swiftly following up by dispatching 5 more bandits. Thank you, brave warrior, for your rescue. A middle-aged man, teary-eyed with joy, recognized Lin Han. Just moments ago, the Taoist had proclaimed that his daughter would surely evade disaster, and now it seemed that prophecy had come to pass, for servants had slain the bandits. Once more standing guard before the carriage, Lin Han advanced on horseback, his gaze fixed upon the leader of the bandits. Character: Bandit leader, a gang identity. Chief of the bandits' territory, Qianlong Mountain stronghold strength. Intelligence, constitution, command, politics, charm, talent, skills. With no attributes visible, Lin Han felt a sense of uncertainty, yet having just achieved a breakthrough, he sensed that the opposing leader lacked the same formidable presence, instilling in him a fearless demeanor. Come forth. The bandit leader roared upon seeing Lin Han approach, brandishing his long knife menacingly. Their weapons clashed as Lin Han effortlessly deflected the blade, thrusting his spear directly at the leader's chest. In a single exchange, the bandit leader fell, pierced through the heart, eyes wide open in death. Bold bandit, I have arrived. Without waiting for the mountain bandits' lackeys to react, a booming voice resounded as a fierce man, wielding a long knife, rode forth, slashing down all in his path. In mere moments, nearly 50 bandits lay slain. Lin Han, drenched in blood, gripped his spear and surveyed the scene from atop his steed. With the bandits decimated, numerous refugees knelt before Lin Han and the fierce man, overwhelmed with gratitude. Thank you, brave warriors, for saving us. The bridge steward stepped forward, bowing deeply. Shortly thereafter, 2 attendants approached, carrying gold ingots to present to the 2 heroes. No need for such rewards, Lin Han interjected. I merely intervened in a moment of injustice. He gazed at the gold, nearly mesmerized. The amount far exceeded what he had earned through toil in the bandit camp. Yet, in pursuit of goodwill, he quelled his desire. After all, the task of winning the affection of the 2 Qiaos remained, and cultivating rapport with the steward was far more valuable than mere gold. Having recently experienced the bountiful rewards from the 2 Qiaos, he understood their significance. You have saved over 50 lives of the Qiao family. Your kindness is as high as the heavens. Please, accept this. The steward bowed once more. Please, do not insist. The fierce man with the angry eyes similarly declined. May I inquire the names of these valiant warriors? I shall spread word of your noble deeds in my village. I am Xiaohan Gu, from Lujiang County. Lin Han humbly introduced himself. System notification. The steward's favorability towards you has increased. The fierce man pondered for a moment before shaking his head, choosing not to reveal his name. Wiping the blood from his long knife, he rode away. Seeing this, Lin Han hurriedly bid farewell to the steward and pursued the departing man. Brother, please wait. Chapter 6, Subduing Dian Wei. The fierce man slowed his pace and glanced back at Lin Han. He held a favorable impression of Lin Han, who had just valiantly dispatched the bandits. Brother, do you need something? Lin Han inquired. I noticed you hesitated to share your name. Is there a reason for your reticence? Lin Han pressed on. It was a rare opportunity to encounter someone so formidable, judging by his earlier display of skill. This fierce man seemed even stronger than Lin Han himself. If he could recruit him, it would undoubtedly be a tremendous asset. It is best left unspoken. The fierce man replied, shaking his head. We have shared the bond of comrades in battle. There should be no secrets between us. If you trust me, I shall keep your confidence, Lin Han urged, producing a flask of liquor from his pack and tossing it to the fierce man. For men, there is nothing that a jug of wine cannot resolve. If need be, I can offer too. Very well. Accepting the liquor, the fierce man tilted his head back and took a hearty swig, exhaling deeply. I hail from Chunlu. The Liu family and my wife were wronged and died in resentment. I avenged the Liu family by slaying those who dishonored them. I am now a wanted criminal by the court and cannot disclose my name. After speaking, the fierce man sighed once more, downing the remaining wine. Chunlu, did you slay the couple who wronged the Lius? Could it be that you are the chivalrous hero known as Dian Wei? The one who vanquished Li Yong and his wife? You recognize me? The fierce man exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, I know of you. Your gallant heart and righteous actions against evil have made your name resonate like thunder. I have long admired you. It is a stroke of fortune to meet you today. Lin Han bowed respectfully to Dian Wei, his heart swelling with joy. He had not anticipated encountering a historical martial hero in this place. I am humbled that you know of me, Dian Wei replied, his demeanor reflecting a mix of surprise and honor. Dian Wei laughed heartily, exclaiming, I, a fugitive from the authorities, have journeyed south to escape pursuit, yet fate has led me to encounter my brethren amidst their fight against brigands. My skills have longed for the thrill of battle, thus I could not resist joining the fray. Ah, what a joyous reunion it is, to meet kindred spirits. Albeit too late. Lin Han, equally amused, chuckled with a hint of surprise in his voice. Upon entering the game, the system had informed him that due to the knowledge of historical figures' origins in later generations, the game Dynasty had mandated the concealment of all historical commanders' identities at this stage, unless one possessed relevant clues or the commanders revealed their identities themselves. Their true natures would remain unknown. And now, Dian Wei stood before him. Should recognition occur, Lin Han would have the opportunity to recruit him. What splendid fortune. Pray tell. Brother Dian Wei, what are your plans for the future? Lin Han inquired, his voice tinged with anticipation. What plans can one have in a world rife with corrupt officials and powerful families, where the common folk suffer? As a wanted criminal, I wander the realm aimlessly. If circumstances demand, I shall resort to banditry, Dian Wei replied. Why not join me, then? Together, we shall carve out our own legacy amidst this chaotic era. Join you? Brother Han, I am a wanted man. Are you not fearful of the soldiers? What is there to fear? The court officials are inept, unable to punish those vicious marauders. Our retribution is justified. What wrong is there in becoming outlaws? Those who uphold righteousness often find themselves among dogs, Lin Han confidently asserted. Alas, I am but a mountain bandit now. Indeed, what of it? What noble cause lies in being righteous among the rabble? Dian Wei bellowed, draining his cup in one gulp. Observing this, Lin Han promptly retrieved his wine pouch and offered it to Dian Wei once more. The system chimed. Dian Wei has developed a fondness for you. Hearing this, Lin Han could hardly contain his joy. Brother Han, you appear to be no ordinary individual. Do you truly wish to live your life as a mere bandit? At this moment, let us speak openly and sincerely. The world is in disarray, with corrupt officials wielding power, eunuchs meddling in governance, and chaos abounding, leaving the people in despair. The Han Dynasty's fate wanes, and with the yellow turbans rising, it is only a matter of years before the righteous take up arms. I harbor grand aspirations for this realm, wishing for all to soar like dragons. Though our strength is currently meager, we must bide our time, gathering power amidst the mountains until the moment arrives for us to ascend like a dragon from the depths, Lin Han declared with unwavering conviction. Unbeknownst to him, whether due to the influence of the heavenly crafting technique or the myriad of miseries witnessed since entering the game, his words resonated with an underlying authority. In that instant, Lin Han felt his thoughts clarify significantly. The system announced, Congratulations, Player Heavenly Crafting has achieved a breakthrough, successfully refining the first layer, crafting vessels. The system continued. Player has successfully cultivated the first layer of Heavenly Crafting, awakening the divine ability, Devour. Player's strength is on the rise. Character, Xiao Han Gu Identity, Bandit Leader Territory, Hanjiang Stronghold Strength, 535 Intelligence, 415 Constitution, 310 Leadership, 520 Politics, 630 Charm, 750 Talent, 10 Technique, Heavenly Crafting Divine Ability, Devour, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth for personal gain. In jubilation, Lin Han reveled in his unexpected breakthrough, feeling his physical power augment significantly. Dianwei was taken aback by Lin Han's words, particularly by the faint yet formidable aura of dragon-like power emanating from him, which left him utterly captivated. What a wish it would be for all in this realm to be like dragons. I, being but a simple man, am willing to expend my strength to assist Brother Han Ge in achieving greatness. Dianwei exclaimed loudly, simultaneously bowing in respect to Lin Han, declaring, I am willing to follow you, my lord, through life and death. System prompt. Dianwei is willing to follow you. Do you accept? Yes, yes, yes. Lin Han nearly leapt from his seat, overwhelmed by joy. It was indeed a moment of double, no, triple, or perhaps even quadruple delight. Today, he felt as though he had exhausted a lifetime's worth of good fortune. Brother Dian, no need for formality. Let us regard each other as brothers henceforth. That cannot be. Since I choose to follow, there must be a distinction between lord and vassal. Although I am a simple man, I understand this principle. Lin Han responded, Then you shall call me my lord, and I shall call you big brother. We shall each have our own titles. Rest assured, as long as I, Xiao Han Ge, have a morsel to eat, you shall have one as well. System prompt. Dianwei has pledged allegiance to you. System prompt. Dianwei's loyalty has increased. System prompt. Congratulations. Player, on successfully recruiting the legendary historical general, Dianwei, as the first player in the Huaxia region to recruit a legendary general. The system will announce it to the entire server. Do you wish to hide your name? Hide. Hide. Lin Han chose to conceal his identity without hesitation, fearing potential mishaps from artificial intelligence, even repeating it for emphasis. His motto was simple, develop cautiously without drawing attention. Inwardly delighted, the announcement echoed throughout the Huaxia region. Congratulations. Player, on successfully recruiting the legendary historical general, Dianwei. The announcement reverberated 3 times across the server, akin to cold water splashed into a hot pan. Damn it. While I am still fretting over the taxes for my village territory, others are recruiting Dianwei. The oppressive taxation of the Eastern Han Court was unbearable, with various levies, land rents, head taxes, and corvée labor imposed regardless of harvests. Had he known, he would have opted to become a bandit, evading such taxes. Can anyone enlighten me on how to recruit historical figures? Here I am in Yingchuan, yet I have not encountered a single celebrity. There were only a handful of super generals, and losing one so swiftly raised concerns about his prospects. Dare to reveal your name? I shall raid and seize you. Superb historical generals, based on their martial prowess, should be capable of single-handedly vanquishing 100 of the current you. I believe we could even add another 100. Various sentiments of envy and resentment filled the forums. Countless individuals opted for the Lord gameplay, yet thus far, only one had managed to recruit a super general. The vast majority had yet to even witness one. Lin Han was indifferent to others' opinions. He was currently enveloped in bliss. Emerging from this venture, he activated a unique special building, acquired a transcendent martial arts technique, and significantly enhanced his martial prowess, all while securing a legendary general. It was indeed a bountiful turn of events for him. Character, Dianwei Identity, Legendary General Martial Power, 998 Intelligence, 140 Constitution, 850 Leadership, 400 Politics, 60 Charm, 79 Talent, 9 Loyalty, Admiration Technique, Demon Guardian Abilities, Bloodthirsty, Frenzy, Evil Incarnation. Upon reviewing the attributes, Lin Han was filled with ecstatic joy. Official documentation states that a score above 1,000 is considered divine. Dianwei's martial prowess has reached an impressive 998. Merely 2 points shy of perfection. His physical strength and combat abilities are exceptional, while his other attributes are akin to those of an ordinary individual, rendering him a severely specialized candidate, yet the unparalleled choice for a bodyguard. System notification. Dianwei has joined Hanjiang Village. Influenced by the grand aspirations of the player Zhu Tianting, resulting in an increase of 1 point in his innate talent, now totaling 10. Dianwei's clarity of thought has led to a successful breakthrough, and his loyalty has been enhanced. Lin Han, upon hearing the notification, felt invigorated. This was astounding. Indeed. At this moment, Dianwei closed his eyes, seemingly entering a state of enlightenment. In the next instant, an aura erupted from him, propelling Lin Han back 2 meters. Had he not grown stronger, the distance could have been far greater. Character: Dianwei identity, super, general territory, none martial power, 999 intelligence, 200 physical strength, 910 leadership, 500 politics, 135 charm, 99 talent, 10 martial art, demon guardian loyalty, admiration abilities, bloodthirst, frenzy, demonic form, madness. Upon witnessing these attributes, Lin Han was overwhelmed with joy to the point of fainting. With 999 points of martial power, he stood but a step away from the divine level proclaimed by the system, in addition to awakening a new skill, madness. Madness. Upon entering combat, as time elapses, intelligence diminishes while martial power increases. The enhancement in martial power is 50 of the reduction in intelligence, up to a maximum increase of 5 points. Once madness is activated, he ascends to the divine level. Such terror. Chapter 7 on official orders to woo women. Upon returning to Hanjiang village, Lin Han was astounded. He had only been away for a few days, yet the village had undergone a remarkable transformation. A wooden bridge now stood at the front, allowing 3 individuals to walk side by side. The village walls had expanded, entirely encompassing the Hulu Pass, rising to a height of 10 meters, constructed from timber and earth, considerably more robust than before. In this game, walls do not possess durability per se, but they do have levels. At present, the village's walls are classified as level 3, capable of withstanding an assault from 5,000 individuals for 1 hour. The area before the Hulu Pass is limited in open space, bordered by the Lujian tributary and surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, creating a naturally defensible terrain. Lin Han, having diligently studied military tactics to engage in Dynasty, nearly drowned while swimming to find a position in the early stages. With this barrier in place, as long as they do not act recklessly or provoke the Imperial Army, they are temporarily safe. My lord, the elder village chief approached first, his face adorned with a much brighter smile, no longer reflecting the sorrow he had exhibited upon their initial meeting. Children played within the village, a sign of flourishing prosperity. What significant events have transpired in the village recently? Lin Han inquired. There are a few. The Copper Sparrow platform you constructed, my lord, was suddenly blessed with auspicious signs a few days ago. The villagers have become significantly stronger, and the children have shown remarkable intelligence, the elder village chief exclaimed excitedly. Lin Han understood. The Copper Sparrow platform had been activated. There is another matter. During this time, numerous villages and strongholds have emerged around the village, varying in size. The elder village chief said with concern. Oh, where are they located? Several villages are situated across the river, about 5 miles away, and some strongholds are nestled within the mountains. I instructed Adit to refrain from taking any rash actions and to await your return for a decision. The elder village chief reported. You have done well. Recalling the Copper Sparrow Terrace, Lin Han hastened towards it. After activation, he had yet to examine the specific details and functionalities of this architectural marvel, which could only be viewed upon arriving at the Copper Sparrow Terrace. Currently in its nascent state, the terrace resembled an exquisite pavilion, with a lofty platform at its center, upon which a copper sparrow stood, soaring toward the heavens. Copper Sparrow Terrace. Attributes. Unique special building level. 1. Upgradable. Function. Capturing historical beauties to reside at the Copper Sparrow Terrace increases all attributes of the residence by 10 for each beauty captured, with special bonuses related to historical figures. The Copper Sparrow Terrace also offers a unique lottery opportunity, potentially yielding special buildings, contemporaneous celebrities, inventions, specialties, and cultivation techniques. Supreme Goddess Level. 0. Legendary Goddess Level. 0. Perfect Fairy Level. 0. Disastrous Beauty Level. 0. Peerless Beauty Level. 0. 4 Great Beauties Level. 0. Legendary Twin Beauties Level. 0. Catastrophic Beauty Level. 0. Legendary Women Level. 0. Timeless Elegance Level. 0. Talented Woman in History Level. 0. National Beauty and Heavenly Fragrance Level. 0. Radiant Charm Level. 0. Upon seeing these attributes, Lin Han felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, as though struck by a heavenly pie. If all the slots above were filled, and he were to gather a harem of 3,000 beauties, the Copper Sparrow Terrace would indeed be extraordinary. He had already drawn the heavenly craft, a transcendent cultivation technique, during his first lottery. What would come next? Soon, Lin Han returned to reality, realizing that capturing historical beauties was no simple task. This Copper Sparrow Terrace seemed to compel him towards romantic pursuits. Was he assigned to woo women? And specifically, historical beauties? It felt somewhat unprincipled, and there was no guarantee of success. Without the inclusion of historical beauties, this unique special building would merely serve as an ornament, lacking functionality. Possessing only one or two beauties would yield negligible attribute enhancements, rendering it inferior to other special buildings. Resolving to reconsider later, Lin Han turned away from the Copper Sparrow Terrace. He sought to gather all combat personnel of the stronghold. He had an announcement to make. The bandits of the stronghold now numbered over 1,000, and with the addition of refugees, the population exceeded 2,000, all managed effectively by the elderly village chief, which alleviated much of Lin Han's burden. Except for those stationed at the gates and those on patrol, all bandits were assembled at the training grounds. Standing upon the martial platform, Lin Han felt a surge of ambition. This was the essence of gameplay. Now, I would like to introduce to you my elder brother, Dianwei. Possessing the strength of a demigod and a chivalrous spirit, from today onward, we shall establish a guard force within the stronghold, with Dianwei as the commander and Ada as his deputy. We will also select another deputy, establishing ranks of 100 leaders and 10 leaders, determined through combat. The strongest shall prevail. As Lin Han finished speaking, a wave of cheers erupted from below. Since the village chief took charge, the conditions in the stronghold had significantly improved compared to their previous bandit life, and with a leader in place, their spirits were high. The cheers continued until Lin Han raised his hand for silence. Can we challenge the commander? Someone called from the crowd, igniting another uproar. What audacity, what a splendid question. My subordinates must possess such courage. Yes, challenges to the commander are permitted. Should anyone succeed in defeating the commander, they shall receive 10 gold pieces and a fine steed. I will also form an additional guard force, and that victor shall lead. Who will step forth? As Lin Han's words fell, the eyes of the mountain bandit lackeys sparkled with excitement. A reward of 10 gold coins and a fine steed. Such treasures were beyond their wildest dreams. I will take on this challenge, declared one of the bandit lackeys. Character: Aang identity, bandit lackey territory. None strength, 270 intelligence, 70 constitution, 150 leadership, 210 politics, 47 charm, 32 talent, 5 loyalty, unviewable cultivation, none divine abilities, none upon observing the bandit's attributes. Lin Han's eyes gleamed with interest. A strength of 270 surpassed that of Ada, who currently possessed an attribute of merely 180. With a leadership score exceeding 200, Aang stood out among the bandits, his talent notably superior to that of his peers. Indeed, even among the lowly lackeys, there existed hidden talent. No wonder he dared to step forward and challenge. You are quite impressive, Lin Han remarked. But, my brother, do not strike too harshly. They shall be entrusted to you for training henceforth. Understood, my lord, Dianwei responded, nodding earnestly. He set aside his dual halberds and leaped into the training ground unarmed. Come forth, Dianwei commanded, standing with arms crossed. Aang, seizing a wooden stick, approached. At a distance of 20 steps, 10 steps, then 5 steps, suddenly, Dianwei opened his eyes wide, his fierce gaze ablaze, exuding an overwhelming aura that sent Aang flying back 3 meters. The surrounding bandit lackeys were left in awe, their eyes nearly popping out in astonishment at Dianwei's terrifying presence. Aang displayed commendable strength and courage, suitable for the role of vice commander. The selection of the 100 captains would be based on strength, the mightiest would lead. The bandit lackeys paired off, the atmosphere charged with enthusiasm, all engagements remaining lighthearted. Within an hour, 10 captains and 100 lieutenants were elected, invigorating the entire troop. From this day forth, the vice commander would receive 10 taels of silver and a stone of grain monthly, the captains 5 taels and half a stone, the lieutenants 1 tael and 3 dough, while the remaining members would earn 100 jus and 1 dough. Additionally, rewards would be granted for distinguished service. A cheer erupted across the training ground, a cacophony of joy and disbelief at such unimaginable benefits. Many among the bandits had turned to a life of crime due to oppressive governance and heavy taxes that rendered survival impossible. Now, the promise of these generous rewards filled them with exhilaration. System notification: Due to the player's benevolent governance, the morale of the residents of Hanjing village has improved, resulting in an increase in the loyalty of the bandit lackeys and a slight enhancement in combat effectiveness. Upon hearing the notification, Lin Han felt a sense of satisfaction. My brother, I leave them in your capable hands for their training. Rest assured, I will not fail in my mission, Dian Wei affirmed with a firm nod. With his hands free, Lin Han proceeded to the construction site of the village walls. The attributes of the bandit craftsman, Old Mo, had undergone a transformation due to his training in casting the heavenly court, elevating his talent to that of an elite bandit craftsman, thereby doubling the speed of low-level construction and enhancing the defensive capabilities of the fortifications. This was indeed promising. It was no wonder the village's defenses had improved so significantly. Furthermore, the Great Iron Hammer had also seen an increase in talent, resulting in sharper weapons, thus enhancing the overall combat capability of the bandit forces. After surveying the changes within the village, Lin Han began to review the reports brought back by the patrolling bandits. Across the river, in the plains, 16 villages had emerged. 2 clustered together, one with 3 villages, another with 5, while the remainder were scattered. In the mountains beyond Hulu Mountain, a medium-sized bandit stronghold has emerged, comprising around 800 bandits, along with a cluster of 4 additional strongholds, the number of which remains uncertain. After 2 days, Lin Han finally grasped the situation. The primary stronghold of the Changha Studio, along with its secondary, tertiary, and quaternary strongholds, all bore names that illuminated the circumstances. These were the territories of players, specifically the villages of a studio, banding together to fend off disturbances, thereby affording themselves a better opportunity for development in the early stages of the game. In Lin Han's recollection, studios were far from benevolent. They wielded their numerical superiority and financial backing to incessantly encroach upon the survival space and resources of ordinary players. Regrettably, the game Dynasty had not implemented a recharge and exchange system, leading to limited resources for players. The construction materials and food could not be transported in large quantities through the backpack system, making it challenging for studios and merchants to gather resources for accelerated development. In the early game of Dynasty, studios lacked advantages beyond their ability to band together. Should he take action? Absolutely. With these studios establishing their strongholds not far from his own, failing to dismantle them would result in his misfortune as they expanded. This stronghold represented his entire fortune. Any future threats to his possessions would be his adversaries. In this game, resources were essential for growth. How could they be obtained? Either through self-extraction in the mountains or by plundering. Supporting over 1,000 bandits incurred significant costs, and it was imperative to expedite resource acquisition to bolster his own strength. This was a game of dominance where resources were a necessity. Without them, one would possess nothing. Upon reaching the training grounds, Dian Wei was engaged in instructing the bandits. With welfare assurances and no lingering concerns, their appearance transformed remarkably within just 2 days. Under Dian Wei's training, they began to exhibit the semblance of a disciplined force. Dian Wei, a man of humble origins, was not well versed in military tactics. However, some training methods had been imparted to him by Lin Han. True to his historical reputation, he learned rapidly, soon displaying a commendable proficiency, further augmented by his formidable combat prowess, which significantly enhanced the strength of the bandits in the stronghold. Big brother, assemble 500 bandits. Let us sweep through the nearby strongholds. Very well. Dian Wei immediately signaled for the drums to cease, halting the training. Ada, lead the right flank to defend the stronghold. Aing, command the left flank and accompany me in the raid against the bandits. Chapter 8, Assault on Changha Studio. As was his routine, Li Changha assessed the income of the stronghold and the activities of surrounding bandits. Changha Studio was but a small entity among the multitude of studios in Dynasty, comprising 15 individuals. They had scoured various locations before ultimately settling in Lujian County. They opted for banditry as a means for early development, as bandits were exempt from taxes, and they faced no restrictions in recruiting soldiers. Conversely, should they choose to align with the refugees, they would not only be subjected to taxes, but also limited in their recruitment efforts, making growth exceedingly difficult. They had explored numerous sites within Lujian County before setting their sights on Hulu Valley. Alas, Hulu Valley was home to a bandit stronghold, a fact that left them lamenting. That position was prime, yet they were unable to overpower the stronghold and could only bide their time, accumulating strength until they could eventually seize it. In recent days, they had scouted the Cold River stronghold and found no players entering or exiting, resembling a mid-tier stronghold in the system. Such strongholds were considerably simpler to manage, as the mountain bandits were rather inept. The studio consisted of 15 individuals, 4 of whom opted to become bandits, while the others chose to embody powerful heroes, banding together to establish their stronghold. The strength of their stronghold could be consolidated, providing them with a power that was equivalent to 4 times that of their competitors from the outset. At the current rate of development, within a week, they would be in a position to challenge the Cold River stronghold. Suddenly, a report came in. Bad news, my lord, the bandits from Cold River stronghold are attacking. The report from the bandit lackey jolted Li Changhe, who was busy strategizing the development of their stronghold. The core members of the studio rushed in. How many are there? Over 500. What the hell? Li Changhe could not contain his expletive. Their collective defensive strength across the 4 strongholds barely exceeded 400. The main stronghold, the most fortified, housed over 300 bandits, a result of pooling resources from the other 3 strongholds. The remaining 100 bandits were tasked with basic defense of their respective bases. Gather our forces, spend gold to recruit more bandits. Recruit as many as possible. Use up today as quota and have Lao Lu and the others return. Also, seek assistance from the Tianyu studio. Offer them gold to dispatch troops to attack Cold River stronghold and force these bandits back. Li Changhe reacted swiftly. With 500 bandits, they stood no chance of winning through direct confrontation. They had to employ strategy. From the lookout tower of the stronghold, he could see the complete formation of 500 bandits advancing in unison toward their base, marching in a manner indicative of rigorous training. Damn. Is this mid-tier stronghold so formidable? Li Changhe cursed under his breath. The strength of this stronghold exceeded his expectations. Boss, the Tianyu studio has agreed to send troops for a feigned attack, 300 village soldiers, at a price of 5,000. Damn it, that's exorbitant. Li Changhe could not help but curse again. 5,000 for a single deployment was steep, but the situation compelled him to comply. Agree to it. Boss, there's a problem. The enemy is bypassing the main stronghold, heading toward the 4th stronghold. Li Changhe's expression shifted dramatically. The main stronghold, positioned at the forefront to repel attacks, was the most fortified and resource-rich. In contrast, the 4th stronghold, designed solely to bolster the main stronghold's resources, had almost no fortifications, with merely 30 bandit lackeys for defense. He watched as the bandit forces circumvented the main stronghold and veered to the side. This is bad. These bandits are quite clever. Li Changhe felt an urge to curse. Boss, should we divert forces to defend? The 4th stronghold lacks fortifications. It cannot withstand an assault. Lin Han had sent bandit lackeys to thoroughly investigate the Long River Studio's stronghold just days prior. While the bandits were rather foolish, he was not. From the walls and fortifications, he could deduce the defensive capabilities of the stronghold. Eyeing, take 200 men and flatten this stronghold. Understood. Eyeing stepped forward, leading the 1st and 2nd teams toward the 4th stronghold. The rudimentary fortifications appeared nearly non-existent to the 200 bandits, lacking any real defensive power. Their advance was almost unimpeded. In less than a quarter of an hour, the 4th stronghold fell into their hands. System notification. Cold River stronghold has conquered Long River Studio's 4th stronghold. Occupy, destroy, or plunder. Upon receiving the prompt, Lin Han's lips curled into a smile. Destruction. System notification. Congratulations, player, for annihilating the 4th village of Changhe Studio. You have acquired 30 cubic meters of timber, 32 cubic meters of stone, 132 units of grain, 403 coins, 53 villagers, and captured 12 mountain bandits. In an instant, flames soared into the sky. Plunder merely entails taking all the resources that the bandits can carry away, while destruction signifies a complete ravaging of the village's resources, even forsaking what cannot be transported along the roadside. The next target is the 3rd village of Changhe Studio. Witnessing the inferno engulfing the 4th village, Li Changhe, stationed at the main encampment, turned pale. If it were merely looting, they would only suffer a loss of resources. This was the classic approach of bandits, after all, as they believed in the principle of gradual gain for future raids. Yet the blazing flames indicated that the village had been utterly destroyed. The tokens for establishing villages given by the system are non-tradable, apart from the one initially provided. All others must be purchased with one's own funds, obtained from defeating bandit strongholds, or plundered from civilian villages. At present, the tradable lord tokens command a price exceeding 10,000. Boss, they are heading towards the 3rd village. Damn it, Li Changhe cursed. The bandits from the medium-sized stronghold were astute enough to target their weakest defenses. To bolster the main encampment, the other 3 villages were left in a state of underdevelopment. their fortifications virtually non-existent. These bandits were cunning, flanking them to strike at their most vulnerable stronghold. Half an hour later, the third village erupted in flames once more. Li Changhe nearly broke down in tears. Inquire with Tianyu Studio about their whereabouts. Shortly thereafter, a staff member from the studio replied, Tianyu Studio has set out and is 3 miles away from Hanjing village. Good. Li Changhe felt slightly reassured. Boss, they are heading towards the second village. Another studio member reported with a mournful expression. Another half hour passed before a grand procession arrived outside the main encampment. At this moment, the troop exceeded 700. With the additional 200 comprised of villagers plundered from the strongholds and captured bandits. The scant few horses were burdened with heavy coins, leaving behind other resources. Lin Han was in high spirits. The destruction of 3 strongholds yielded resources equivalent to a month's income for their own encampment. Indeed, a horse thrives best on night grass. Archers, prepare. Lin Han commanded with a resounding voice, as 100 of the 500 bandit soldiers formed ranks under the protection of other bandits. Damn! Mud! Horses! Li Changhe could not contain his exclamation. Such an imposing formation, demonstrating strategic combat knowledge, was far from that of mere bandits. They resembled a regular army. Indeed, this was a player's team. Although the system prohibited the creation of custom items, the training of bandit formations was permissible. Friends, hold your fire. Let us discuss this amicably. Li Changhe shouted from the high platform. What is there to discuss? Lin Han raised his hand, signaling the archers to refrain from attacking. Indeed, this was a player's team, and Li Changhe felt tears welling in his eyes. Withdraw your troops. I am willing to pay for peace. Pay? How much? Speak. Lin Han's interest was piqued. He had entered this game to earn a living. Necessity had compelled him. 10,000. 10,000? You truly possess wealth. No wonder you are from a studio, Lin Han exclaimed. What sum do you require? 50,000. Why don't you go and rob? Li Changhe exclaimed in anger. You guessed it right. It's time to seize, Lin Han declared, raising his hand, signaling the archers of the mountain bandits to draw their bows tightly. Engaging in combat with you is futile. With your 500 men, you cannot breach our defenses in the short term. Upon discovering your presence, I will contact others to assault your Cold River stronghold. Offer me 10,000, and I shall order a retreat for my forces, while I notify those attacking your stronghold to withdraw. Lin Han's expression darkened immediately. Fire the cannons. No, release the arrows. Chapter 9. The menacing Lin Han brother. Once the rain of arrows ceases, how long will it take for you to launch a full assault on this stronghold? It will not take half an hour. Good. Proceed with full force to capture it. Otherwise, it poses too great a threat to our stronghold. Lin Han's demeanor was grim. The enemy had sent reinforcements to assault their stronghold, and he could only hope that it could hold his ground. It would be difficult for them to return for support now. With other studios backing them, the Changhe studio could not be allowed to grow. Otherwise, they would be the ones to suffer in the future. Initially, he thought to negotiate a bit more, perhaps offering 2,000 or 3,000 to persuade them to withdraw. But now, no matter the amount offered, they would not retreat. The 100 archers, having undergone Lin Han's training in coordinated fire, now possessed the makings of a formidable force. The bows and arrows in the hands of the mountain bandits were ordinary yet far superior in penetrating power to inferior bows. For unarmored bandits, a hit was often fatal. Cries of anguish echoed intermittently. Once the quivers were emptied, Lin Han waved his hand, and all troops launched an assault on the main stronghold of the Changhe studio. Defend! Li Changhe shouted hoarsely, watching as his bandit soldiers fell to the enemy's coordinated volley, his vision clouded with fury. He regretted provoking them. Had he known, he would have negotiated instead. The enemy's arrows were sharper and more lethal than he had anticipated. Lu Dong, Wei He, go and confront them. Li Changhe commanded angrily. Their studio currently held 4 strongholds, and all 11 other members had chosen the heroic path to assist him in managing the stronghold. The martial prowess of these heroes naturally surpassed that of Lord players. During this time spent slaying bandits and monsters, they had achieved modest success, far surpassing the bandit leaders. With their combat strength exceeding 200 and capable of taking on 10 bandit soldiers easily. Brother, leave those thieves to me. You lead the troops to breach the stronghold's gates. Understood. Dian Wei mounted his horse and headed towards the stronghold's entrance. Lin Han did not lag behind, wielding a spear as he approached the nearest Lu Dong. Come forth, Li Changhe exclaimed with elation. If Lin Han were to be killed, the bandits would be left leaderless, making the rest manageable. Lu Dong, Wei He, you must eliminate him. The heroic players possessed an edge and strength over Lord players, as they began the game with attribute points, martial arts, and premium weapons bestowed upon them. Now that Lin Han was set to clash with the heroic players, he was understandably thrilled. Kill! Dianwei bellowed from atop his horse, causing Li Chang's expression to shift dramatically. He had never encountered such an intimidating presence among bandits. Stop him! Li Chang pointed at Dianwei. Meanwhile, Lin Han approached, thrusting his spear at Lu Dong. The moment their weapons collided, Lu Dong's previously confident demeanor transformed drastically. The long sword in his hand was raised, and in the next moment, a flash of cold light pierced through him. He felt a sharp pain in his chest, followed by a system notification echoing in his ears. You have been slain. Talent point. 1. You may resurrect in 1 day. Please select a resurrection location. Impossible. Lu Dong's face turned pale as he lost consciousness. Lin Han did not hesitate, directing his attention towards Wei He and the others. Boom. The gates of the stronghold crumbled under the might of Dianwei's dual blades. At that moment, the stronghold resembled an unprotected beauty, exposed before 500 savage men with bloodshot eyes. Kill! The bandits surged forward. Li Changhe collapsed to the ground, his complexion ashen. He had never imagined that the gate he painstakingly constructed would succumb in a mere 15 minutes. The fierce man who entered the stronghold resembled a tiger amongst sheep. Li Changhe could only watch helplessly as the man charged towards him, utterly defenseless. And then darkness enveloped him as the system notification rang in his ears. You have been slain. Talent point. 1. You may resurrect in 1 day. Please select a resurrection location. It's over. Li Changhe nearly wept. After dying once, he would have to wait a day to log back in, losing a talent point. 1 day in reality equated to 5 days in the game. By the time he returned, the stronghold would be nothing but ruins. With the stronghold breached, he had invested all his resources into it and now faced the direst consequence, losing the opportunity for development as advantageous positions were seized by other players. Drop your weapons. Surrender, and you shall not be harmed. After dispatching a few valiant foes, Lin Han shouted towards the stronghold. At that command, the despairing bandits surrendered en masse. System notification. Player has conquered the main stronghold of Chang'e Studio. Please select to occupy, destroy, or plunder. Occupy. Lin Han chose to occupy. Player has occupied the main stronghold of Chang'e Studio. Please rename the stronghold. Randomly name it. Congratulations to the player for occupying the randomly named stronghold. Lin Han assigned a whimsical name to the stronghold. Occupancy was temporary, and he was uncertain about the situation at Hanjing stronghold. In case it was breached, he needed this fallback. If it remained intact, it would be destroyed, and resources would be taken. At your service. Lead 3 teams to march swiftly back to the stronghold for support. The 4th team will gather the scattered resources from nearby strongholds here. And the 5th team will account for the prisoners and defend the stronghold. Big brother, we should return first. All right. Lin Han and Dianwei mounted their horses and departed ahead of the others. Yang Tianyu gazed across the river at the opposing stronghold, silently astonished. Leading 300 village soldiers to attack a medium-sized stronghold, he admired his own audacity. He had noticed Hanjing stronghold since the inception of his village. But due to his weak strength and the river separating them, he had planned to wait until he was stronger to strike. To his surprise, this stronghold had developed at a pace even swifter than his own. Had it not been for Chang'e Studio funding the request for assistance, he would never have led his troops here. If the stronghold was devoid of defenders, he could take advantage and seize it. If he failed to conquer it, he would merely feign an attack, having promised only a pretense. Yet, the scene before him was beyond his expectations. Brother, there's a problem. The main stronghold of Chang'e Studio has been breached, and Li Chang'e and his men have all been killed and logged off. Yang Tianyu's expression shifted. Quickly retreat. Li Chang'e Studio was aware that both parties had come to an understanding while constructing the village stronghold, agreeing to maintain a non-aggression stance, allowing for mutual growth and a united front to seize the resources of Hulu Mountain, thereby exerting influence over Lujiang County. In due time, they could seek to join a formidable guild and secure their place. The bandits had no restrictions on troop development and were not subject to taxation on resources. Thus, Li Chang'e's strength was marginally superior to theirs. However, to his astonishment, within just 3 hours, the opposing force had completely overtaken them. He wondered if he should confront them head-on. Retreat was not an option, or he would lose everything. Old Li, what is happening? Yang Tianyu promptly contacted Li Chang'e outside the game. Damn. The enemy consists of players, Not system-generated bandits, Li Changhe replied, feeling quite disheartened. 500 players breached the gates of his stronghold in less than half an hour. They had a powerful high-level bandit, and one player was exceptionally skilled, single-handedly eliminating 6 of his elite fighters. How formidable! Who are they? I haven't heard of any studio operating in this area. Are they from the Twinxia Association? I'm not sure. They seem to be solo players, without any allies. It appears we must find an opportunity to discern their origins. I need to inform you that I may no longer develop in Yangzhou. The previous alliance matters are nullified. This battle resulted in a loss of 120,000, along with the loss of my talents. I've suffered greatly and will seek a more stable place in Anzhou. Take care of yourself and be wary of that Hanjing stronghold. Upon ending the call, Yang Tianyu wore a look of deep concern. Players forming factions could prove far more troublesome than system-generated bandits who were somewhat sluggish and less cunning. Players possessed quick wits. When Lin Han returned to Hanjing's stronghold, the enemy had long since departed, leaving only some inferior arrows and a severed bridge behind. Ada, where did those people go? They left half an hour ago. How many were there? There were 300, Ada replied honestly. 300 dared to attack his stronghold, causing him a moment of anxiety. Lin Han felt insulted. Find 2 clever individuals and follow their trail to discover who they are. In that moment, Lin Han's aura radiated with murderous intent. This stronghold represented his entire fortune, the means through which he sought a better life. All who harbored ill intentions towards him were enemies, sworn foes. Chapter 10, Non-Aggression Agreement. In the following week, Lin Han dedicated time to sweep through all the bandit player strongholds within a 10-kilometer radius of Hulu Mountain, obliterating them nearly entirely. Those players who sought to develop quietly were caught off guard, as calamity descended upon them, with their strongholds reduced to ruins overnight. The entire region around Hulu Mountain was in chaos, but soon fell silent. Within the 10-kilometer radius, only Hanjing's stronghold remained, as player strongholds were decimated, and system-generated bandits became the source of Lin Han's experience. The plundered resources and populace allowed Hanjing's stronghold to flourish rapidly, and with the reception of passing refugees, the population surged from over 2,000 to more than 6,000. The stronghold's guard force exceeded 2,500, more than doubling in size. When the main stronghold of Li Changhe's studio was destroyed, in addition to 6 exquisite weapons of the elite fighters, there was a low-level, stable construction blueprint, various resources, 14,000 5 coins, and over 5,000 stones of grain. In the midst of the burgeoning medium-sized stronghold at Hulu Mountain, Lin Han reaped a bounty that included a basic tavern construction blueprint, a basic wall construction blueprint, 40 taels of gold, 200 taels of silver, over 300,000 5 coins, and 8,000 stones of grain. It was indeed a substantial windfall. The basic tavern construction blueprint possesses the following attributes: type, basic building, level, 0, function. Once constructed, it enhances talent attraction by 10. The higher the level, the greater the allure for talent. Within the tavern, the attributes of unfamiliar individuals can be discerned temporarily. The basic wall construction blueprint has these attributes: type, basic defensive structure, level, 0, function. Upon completion, it increases soldiers' combat power by 20, with a defensive strength of 10,000. For every level gained, defensive strength increases by 1,000. Both constructions are quite commendable. As the stronghold continues to expand, Lin Han finds himself in need of talent to manage it, and the tavern arrives at an opportune moment. Old Wood, come here. Lin Han called out to the craftsman, Old Wood. Since Lin Han had cultivated the art of forging the celestial court, the innate abilities of the villagers within the stronghold had seen notable enhancements. Old Wood is now an elite craftsman, capable of constructing fortifications with defensive bonuses while conserving material resources, a rare talent, especially in the early stages of the game. Master. Old Wood bowed respectfully before Lin Han. I have 2 construction blueprints here. Please assist me in their construction. Lin Han handed the blueprints to Old Wood. Master. The tavern requires 10 cubic meters of timber, 10 cubic meters of stone, 1,000 pounds of iron ore, 10 workers, and 20 taels of silver for its construction. The wall requires 20 cubic meters of timber, 80 cubic meters of stone, for 1,000 pounds of iron ore, 100 workers, and 50 taels of gold. Old Wood provided Lin Han with a breakdown of materials and costs. The tavern seemed manageable in terms of finances. But upon hearing that the wall's construction necessitated 50 taels of gold, Lin Han's eyes nearly bulged with astonishment. The entirety of the stronghold's wealth, including the treasures he had plundered, amounted to merely 140 taels of gold, and a basic wall demanded 50 taels. By the heavens! Certainly. The defensive capabilities of the wall would surpass those of the stronghold's existing walls, and it would provide additional combat bonuses. Allocate all necessary resources from the village chief and expedite the construction of the wall, Lin Han resolutely decided. Very well, master, Oldwood replied with enthusiasm as he departed. For the safety of the stronghold, construction was imperative. The tavern presented an opportunity to attract talent and was not overly expensive, making it essential. The wall would significantly bolster the stronghold's security, which was equally critical. Seeing the stronghold's financial balance, Lin Han felt a pang of anguish. After laboring tirelessly for so long, a substantial portion had vanished in just a day. If it weren't for the difficulties in transporting materials, he would have eagerly sold resources for cash. He had been monitoring the current exchange rate for offline transactions of gold coins. As the game had just commenced, money within it was particularly precious. One tael of gold exchanged for 1,000 huaxia coins in reality, meaning that constructing the wall cost him 50,000 in real currency. What about higher-level walls? He dared not imagine the expense. This game was a financial drain. Even though he could not physically see the money, the loss still felt painful. He needed to devise ways to earn more. Master, there is someone outside the stronghold requesting an audience. A bandit lackey rushed in to report. Yang Tianyun surveyed the orderly houses and the materials prepared for construction at the high walls of the village, his eyes filled with envy. Particularly, the sight of the bandits training in the parade ground sent a chill through his heart. Upon preliminary estimation, there were approximately 3,000 bandits present, wielding weapons of a quality superior to their own subpar arms. This stronghold boasted skilled craftsmen, a true testament to the formidable strength of Hanjing's stronghold. He found himself somewhat envious of these bandit players. Due to the game's design, player lords who chose to establish a village with refugees had to adhere to the tax rates imposed by the Eastern Han Dynasty. During the twilight years of the Eastern Han, various natural disasters, human calamities, and exorbitant taxes were the root causes of civil unrest among the common folk. As player lords, they had experienced this firsthand upon entering the game. The burdens of land rent, head tax, and corvée labor loomed large. The head tax, imposed from the age of 1, required every villager to begin paying taxes once they reached that age. In their roles as player lords, they promised low taxes to attract refugees, while filling in the gaps left by their own obligations. A third of their daily income was allocated to taxes, along with contributions for conscription to the Eastern Han. As village lords, their militia could not exceed 500, severely limiting their growth. Due to these constraints, members of their studios banded together to form villages, leveraging the advantages of multiple settlements to bolster their militia and gain a military edge. Only by continuously ascending in rank and official status, or establishing a township, could they recruit more soldiers. However, the cost of purchasing official positions during the late Eastern Han was exorbitantly high, and the resources and funds required for upgrading a village to a town were equally prohibitive. In contrast, bandit players faced no such restrictions. They could serve as lords without taxes or limitations on troop numbers, retaining all taxes collected from their stronghold's population. The only downside was the potential for attacks from imperial troops. Should they be defeated, all their hard work would be rendered futile. Since the game's launch, bandit players in Lijiang County had enjoyed relative peace compared to those in other counties. This was largely due to the Huangrang uprising in the southern part of Lijiang, which diverted the imperial troops' attention towards quelling the Huangrang bandits and the Jiangxia savages, allowing the bandits to develop unimpeded. Hanjing's stronghold was renowned in the vicinity, favorably situated with mountains on 3 sides and a river on the other, making it easily defensible with high walls constructed at the entrance. The identity of the stronghold's master remained a mystery. Despite their best efforts, they had been unable to uncover it. Thus, the Tianyu studio had dispatched him to negotiate with the unknown leader. Otherwise, an attack by Hanjing's stronghold could render their recent endeavors futile. The Changhe studio served as a cautionary tale, having lost substantial resources and the initial advantage when forced to start anew after a single battle. He now hoped that the imperial troops in Lijiang would swiftly quell the Huangrang uprising, allowing them to turn their attention to Hanjing's stronghold. Once this position became vacant, they would seize the opportunity to establish a village there. Upon entering the stronghold's grand hall, Yang Tianyun curiously regarded the young man before him, who was undeniably more handsome than he. "Brother, I am the envoy sent by Tianyu Studio," Yang Tianyun said, bowing slightly to Lin Han. Let us discuss matters of peaceful development. Upon hearing that he was from Tianyu Studio, Lin Han raised an eyebrow and revealed a gleaming smile. He intends to wait until the bandits surrounding the village have been eliminated and the city walls erected before confronting the Tianyu Studio. The last time they sent troops to attack him, he had yet to settle the score, and now they come seeking peace. Peaceful development? What does that imply? It means non-aggression. We would sign a non-aggression pact, and perhaps even forge a defensive alliance for mutual benefit. Yang Tianyun spoke with confidence. They considered themselves a medium-sized studio, relatively well-known in the gaming world, while their adversaries were merely independent players. Thus, they felt assured about reaching an agreement. An agreement? Yes, my brother. You must have played similar sandbox games where guilds and legions form alliances, governed by various agreements. There are non-aggression pacts, friendly accords, and defensive alliance treaties, each representing different levels of cooperation. Violating any of these would lead to condemnation within the gaming community, making it nearly impossible to thrive. I'm afraid I have no interest in signing such nonsensical agreements. All I know is that your last attack on me must be settled before any new agreements are made. Brother, our previous assault was merely a FA funded by Changha Studio. It did not inflict any substantial damage upon you. Had there been no one in the village at the time, would you have suffered any real losses? Lin Han smiled, revealing a row of white teeth, his eyes glinting with a dangerous spark. He had heard enough about gaming studios. When faced with a stronger opponent, one must feign submission and advocate for peaceful development. Once their strength surpassed that of their adversaries, they would ostensibly adhere to agreements while secretly orchestrating conflicts through alternate accounts or third parties, then publicly renouncing the so-called agreements, all while crafting a FA of righteousness to justify the annexation of their rivals. As an independent player, collaborating with such studios was akin to courting disaster. So, brother, how do you propose we resolve this? Resolution? Certainly, I would demand compensation of 50,000 for the previous losses, and we would consider the matter settled. You claim we caused you no losses yet demand 50,000? That is quite outrageous. Yang Tianyun's eyelids twitched. The audacity of this man was astonishing. They had only exchanged arrows across the river, and he wanted 50,000. While their own commission was a mere 5,000. Then there is nothing more to discuss. You may leave. Brother, you cannot expect to succeed in gaming with such a narrow perspective. Let us settle for 2,000, and we will erase the past grievances. Are you attempting to insult me? Lin Han's face darkened with fury. The construction of the city walls had cost him 50 taels of gold, and 2,000 was nothing more than a pittance. Competing against us offers no advantage. After all, you are merely an individual player while we are a studio. Yang Tianyun asserted with unwavering confidence. Then let us put it to the test. Lin Han had never considered cooperation with them. They were, and would always be, rivals. For the sake of the resources in the vicinity, it would be a matter of either his demise or the downfall of Tianyu Studio. There was no room for negotiation. As he grew stronger, their paths would inevitably intersect. To ignore Tianyu Studio would be to court his own ruin. Chapter 11, Lowly Tavern. Upon hearing Yang Tianyun's report, Yang Tianyu fell into deep contemplation. Tianyu was a studio jointly invested in by the two brothers, with Yang Tianyu primarily managing internal affairs, while Yang Tianyun handled external relations. The fact that Hanjing Village was unwilling to reconcile and sought to settle accounts with them warranted caution. Should the Cold River Band truly launch an attack, they would find themselves in a precarious situation. The village has yet to flourish, should it be laid to waste. Their initial investments would be as ephemeral as those of the Long River Studio, reduced to ashes. What shall we do now? Yang Tianyun inquired. Let us offer some funds to the county magistrate, suggesting that the bandits of Gourd Mountain are committing heinous acts, thus prompting the officials to engage them in battle. Yang Tianyu replied with a sinister tone. Upon hearing this, Yang Tianyun's eyes gleamed with excitement. However, this magistrate is notoriously avaricious. It will require a significant sacrifice. Once the Cold River Band is vanquished, Gourd Mountain will be ours. A little bloodshed is worth the risk, akin to a venture investment. Yang Tianyu remarked thoughtfully. The depths of this game are profound, and the potential is boundless. Once we grow stronger, the rewards will surpass our wildest imaginations. Very well. Yang Tianyun concurred without hesitation. After bidding farewell to Yang Tianyun, Lin Han returned to his routine, overseeing Dianwei's training and inspecting the progress of construction. The nearby bandit strongholds became an excellent venue for Lin Han to level up and gain experience. By defeating bandits, both his subordinates and the system's bandits would gain strength. All player-controlled bandits would be annihilated, while a few system bandits would be retained for experience and population growth. The rest would be eradicated. 3 days later, the tavern was finally completed, and Lin Han, with nothing pressing, hurried over with enthusiasm. Talent was in high demand. As the conflicts in the southwest involving Huang Rang and Luzhang's governor Lu Kang intensified, the influx of refugees grew ever larger. And Lin Han welcomed them into his stronghold without hesitation. The population of the stronghold was limitless. With proper management, strength would continue to escalate. A distinct advantage for a bandit lord. Provided there was sufficient arable land, the influx of displaced persons would serve as a continuous source of taxation. Lin Han set the tax rate at 1/20th, a mere 5%, which, compared to the myriad of bizarre levies imposed by the Eastern Han court, rendered this land a veritable paradise for the common folk. In the current Eastern Han, the powerful families monopolized land, necessitating rent payments, while the court demanded taxes. The laborious toil often resulted in enriching others, enduring natural disasters, with no reserves to fall back on, and the court neglecting disaster relief, the populace faced oblivion. To escape starvation, they were left with no choice but to rebel, take to the mountains as bandits, or become refugees, their fates uncertain. The southwestern uprising prompted many commoners to flee, and Lin Han's stronghold welcomed all, leading to a rapid increase in population. Low-level tavern attributes. Low-level building level. 1 function. Increases talent attraction by 10. Higher levels enhance this attraction. The tavern allows for temporary visibility of unfamiliar task attributes. The success of talent recruitment depends on player performance. Description. Requires at least 1 low-level brewer to operate. The higher the level, the greater the attraction for talent. Lin Han pondered for a moment before clicking on the upgrade button for the tavern. The upgrade requirements were 10 cubic meters of wood, 5 cubic meters of stone, 1 ton of iron ore, and 5 taels of gold. Blast it. Upon seeing the upgrade conditions, Lin Han couldn't help but curse. What exorbitant cost awaits for upgrading to level 2? This is downright extortionate. With a grim expression, Lin Han hesitated, but thoughts of acquiring high-level talent and the prospect of becoming a hands-off manager ultimately compelled him to grit his teeth and confirm the upgrade. Low tavern attribute. Low-level building level. 3 function. Increases talent attraction by 20. The higher the level, the greater the attraction to talents. Within the tavern, players can temporarily discern the relevant attributes of unfamiliar talents. Note, at least 1 low-level brewer must be present to open. After upgrading twice, spending 15 taels of gold, Lin Han felt the pinch. Old village chief, is there anyone in our village skilled in brewing? Lin Han inquired. Once the tavern is established, we naturally need someone to brew and manage it. You can choose anyone, though the drinks may not be particularly palatable, replied the old village chief. There is indeed one, Jionyang. She is a widow whose family was in the brewing business. She learned some skills, but after the calamity, her husband perished in the war. And she fled here with her child, where we took her in, the old village chief explained. Take me to meet her. Certainly. Under the old village chief's guidance, Lin Han soon met a young woman, who was currently brewing at home, accompanied by an 8-year-old child and a 60-year-old elder, living a modest life. Jionyang, a gentleman seeks you. Upon seeing Lin Han approach, Jionyang hurriedly set aside her work and approached respectfully. Jionyang, a tavern has just been established in the village. Would you be willing to manage it? Sir, is that truly the case? Jionyang asked, her expression filled with joy. Indeed, it is true. Thank you, sir. I shall surely manage it with diligence. Jionyang deeply bowed to Lin Han. With a tavern keeper secured, it wasn't long before Jionyang moved her homebrewed liquor into the tavern. In less than a quarter of an hour, dozens of villagers with a penchant for fine drinks flocked to the establishment. Character: Old Li the drunkard. Identity: commoner. Strength: 30 intelligence, 31 constitution, 15 command, 1 politics, 51 charisma, 13 talent, 1 skill, none divine ability, none description. Drinks as if his life depends on it. He can imbibe even without appetizers. The first was a villager. Lin Han shook his head and sought the next individual. This is my first visit after upgrading the tavern. Where are the talents? Lin Han murmured inwardly. This tavern has cost me 17 taels of gold. If no talents show up, I shudder to think how long it will take to recoup my expenses. After examining a dozen attributes, he found nothing of note. All were commoners. The best was a farmer with some crop yield bonuses, but that was a personal skill, unrelated to village governance. Suddenly, Lin Han's gaze settled on an elderly man. Character: Ji in identity, retired county magistrate. Refugee strength: 12 intelligence, 230 constitution, 10 command, 130 politics, 301 charisma, 186 talent. For skill, none divine ability. Govern a region description, enjoys sipping a drink idly. Arrived as a refugee, passing through Hanjing village. Govern a region, can elevate the morale of the populace by 10, improve public safety by 15, and increase attraction to refugees by 10, effectively managing various affairs. By heavens, Lin Han, who had initially held little hope, was suddenly roused. This was the first commoner he had seen in his village with a single attribute exceeding 300, reaching the level of a sage per the settings, truly a divine blessing. Indeed, the advantages of the tavern have become evident. The elderly gentleman, Lin Han, hastened forward. "My lord," Ji Yun exclaimed, somewhat astonished to see Lin Han. He attempted to rise from his stool, but was gently pressed back down by Lin Han. "There is no need for such formalities, esteemed elder. From whence do you hail?" "My lord, I have come as a refugee. Having heard that a tavern has opened in the village, I thought to partake in a drink." "Good sir, what do you think of our village?" Lin Han inquired. "Amidst the chaos that reigns, this village remains a bastion of peace. It is rare for one of your stature to possess such concern. I perceive that your aspirations differ from those of the typical bandit." Ji Yun remarked with a hint of profundity. "What, then, compels you to take up the mantle of a rogue?" "Esteemed elder, I too am at my wit's end. With disasters rampant, and the court offering no relief but heavy taxation, the people suffer grievously. I am left with no choice but to carve out a small sanctuary, where the strong may ensure the safety of the weak. As for the label of bandit bestowed upon me by outsiders, it is but a hollow title. I have never pillaged the peaceful villages, only targeting those brigands that dwell in the mountains." "My lord, your benevolence is commendable," Ji Yun said, bowing to Lin Han in admiration. "Dear elder, I see in you a sage. Why not remain in our village as its leader, ensuring stability for the people?" Lin Han proposed. "Ha ha!" Ji Yun burst into laughter. "This old bone of mine, having been overlooked for many years, is now favored by you. It seems you possess a keen eye for talent. Your kindness is appreciated. Should you stay, the tavern will ensure your needs are met." "And I shall keep a tab for you," Lin Han replied. "Very well. Though my years are waning, I shall lend my remaining strength." While the title of bandit may carry a negative connotation, you are correct. In these tumultuous times, safeguarding the common folk is what truly matters. System notification, Ji Yun is willing to follow you. Do you agree? "I agree," Lin Han responded without hesitation. "Commoner Ji Yun pays his respects to you, my lord." "Sir, you are being overly courteous. Henceforth, the internal affairs of Hanjiang village shall be entrusted to you." Lin Han was overjoyed to have secured the services of a retired county magistrate. The village had been growing steadily, with an increasing population. Yet the old village chief's capabilities were limited, and he had begun to struggle. The arrival of Ji Yun was akin to a timely reinforcement. With Ji Yun at the helm and the old chief in a supportive role, Lin Han felt a sense of ease regarding the governance of Hanjiang village. 17 taels of gold had indeed been spent wisely. Chapter 12. The onslaught of the officials on the 5th day, Hanjiang village underwent a remarkable transformation. The previously wooden high walls had been replaced with stout earth and stone ramparts, now towering 10 meters high, effectively sealing the narrow pass of the Gourd Valley. Within the fortified walls stood watchtowers and sentry posts, complemented by a small beacon tower. When lit, this beacon could be seen throughout all of Hanjiang village. This represents the effects of the low-grade city walls. Low-grade city walls, attributes, low-grade defensive fortification level, 1 function, increases soldiers' combat effectiveness by 20, defensive strength of 10, 000. For each level gained, defensive strength increases by 1, 000. Not bad, for a foundational defensive strength of 10, 000, calculated as the collective assault of 10, 000 ordinary soldiers over the span of 1 hour. The previous wooden walls offered limited protection, faced with an assault of several thousand. They would have been breached in less than half an hour. Now, with the walls erected, this place has become a stronghold, impervious to any force less than 5 times its number. The entrance to Gourd Mountain is modest in size, while ahead lies a tributary of the Lu River. To breach this stronghold, it would require a substantial army to encircle it, for otherwise, it would be exceedingly difficult to penetrate the defenses. Lin Han surveyed the city wall with great satisfaction. From his elevated position, he gazed upon the tributary of the Lu River, feeling a surge of ambition and resolve. Suddenly, a contingent appeared before him, jolting Lin Han from his reverie. bringing him back to reality. My lord, trouble approaches. Troops are coming to assault the stronghold. How many? Approximately 5,000 soldiers, reported a scout from the mountain bandits. The enemy is attacking the stronghold. Lin Han immediately ordered the beacon fires on the city walls to be ignited. Instantly, the sound of horns resonated throughout the stronghold, and the bandit soldiers, who had been training in the courtyard, quickly gathered in the open space beneath the walls. During the training, Lin Han had strictly instructed that upon the lighting of the beacon and the sounding of the horns, all must assemble at the city gates. Though the first gathering was somewhat chaotic, it soon settled down, with 3,000 troops neatly lined up at the entrance of the stronghold, resembling a fledgling army. My lord. Dian Wei promptly ascended the city wall, gazing at the waves of troops approaching from across the river. Take 100 swordsmen to patrol the stronghold. Anyone attempting to create chaos will be executed without mercy. The rest will be divided into mixed groups of swordsmen and archers. Aying. Let 1,000 soldiers to the city walls for defense. Archers will take the front line, while the others will remain on standby for immediate support. Yes, my lord. Led his troops away. Aying waved his hand, taking 1,000 soldiers from the left flank up to the walls. The city walls were still too small to accommodate all 3,000 men in simultaneous combat, yet they posed a similar limitation to the enemy. The path leading into the stronghold was merely 50 meters wide, funnel-shaped, with the tributary of the Lu River only 60 meters from the gates, creating a natural barrier. Brother, you will go down to lead the troops. If the enemy falters, I will order the gates opened, and you shall charge out to expand our victory. Very well. I shall do so. Dian Wei, wielding twin halberds, leaped down from the city wall. Meanwhile, at the rear of the advancing imperial army, Yang Tianyu and Yang Tianyan gazed towards Hanjing's stronghold, their brows furrowed with concern. Although 5,000 soldiers seemed substantial, they were uncertain about their capability to conquer Hanjing's stronghold. To persuade the county magistrate to send troops to quell the bandits, they had invested heavily, offering a bribe of 50 taels of gold, which ultimately convinced the 5,000 garrison troops from Wanjin County to emerge and confront the bandits. Brother, do you believe these 5,000 soldiers can capture Hanjing's stronghold? I do not know. Yang Tianyu shook his head. It seems Hanjing's stronghold has recently erected walls and has the advantage of natural defenses, with their troops exceeding 2,000. 5,000 may find it difficult to overcome. Then have our funds been wasted? What can you do? Yang Tianyu retorted with frustration. Ahead. The county lieutenant halted his troops at the riverfront. Upon seeing the walls of Hanjing's stronghold and the bandit soldiers, he was taken aback. When did such a large bandit stronghold arise here? Surveying the surroundings, a soldier approached and said, reporting to the county lieutenant, of late, disasters have been rampant. Following the Huang Rang uprising, banditry has surged around Lujiang Prefecture, and this stronghold is one of the most formidable, having grown at an astonishing pace. This is outrageous. These bandits have calculated that we are preoccupied with the Huang Rang crisis, allowing them to flourish to such an extent. How can this be tolerated? County Lieutenant Wang Hai snorted coldly and urged his horse forward, gazing across the water. In the mountains, the bandits called out, "Open the gate and surrender swiftly. And I shall spare your lives, otherwise, I will raise your stronghold and leave your corpses to rot in the wilderness." Such a cliché tactic of demanding surrender while issuing threats was met with indifference by Lin Han, whose gaze was fixed upon the leading county lieutenant. Character, Wang Hai. Title, County Lieutenant Martial Prowess. Intelligence, Physique, Leadership, Politics, Charisma, Talent, Techniques, Divine Abilities. The true strength of this individual eluded him. One could not discern the attributes of those who refused to submit, introducing an element of uncertainty into the game. Judging solely by the aura, Lin Han felt confident that he could vanquish this county lieutenant in single combat, even without the assistance of Dian Wei. Since the establishment of Hanjing's stronghold, I have neither plundered the common folk nor indiscriminately slain the innocent. What is your purpose in attacking me? Lin Han shouted through a makeshift loudspeaker towards the government troops. You brigands, who bring calamity upon the land, dare to claim innocence? Step forth to meet your demise. Then come forth, my head awaits your claim, he retorted, exuding a fierce demeanor. Men, heed my command. Cross the river and slay them. Wang Hai, brandishing his spear, charged across the wooden bridge, followed by 5,000 troops, their momentum fierce. My lord, shall we attack now? Ian inquired, eager for action. Not yet. Let them advance halfway across the bridge before we unleash a volley of arrows. They shall find themselves in a predicament. Ian complied, raising her left hand high. As the drums sounded, the archers drew back their bows in unison. "Release," she commanded. As the enemy troops gathered on the narrow wooden bridge, Iron bellowed. A rain of arrows ascended, targeting the 5,000 soldiers surging towards the bridge. The arrows descended, followed by another wave. In an instant, chaos erupted among the government troops. The river ran red with blood, and disarray ensued. After 10 waves of arrows, only 200 or 300 soldiers managed to cross the river. Over 1,000 had perished or fallen into the water, trampled by their own. Right flank archers, advance. Maintain order on both the left and right walls. They executed their regular training with precision. Prepare to shoot. Another volley of arrows ascended. Hearing the anguished cries from behind, Wang Hai, consumed by rage, lost his composure. "You scoundrels, infuriate me no more. Charge forth and slay these bandits." His apparent lack of intelligence left Lin Han momentarily speechless. With 800 archers expending 20,000 arrows, fewer than 2,000 of his troops remained to cross the river. The water was stained crimson, littered with corpses, and morale had shattered completely. "Brother, it is in your hands now. Open the city gate and charge out." "Very well, I shall proceed," Jianwei bellowed. And the gates of the stronghold swung open with great force. Seeing Jianwei at the forefront, Wang Hai, blinded by fury, lunged forward with his spear. In a mere exchange, Jianwei cleaved Wang Hai in two, obliterating both him and his steed. "Surrender, and you shall not be harmed. Disarm, and you shall not be slain." From atop the walls, Lin Han brandished the makeshift loudspeaker, rallying his bandit troops. Half an hour later, the battlefield was settled. Terrified and broken, the majority of the government soldiers surrendered, yielding a staggering 1,600 captives, 50 horses, 2,000 measures of grain, and 500 taels of gold. A bountiful harvest indeed, and Lin Han was overwhelmed with joy. In the distance, brothers Yang Tianyu and Yang Tianyan were enveloped in a chilling fear. They had witnessed the entire combat process. The impact was overwhelmingly intense. The 5,000 soldiers felt like mere fodder from the past. "Brother, what shall we do? This cold river stronghold has become a menace. The stationed troops in Wuxian are merely 10,000, with 5,000 lost here. It seems no one can eradicate them unless Lu Kang returns to suppress Huang Rang and confront them," Yang Tianyan lamented. "Damn it, 50 taels of gold wasted. This time, our entire army has been decimated. The county magistrate will surely not look kindly upon us, for it was we who bribed him to lead the attack," he continued. Recognizing the formidable and well-trained forces of the Cold River stronghold, which surpassed his expectations, "Let us return for now. It would be prudent not to provoke them in the near future." Chapter 13, First Bucket of Gold. Extra, bandit players from Wuxian have defeated 5,000 official soldiers. The Commoner Lord Player Guild, Myth, has successfully conquered a large bandit stronghold, medium-sized bandit stronghold conquest. Heroic player growth strategy, Xin Yuan Guild, is recruiting, requiring a combat power of over 280. Interested individuals, please message privately. Whispers from the Dynasty suggest that the timeline has been set to 180 years to provide players ample development time. Once the Yellow Turban Rebellion begins, chaos will ensue, and each shall meet their fate. The forum was teeming with a myriad of peculiar posts, transforming into a gathering place for players of Dynasty. Various bizarre occurrences within the game would be shared here, along with the latest developments and unique gameplay strategies. Lin Han briefly perused the posts and was surprised to find one pertaining to his Cold River stronghold. He opened it to find footage of their victory over the official soldiers, nothing particularly special. The location of this bandit stronghold was indeed advantageous, nestled among mountains and rivers, with a gourd-shaped valley that was easy to defend yet difficult to assault. "Ever since I became a bandit, I've been oppressed by the soldiers." "What do you call that?" "That's nothing," someone retorted. "The commoner lords are on the brink of a chaotic brawl, oppressed by the court's taxes, squeezed for resources by large studios and guilds, and attacked by both system bandits and player bandits." The comment above resonated, asserting that personal players as commoner lords have no viable path. Being a bandit is more comfortable, free from various constraints. You are idealizing it. Bandits still face resource compression and survival pressures from studios, attacks from both system and player bandits, and assaults from soldiers. Apart from being exempt from taxes and unrestricted in recruiting, there are no other benefits. Lin Han merely glanced through the myriad of comments and exited. His goal this time was the trading section, the marketplace for offline transactions where players buy and sell game items, resources, and in-game currency. Since the officials had not opened a channel for the exchange of real currency and Dynasty's 5 copper coins, players were left to trade amongst themselves. The game had only recently launched, with one tael of gold exchanging for 1,000 Huaxia coins, a rather favorable rate. Lin Han posted an offer to sell gold, specifying that only those from Lujian County could trade. Soon, someone contacted him, wishing to purchase 100 taels of gold. Even though the price had dropped slightly from 2 days ago, it still amounted to 95,000. After agreeing on the price, Lin Han promptly returned to the game and left the stronghold without hesitation. The designated trading location in the forum was Wanquan County. Lin Han swiftly arrived at an inn in Wanquan County, donning an old-fashioned cloak and hat to conceal his identity. After waiting for 2 hours, the gold buyers finally appeared at the inn, 2 elegant young gentlemen. "Are you Xiaoheng?" one of them inquired, unfazed by Lin Han's cloak and hat. In this game, peculiar outfits were commonplace. It was merely a matter of personal taste. If there were a system store for costumes, the streets would likely be filled with bizarre characters. "Qin Long," Lin Han replied. "Yes, 100 taels of gold. How shall we proceed with the transaction? Shall we exchange money first or goods? I will create a virtual currency transaction on a certain platform. You will make the payment, and I will provide you with the gold. You can then confirm receipt," Lin Han explained. "No problem," the young man agreed. Lin Han promptly connected to the external network and opened a transaction, privately messaging the details to the other party. Upon receiving the notification that the item had been purchased, Lin Han glanced at the alert from the platform and handed over 100 taels of gold to the gentleman. "Please confirm receipt," Lin Han said. "Understood," came the reply. Before long, Lin Han received a notification. "Your account has been credited with 95,000 yuan." A surge of exhilaration coursed through him. This is incredibly lucrative, he thought. Most importantly, his stronghold generated at least 10 taels of gold daily. As long as his stronghold remained intact, he could continuously earn a living from it. If not for the need to invest in developing his base, he would have eagerly sold all his gold for cash. "Pleasure doing business," Lin Han said. "In the future, may I reach out to you if needed?" "Certainly. But I must assess my spare funds. If I have any surplus, I will sell to you." Lin Han added the gentleman as a friend and turned to leave the inn. Once he had distanced himself, the 2 individuals inside began to converse. "President, with this gold, our stronghold can develop significantly. I wonder how the other party managed to acquire such a sum in such a short time. We are struggling to fund our development with low taxes to attract refugees." The gentleman beside the young man spoke up. Perhaps he is the owner of a large gold farming studio. Qin Linglong cast a glance in the direction Lin Han had departed, then quickly withdrew her gaze. "This game is quite challenging. Set in ancient times, it is an era that favors males over females, making it rather unfriendly for female players. Thankfully, the system provides a free male disguise for female characters, which is undetectable by others. Otherwise, it would be quite troublesome." The young man beside her placed a hand over his chest and remarked, "This aligns more with reality. We need not concern ourselves with that. The game's time ratio is 5-to-1, granting humans a 5-fold increase in lifespan, which speaks volumes about its uniqueness. This virtual world is the future, and establishing a foothold here will yield unimaginable rewards. The game has only just begun, and the system has granted ample time for players to develop. Once the Yellow Turban Rebellion storyline commences, things will become more intricate, so we must strive diligently now. I heard that Wanquan County is recruiting soldiers to attack the Hulu Mountains Hanjiang stronghold. Should we participate? No, the rewards are limited and lackluster. I have surveyed the terrain there. With walls constructed, it is easy to defend but hard to attack." The 2 continued their discussion as they gradually moved further away. Upon receiving a transfer of 95,000, Lin Han's mind was consumed by thoughts of wealth, and he promptly exited the game. This marked his first significant earnings since entering the virtual realm. With great anticipation, he descended the stairs. Since the launch of Dynasty, the streets had grown desolate. As more individuals opted to immerse themselves in the game, where the passage of time was accelerated to 5-fold, effectively granting them 5 times the lifespan. After purchasing nutritional supplements, he prepared himself a meal, and only after satisfying his hunger did he log back into the game. "My lord, trouble has arisen," a bandit minion reported as soon as he entered the game. "Wan County is currently recruiting soldiers to eliminate our Cold River stronghold." The system then alerted him, due to the player defeating 5,000 soldiers. The magistrate of Wan County perceives the threat posed by Cold River stronghold and has issued a decree to recruit 20,000 troops for its eradication. The assault will commence in 3 days. Please prepare accordingly. Lin Han's expression darkened immediately. He had not anticipated the situation to be so dire. It had been but a short while since the magistrate had taken notice of him, and this was certainly an ill omen. His stronghold boasted merely 3,000 troops. And with the captured soldiers and recruited bandits, he could muster a total of 5,000, defending against a siege of 20,000, while possessing the advantage of terrain, provided him with a glimmer of hope. He swiftly initiated recruitment, distributing all available weapons. Anxiety not at Lin Han. He merely wished to play the game full-time and earn a modest living. If the officials overran his stronghold, all would be lost. Village Chief. Allocate 100 taels of gold to expedite the production of weapons, particularly arrows, he commanded. My lord, we lack craftsmen to expedite camp production, which is exceedingly slow. Slow or not, we must produce. Recruit more individuals to manufacture arrows. If necessary, we can transport logs and stones to the walls, Lin Han insisted. The game offered a high degree of freedom, closely mirroring reality. All arrangements were open and unrestricted. Buildings required blueprints for construction, possessing a blueprint granted permanence, allowing for the unlimited construction of identical structures as long as resources were sufficient. Once built, dedicated personnel were required for management. While related buildings could not be constructed without blueprints, production was unaffected, albeit at a slower pace. After organizing production, Lin Han issued a recruitment order for the stronghold, enlisting an additional 200 bandit soldiers from among the villagers, and subsequently sought out Dynasty. Dynasty was one of his most formidable assets. Brother, the officials aim to eradicate our stronghold. A fierce battle may ensue in 3 days. My lord, I await your command, Dynasty replied. Very well. Lin Han unfolded the map of Hulu Mountain, pointing towards the wooded area across the river. Brother, the troops we shall recruit are temporary and lack combat effectiveness. They are but a disjointed assembly. We need only capture their general to relieve the siege. The stronghold houses 400 fine steeds. Select 400 adept riders from the guard, and tonight at midnight, we shall depart the stronghold. Extinguish all lights, bring provisions, and avoid creating smoke. We will lie in ambush here. When the officials assault the stronghold, signal with a beacon, and you will lead the men to strike at the rear of the enemy forces, first slaying the general, then the soldiers. We shall not fail in our mission. Dynasty promptly took his leave to assemble the troops. Chapter 14. A victory in one battle. Players throughout Lijiang County were well aware that the magistrate of one county was mobilizing vast numbers of soldiers to counter a single bandit player's stronghold. In the game, there is only one known faction enjoying such privileges. The other bandits remain in the mountains, diligently striving for development while the Hanjiang stronghold, having previously defeated 5,000 imperial soldiers, is now receiving special treatment from the county magistrate, who has summoned 20,000 troops to launch an assault. Consequently, Gourd Mountain has become a focal point for many players in Lijiang County. While players can participate in troop recruitment, few are inclined to join. The rewards for participation are meager, and the return on investment is unsatisfactory. Thus, it holds little allure for them, compounded by the game's death penalty mechanism. In the game Dynasty, death incurs limitations on talent points. Upon dying 10 times, one's talent and potential drop to 0, rendering them incapable of increasing in strength. Further deaths after this point lead to a regression in all attributes. This significantly constrains the ability of independent players to form guilds and legions, as establishing a collective is rendered increasingly challenging due to the punitive nature of the death penalty. In non-essential situations, players are reluctant to engage in life-or-death conflicts, especially for tasks that offer limited rewards and pose high risks. However, some studios have chosen to participate in recruitment, bringing their village guards to enlist, thereby integrating into the anti-bandit forces and gaining substantial military merit. Military merit serves as one of the pathways for commoners to ascend to leadership. The 20,000 troops marched in orderly formation towards Hanjiang stronghold, piquing the curiosity of several players along the way, all drawn to the stronghold. Heroic players dared not approach the anti-bandit army or Hanjiang stronghold during such times of conflict. Independent players not aligned with either side would be viewed as enemies by both factions and could be attacked indiscriminately, making proximity akin to courting death. At the stronghold, Lin Han observed the vast army from the walls, dust rising in their wake. The horn sounded throughout the Hanjiang stronghold as if preparing for an imminent threat. The signal fires await my command to ignite. Lin Han instructed the signalers, having shared with Dynasty that surprise was key to their strategy. The 2,000 troops halted on the plains across the river, gazing at the walls embedded at the mouth of Gourd Mountain. Brother, with this army of 20,000, we should have no issues, right? Yang Tianyuan, mounted confidently, inquired. Their Tianyu village lay closest to Hanjiang's stronghold, merely a 10-mile span across the river. Should Hanjiang's stronghold seek retribution, they would be the first targeted, making the stronghold a thorn in their side, especially after the last encounter, when Hua Zhonghuang had persuaded the county magistrate to dispatch troops, resulting in significant losses for them. It was uncertain whether Hanjiang's stronghold's forces had increased from the mere 3,000 they had last observed. Yang Tianyu gazed enviously at the Hanjiang stronghold across the river. The stronghold occupied a strategic position, surrounded on 3 sides by mountains. They needed only to defend one side to succeed, concentrating their strength. The valley's narrow mouth, interrupted by the river, hindered large-scale assaults, allowing them to rely on their geographical advantage and fortifications, leaving the 20,000 troops without guaranteed victory. Many players gathered at a distance, watching the spectacle unfold. This was the largest battle in Lujiang County since the assault on Huarang. Aside from the previous one by Lu Kang, 20,000 official soldiers could easily decimate the territories of the majority of players present. Amidst the crowd, the county lieutenant of Wan County, Gao Ku, rode forth. The counterfeit bandits, heed my command. Swiftly open your gates and surrender. My only aim is to capture your leader. Should you refuse, the moment I breach your stronghold shall be the moment of your demise. I, of the Hanjiang stronghold, pride myself on never having plundered the common folk or slaughtered the innocent. Why, then, do you persist in your assaults? Lin Han brandished the ancestral loudspeaker and shouted towards the soldiers. How audacious, you brigands, to quibble. You have slain 5,000 defenders of WN County. Your crimes are unforgivable. Why do you not surrender? Since I have committed unforgivable crimes, and death is inevitable, why should I surrender? Came the sharp retort. There is no point in further discourse. I advise you to retreat swiftly, otherwise, the consequences shall be yours to bear. My wrath is incensed. Gao Ku, filled with fury, had never encountered such brazen bandits before. All troops, heed my command. Prepare to cross the river. Amidst the throng of warriors, 2 squads of soldiers raised their shields and pushed several small wooden boats into the water, creating a layered bridge of planks, forming 2 floating bridges 3 meters wide in the river. Quite clever, Lin Han mused, his brow furrowing with newfound vigilance. This commanding officer was far more astute than the last, recognizing that one bridge would not suffice in constructing 2. Shield bearers, cross the river, Gaoka shouted. The foremost shield bearers stepped forward, forming a line as they advanced onto the bridge. Archers, prepare your arrows, wrap them in oiled cloth, ignite, and shoot. Upon Lin Han's command, the archers atop the wall readied their arrows. Fire! A barrage of flaming arrows erupted into the sky, creating a fiery cascade that rained down upon the shield bearers, causing many to tumble from the floating bridge. After 3 volleys, flames engulfed the bridge. Amidst the chaos, soldiers caught in the inferno leapt into the river in terror, and confusion reigned. Extinguish the flames, wet the bridge, and continue crossing, Gaoka ordered. Archers, form ranks at the river's edge, unleash your arrows. The 2 sides exchanged fire across the expanse. Lin Han, having the advantage of terrain, soon achieved notable victories. Stop! Lin Han raised his hand, signaling all archers to cease fire and allow the soldiers to cross the river. In a quarter of an hour, 3,000 to 4,000 soldiers had crossed and formed a defensive line at the riverbank. Archers, fire at will, Lin Han commanded once more. And a relentless rain of arrows soared into the sky, raining down upon the advancing soldiers, their cries merging into a chorus of despair. Accelerate the crossing. All troops, heed my command. Attack the stronghold. Kill. Gaoka bellowed. Kill. Kill. The air was thick with murderous intent. Prepare stones and logs. Kill. Archers, switch. Fire at will. A gruesome scene unfolded in the clearing before the valley, blood staining the earth and flowing into the river, while the ground beneath the walls became littered with corpses. Sound the drums. My lord, we cannot sound the drums. The river has been crossed, and sounding them would lead to a stampede. Gaoka's aide interjected as he began to speak. Curse these brigands. I shall dismember him once I breach the stronghold. Gaoka seethed with rage. Beat the drums. Launch a full-scale assault. Kill. Lin Han stood upon the city wall, clad in silver armor, gazing downwards. Seeing the enemy beat their drums, he summoned a messenger. Order the beacon tower to ignite the signal fire at once. Yes, my lord. The beacon tower flared to life, sending thick smoke spiraling into the sky. After a time, a cloud of dust surged from the distance. Kill! The battle cry echoed, shocking all who heard it. A formidable warrior, brandishing a long blade, emerged through the ranks, leaving a trail of anguished cries and a mist of blood in his wake. Those who beheld him from afar were struck with terror, while those closer were paralyzed with dread. Dian Wei fought his way through the fray, drenched in blood, making a beeline for Gao Ku. With audacity, he proclaimed, "Kill!" Gao Ku, taken aback, spurred his horse forward. The clash of weapons rang out, and in but a single exchange, Gao Ku was felled beneath Dian Wei's blade. "The commander is dead. Surrender, and you shall not face death," Dian Wei bellowed. As the surrounding soldiers beheld the severed head in his grasp, fear gripped them, leading to a mass exodus, while the remaining soldiers hastily surrendered their arms. In Chapter 15, titled Wealth Comes from Unexpected Fortunes, the uproar on the Dynasty forum was palpable. The siege at Hanjiang stronghold had been recorded by passers-by and shared online, igniting a wave of excitement. The large-scale battle, in which mountain bandits vanquished over 20,000 imperial soldiers and captured countless others, stirred envy among players. The fierce warrior who had cut through the ranks and decimated the imperial army's commander drew considerable attention. The sound of cold steel clashing, each strike drawing blood, was terrifying in its intensity. This brawny figure, with an appearance as fearsome as ancient demons, was he the famed Dian Wei mentioned in previous system announcements? Indeed, he bears a striking resemblance, one remarked. But didn't Dian Wei wield dual halberds? This one brandishes a long sword. You fool, in the heat of battle, who would use halberds? This game does not prescribe fixed weapons. Debate erupted on the forum, with an increasing number of individuals speculating that the warrior who had slain the commander in mere moments was indeed Dian Wei, though no one sought to verify this theory. At this moment, Lin Han was utterly elated. With a decisive victory, he had obliterated over 4,000 imperial cavalry, witnessed the retreat of 7,000 soldiers, and captured more than 8,000 troops, along with seizing 30,000 measures of grain, 300 fine horses, 3,000 taels of gold, and over 15,000 various weapons. As the spoils of war were transported back to the stronghold, Lin Han's eyes sparkled with delight. Had it not been for concerns about his image, he would have rolled in the bounty. Wealth, after all, is often acquired through unexpected means. With these spoils, he would ascend to become one of the mightiest strongholds in Lujin County. However, the presence of 8,000 captured soldiers weighed heavily on Lin Han's mind. 8,000 mouths to feed posed a potential risk of unrest. He was not keen on the idea of betrayal within his own ranks. On the training grounds, the 8,000 captives stood in orderly rows, each bound and dejected, their spirits crushed after their defeat and the death of their commander. They had been hastily conscripted and thrust into battle without proper training, and following the loss of their leader, they were left in disarray. Lin Han suspected that many of them did not even know who their comrades were before being ordered to attack his stronghold. Upon ascending the platform in the training ground, all eyes turned toward him, as the captives awaited the moment that would determine their fates. On the outskirts of the training ground stood 2,000 well-armed bandit soldiers, their hands empty of weapons, paralyzing any thought of reckless action, for such folly would lead only to certain death. I recognize that many among you have enlisted solely for the promise of military pay and a meal. Now, I present to you a choice. First, join my bandit guard, where the remuneration will mirror that of my forces. The deputy commander shall receive 10 taels of silver and a stone of grain monthly. The captains will earn 5 taels of silver and half a stone of grain. The squad leaders will receive 1 tael of silver and 3 dough of grain. And all other personnel shall earn 100 ju of silver and 1 dough of grain monthly. Additionally, those who distinguish themselves in valor shall receive further rewards. Many brothers in the mountains can attest to the veracity of my words. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the captives gleamed with hope. Many among them had fled to Wancheng, unfamiliar with the land, with families to support. In pursuit of a meal, they were compelled to risk their lives by joining the military to combat bandits. The terms offered by Lin Han were significantly more favorable than those in their previous army, presenting a monumental opportunity, for failure to act could result in their families facing starvation. The second option permits you to leave the bandit camp. However, due to your past offenses in attacking us, you must serve 6 months of hard labor within the camp, cultivating fertile land and constructing fortifications. With no compensation, this is the price for your atonement. Upon completing 6 months of labor, you may depart. Naturally, should you reconsider, you are welcome to join our guard. Lastly, should you choose neither of the above options, I will sever one of your arms, You may then leave, for this camp does not sustain captives who do not contribute. Now, make your choice. Those opting to join the guard, step to the left. Those agreeing to hard labor, move to the right. And those choosing to depart with a severed arm, remain in the center. As my words concluded, the captives began to stir. Moments later, they stood firm. Over 7,000 on the left, more than 800 on the right, and not a soul in the center. They chose to leave, preferring the second option to the third. 6 months of toil was arduous, but a severed arm would be a lifelong affliction, and without timely medical care, survival would be improbable. Excellent. Now there is an additional choice. The camp requires individuals with specialized skills, and I shall offer you better conditions. Those among you who are artisans, blacksmiths, carpenters, brewers, or educators, step forward to the training platform. As I finished speaking, over 20 individuals from the left side stepped out of the ranks, moving towards the stage. The 800 on the right exchanged glances, a few showing signs of eagerness, yet ultimately reluctant to step forward. Very well, please introduce yourselves and share your backgrounds. I am Zhou Yan, a seasoned blacksmith of 10 years. Having fled from the southwestern calamity to Wanchong, unfamiliar with this land, and with a wife and a hungry child to support, I had no choice but to enlist. I am Deng Mudu, a carpenter. I am a teacher, named Chu Wenha. I can read and teach children. I am a craftsman. I can build houses. I am a horse trainer. I can care for horses. I am a brewer. I am a blacksmith. Each person recounted their profession, while the village elder noted their details. These individuals were indeed talents, desperately needed by the camp. Excellent. You shall now follow the village elder, who will assign you your respective duties. Thank you, my lord. Over 20 individuals loosened their ropes and hastily knelt in gratitude. They had initially believed they were destined for death, yet here they were, alive. The provisions offered by Hanjiang's stronghold surpassed those provided by the county magistrate. To the right, the laborer, Ada, was ordered to take them away and cultivate the land for the stronghold. Very well. Lin Han's gaze shifted toward the left, where over 7,000 individuals stood. These were a formidable reserve of manpower, and if harnessed effectively, the strength of the stronghold could multiply several times. However, the number of captives exceeded that of their original guards, posing a significant dilemma. Should they revolt, the stronghold would meet its demise. Now, all of you, divide into 3 groups for training. Lin Han segregated the 7,000 captives into 3 factions, disrupting their order. He, Dian Wei, and A Ying would oversee their training, adhering to their customary regimen. They practiced standing at attention, long spear combat, knife fighting, archery, and physical conditioning, with a designated training ground. These straightforward yet essential exercises were sanctioned by the system. Lin Han devoted himself to assimilating these 7,000 captives. After 10 days of training, Lin Han selected 500 exemplary soldiers from their ranks to bolster the guard force, integrating them into combat training alongside the original troops. The remaining 6,000 were regrouped and dispersed into 3 divisions for continued training. This cycle repeated. A month later, the initial structure of the captives was entirely dismantled. After extracting the elite among them, 5,000 captives remained, while the stronghold's guard force also expanded to 5,000. Now, the guard force underwent a reorganization. With 5,000 soldiers per battalion, they were designated as the Qinglong Army and the Zhuge Army. A supreme commander was appointed, with Dian Wei assuming this role. Overseeing the 2 battalions, each led by a commander, Ada commanded the Qinglong Army, and A Ying led the Zhuge Army. Each battalion would have 2 deputy commanders, whose remuneration would surpass that of the previous deputies. For deputy commanders would be selected based on military merit, with those possessing the highest accomplishments competing. When their names were called, they were to step forward. Lin Han recited a total of 16 names, some of whom were former captains within the army. You 16 shall compete for 4 deputy commander positions. There will be 3 assessments: martial prowess, horsemanship, and leadership skills. The highest overall scores will prevail. Those not selected should not be disheartened or harbor resentment. Instead, strive to improve yourselves and build military achievements, preparing for future promotions. Do you understand? Understood, came the fervent reply from the 16 individuals, their eyes ablaze with ambition. Once mere common bandits, they now stood on the precipice of leadership, driven by a profound sense of loyalty to their benefactor. The competition commenced, igniting a fervent atmosphere in the training grounds. An hour later, the 4 deputy commanders were elected: Wei Wu, A He, Lu Han, and Wang Guzi. The elections for captains and sergeants were equally intense. as the ranks were stirred by the spirit of meritocracy. Particularly, the newly integrated captive soldiers watched the elections with envy, silently vowing to earn their own military accolades and secure a place in the next competition. Before darkness fell, all personnel were organized. The original guard force was divided into two, with each battalion receiving half to form the Qinglong Army and the Zhuge Army. Thus, two entirely new guard forces emerged, marking a fresh chapter in the organization of Hanjiang Stronghold. System prompt. The player's bandit camp is at full capacity and all basic conditions are met. The Cold River camp can be upgraded to a large bandit stronghold, granting the player a large bandit stronghold construction blueprint. For specific resource requirements, the player may consult the craftsman within the camp. Chapter 16, Territory Reinvestment. Upon receiving the large bandit stronghold construction blueprint, Lin Han was filled with joy. The camp's population was saturated, with over 800 laborers joining, leading to an exceptionally rapid expansion of the encampment. Once the large stronghold is established, the camp's power will be significantly enhanced. Lin Han promptly summoned Old Wood. Now, Old Wood leads the crafting team, his skills developing swiftly. The characters in this game are not bound by fixed attributes. All attributes can grow. Bandit soldiers develop through combat, while craftsmen evolve through construction, depending on how players utilize them. Properly managed, these ordinary characters can become extraordinary talents. Old Wood, to upgrade the camp to a large stronghold. How many resources will we require according to this blueprint? Lin Han inquired. Old Wood, taken aback, pondered deeply. This will likely demand quite a bit. 12,000 cubic meters of timber, 34,000 cubic meters of stone, 50,000 pounds of iron, or 1,000 workers, and 5,000 taels of gold, with a construction period of 1 month. Stunned by Old Wood's revelations, Lin Han stood frozen. Goodness, this is rather daunting. 5,000 taels of gold, at the current currency exchange rate, equates to over 4 million. His bandit camp, having benefited from a recent windfall, currently had substantial finances. While 5,000 taels could indeed be procured, it would nearly deplete his entire fortune. Stone can be mined by the laborers, and due to previous explorations, there are nearly 110,000 cubic meters accumulated currently, with over 50,000 cubic meters of timber available. No wonder the system indicated that conditions were satisfied. Is there a more economical approach? Lin Han inquired. Sir, this is considered minimal. Our camp is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, requiring construction on only one side of the walls, which saves 60% on various materials. If it were an ordinary stronghold, the materials required would exceed double this amount. The walls of this stronghold are of a higher grade, offering superior defense compared to our current structures. The blueprint for the large stronghold includes various building designs, such as those for a craftsman camp, exploration camp, warehouse, academy, barracks, granary, council hall, and advanced training grounds, resulting in a significant transformation of the camp, naturally incurring higher expenses. Over 4 million, plus materials, amounts to an even greater sum. Converted to real currency, he could comfortably live for the rest of his life. However, if he were to proceed, he would be left impoverished again, yet the defensive capabilities of the stronghold would rise to new heights. Should he go through with it? Lin Han gritted his teeth, determined to be bold. Yes, let us do it. Very well, Old Wood exclaimed with delight, quickly excusing himself. After making this momentous decision, Lin Han slumped into his chair. He assured himself that this was the most audacious decision he had ever made in his life thus far. The Cold River camp entered a vigorous phase of construction, seizing the opportunity while no officials or soldiers were attacking to bolster its strength. With significant investments into the camp, Lin Han would not remain idle. He led troops to scour the surrounding bandits of Gourd Mountain once more, replenishing their resources. The bandits near Gourd Mountain lamented, bewildered as to who had incurred their wrath, as calamity befell them. A month passed without incident. After that battle, the people of Wan County were engulfed in trepidation, fearing the mountain bandits of Hanjiazi would seek revenge. Yet, as they anxiously awaited, no bandits descended to plunder, and eventually they found solace. The county magistrate dared not recruit more soldiers to assault Hanjiazi, having already lost 2 county lieutenants in the 2 previous skirmishes, leaving them thoroughly terrified. Lu Kong's campaign against the bandits had yet to yield results, and his reports to the court went unanswered, leaving him to wait in fear, hoping Lin Han would not attack them. Hanjiazi had drawn the attention of players, but after a prolonged period of silence, interest gradually waned. The stronghold had undergone a remarkable transformation. A towering wall, 20 meters high, 10 meters wide, and extending 200 meters, now stood at the entrance of Hulu Valley. The tributary of Lujiang had become a natural moat for the stronghold, with bridges widened and reinforced and embankments constructed, sloping from north to south to thwart any enemy attempts to divert the river. Within Hulu Mountain, the stronghold had expanded to feature an inner city and an outer city. At the second Hulu entrance, another imposing wall divided the area into two sections. The outer section served as a training ground, equipped with barracks, a grand parade ground, and granaries, while the inner section housed residents, craftsmen, pioneers, and educational institutions among other logistical buildings. Entering through the Hulu entrance, the main stone pathway, 4 meters wide, accommodated 2 carts side by side, leading directly into the inner valley. The pathway was flanked by railings, and beyond lay the parade ground, shielded by camp fences that obscured the training activities within. Upon entering the inner city, one would find the residential area resembling a paradise untouched by the outside world. System notification: congratulations to the player on the completion of the large stronghold construction, elevating the stronghold to a large-scale fortification. System notification: due to the expansion of Hanjiazi, arable land has increased, crop yields have risen, living standards have improved, and the morale of the inhabitants has been enhanced, resulting in an improved public safety index. System notification: because Master Craftsman Lao Mudo participated throughout the planning and construction of the large stronghold, he has grasped the essence of craftsmanship and has been promoted to a third-rate craftsman. System notification: as blacksmith Wang Tiechue was involved in the planning and construction of the large stronghold, he has comprehended the essence of iron smelting and has been promoted to a third-rate blacksmith. System notification: the player's large stronghold is now completed, gaining notoriety and attracting more refugees. System notification: the player's territory has seen an increase in public morale, improved security, enhanced physical fitness among commoners, elevated intelligence, and a heightened probability of special talents emerging. System notification: the player's territory experiences a rise in public morale, improved security, enhanced physical fitness, elevated intelligence, and an overall increase in strength, benefiting the player's technique, casting Heaven Escort. System notification: congratulations to the player on the breakthrough of casting Heaven Escort to the second tier, forging bones and muscles. Congratulations to the player on the breakthrough of casting Heaven Escort to the second tier, forging bones and muscles, awakening the divine ability, Imperial Aura. The construction of the stronghold had just been completed, and a cascade of notifications left Lin Han momentarily stunned. The terror was immense, yet the rewards were bountiful. After 3 seconds of astonishment, he erupted into joyous exultation. Hanjiazi had significantly enhanced its overall capabilities, marking a substantial leap in strength. Furthermore, the techniques he had diligently practiced in his spare time were now reciprocated by the residents of Hanjiazi, aiding him in achieving breakthroughs. His techniques and the territory complemented each other. His breakthroughs elevated the various attributes of the territory, which in turn benefited him. Was this not the grand ambition of casting Heaven Escort, the significance of everyone being as formidable as dragons? Lin Han suddenly had an epiphany. After a moment's pause, he hurriedly checked his attribute panel. Character: Xiao Han Gu. Identity: Bandit Leader. Territory: Hanjiang. Stronghold. Strength: 687. Intelligence: 515. Constitution: 453. Leadership: 620. Politics: 713. Charm: 810. Talent: 10. Martial arts: casting the Heavenly Court. Divine abilities: Devouring: capable of consuming all things for personal gain, forging an imperial physique, and casting the Heavenly Court. Imperial Aura: the aura of a sovereign, significantly enhances one's own charm, increases the loyalty of subordinates, elevates the morale of the populace within the territory, improves public order, and raises the likelihood of historical figures being recruited. In one-on-one combat, it exerts pressure on opponents, diminishing their combat effectiveness. Weapon: Flowing Silver Spear, Premium. With a strength level of 687, he was equivalent to a mediocre military general as per system settings, yet still of a high caliber. Activating his divine abilities further augmented his combat prowess. Lin Han felt a surge of power coursing through him, accompanied by a distinctive aura that exuded a subtle authority. Exhilarating. He had never experienced such a sense of comfort before. The decision to construct a large stronghold was undeniably astute. In the midst of his excitement, a private chat notification jolted him back to reality. It was from the individual who had purchased gold in the forum previously. Friend, Do you have any gold for sale? How much? 3,000 taels. Lin Han nearly choked on his saliva. Currently, in Dynasty, the exchange rate of gold to cash had diminished once more, as players gradually grew stronger. The ratio had plummeted to over 1:700. Even so, 3,000 taels would amount to 210,000 in cash. Is the world of the wealthy so extravagant, even in gaming? Apologies, I don't have 3,000 taels. I spent some previously. And now I only have 2,000 left. I need some for reserves, so I can only sell you 1,000. 1,000? That works. But this time it must be a trade in Luoyang. Luoyang? Why there? There is an auction house opened by a player in Luoyang, and an auction will be held soon, featuring various game items. I'm currently on my way to Luoyang. All right, Lin Han immediately agreed, intrigued to see what this player's auction house entailed. Chapter 17, Auction, Luoyang. Here, players congregated in droves, particularly those of the flamboyant and heroic ilk, with an array of eccentric costumes visible everywhere. However, lords were a rare sight in this locale, aware of the historical events to unfold. Lin Han knew that Luoyang would become a pivotal arena for warring lords. Those who established villages and strongholds here would face dire consequences once the main storyline's chaos erupted. Dressed in white, atop a white steed, and wielding a gleaming silver spear, Lin Han appeared strikingly handsome. No players approached him for conversation, as such attire was commonplace in Luoyang. Many were fans of Zhao Zilong, leading to a proliferation of similar gear. In the early stages of the game, some players mistakenly believed this attire belonged to Zhao Zilong, resulting in numerous conversations. However, as encounters increased, players had grown weary of initiating dialogue. Nantian Tower. Following the address left by the buyer, Lin Han proceeded to the designated meeting place. Make way, everyone. Urgent military news. A decisive victory in the south of Lujian. Lu Kang has defeated the 10,000 brigands of Huangrang and Jiangxia. The bandit threat in Lujiang is now imminent. Urgent military news demands immediate attention. A swift steed gallops through the city gates, racing towards the palace, causing all passers-by to clear the way, creating a moment of chaos in the streets. In the midst of this tumult, a little girl dressed in red plays innocently in the center of the road. Without hesitation, Lin Han leaps off his horse and rushes forward, saving the child just in time from the pounding hoofs. This is a character dictated by the system. Should such a character perish, it would mean true death. He cannot bear to witness a tragedy unfold before his eyes, even if it concerns a mere system character. It is often said that the late Eastern Han period marks the decline of this once mighty dynasty, and the current situation indeed hints at such a fate. However, Lin Han is acutely aware of the urgent military matters at hand. Lu Kang, the governor of Lujiang, leads an army to suppress the Yellow Earth and Jiangxia barbarian uprisings. The bandits within Lujiang rise in rebellion, taking advantage of the absence of official soldiers, which allows them to thrive. With the failure of the Yellow Earth uprising, it is likely that upon Lu Kang's triumphant return, he will turn his attention to the bandits. Are you all right, little sister? Lin Han inquires as he checks on the small girl, who appears to be around 4 or 5 years old. Upon closer inspection, she is indeed a charming child, with sparkling eyes adorned with a tear mole at the corner, long eyelashes, and a cherubic face that invites a gentle pinch. It is evident she will grow into a stunning beauty. I'm fine, thank you, big brother. You are so handsome. What is your name? She replies. I am Xiaohan Ge. And you? He responds. I am Renhong Chang. Here, this is for you. The little girl presents him with a piece of yellow candy she had hidden in her pocket. Please hurry home and do not play in the street, he advises. But, big brother, I want that dog shadow puppet, she exclaims, pointing at a leather puppet displayed at a roadside stall. Very well, I will buy you one. Lin Han purchases a shadow puppet for her. Thank you, big brother. Goodbye. She waves enthusiastically as she scampers back into the crowd. Lin Han pops the candy into his mouth, noting the stark contrast between the sweets of the Han dynasty and those of the present day. Nevertheless, it is undeniably sweet. Upon entering the second floor of the South Sky Tower, Lin Han finds 2 handsome young men awaiting him. The expansive tavern is nearly filled with players. Have some tea, Qin Linglong offers, pouring a cup for Lin Han. Earlier, concealed beneath a black cloak, she had not seen Lin Han's face clearly. Now, as she observes him closely, she cannot help but acknowledge that without the cloak, he is quite striking. Lin Han retrieves 1,000 taels of gold from his backpack and hands it over. Adhering to their usual transaction routine, he has posted a game currency sale on a second-hand platform, and they are purchasing from him. A payment of 700,000 arrives in his account. The melodious sound of coins fills Lin Han's ears, and for a moment, he feels as if he is dreaming. The money he struggled to earn through part-time jobs now comes effortlessly within the realm of Dynasty. Well then, I must take my leave, Lin Han declares as he rises to depart. He initially intended to attend the auction, but upon hearing of Liu Kang's resounding victory over the Yellow Earth, he grows anxious. With Liu Kang's return, a renewed campaign against the bandits seems imminent, and he worries that Hanzhong village will be among the first to suffer. Brother, the auction is about to commence. Urgent matters need not be addressed in haste, Qin Linglong suggests. Pausing for a moment, Lin Han considers her words and ultimately decides to sit back down. The triumphant return of the Liu Kang army will take some time. It is unlikely that they will find him so swiftly, as the auction will only last a couple of hours. I am the president of the Linglong Guild. Perhaps there will be opportunities for collaboration in the future. Qin Linglong took the initiative to speak, demonstrating her formidable prowess by having such an impressive amount of gold available for sale at the game's onset. Furthermore, Lin Han provided a rather ambiguous response. The auction commenced amidst anticipation, featuring a middle-aged man as the first presenter. From the murmurs of those nearby, Lin Han discerned that this man was the proprietor of the Nantian auction house in reality. The Nantian auction house had entered the game, continuing its traditional business operations. It was said that the owner of the Nantian auction house had paid a hefty sum for gold, subsequently acquiring this tavern from system characters to serve as the auction house's base of operations. It must be noted that despite the knowledge of Luoyang's impending destruction, the owner exhibited remarkable audacity and vision by investing significantly in property. This was the inaugural auction of the Nantian auction house within Dynasty, and the host expressed delight at the attendance of representatives from major guilds and powerful players. Without further ado, the first item for bid was presented: 10 tradable village tokens, sold as a bundle, with a starting price of 100 taels of gold and a minimum increment of 1 tael. Bids quickly escalated to 130 taels, ultimately acquired by a representative of a large guild. Next up were the 10 camp tokens, commencing at 90 taels of gold. Nantian remarked that, since the true battles had yet to commence, the survival space for bandit lords was considerably smaller than that for commoner lords, facing a more complex environment where a single misstep could lead to total loss. Thus, the price for camp tokens was slightly lower than that for village tokens. In the end, the 10 camp tokens were secured by a representative of a bandit player guild for 118 taels. Following this was the Shin level technique, soul devouring method. It is widely acknowledged that techniques in Dynasty are exceedingly rare, with higher level techniques facilitating a more rapid enhancement of strength. While heroic players receive yellow level techniques as a gift from the system, Lord players do not receive any, leading to a sluggish growth in many players' abilities. This auction presented an exceptional opportunity, with a starting bid of 500 taels of gold and a minimum increment of 5 taels. Bidding commenced at 550 taels, then 600 taels, with numerous well-known guild representatives participating in the fray. The atmosphere in the room became increasingly fervent. Lin Han did not anticipate that someone would auction off a technique, as such items are precious. However, he possessed the Casting Heaven Court, an ultra-divine technique obtained through a lottery. The official Dynasty sources had not disclosed the classification of techniques, only stating that the most suitable technique for oneself is the perfect one. Therefore, while he was uncertain of the quality of his technique, he was confident that bearing the title of ultra-divine indicated its strength. 620 taels, Qin Linglong raised her hand beside Lin Han. 630 taels. No sooner had she finished than others from competing guilds raised their hands, showcasing their affluence. Lin Han inwardly scoffed, having sold 1,000 taels and collected 700,000. Yet this singular technique demanded over 600 taels of gold. Nevertheless, upon witnessing the pitiful strength of those guild representatives, he suddenly comprehended the situation. In the arena, a group of guild representatives gathered, and among them stood a singular figure capable of taking on many. "Brother Xiao, do you not desire the martial arts technique?" inquired Qin Linglong with curiosity. "No money," Lin Han succinctly replied. In response, Qin Linglong smiled and chose not to press further. Ultimately, the martial arts technique was purchased for 666 taels of gold by a representative of the mythical guild. Next up was a clue regarding a military general, Han Hao. Those who had previously studied the game Dynasty were aware that Han Hao would become one of Cao Cao's generals and a pioneer of the, undoubtedly possessing significant functional value. According to the game's mechanics, one could only find relevant figures through clues or by holding a certain social status and reputation. The clue regarding Han Hao was contained within a letter that required delivery to him, with a starting bid of 1,000 taels of gold and a minimum increment of 10 taels. The competition became fierce. This was, thus far, one of the few generals with a lead. As the chaos of the game had yet to unfold, many legendary figures had not yet emerged, some even yet to be born, making this military general all the more crucial. Soon, the prize skyrocketed to 1,500 taels, equating to over $1 million in real currency. Lin Han's eyelids twitched. These individuals were indeed affluent. However, this was merely a clue. Possessing it did not guarantee the submission of the other party. It merely provided an opportunity for persuasion. Ultimately, the envelope containing the clue was sold for 1,800 taels to the Royal Guild. Next on the auction block was a fragment of a martial arts technique, the lower scroll of Linglong Crossing. The exact level remained uncertain, but judging by its name, it was unlikely to be an ordinary technique. The starting bid was set at 1,000 taels of gold. A moment of silence enveloped the crowd as they exchanged glances, none daring to make a bid. Without the foundational upper scroll, the lower scroll was useless for cultivation. Purchasing it would be akin to acquiring a mere ornament. No one knew the whereabouts of the upper scroll, and during the early stages of the game, 1,000 taels of gold was a substantial sum, valued at over 700,000. Investing in a worthless fragment was not worth the cost. As the crowd grew uneasy, believing the item might go unsold, Qin Linglong beside Lin Han suddenly raised her hand. Lin Han could clearly see the surprise and yearning in her eyes. She must have knowledge of the upper scroll's location. 1,010 taels. 1,010 taels. Is there a higher bid? 1,010 taels, going once, going twice, sold. Having acquired the lower scroll of Linglong Crossing, Qin Linglong appeared considerably more at ease. The next item up for bid was a blueprint for a building, a high-level archery training camp card. Everyone understood the significance of this structure. High-level troops had the potential to advance to special troop types, with a starting bid of 2,000 taels of gold. 2,500 taels, spoke Nan Tian, who had fallen silent as the representative of the mythical guild made a bid. This high-level archery training camp is a training ground for exclusive troop types, a matter of great importance. In this game, seizing the initiative will lead to exponential growth and strength. 2,700 taels, interjected a member of the Royal Guild. 2,800 taels, called out a robust man, a representative of the War God Guild. More and more guilds entered the bidding fray. All aware of the high-level troop significance, once secured, their strength would increase, allowing them to seize the upper hand in chaotic times. 3,100 taels, Qin Linglong declared. This price startled Lin Han, who stood beside her. The affluent individual was engaged in 2 games. 3,200 taels. The representative of the War God Guild remarked once more. 3,300 taels. As the bidding continued, the price swiftly surged past 3,600 taels, with no signs of abating. Chapter 18. The painful realization of Lin Han. The cost of the advanced archer training camp card rapidly exceeded 4,000 taels. 4,200 taels. When Qin Linglong announced her bid, the crowd fell silent, as this amount surpassed their expectations. Ultimately, the advanced archer training camp was secured by Qin Linglong. Congratulations, Miss Qin. The representative from the War God Guild extended his felicitations. Thank you. Qin Linglong replied with a gracious smile. The others present seemed to recognize her identity and were not surprised. Only Lin Han, seated beside the striking figure, was taken aback to discover that this handsome individual was, in fact, a beauty. What was going on? Realizing something was amiss, Lin Han hurriedly took a moment to search for information about the Linglong Guild on the forum. The Linglong Guild, one of the top 10 guilds in virtual reality, was founded by Qin Linglong, the sole daughter of Qin Shanhai, the chairman of the Qin Group. She entered the virtual reality gaming world 5 years ago, establishing the Linglong Guild, famously known as Linglong Pavilion, a sanctuary for female players. Previously, she had formed Linglong Pavilion in the game Immortal Realm, becoming one of the 10 dominators in that virtual reality. The wealth of information left Lin Han increasingly astonished. The daughter of the renowned chairman of the Qin Group. No wonder she could casually spend hundreds of thousands or even millions on game items without batting an eye. While he could not discern her true identity through her male disguise, the photos circulating on the forum revealed that Qin Linglong was indeed quite attractive. Are you surprised? Qin Linglong inquired with a smile upon noticing Lin Han's astonishment. Having successfully acquired the desired items, her spirits were evidently high. I always thought you were a man, Lin Han replied, shrugging. The game was set against the backdrop of the late Eastern Han Dynasty, a time when feudal ideologies severely restricted female players. As a result, the system had provided all female players with a disguise feature that allowed them to masquerade as males, ensuring that their true identities remained concealed and granting them a fair gaming experience. Qin Linglong elucidated, and Lin Han finally understood. This was a competitive game, and the system's provision was indeed reasonable given the historical context. Next, a unique wisp of heavenly and earthly essence was to be auctioned. Nintian instructed someone to present the item. The essence was contained within a jade vial, obscuring its contents from view. The crowd leaned forward, eager to catch a glimpse. This was a strand of chaotic energy, a prize won by a fortunate player during the initial lottery, said to be exceedingly precious and beneficial for cultivation. However, since the individual's cultivation method could not absorb the chaotic energy and multiple attempts had failed, it was put up for auction with a starting price of 1,000 taels of gold. 1,050 taels. As soon as the words were spoken, bids began to flow in. Chaotic energy, revered in Chinese mythology and numerous legends, was undoubtedly a top-tier item, and everyone was eager to try their luck. At that moment, Lin Han felt an impulsive urge, as if his body were beckoning him to acquire this chaotic energy. I have no money, Lin Han lamented helplessly. Having sold 1,000 taels of gold, he found himself with just over 1,000 taels remaining, the rest secured in the treasury of the mountain stronghold, serving as development funds, which he had not brought along. 1,000 taels equated to 700,000. He hesitated to spend such a fortune for a mere wisp of chaotic energy. Yet, this was the first time since entering the dynasty that he felt an overwhelming desire. He sensed that his cultivation method could absorb this chaotic essence, for he possessed the skill of devour. Does Xiao want this chaotic energy? Qin Linglong inquired. Having observed Lin Han's expression with curiosity, she was intrigued by its potential. Lin Han, however, would not readily disclose that he might be able to absorb it, as this would reveal the level of his cultivation. Then why not purchase it? He thought to himself, unable to suppress his inner sarcasm. It was easy for others to speak of such expenditures. He was no wealthy heir who could spend at will. I lack sufficient funds, he sighed, revealing that only just over 1,000 taels remained in his backpack, insufficient even for the starting bid. Indeed, you sold me 1,000 taels, Qin Linglong realized. Wait a moment. She rose and approached a representative from a prominent guild, conversing briefly before returning with 1,000 taels of gold, which she handed to Lin Han. 1,000 taels, she stated. You need it urgently. I shall lend it to you. I'll return the money, Lin Han replied, transferring the 700,000 back to Qin Linglong. As he accepted the gold, he made a reckless decision. The price of the chaotic energy had surged to 2,000 taels. Despite the increase being less dramatic, some curious tycoons still showed interest, lavishly spending millions. For a mere wisp of unknown energy, a game item of uncertain utility, Lin Han had never imagined he would act so extravagantly. 2,010 taels. He raised his hand for the first time, drawing the attention of the crowd. Previously, they had merely glanced at him due to his proximity to Qin Linglong. Now, his bidding had captured their interest. After all, 2,000 taels of gold was worth 1,000,000, and those who could afford such a bid were undoubtedly affluent. Indeed, none of Qin Linglong's friends were ordinary. 2,050 taels, 2,060 taels, Lin Han continued to raise his bid. Were it not for the minimum increment of 10 taels, he would have offered a lower amount. 2,070 taels. Brother, if you raise again, I shall withdraw. One wealthy bidder remarked, driven by mere curiosity, as this was, after all, a legendary item. And no one could ascertain how common this chaotic energy would become within the game. 2,080 taels. Lin Han gestured once more. Very well. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? 2,080 taels. First, second, third call, sold. The middle-aged auctioneer, brimming with joy, struck the gavel, sealing the deal. Having finally secured the chaotic energy, Lin Han exchanged the gold with a pained expression. This minuscule jade vial, containing a mere wisp of essence, was valued at over 140,000, causing his heart to tremble with distress. He was still residing in a budget accommodation, yet he had spent a fortune in game currency on a game item. An impulse to return the purchase flickered within him. Observing his discomfort, Qin Linglong chuckled softly. This man possesses quite an intriguing character, akin to a little miser. When he sells gold and receives the money, a subtle glee dances upon his face. Yet as he spends lavishly, the discomfort is unmistakable. The auction continues, showcasing techniques, weapons, and an assortment of peculiar items. Yet this time, Lin Han refrains from bidding, not due to a lack of desire, but rather a shortage of funds. Here, he has significantly broadened his horizons. He had not anticipated such a wealth of treasures existing within this game. Despite his prolonged tenure as a bandit, he had never encountered such remarkable items. As the auction concludes, Lin Han hastily rises to take his leave. His sole desire is to hasten the absorption of this strand of chaotic energy, wishing not to linger any longer in this place. Furthermore, he cannot afford to be away from his territory for too long. Lu Kang's resounding victory will soon bring him back to Lujiang, and the ensuing pressure will inevitably fall upon him. On the journey back, Lin Han examines the vial containing the chaotic energy, sensing a peculiar essence within. As this is not the opportune moment for cultivation, he carefully stows it in his backpack and presses on towards Hanjiang village without pause. Lu Kang has successfully dismantled Huang Rang's rebel forces, causing considerable anxiety among the bandit players in Lujiang County. Previously, as Lu Kang engaged in suppressing bandits, the players in Lujiang County could develop in peace. However, with the return of his troops, a formidable threat looms. Those lacking strength face certain doom. Upon his return to Hanjiang village, Lin Han finds the stronghold intact, which brings him a sense of relief. That evening, he leads his men to plunder the system bandits at Hulu Mountain, securing a mere 100 taels of gold, rather paltry. Indeed, my lord, there is news of new hostilities, announced a patrolling soldier, hastening into the council hall. What hostilities? Lin Han inquired, a shiver running down his spine. Is Lu Kang launching an offensive against the bandits? A band of robbers has appeared 20 miles southwest of Hulu Mountain, numbering over 20,000. And they are advancing in our direction. The sudden emergence of over 20,000 bandits is alarming. These are not mere civilians, but a capable bandit army. Are they system-generated bandits? What is their origin? Uncertain, but their banner bears yellow characters. Yellow Turban Army? Lin Han cast aside all his worries. If they were indeed the Yellow Turban Army, it would spell grave trouble, rendering all previous concerns trivial. They are the last straw that could topple the Eastern Han dynasty, and he currently lacks the strength to confront them. Whoever provokes them shall perish. Send scouts to ascertain their origins and summon all personnel back. An hour later, all combatants were prepared, and the scouts returned. My lord, the bandits to the southwest are remnants of Huang Rang's uprising army. Fortunately, they are not the Yellow Turbans. They are neither Lu Kang nor the Yellow Turbans. How fortunate. After another hour, the remnants of Huang Rang reached the outskirts of Hanjiang village, establishing a camp at a distance, observing the stronghold. My lord, they have sent an envoy, reported a soldier. Bring him in. After a lengthy wait, a middle-aged scholar entered the council hall, escorted by the soldier. Chief, I am here at the behest of Lord Huang to discuss matters of cooperation, the scholar stated. What cooperation? Lord Huang wishes to station his troops in this auspicious location for 2 days, after which he shall return it and present you with 10,000 gold. Stationing is acceptable, provided they enter unarmed, Lin Han replied. The leader, you are putting me in a difficult position. While marching in the field, it is not customary to dismiss our weapons so casually. It has only been 2 days. Should you be dissatisfied, I can increase the payment. The middle-aged scholar spoke earnestly. The stronghold does not permit foreign arms to enter. I regret to inform you that I cannot accommodate you, esteemed Lord Huang. Leader, we are both of the same ilk. Those of the rivers and lakes value loyalty above all. If the payment is insufficient, I can offer an additional sum of 20,000 gold. The middle-aged scholar continued to persuade gently. Be on your way. Lin Han had no desire to engage in further conversation and gestured for the guards to escort the scholar away. Wait, leader, are you truly resorting to weapons? Allow us to camp for 2 days without causing you any loss. 20,000 taels of gold. No, depart at once. Lin Han waved his hand, denying him any further opportunity to speak, ordering the guards to ensure his exit. Strategist, what are your thoughts? Outside the stronghold, a burly man in the bandit army inquired anxiously upon the scholar's return. They are not easily deceived. Shall we launch an immediate assault? This stronghold is defensible yet difficult to conquer. It may not be so simple. However, our supplies are dwindling, and with Lu Kang's forces in pursuit, we must capture this stronghold. I suggest we rest for half a day, feign encampment, and launch a surprise attack under the cover of night. The middle-aged scholar advised. Very well. Command the troops to set up camp. Huang Rang shouted. Lin Han surveyed the situation from the battlements. 20,000 troops. Slightly superior to that of WN County, but only marginally so. Relay the order. The entire army must be prepared and on standby at all times. Understood, my lord. Both sides awaited their moment. At the hour of the dog, the night was dark and windy. Huang Rang's forces organized themselves and quietly crossed the river. Suddenly, the sound of horns blared, and flames illuminated the walls of Hanjiang's stronghold. Ha ha ha! They truly dare to assault the stronghold. Lin Han could not help but admire Huang Rang's audacity. It was no wonder that the 100,000-strong rebel army fell so swiftly. They fought without a shred of strategy. At this moment, they dared to attack his mountain stronghold without assessing their own capabilities. Archers, prepare! Lin Han shouted. Release! Whoosh! The rain of arrows descended, the sound of whistling wind echoing in their ears. In the darkness, the cries of the wounded were relentless. What is happening? Huang Rang exclaimed. A mix of anger and astonishment. My lord, the enemy has discovered us. A mere small stronghold dares to brandish weapons against us. Light the torches. There is no need for concealment. All troops, advance and break down the gates. Huang Rang roared. The battle cries melded into a cacophony, interspersed with the sounds of anguish. The bandits who crossed the river fell to arrows, their struggles audible as the charging regiment reached the foot of the walls, suffering heavy losses. Faced with falling stones and rolling logs, under the cover of night, the fear of the bandits was obscured. Attack again! Huang Rang, having crossed the river, beheld the bodies strewn about and was consumed by rage. The assault failed once more. We cannot retreat. Kill them. Attack again. Huang Rang grimly sensed the dire situation. Yet, the scattered bandits surged forward only to be repelled again under the deluge of arrows and falling debris, suffering further casualties. In the darkness, illuminated by the torches, the ground was littered with corpses. The air was thick with the scent of blood and despair, the cries of the dying echoing throughout. Beat the drums, open the gates, and charge forth. Lin Han sensed the diminishing morale of the enemy. The rebel forces, numbering over 100,000 alongside the Jiangxia tribesmen, suffered a devastating defeat at the hands of Lu Kang, who subsequently incorporated most of the remaining troops. They pursued the remnants relentlessly, akin to lost hounds. Presently, 2,000 of those remnants are besieging the stronghold, yet their attempts are repeatedly thwarted, and the morale has long since shattered. In the thick of battle, Dian Wei led the charge. Lin Han leapt from the battlements, joining the fray. The sounds of combat melded into a cacophony. With remarkable courage, Huang Rang, both astonished and furious, confronted Lin Han with a spear. Undeterred, Lin Han wielded his long weapon and engaged Huang Rang in fierce combat. After 20 exchanges, he managed to unseat Huang Rang, who was subsequently trampled beneath the hooves of horses. In an instant, thousands of soldiers fled, with dozens plunging into the river to drown, while the remaining soldiers hesitated, abandoning their weapons to surrender in droves. Lin Han stood at the center of the battlefield, drenched in blood. As the heavenly forge began to circulate within him, the atmosphere of slaughter, the essence of bloodshed, and the aura of death converged, permeating his being. The divine ability, Devour, actively consumed the lingering malevolence and sanguine energy of the battlefield, elevating his presence as his aura sharpened and intensified. Once the tumult subsided, Lin Han discerned a significant solidification of his momentum. Is this the effect of Devour? For the first time, he truly experienced the power of the divine ability Devour, which could absorb the residual killing intent and bloodlust from the battlefield, transforming it into an abundance of strength. Suddenly, sensing an opportunity, Lin Han retrieved the chaos essence acquired at the auction and inhaled it. The ability Devour seemed to detect an exquisite delicacy, amplifying the devouring force within his dantian as the battlefield's blood energy flowed ceaselessly toward him. The chaos essence came alive, eventually dissolving into nothingness, consumed and integrated into his very flesh. With a powerful surge, his presence erupted. System notification. Congratulations, player. Your technique, Heavenly Forge, has advanced. System notification. Player has successfully absorbed chaos essence. Talent increased to 1. Congratulations, player. Your talent value has skyrocketed, and your cultivation speed has doubled. Congratulations, player. Your technique, Heavenly Forge, has reached the 3rd tier, Forging Flesh, awakening the divine ability, Divine Punishment Body. With the breakthrough of his technique, Lin Han's strength surged. Character, Xiao Hang. Identity, Mountain Bandit Leader. Territory, Cold River Stronghold. Martial Power, 732. Intelligence, 627. Constitution, 549. Command, 673. Politics, 735. Charm, 812. Talent, 11. Technique, Heavenly Forge. Divine abilities, Devour, Imperial Might, Divine Punishment Body. His current might rivals that of a second-tier historical general. Lin Han clenched his powerful fist. Elated at the successful absorption of Chaos Essence, witnessing his talent peak and cultivation speed double, an aspiration of countless players. Upon withdrawing from his meditative state, he found Dian Wei standing guard by his side, resembling a sentinel. Congratulations, my lord, on your breakthrough. Elder brother, I still have much to strive for in comparison to you, Lin Han replied with a smile. Your talent is extraordinary. Surpassing others is merely a matter of time. Dian Wei stated earnestly, his sincerity evident. May your words bring good fortune. Lin Han directed his attention back to the battlefield, where his retinue was diligently collecting the spoils of war and clearing the area. After an hour, all the treasures had been gathered. Chapter 20, Great Harvest. 1,000 stones of grain, 500 fine horses, 53,400 taels of gold, 123,100 taels of silver, 123 million 5 ewes, 10,223 captives, and 18,300 assorted weapons. The Profound Level Technique Grand Dream Sutra, the Earth Level Technique Demon Guardian. 1 blueprint for a high-level infantry training camp, and 1 blueprint for a low-level dock. Lin Han gazed at the items listed, momentarily entranced. Wealth had descended upon him. The Huang Rang uprising, gathering 100,000, shattered 4 counties, plundering the aristocratic families, was ultimately suppressed by Lu Kang, leading the remnants who fled with Huang Rang to amalgamate the essence of the entire insurgent force. All the riches seized by Huang Rang's army had now fallen into his hands. Lin Han nearly fainted from sheer joy. It felt as though a colossal pie had plummeted from the heavens, landing directly into the mouth of one who had gone days without food. With grain in such dire scarcity, this meager supply could hardly sustain the remnants of the 20,000 bandits for more than a few days. New provisions were imperative, which explained the urgency behind the attacks on his encampment. Now, it was time for merit and reward, Lin Han proclaimed loudly, eliciting ecstatic cheers from the generals of the Qinglong and Zhuge armies. That night, Lin Han dreamt a splendid dream, lying upon a bed of gold, radiant and magnificent. The following day, he awakened from this reverie. After the merit and reward ceremony, he had commanded that all the liquor in the Junyang Tavern be purchased for the celebration of the 3 armies. The magnitude of this acquisition was overwhelming. Upon waking, Lin Han struggled to grasp the reality of it. After a moment, recalling the previous night's events, he hurried to inspect the status of the treasury, ensuring it was not merely a figment of his imagination. Wealth had indeed graced him. He chuckled foolishly while surveying the room filled with riches. He now felt confident in declaring himself the wealthiest player within the dynasty. The worth of gold, silver, and 5 ewes in real currency eluded him momentarily, alongside 2 sets of profound level techniques and 2 architectural blueprints, not to mention over 10,000 captives. As was his custom, he ordered the captives to be divided into laborers and soldiers, further training and integrating the latter. Once the training was complete, the guard force of Hanjing's stronghold would double, reaching 20,000 strong. With such a formidable scale, even if Lu Kang advanced, the advantageous terrain of Hulu Valley, coupled with self-sustaining provisions, would render him impervious to any threats. Old Wood, come here, Lin Han summoned the seasoned craftsman from the construction site. The once weathered face of Old Wood bore fewer wrinkles and appeared several years younger. His demeanor brightened considerably, thanks to his recent elevation beyond a 3rd-tier craftsman. This high-level infantry training camp is feasible, correct? Lin Han inquired. Old Wood's eyes sparkled. Indeed, my lord. However, the construction costs for this advanced infantry camp amount to 10,000 taels of gold. Lin Han was taken aback. He had constructed a large stronghold for merely 5,000 taels. How could a barrack cost 10,000? My lord, this barrack is exceptional. It enhances soldiers' innate talents, accelerates their training speed, and enables them to cultivate techniques, evolving into specialized soldiers, Old Wood explained. Soldiers can cultivate techniques? Lin Han's eyes gleamed with excitement. The official setting is not mentioned on the website. It was unearthed by him within the game. No wonder the developers claim that the game's design is highly open-ended, allowing players to explore the specific mechanics themselves. Can all forms of martial arts be cultivated? Perhaps not. I have only heard that to discern which martial arts can be practiced, one must consult Commander Dian Wei, as he should possess some knowledge on the matter. The old man remarked. Very well, Let us commence the construction. The expenses can be withdrawn from Ji Yun. Lin Han waved his hand grandly, exuding an air of affluence. The spoils of last night had filled his pockets to the brim. He now comprehends the significance of his subordinates' capabilities. As long as his cavalry remains formidable, wealth will flow abundantly. Having previously sold gold for several $100,000 in cash, he no longer harbors any anxiety regarding his financial situation. Elder brother. Lin Han approached Dianwei. My lord. Dianwei stepped forward with a bow. Elder brother, no need for excessive formalities, as the saying goes. Great deeds do not concern themselves with trivialities, and grand gestures do not shy away from minor courtesies. You are my Fan Kuai, so there is no need for such formality, Lin Han stated. Dianwei felt a surge of warmth in his heart and laughed heartily. Elder brother, I seek your counsel on a matter. The old man mentioned that in the advanced training camp, soldiers may cultivate martial arts. Is this true? Lin Han inquired earnestly. Indeed. In ancient times, the Wei Wu soldiers, under the command of Wu Qi, defeated an army of 500,000 Qin with a mere 50,000, where one soldier could match 10, and they were invincible in battle. The cultivation of martial arts can unify with the soldiers' morale, commanding them effectively. However, not all martial arts are suitable for soldiers to practice. What about these two? Lin Han hastily presented the Great Dream Sutra and Demon Guard he had seized the previous night for Dianwei to peruse. Great Dream Sutra is unsuitable. This mind technique is cultivated within dreams, engaging in battle while asleep, making it ill-suited for the battlefield, merely a technique for the heroic. Demon Guard is acceptable. It is a method for the soldier's cultivation. Lin Han was overjoyed. I will bestow the Demon Guard upon you. Once the advanced infantry training camp is complete, elder brother, select soldiers to establish the Demon Guard camp. I shall not fail your expectations, Dianwei responded with a fist salute. Lin Han felt fortunate that Huang Rang had not combined the advanced training camp with the Demon Guard. Otherwise, he would have faced dire consequences. However, considering that Huang Rang had only recently risen in rebellion and was suppressed by Lu Kang, with his subordinates predominantly being bandits lacking experience, it was somewhat understandable. Though it ultimately benefited Lin Han. After the arrangements were complete, Lin Han donned a disguise and departed the stronghold. Outside the tavern in Wanqing County, Lin Han encountered Qin Linglong once more, still disguised as a man. A hand exchanged gold while the other delivered goods. Lin Han presented her with 1,000 taels of gold. In reality, he was short on funds, and the virtual reality gaming pod also required nourishing liquid to sustain itself. Thus, he was compelled to sell some gold to maintain his livelihood. His initial intention for entering the game was to earn money. Upon the successful transaction, Lin Han revealed a gentle smile. I am somewhat curious. What do you do to earn money so swiftly? Qin Linglong inquired casually. For now, that is not for disclosure. I thank you once again for your assistance last time. After successfully absorbing the chaotic energy with a talent level of 1, he broke through his shackles. Doubling his cultivation speed, he now possessed the strength of a second-tier general. As the historical stage truly unfolds, he believed he would grow even stronger. You have become stronger again. Qin Linglong observed Lin Han with astonishment. His presence was markedly different from 5 days ago, evidently more powerful. And he exuded a unique aura that was quite captivating. You too seem changed, Lin Han replied. I am faring well, though I may not be able to match you. I am curious about your cultivation method, as it seems to be progressing even faster than mine, Qin Linglong remarked, her beautiful eyes fixed upon Lin Han. If Lin Han were not aware of her true identity as a woman, she might have assumed that this individual harbored peculiar preferences. There is little to elaborate on. I shall take my leave. One moment, I require some gold. How much disposable income do you currently possess? Sell me some. How much do you need? How much do you have? How much do you desire? Qin Linglong paused, taken aback by the audacity of the inquiry. I would like 10,000 taels of gold. Do you have that? Yes. The current exchange rate is 680. For 10,000 taels, the total amounts to 6,800,000. We shall proceed with the usual transaction method. I will list it on a second-hand platform. You may purchase it. Lin Han recalled the advanced archery training camp blueprints that Qin Linglong had acquired at the auction, presumably at a considerable cost. Upon payment confirmation, 6,800,000 was credited to the account. The sound was like a symphony to Lin Han's ears. Qin Linglong stashed away the 10,000 taels of gold, inwardly astonished. As the president of a major guild, she still found herself struggling to keep pace with her rapid expansion, while this individual effortlessly sold off 10,000 taels of gold. Did you raid the treasury of those landlords? Lin Han merely smiled in response, offering no explanation. It was not his heist, but rather a bounty delivered to him by others. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. After parting ways with Qin Linglong, Lin Han chose to check into an inn before logging off. Upon glancing at the balance on his bank card, he felt as though he were in a dream. A month prior, he was a person toiling desperately for a living. Now, his account reflected millions, granting him the means to live a life of relative comfort. A notification chimed on his phone. Dear Mr. Lin Han, greetings. We have detected a significant balance in your bank account over the past month. According to the comprehensive assessment by the Huaxia Common Prosperity System, you no longer qualify as a low-income individual. The Huaxia Common Prosperity Company informs you that your subsidized housing will be reclaimed in 1 month. Please prepare for a new residence or pay half of the national subsidy rent to continue residing in your current rental. Congratulations on your improving circumstances. With newfound wealth, the state no longer subsidizes his rent, and the subsidized housing will be reclaimed. The conditions for obtaining subsidized housing require the Common Prosperity Company to monitor the applicant's bank transactions. Once deemed ineligible for low-income status, rental subsidies would cease, necessitating full rent payment or relocation from the subsidized housing area to secure private accommodations. A strong impulse to move surged within him. Previously categorized as a low-income individual, he had relied on his labor and state subsidies for survival. Now, with millions at his disposal, it seemed inappropriate to continue availing himself of government assistance. Chapter 21. Moving and the Prefect's Edict. Under the guidance of the real estate agency's robotic assistant, Lin Han entered the Danqing Mansion. This luxurious community, situated in Jianghai City, boasted an idyllic environment, nestled between mountains and water, with convenient transportation and various essential amenities nearby, in addition to the coastal park and not far from the urban center. In such affluent neighborhoods, security was paramount, with 24-hour patrols by robotic sentinels and comprehensive surveillance of public spaces. Non-residents could not enter without prior registration. The Danqing Mansion was priced at $7 million. This was the property that most delighted him, as its price was exactly within his means. With some funds remaining for living expenses, this residence was previously acquired by a celebrity as a financial investment, rarely occupied. In recent years, the celebrity has faded from the limelight and, faced with life's pressures, decided to sell the property, which boasts brand new furnishings and decor. After assessing the condition of the house, Lin Han promptly paid the purchase price and successfully obtained the electronic property deed and keys. Wishing you a pleasant life. Should you require anything in the future, feel free to contact me. The real estate agent robot bowed to Lin Han and exited the premises. Once his abode was secured, Lin Han summoned a moving company to transport his belongings from the affordable housing area, including his gaming pod from Dynasty. After a day of labor, he finally settled into his new life. This marked a fresh beginning, and the pleasant environment lifted his spirits immensely. After replenishing his nutrients, Lin Han re-entered the game. In the span of 1 day in the real world, 5 days had elapsed in the game. Departing from the inn, Lin Han wandered around Wan County. The governor of Lucan has returned triumphant. Have you heard? The governor successfully quelled the bandits, restoring peace to the southwest. The prowess of the governor is commendable. One wonders if he will also eradicate the mountain bandits surrounding Wan County. Currently, banditry is rampant, and one hopes the governor will swiftly eliminate them. As Lin Han strolled the streets of Wan County, he could overhear the conversations of commoners at tea stalls, discussing the governor's victory. Lin Han felt a surge of anxiety. The current threat he feared was indeed this governor. Historically, those who dared to shut their doors to Yuan Shu ultimately fell to Sun Tzu. The uncle of Lu Sun cultivated Lu Sun into a formidable figure. In the game S setting, Lucan undoubtedly belongs to the elite tier. At present, there are numerous mountain bandits in Wan County, with the most notorious being the Cold River Stronghold. He had previously dispatched 25,000 troops and 2 county constables, rendering Wan County's defenses vulnerable and allowing nearby player bandits to flourish unchecked. If Lucan were to target the mountain bandits, the Cold River Stronghold would certainly be among his objectives. Lin Han did not linger in Wan County and hastened back to the Cold River Stronghold. In his absence of 5 days, the stronghold had not changed significantly. The advanced infantry training camp was bustling with activity. The captured soldiers of the Huang Rang uprising were undergoing training and rehabilitation, while the pioneering camp had cultivated a considerable amount of arable land and gathered timber and stone resources. The atmosphere was one of thriving prosperity. Oldwood, How much longer until this advanced barracks is completed? Lin Han inquired at the construction site. My lord, it will require 10 more days. Old Wood replied with a slight bow. Lin Han nodded and proceeded to the craftsman's camp. The craftsman's camp comprises 3 divisions: the artisan department, the blacksmith department, and the carpenter department. Wang Tiechue, currently a third-rate blacksmith, resides within the blacksmith department and has begun crafting exquisite weapons. The elite of the Cold River Stronghold, numbering over 100, are now equipped with these fine weapons, while common weapons have become widespread, significantly enhancing their combat capabilities. After inspecting the blacksmith department, Lin Han made his way to the academy. Presently, the academy is managed by Chu Wenhe and Su Ru, with Chu Wenhe being captured while leading troops against Lin Han, and Su Ru recruited from a tavern by Ji Yun. Within the academy, only 30 to 40 children were present, learning the fundamentals of literacy. His stronghold now accommodates previously sheltered refugees and the families of the guard, totaling nearly 50,000 individuals. However, it is disconcerting that only a mere 30 to 40 children are receiving an education. Master Wenhe, Mr. Su Ru, why are there so few children studying here? Lin Han inquired, perplexed. Your Excellency, the village is predominantly inhabited by refugees, with few literate individuals. Many citizens have fled here, barely managing to meet their basic needs. Although under your governance they have a modest surplus, they all claim that education is of no value and are reluctant to spend their remaining funds on it. Such nonsensical assertions, Lin Han retorted, displeased. He immediately summoned Ji Yun. Ji Yun, convey my command. Any family within the garrison with children aged 5 and above must enroll them in the academy. All expenses will be waived, and the costs associated with their education will be covered by the village's finances. Furthermore, all future administrators of village affairs must be literate and possess both virtue and ability, with the latter being prioritized. Also, recruit 10 additional teachers without delay. Understood. Thank you, Your Excellency. Ji Yun expressed his gratitude, bowing to Lin Han. System notification. Due to your benevolent governance, Ji Yun's loyalty has increased, and his enthusiasm for administration has risen. System notification. Due to your benevolent governance, the morale within the village has improved, fostering unity and enhancing public safety. System notification. Due to your benevolent governance, the loyalty and morale of the garrison have strengthened, enhancing their combat effectiveness. System notification. Due to your benevolent governance, the probability of discovering exceptional talents within the village has increased. A series of system notifications left Lin Han somewhat astonished. He had merely wished to counter the prevailing sentiment that education was futile, yet he had inadvertently produced such results. Nevertheless, he was not reckless enough to implement free education for all at this time, as it was impractical given the village's current financial limitations. He could only begin with the families of the garrison, alleviating their concerns. In due course, when the opportunity arises, he would advocate for universal education within the village. The enhancement of the citizens' abilities would ultimately benefit the heavenly court, from which he had previously reaped substantial rewards. After arranging several matters concerning the academy, Lin Han departed. Subsequently, Lin Han devoted himself to cultivation, remaining vigilant against any potential attacks from Lu Kang. 3 days later, a messenger from the garrison entered the council hall to report. Your Excellency, there is a self-proclaimed envoy from Governor Lu seeking an audience with you. Let him in. Lin Han gestured, permitting the envoy's entry. Wu Qing arrived at Hanjiang village, noting the resounding sounds of soldiers training on both sides, which filled him with silent apprehension. As he entered, he was astonished by the tranquility of the inner valley, where the citizens wore cheerful expressions, and the harmonious sounds of children studying could be distinctly heard. Such a scene is rare even in times of peace. Amidst the current turmoil of banditry and natural disasters, its existence was indeed remarkable. It was no wonder that the 2 county officers had failed against this village. It was evidently no ordinary place. Before long, Wu Qing encountered the much-discussed Xiaohang, the village chief. As rumored, he was valiant, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, strikingly handsome. Chief, I am Wu Qing, envoy of Governor Lu. I have been sent to inform you of his intentions. What message do you bear? I urge you to surrender and return to righteousness. The world is currently in turmoil, and the governor wishes to avoid further bloodshed. Wu envoy, allow me to inquire. What constitutes righteousness, and what constitutes wickedness? Those who bring suffering to the people are wicked. As it stands, you lead a band of thieves, leaving the common folk in unrest. That is wickedness. In the words of the envoy, Those who bring calamity upon the populace are deemed wicked. In the present court, women meddle in governance, relatives wield power, and eunuchs dominate. Is this not malevolent? The emperor indulges in lavish displays within the imperial harem, employing maidens for trade, engaging in frivolous pursuits in the Western Garden, and racing donkeys. Is this not depraved? The emperor indulges in personal avarice, amassing treasures from the realm, utilizing funds for self-indulgence while burdening the common folk, yielding more expenditure than tribute. Corrupt officials benefiting from such gains, and the populace suffering as a consequence. Is this not vile? The sycophants, eager to present their own interests, foster treachery. Is this not wicked? I beseech the envoy, who truly brings misfortune upon the people. Wu Qing's expression shifted dramatically. How audacious! Such words border on treason. Tread carefully. Very well, I shall refrain from discussing state affairs. Let me inquire again. Envoy, you speak of those who bring calamity upon the people. Have you ever heard of me plundering the populace or slaughtering the innocent? Never have I heard such, yet the chief has slaughtered 25,000 soldiers of the county. Such a crime is unforgivable. I have not plundered nor unjustly killed. Rather, the county magistrate led troops against me. I acted solely in self-defense. What crime is that? The county magistrate's actions against bandits are within his purview. If you do not pillage the people, why do you fear? Why not surrender? If I were to surrender, would I truly be spared? Perhaps not. Wu Qing fell silent, and after a moment, he continued, Now, an opportunity for survival presents itself. Why does the chief not surrender? Governor Liu has promised to intercede on your behalf, citing your efforts to quell the Huang Rang bandits, coupled with your annihilation of their remnants. Surely, this will secure you a path to safety. Then let the governor procure an imperial edict before I consider this. Lin Han shook his head. Please convey my message to Governor Liu. I respect his loyalty and righteousness. I harbor no desire to bring harm to the people, nor have I ever sought to do so. I wish only to maintain peace in my stronghold. Should circumstances compel me, I shall be forced to act in self-defense. I hope the governor will deliberate with care. I shall convey your words faithfully. Wu Qing gazed deeply at Lin Han, nodded, and took his leave. Chapter 22, Additional Funds. After bidding farewell to the envoy of Liu Kang, Lin Han immersed himself in development. He observed the forum and noted the players in Lujiang County, who, after a period of relative comfort, faced a calamitous fate. Liu Kang's methods and resolve in eradicating bandits surpassed those of other local officials. He was no inept individual, causing the bandit players of Lujiang County to endure far greater suffering than their counterparts elsewhere. Many players in Lujiang County, once basking in the stability of their recent progress, now scrambled to relocate, fleeing the county or retreating deeper into the mountains. Lin Han emerged as a beneficiary of Liu Kang's campaign against the bandits. As other bandit strongholds were obliterated, countless fugitives sought refuge in Hanjiang's stronghold, with thousands arriving within a mere fortnight. Over this period, the captives from the Huang Rang army were fully assimilated, and additional bandit factions approached for allegiance. The Qinglong and Zhuge armies expanded, amassing a total of 20,000 troops. The advanced infantry training camp, which Lin Han had eagerly anticipated, was successfully completed. The advanced infantry training camp was established in the outer valley of Hulu Valley, significantly more spacious than the standard barracks, distinguishing it from the ordinary soldiers' encampments. Advanced infantry training camp. Attributes. Advanced structure level. 1 function, capable of training elite infantry for combat. The higher the level, the faster the training speed, with every level increase enhancing the training speed by 10. It is essential to have at least one general proficient in infantry combat, of a 3rd-tier rank or higher, responsible for training. The higher the general's proficiency in infantry, the greater the combat prowess of the soldiers. Upon reading the related description of the advanced infantry training camp, Lin Han nearly burst into laughter. Dian Wei is the quintessential infantry general, whose martial prowess currently stands at an astounding 999, just one step away from breaking through the bottleneck to become a divine-level general. The infantry trained under him possesses unimaginable strength. Brother, I entrust this barracks to you. From today onward, you shall personally command and train the Demon Guard Battalion. My lord, I am not particularly knowledgeable about military maneuvers and warfare. There is no need for concern. You need only focus on training the warriors. I will handle the military operations. Understood. Suddenly, a private message caught Lin Han off guard. It was from Qin Ling Long, a wealthy heiress who sought him for a singular purpose, to purchase gold. After all, the several million he had for property investments came entirely from this woman. To her, that sum was but a mere drop in the bucket. What is it? I need a favor. A favor? Lin Han asked, perplexed. What kind of favor? I require a third-tier general. A third-tier general? I do not have any to sell. I am in need of generals myself. It is not about selling. I have discovered a third-tier general named Zhu Guang. I have made an agreement that if one of my subordinates can defeat him in single combat, he will submit to me. Do you have any generals to bring along to impersonate my subordinate and conquer him? This matter? I fear it may not be feasible. I cannot leave my current post. He is currently on guard against Lu Kang, and should anything happen, the Hanzhong stronghold would be in peril. Are you afraid of retribution from Lu Kang? Can you really deduce that? Lin Han silently ridiculed, yet chose not to respond, tacitly acknowledging her insight. Zhu Guang is located in Shuxian, near Wanxian. You should not be far. I will have someone keep an eye on the governor's residence. If Lu Kang makes any moves, you can return and assist me in subduing Zhu Guang, and I will reward you with 200,000. That will not do. I cannot leave. 500,000. Honestly, do not think that money can resolve everything, Lin Han thought to himself, remaining silent. 800,000. Deal. On the other end, she paused for a moment, then burst into laughter, remarking on his apparent obsession with wealth. At the tavern in Wanxian, known for frequent gold transactions, Lin Han arrived to find only Qin Linglong and her guild member present, both disguised as men. Where are your generals? Qin Linglong surveyed the surroundings. Noticing Lin Han had not brought anyone, my generals are not suited to be out at this time. They are better left to guard. I am here alone. Lin Han replied. Can you defeat a third-tier general? The girl beside her looked at him skeptically. You are a lord player, and even our most formidable guild players cannot best him. Are you underestimating me? Lin Han scoffed. If you do not believe me, I shall take my leave, and you may seek help elsewhere. Wait, do not heed Xiao Yun's foolish words. I trust you. Qin Linglong gestured for the handsome man beside her to remain silent. The renowned leader of the Hanjiang stronghold, Xiao Hang, should have no trouble dealing with a third-tier general. Follow me. Knowing my identity, are you attempting to deceive me? Lin Han warned Qin Linglong warily. Having collaborated for so long, it would be quite unreasonable for me not to know the specifics of my partner's identity. Within Lujiang County, there are but a handful of individuals who could procure such a considerable amount of gold for me. Locating them would be a simple task. I find myself somewhat fearful of you now. Farewell. Increase the payment. It's settled. As they made their way along the path to Shuxian, Zhang Shiyun harbored significant reservations about Lin Han. This fellow, clearly a money-driven individual, was ironically the leader of the largest bandit faction in Lujiang County. A character entirely at odds with her expectations. In her mind, the leader of the Cold River Bandits should be a resourceful and valiant gentleman, or at the very least, a charismatic and daring figure. However, Lin Han, while undeniably handsome, did not embody the other two attributes. The trio traversed the road to Shuxian, where the player population was notably larger than in Wan County, primarily due to the renowned Zhou Yu. The illustrious Zhou Yu hailed from this very region, drawing numerous players eager to test their fortunes here, with hopes of potentially becoming a dominant figure in the future. Lin Han had perused the information on the Linglong Guild, noting that some of its players congregated around Shuxian. It was not uncommon for them to encounter second-rate warriors in this vicinity. Zhu Guang, historically a general under Cao Cao, was poised to be intercepted by Qin Linglong. He was set to capture a Dian Wei while Qin Linglong aimed to seize Zhu Guang, leaving Boss Chao in a rather unfortunate plight. As they walked side by side, a child around 5 or 6 years old suddenly appeared before them, blocking their path. Dressed in fine garments, the child possessed a youthful beauty and an aura of grandeur. Upon seeing Lin Han, however, he pointed an accusatory finger at him, filled with rage akin to that of a victim of familial betrayal. Villain. Thief. What? The trio was taken aback. A child had suddenly halted them, labeling them as villains and thieves. What was the meaning of this? Zhang Shiyun playfully glanced at Lin Han, eliciting a roll of his eyes in response. He was certain he did not know this child, who clearly held a grievance against him. You are the real thief. Your entire family are thieves. Lin Han, uninterested in engaging further, dismissed the childish insult. Little one, why do you call me a thief? Unbeknownst to me, I perceive you as a thief. Thus, you are one. Oh, away, apprehend him. The child retreated, allowing his accompanying guards to step forward and seize Lin Han. Oh dear. Lin Han briefly pondered whether these two women had orchestrated a trap for him. Angered by the guards' assault, he brandished his spear. In the ensuing chaos, the shadows of his weapon danced through the air. Within 3 exchanges, he dispatched the 2 guards, their blood spilling like torrents, their fates uncertain. glancing around for the child. He found him nowhere in sight. Just as Lin Han prepared to pursue the child for answers, a commotion erupted, and a squad of soldiers brandishing swords approached. "Old brigand, how dare you cause trouble and take lives? Seize him." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lin Han relinquished the thought of interrogating the child and concealed himself within the crowd, vanishing into the alleyway. The two women, noticing the soldiers advancing toward them, hastily followed Lin Han's lead. Chapter 23. The Peculiar Child. In the encounter with Kai Yong and his daughter, are you attempting to trap me? Lin Han glared at the two women, following them to Shuxian and encountering such a child, leading to this uproar, made him suspect that they had set a cunning snare for him. Without a reasonable explanation, he had no qualms about taking preemptive action against them. After all, this is merely a game. Even Qin Linglong remains oblivious to his true identity, let alone harbor any thoughts of vengeance against him. I am at a loss. I cannot fathom the situation at hand. Qin Linglong sighed in resignation, expressing her ignorance about the child who seemed to be causing trouble. Indeed, we too are perplexed by the unfolding events. Although I possess a modicum of discontent towards you, I assure you this matter is not a deception. Zhang Xian hastily interjected. Consider whether you may have offended him or his family in some manner. Nonsense. This is my first visit to Shuxian. I shall withdraw from this transaction. Seek another. Lin Han regarded the two with caution, unwilling to linger for any pleas to stay, and turned to depart. He was reluctant to remain here too long. Should Qin Linglong truly betray him and offer his head to Lu Kong as a token of allegiance, he would suffer greatly. This is a game, reminiscent of the treacherous final days of the Eastern Han Dynasty, where absolute friendship is but an illusion. As Lin Han vanished from sight, Qin Linglong stood in a daze, contemplating the scene that had just transpired. She comprehended Lin Han's mistrust. Were she in his position, she too would question whether a trap had been laid to ensnare her. After all, arriving here only to be accosted by an unfamiliar child of 5 or 6 years was utterly absurd. A glimmer of realization sparked in Qin Linglong's eyes, as if she had grasped a crucial point. The fact that game characters seek confrontation indicates a bond or consequence between them. Perhaps it could lead to discovering historical figures or clues. We must investigate the background of that child. However, what of Zhu Guan? Who can we enlist to subdue him? The elite archery training camp requires generals. We must first ascertain the truth. Presently, he harbors some skepticism towards us, Qin Linglong remarked. Very well, Zhang Xiyun reluctantly acquiesced. On the return journey, Lin Han moved with utmost caution, fearful of being unmasked, donning a black cloak to obscure his visage. Suddenly, a band of over a dozen brigands obstructed his path. An elderly scholar, approximately 50 years of age, was encircled by the mountain bandits. Beside him, a 5-year-old girl clad in a delicate yellow dress, her features exquisite, her eyes sparkling with innocence. At that moment, the girl clutched the scholar's garment, her expression marked by fear. How callous the mountain bandits, robbing the elderly and children fleeing for their lives. Remembering his earlier encounter in Shuxian, Lin Han was consumed by a surge of indignation. Scoundrels! Cursed brigands! Perish! He exclaimed as he charged forward, brandishing his spear and plunging into the throng of bandits. The unexpected attack caught the brigands off guard, igniting their fury as they raised their blades in response. The clangor of weapons reverberated through the wilderness, soon subsiding into silence. Upon surveying the scene again, the ancient path was strewn with over 10 corpses, while the remaining brigands fled in disarray. Thank you, noble warrior, for your timely intervention. The elderly scholar bowed in gratitude, while the young girl regarded Lin Han with wide, curious eyes, as if seeking to engrave his image in her memory. It was but a trifling effort. In these times of rampant banditry, tread carefully on your journey, Lin Han replied. His ire considerably abated as he cleaned the blood from his spear and sheathed it. Might I inquire where you are headed, sir? If our paths align, I would be honored to accompany you for a spell, to ease your mind. Alas, I am attempting to evade calamity and Kuaiji, passing through this area. The elderly scholar sighed. The journey to Kuaiji is long and arduous, and with a child in your care and burdens to bear, it may prove challenging. What else can be done? In these troubled times, where treachery abounds, one can only seek refuge and a place to call home, with no kin to rely upon. I must turn to friends in Kuaiji for solace, lamented the elderly scholar. Sir, why not accompany me? I observe that you wear the garb of a scholar. Surely well-versed in literature. My village is in need of a teacher. You could educate the children in reading and writing, while also securing a place to dwell, rather than depending on the kindness of others. After a lengthy hesitation, The elder scholar scrutinized Lin Han once more, ultimately nodding in agreement. Your words hold wisdom. If there is indeed a place to settle, why remain a burden to others? You have saved my daughter, and I shall follow you, simply seeking a home. Gratitude filled Lin Han's heart as he bent down to lift the young girl onto his steed, securing the burdens atop the horse, while he and the elderly scholar proceeded on foot. Thank you, noble sir. In my old age, I have acquired a daughter, yet her fate has been harsh, wandering with me through many trials. Who would choose to drift without a home if they could find stability? Lin Han turned to the girl upon the horse. What is your name, little one? The girl merely gazed at Lin Han with curiosity, glancing at the elder scholar, hesitant to reply. Noble sir, my life has been one of wandering. I fear that treacherous individuals may lurk along the road. Thus I advised my daughter not to reveal her name indiscriminately. My surname is Kai, given name Yong, courtesy name Boji, from Chenlu. This is my daughter, Kai Yen. Ah, Kai sir, I am known as Xiao. Lin Han nodded in greeting, suddenly taken aback. What did you say? His tone changed, astonishment flooding his expression. To encounter such illustrious names along this journey is remarkable. Both Kai Yong and Kai Yen were startled by Lin Han's unexpected surprise. Seeing his astonished demeanor, Kai Yong chuckled. Forgive my surprise. Did you just refer to yourself as Kai Yong, the esteemed Kai Yong, Kai Boji? Lin Han inquired with eager anticipation. Do you recognize me? Kai Yong replied without denial. Turning the question back upon Lin Han. I have long admired the name of the Kai family. You are a renowned figure of our time, though misfortune has befallen you. I never anticipated to meet you here. It is indeed an honor. I am Xiaohan Go, a local from Lujiang. Kai sir, please accompany me to my village. Outside Hanjiang village, Lin Han and the Kai father-daughter duo paused. Kai Yong surveyed the village with some hesitation, glancing at Lin Han. Kai sir, this year, Huang Rang and the Jiangxiao rebels have risen in the southwest, bringing calamity to the region. Countless have fled. I, out of necessity, built this village to provide them with a safe haven. I have eradicated the bandits nearby. Not long ago, Huang Rang's forces were defeated, and I slew them in battle. The threat of Huang Rang has finally been quelled. Lin Han feared that Kai Yong might perceive him as a bandit and refuse to stay, which would be a significant loss. If Kai Yong could join the village academy, the intellect of the village children would surely flourish. Excellent, Kai Yong exclaimed with delight. Upon entering the village, Kai Yong was astonished by the surroundings. Throughout his life, he had held official positions, faced imprisonment, witnessed the splendor of the imperial capital, and resided in dilapidated villages. Yet this village appeared to be a veritable paradise compared to those he had encountered before. Common folk sat leisurely in the market. Children played soccer in the streets, old oxen worked the fields, crops thrived, and the sounds of chickens and dogs filled the air, accompanied by the cheerful sounds of learning and the gentle wafts of cooking smoke. Such a scene was unseen in the outside world. If the territories of the Han could thrive in such a manner, what audacity would the Xianbei and Hu people have to invade? Mr. Kai, upon establishing my stronghold, I set forth grand aspirations, wishing for all within my domain to embody the spirit of dragons. What a splendid vision, where each person is like a dragon, and the hearts of heroes harbor the might of tigers and leopards, yet they delicately savor the fragrance of the flowers. The grand principles are manifested outwardly, while the true righteousness resides within. Surely, the future will be extraordinary. Mr. Kai Yong stroked his beard in admiration. Sir, you flatter me, he replied. Lin Han took 2 individuals to settle in their quarters and subsequently guided them to the academy of the stronghold. At that moment, the melodious sounds of children reciting their lessons filled the air, pleasing to the ear, and Kai Yong nodded in approval. Sir, I dare to request that you assume the role of the academy's head, enlightening these children to awaken their minds, to understand trust and righteousness, and to educate the populace of the stronghold. Kai Yong pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. System notification. The eminent scholar Kai Yong has successfully taken residence in the player's territory academy. The academy students have a talent level of 1, intelligence of 10, while the commoners of the territory possess an intelligence of 5, increasing the probability of talented individuals emerging. Lin Han was filled with immense joy upon receiving the system notification and bowed, saying, On behalf of the people of this stronghold, I express my heartfelt gratitude, sir. Such gratitude is unnecessary, Kai Yong chuckled. I only hope that you will achieve greatness in the future and share the wonders of this stronghold across the vast lands of the Han. Should I possess such capability in the future, I shall certainly heed your teachings. Chapter 24. Becoming a disciple of Kai Yong, Lin Han arranged for a spacious courtyard for Kai Yong, ensuring his living accommodations were well prepared. This was a great Confucian. A distinguished scholar, a rare talent indeed. Particularly notable was Kai Yin, the renowned female talent, an excellent choice for residing in the Copper Sparrow Terrace. Although she was still young, she could be nurtured. That afternoon, Kai Yong sought out Lin Han. Stronghold Master. Mr. Kai, please call me by my name. I cannot bear the title of Stronghold Master. Etiquette cannot be neglected. Since I have settled in the Stronghold, I must naturally adhere to its customs and practices. Moreover, the Stronghold Master has saved my father and me, Kai Yong remarked. Mr. Kai, how about this? If you lack students, I am willing to enter your tutelage. Seeking knowledge from you, and we may refer to each other as teacher and student. I observe that the Stronghold Master possesses extraordinary demeanor, with righteousness gathering steadfastly between your brows. You are a man of virtue, yet I currently harbor resentment against treacherous individuals, wandering and displaced. Should the Stronghold Master join my ranks, it may attract calamity, Kai Yong sighed. Fear not, for throughout history, righteousness has always triumphed over evil. I dare to enter your tutelage, and I shall not fear those treacherous officials. I will surely protect you and your daughter, Lin Han asserted firmly. Very well. If that is the case, I shall accept you as my student today. Teacher. Lin Han performed a respectful bow. System notification. Congratulations to the player for successfully taking the eminent scholar Kai Yong as a teacher. Kai Yong laughed heartily, his satisfaction evident as he surveyed Lin Han. I never anticipated that despite my misfortunes, I would gain such a promising disciple. Heaven has not treated me poorly. Yinner henceforth. Hangu shall be your elder brother. Elder brother. A sweet smile blossomed on the adorable face of young Kai Yin, nearly melting Lin Han's heart as he affectionately patted her head. Teacher, are you settling in well at the Stronghold? I am quite comfortable. Hanjiang's Stronghold has a sense of paradise that I find most appealing, Kai Yong replied with a smile, stroking his beard. The reason I called you here today was to express my gratitude, yet unexpectedly, I have gained a student. Since I have accepted you, I shall impart all that I have learned in my life. Kai Yong rummaged through his belongings for a while, before producing several bamboo slips. Throughout my life, I have held a profound admiration for the teachings of Huang Lao. I once composed a treatise titled Shui to inspire self-reflection and motivation, and now I share it with you. Along with 10 other works, encouragement of learning, decisive judgment, and narration of the moon. All that I have learned in my lifetime is entrusted to you. I implore you to study diligently and not to squander this opportunity. Thank you, teacher. Lin Han bowed solemnly. Though this is merely a game, he does not perceive it as such. The characters here possess thoughts and personalities. System prompt. The player has been accepted as a disciple by the esteemed scholar Kai Yong, who imparts his lifelong knowledge, granting an increase of 50 in intelligence and politics, along with a 30-point boost in charm, enhancing the growth rate of intelligence, politics, and charm for the future. Character. Xiao Hangu Identity. Leader of Mountain Bandits Territory. Hanzhong Stronghold Martial Power, 735 Intelligence, 677 Physique, 549 Leadership, 673 Politics, 785 Charm, 842 Talent, 11 Martial Arts, Casting the Celestial Court Divine Abilities, Devour. Imperial Aura, Body of Divine Punishment. With varied enhancements to these attributes, Lin Han felt an overwhelming sense of joy, nearly fainting from happiness. Such is the influence of a renowned scholar. Take Yinner out to explore the beauty of this stronghold. I shall wander over to the academy. Very well. Lin Han took Kai Yan's hand and departed. This young girl would later be immortalized in history as the illustrious talent Kai Wenji. Senior brother. Here. Lin Han had never envisioned himself being so tender, as if she were his own sister. I wish to eat that. This is horsehoof pastry. I shall buy it for you. Lin Han purchased a portion for Kai Yan, leading her around while also treating her to a piece of candy and having a new dress fashioned at the tailoress shop. Everything here was a marvel to little Kai Yan. As he guided her through the various halls of the stronghold, they soon arrived at the Copper Sparrow Terrace. Upon seeing the grand Copper Sparrow perched majestically on the terrace, its wings outstretched, with palatial echoes and ethereal ambience, she gasped in delight, her smile radiant and charming. Is this the home of my senior brother? This Copper Sparrow is magnificent. Indeed, it is beautiful. Do you like it, Yena? I adore it, senior brother. May I come here often in the future? Certainly. Within this stronghold, you may go anywhere you wish. Thank you, senior brother. President, we have found the information. Zhang Xiyun rushed in, her expression brimming with excitement. President, I have discovered the identity of that child. Oh? Is there something remarkable about his identity? Upon observing Zhang Xiyun's demeanor, Qin Linglong sensed something extraordinary. Yes, the child is a member of the Zhou clan from Shuxian, a direct descendant of Zhou Yu. I verified Zhou Yu's birth and death years, and it turns out that at this particular time, he is indeed a 5-year-old child. His father is the magistrate of Luoyang, accompanied by guards, making it highly likely that this is little Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu? Qin Linglong instantly lost her composure. Countless players had come to Shuxian in search of Zhou Yu, hoping to form connections from childhood for future recruitment, yet none had succeeded. However, Lin Han's arrival seemed to provoke a response, drawing little Zhou Yu out to confront him. This is rather intriguing. Who would have thought that the avaricious one could evoke such animosity, bringing little Zhou Yu forth only to engage in a brawl-upon meeting? Zhang Xiyun remarked in astonishment. What could their grievance be? I shall inquire. Qin Linglong promptly opened Lin Han's chat interface. Xiaohang, my handsome friend, I trust you are well. No one responded. I have been blocked. Qin Linglong felt a few dark lines appear on her forehead. This was the first time in her life she had been blocked by someone. Countless men outside sought her contact information, yet she found herself blocked. How is this possible? I can't reach him, Qin Linglong lamented. Ha ha, Zhang Xiyun laughed heartily, her ample bosom shaking. The renowned Qin heiress has been blocked. This is a first for me. Ah. Qin Linglong cast a disdainful glance at her foolish demeanor and rolled her eyes, saying, I shall seek him out. Where will you go? To Hanjiang Stronghold, or else? Upon arriving at Hanjiang Stronghold, Qin Linglong looked up at the grand gate, utterly astonished. One must admit, the location chosen by Xiaohang was superb. A veritable fortress that was easy to defend, yet hard to attack. Halt! Who goes there? A vigilant bandit stationed at the gate obstructed Qin Linglong's path. The newcomer does not appear to be a refugee. I am a friend of your chieftain, Xiaohang, and I request that you notify him of my visit. Qin Linglong said, bowing slightly. A friend of the chieftain? Please wait a moment. A bandit quickly departed to relay the message. Soon, he returned with Lin Han's directive, permitting Qin Linglong to enter the stronghold. It was Qin Linglong's first time in Lin Han's stronghold, and she was profoundly impressed by what she beheld. As the largest bandit stronghold in Lujiang, its level of prosperity far surpassed that of her own village. To date, she had invested nearly 10 million in developing her territory. Yet it still paled in comparison to this stronghold. When she encountered Xiaohang in the Grand Hall, she stated, Xiaohang, I could not reach you. So I have come in person. Speak. What brings you here? Since the incident in Shuxian, Lin Han had blocked this woman, never expecting she would seek him out. About that incident in Shuxian. That matter? I have yet to settle the score with you. Lin Han's anger flared, but upon reflection, it dissipated. On his way back, he had encountered Kai Yong and his daughter, which could be considered a stroke of good fortune. Yet the child's identity lingered in his thoughts for quite some time. After much contemplation, he suspected that his identity as a bandit had been exposed, leading to such troubles. Nevertheless, I appreciate your visit. I shall let bygones be bygones. Now, what is it you wish to discuss? We investigated, and the child from Shuxian is a member of the Zhou clan. That incident was not a scheme against you. It was unforeseen, which is why we came to inquire if you had any grievances with that boy. Do you have any leads regarding him? Qin Linglong gazed intently into Lin Han's eyes, seeking to discern whether he would speak falsely. A member of the Zhou clan? Which Zhou clan? The Zhou family of Zhou Yu. What? Zhou Yu? Lin Han was taken aback. No wonder. What do you mean, no wonder? Have you forged an enmity with Zhou Yu? Qin Linglong's curiosity was instantly piqued. Yes and no. Lin Han pondered for a moment. It is not suitable to elaborate, since he is of the Zhou clan. Let us put the matter of Shuxian behind us. Do you have any leads on that boy? Qin Linglong inquired. None. If I were to see him again, I would shoot him dead, even if he is merely a child, Lin Han coldly replied. Is that little boy Xiao Zhou Yu? Qin Linglong inquired. I have no idea. Lin Han replied, shrugging his shoulders in a gesture of uncertainty. Unable to glean further insights about the Zhou family from the singer Xiaohang, Qin Linglong had no choice but to take her leave from Lin Han's encampment. Chapter 25, Demon Guard Camp. Emerging from the gaming pod, Qin Linglong let out a sigh. The game concealed numerous hidden settings, and having failed to extract more information about the little boy from Xiaohang, she could only navigate the uncertainties on her own. She could surmise that he might be Xiao Zhou Yu, yet the system imposed restrictions that made it exceedingly challenging for players to engage with relevant characters before their time. The system's perplexing and restrictive designs were abundant. Before long, another door opened, and Zhang Xian stepped out, clad in a languid nightgown. As night enveloped the game world, and with leisure at hand, the two decided to venture out for a late-night snack. Upon stepping outside, they were astonished to notice the neighboring residents. Has that actor moved back? Zhang Xian remarked, gazing at the brightly lit windows of the adjacent villa with immense curiosity. Wasn't it said they went bankrupt? Surely, there must be new neighbors. Qin Linglong cast a casual glance before departing in her vehicle. Not long after their departure, Lin Han emerged from the neighboring villa, stretching his limbs and surveying the sky as he stepped outside. Although the perception of time within the game was 5 times longer than in reality, the nights in the game were rather dull, lacking modern forms of entertainment and culinary delights. Thus, he occasionally seized the opportunity to log off during the game's nighttime to engage in some physical activity. Unbeknownst to him, it had been over 2 months since the launch of Dynasty, yet a year had elapsed within the game. This year was the most brutal for players, particularly for Lord players, marking an era of fierce elimination. Amidst the fierce competition for resources, territory, population, and survival, countless Lord players found their space to thrive severely constricted, leading many to bankruptcy and a transition to the role of a hero. Those who lost their early advantages transitioned from lords to heroes, ultimately relegating them to the lower tiers. Dynasty established its historical timeline beginning in the year 180, affording players ample time for development and choice. Countless lord players vanished, while the surviving minor lords were predominantly vagrant lords, managing to scrape by through taxation and the protection of the court. Such minor lords went unnoticed. Once chaos ensued, the only fate awaiting these minor lords was ruthless annihilation, unless they joined major guilds, where many lords banded together for survival, becoming the tax burden of the larger guilds. The surviving bandit players were primarily members of major guilds. Bandit players without the protection of soldiers faced even more intense competition than vagrant lords, with the larger fish devouring the smaller ones, ultimately leaving one dominant entity in each respective region. The top 10 super guilds included Xianyuan Guild, Royal Guild, Myth Alliance, War God Guild, Linglong Pavilion, 13 Sword Tower, Dragon King, Heavenly Society, Great Black Sky, and Divine Alliance, alongside over 80 major guilds and hundreds of minor guilds. With tens of thousands of studios scattered across the 13 states, players established mutual agreements regarding their territorial domains. One location held particular significance: Lujian County, Wanjian. Following Liu Kang's eradication of Huang Rang and his return, the area became one of the calamities for bandit players as he purged the surrounding brigands. In the entirety of Lujian County, under the iron-fisted measures of Liu Kang, only the territory of Hanjiang's stronghold remained, which had absorbed countless scattered bandits and refugees, swelling its population to a remarkable 15,000. Within the stronghold, the military force boasted 4,000 troops, successfully forming the Xuanwu army, renowned for its defensive prowess. Hanjiang's stronghold had been fortified by Lin Han to resemble an impregnable fortress, and Liu Kang had dispatched envoys multiple times to persuade surrender, all of whom were rebuffed. Notably, individuals such as Ada, Ying, and Wei Wu had experienced breakthroughs in their strength after cultivating the Magic Guardian, elevating them to the level of third-rate martial generals. Today marked a significant occasion. After an extensive 6-month selection and training process led by Jian Wei, the Magic Guardian camp was officially established. The 5,000 Magic Guardians stood in immaculate formation on the parade ground, clad in black armor and wielding exquisite long spears. The synchronized rhythm of their breathing emanated an overwhelming aura of pressure. Over the past 6 months, the bandits in the vicinity of Wansu County and Qianshan had mostly vanished, with half of the credit attributed to this formidable troop. While Lin Han refrained from descending the mountain to pillage, the bandits suffered greatly, as Jian Wei led the Magic Guardian camp in relentless sweeps, utilizing them as a training ground. In half a year, after hundreds of skirmishes, the bandits surrounding Wansu County had been entirely plundered. Character: He earned identity, Senior Infantry Magic Guardian Strength, 411 Intelligence, 200 Physique, 365 Leadership, 210 Politics, 135 Charm, 88 Talent, 7 Loyalty, Unknown Cultivation Method, Magic Guardian Abilities, Mastery of Infantry. Comrades: Demonic Aura, Mastery of Infantry, Proficient in Foot Combat, enhancing combat speed by 100 and combat power by 100. Comrades: When 3 or more Magic Guardians coordinate their attacks, their combat power and defense increase by 200. Demonic Aura, The magic guardians emanate demonic energy, which can be controlled by generals of the same source cultivation method, connecting the entire army for both offense and defense. Each magic guardian practiced the earth-level cultivation method magic guardian, with the lowest strength exceeding 360. The commander and vice commander of the magic guardians had achieved above the quasi-third-rate martial general level. As their cultivation progressed, their strength would continue to rise. Each soldier possessed the same skills, a first for Lin Han to witness 3 skills in unison. This exceptional unit, led by Jian Wei, was destined to become the trump card of Hanjiang's stronghold. From this day forth, the Magic Guardian camp was officially formed and bestowed with a black flag. Henceforth, this black flag would symbolize your unique glory. Thank you, Lord. The 5,000 voices resonated in unison, akin to thunder, reverberating profoundly. My lord, an envoy has arrived from outside, claiming to represent the Tianxia Society and wishes to meet you. A messenger hurriedly reported to Lin Han. Tianxia Society? Lin Han had only come across this name in a gaming forum, seemingly a super guild, but he was unaware of any further details. The visitor was a young man, appearing frivolous and arrogant, and upon seeing Lin Han, he almost looked down his nose at him. Are you the lord of Hanjiang's stronghold, Xiaohang? The youth seated himself, scrutinizing Lin Han from head to toe. What is your business? Are you part of the diplomatic group for that Dynasty game? No, I do not concern myself with such matters. What do you want? Lin Han replied, resolute. He preferred to operate independently, eschewing guilds and alliances, dismissing all trivialities. Not part of it. Then you should join the conversation. In our grand guild, we have designated personnel responsible for diplomatic affairs within the group, and the guild president has a dedicated channel as well. After discussions in the diplomatic group, it has been decided that the territory of Wanquan County will henceforth belong to our guild, the World of Heaven. You now have 2 options. First, to join our guild and become a member, adhering to our tax rates for the alliance, which will permit you to develop in the area, albeit restricted to Gourd Mountain. Other players from the alliance may develop nearby, and you are prohibited from attacking fellow alliance members. Second, we will declare war on you and seize this territory, leaving you with nothing. Are there no other options? Lin Han inquired. None, the young man replied with a shrug. I do not wish to instigate conflict, Lin Han stated. This is the rule of open games. Sandbox games have always operated this way. You either abide by the rules or face elimination by them. The young man replied nonchalantly, this is your choice. What if I choose neither? If you do not choose, we will assume you have opted for the second option, and the World of Heaven will declare war on you, subsequently taking this land. Then come at us, Lin Han replied calmly. In this game of lords, where battles determine supremacy, should he lose, he would have no words left to say. Do you truly choose this path? The young man's demeanor darkened. You should comprehend the consequences. Developing the land of Hanjiang village requires several hundred million. Should it be reduced to ashes, do not weep. Whatever. Those who oppose the World of Heaven shall find no better fortune next time. The young man scoffed before turning to leave. Not long after the young man departed, a private message from Qin Linglong arrived. Xiaohang, has anyone from the World of Heaven reached out to you? She asked directly. They just left, he replied. How will you choose? Of course, I will fight. Do you think I would join them? Lin Han countered. In sandbox games, various circles and rules exist. Grand guilds allocate territories to prevent conflicts of interest and mutual weakening. You could make other choices, such as joining another guild to counterbalance them. I'm not interested. The Eastern Han has not yet perished, and the feudal lords have not completed their struggles for supremacy while allocating territories. It's absurd, Lin Han remarked. There are significant interests at stake. Securing the land allows for stable development, and the taxes collected by those guild alliances generate substantial daily revenue. The high-ranking officials of the guild have invested heavily in hopes of recouping their costs. I have never played this way and am not interested. If they wish to fight, let them. Lin Han shrugged, stating it was merely a matter of winning or losing. They will send vagrant lords to lead their forces against you. If you win, it is tantamount to opposing the Eastern Han court, and if you lose, you will be left with nothing, Qin Linglong warned. I prefer to earn my wealth standing tall. Chapter 26, Epic Difficulty. Defending the Home. Declaration. To the Hanjiang village of Lujiang. Hanjiang village, as a bandit stronghold, has plundered and created unrest, bringing disgrace upon itself. The World of Heaven shall take control of Lujiang today, eliminating the bandits and restoring a harmonious gaming environment for all. Henceforth, it is declared that from tomorrow, all members of the World of Heaven shall have the right to attack Hanjiang village, and all its allies shall fall within the purview of the world of heaven's cleansing. This action aligns with the will of heaven and the desires of the people, and shall be pursued relentlessly. The world of heaven stands firm. On the gaming forum, the official account representing the Tianxia Guild issued a simple proclamation manifesting the public conflict within the game. It served as a notification to all that the Tianxia Guild would commence an assault on the Hanjiang stronghold. How audacious of the Tianxia Guild to establish a pretense of righteousness. These large guilds, emboldened by their numbers, brazenly bully others. Who is the Hanjiang stronghold to warrant such serious attention from the Tianxia Guild? I confess ignorance. I have never heard of this stronghold or its affiliated guild. A collection of powerful guilds, carving up territories, demanding allegiance or annihilation, and now they come to proclaim their superiority. Does this game belong solely to them? The Eastern Han Dynasty still exists, after all. As the spectators gather, I reveal that I am one who was expelled from Lijiang County by the Hanjiang stronghold. Numerous replies flood in, marking the first instance of a super guild issuing a proclamation against a player-run stronghold, a truly unprecedented event. With the proclamation's emergence, the Hanjiang stronghold, under the leadership of Lin Han, came into the public eye. Soon, tales of the stronghold's exploits surfaced. Having eradicated half of the bandits in Lijiang County and having once slaughtered and subdued 25,000 soldiers. Most astonishingly, even the notorious Governor Lu Kang, who had instigated much lament among the players of Lijiang County, turned a blind eye to Lin Han. Once the situation came to light, the name of Xiaohang, the leader of the Hanjiang stronghold, spread widely. Could it be that an individual player has achieved such prowess? This is what true gaming looks like. We are but pawns in the game. Those large guilds flaunt their wealth and numbers. Who among them would dare to challenge Xiaohang one-on-one? The Hanjiang stronghold may prove difficult to conquer. Otherwise, Governor Lu Kang would not remain indifferent. Excitement brewed in the forum, igniting fervent discussions. Currently, the game is in its early stages, characterized by player development. The Dynasty officials, perhaps too complacent in their stability, have allowed ample time for growth, setting the servers opening at a relatively stable year of 180. There are no significant tasks or storylines at present. Consequently, the large guilds, relying on their numbers and finances, are plotting to divide territories, absorb resources, and strengthen themselves while awaiting the Yellow Turban storyline, at which point they can truly expand and potentially usurp the warlords. Entering an era of dominance. Lin Han regarded the proclamation with indifference. It was merely a public declaration of war. And he saw no need to respond. He simply needed to prepare for battle. Shortly after the Tianxia Guild's proclamation, Lijiang County issued a notice to eradicate bandits, pledging to respond to the will of the people by dispatching 50,000 troops to eliminate the threat posed by the Hanjiang stronghold. The news elicited cheers from the members of the Tianxia Guild, with Governor Lu Kang leading 50,000 troops, alongside the 80,000 from the Tianxia Guild. A formidable force of 130,000 would soon descend upon them. The Hanjiang stronghold seemed destined for destruction. What became of those who claimed that playing as bandits was a breeze? Is it still enjoyable now? With the alliance of large guilds and the army, will they survive this onslaught? The epic difficulty of defending their home looms over the Hanjiang stronghold. Their various constructions, valued in the millions, would likely bring the stronghold to tears. Perhaps they now wish to seek membership in the Tianxia Guild? Alas, in this game, there seems to be no place for ordinary, casual players, which is truly disheartening. The gaze of countless players converges upon the Hanjiang stronghold. This marks an unprecedented occurrence where members of a grand guild and the Imperial Army unite to assault a mountain bandit player's stronghold. Not only are the other Super Guild members observing this confrontation to evaluate the strength of the Tianxia Guild, but they are also eager to witness the strategies and command tactics employed in this siege. Within the Cold River stronghold, preparations for battle are underway. Given the significance of the stronghold's survival, all 3 garrison troops have been mobilized and are on standby, while the Demon Guard camp remains vigilant. For 2 consecutive days, a formidable army approaches from the distance, raising clouds of dust that blanket half the sky. 130,000 soldiers halt on the small plain across the river from Cold River stronghold, gazing at it from afar. This location has previously been occupied by 3 separate military contingents, all of which have since faded into history. Now, a 4th wave arrives. Lin Han stands atop the city wall, surveying the distant troops. The 130,000 soldiers fall well within his threshold of tolerance. To him, the temporary military formations composed of village lords and their assorted fighters resemble nothing more than a disorganized band of mercenaries. The commander is a player. Should he refrain from engaging directly and allow the village guards to lead, their power is exceedingly feeble. Apart from their numbers, he perceives no significant threat. Were it solely the tens of thousands from the Tianxia Guild, Lin Han wouldn't even spare them a glance. However, with Liu Kang's involvement, he must take the situation seriously. A night passes in silence. Neither side opts to make a move. Liu Kang intends to organize his troops and devise an offensive strategy, while Lin Han remains reluctant to launch an attack, resulting in a standoff between the two forces. On the following day, after the troops are arranged, Liu Kang leads the charge, and Wu Qing steps forward to address the stronghold. Xiaohang, can you reveal yourself to speak? Wu Qing calls out. What is it? Lin Han replies, using his classic, simplified megaphone. Xiaohang, it is not too late to surrender now. Why must you bring suffering upon the people? Wu Qing implores. You are a righteous man. Would you truly bear witness to the suffering of your own people due to your obstinacy? If you withdraw swiftly, my stronghold shall remain unharmed. Why demand my surrender? Great chief, since ancient times, evil cannot triumph over righteousness. Bandits are ultimately despised by the world. May I inquire? What defines a bandit in your eyes? Wu Qing is momentarily at a loss for words, having experienced Lin Han's formidable prowess firsthand. A debate could leave him in a difficult position. Lin Han has never plundered the common folk, and thus could openly cast aside any accusations against him. Zihe, I shall take over, Liu Kang interjects, bidding Wu Qing to step back. I am Liu Kang, the governor of Lujiang County. Xiaohang, you should surrender at once. I will personally petition His Majesty for your pardon. Governor Liu, I respect your loyalty. Since the establishment of my stronghold, I have never plundered the people of Lujiang. I only wish to maintain peace in my territory. Why must you press me so hard? A bandit will always be a bandit. If the nation is prosperous and the people at peace, who would choose to become a bandit? Governor Liu, the citizens within Cold River Stronghold are but refugees. When hunger threatened to claim their lives, where were you? Now that the people are at peace, you lead an army against them, and you dare call this righteousness? Liu Kang's expression darkens as he realizes he cannot morally dominate Xiaohang in this exchange. Open your gates and surrender, I assure you. The citizens within will not suffer even a scratch. Governor Liu, it is not that I look down upon you, but what assurances can you provide? If the gates are opened, the stronghold will indeed descend into chaos. Do you believe the village soldiers of the Tianxia Guild are a righteous army? I have never plundered them, nor do I harbor any grievances against them. They gather their troops to seize the riches within the stronghold, not out of the righteousness you speak of. If you do not believe, then further discussion is futile. If you do not open the gates when the stronghold falls, you shall meet your demise. So come forth, Governor Liu. Allow me to remind you, should the battle at Hanjing Stronghold not claim lives, peace shall elude Wanzhou henceforth. Hanjing Stronghold shall avenge its wrongs. We are no cowards. Fight, fight, fight. A fervor for battle erupted throughout Hanjing Stronghold, a spirit unseen before. Their tranquil lives are threatened by the soldiers' intent to strip them of their peace. The system alerts player Xiaohang. Please note, the morale of the warriors within your territory has risen, and their combat prowess has been enhanced. Chapter 27, Ji Ling. I am your father. Zhao Xiangxia observed the exchange between the two in the ranks. Lin Han's sharp tongue was a novel encounter for him, yet it mattered little. What struck him as ludicrous was Lin Han's desire for vengeance. He could not fathom how an individual player could retaliate against a super guild. They could simply outlast him. Upon Liu Kang's return, Zhao Xiangxia approached to pay his respects. Governor Liu, a thief is a thief. Their nature is unchangeable. It would be wise to eradicate this malignant tumor sooner rather than later, for the benefit of the citizens of Wanzhou. You are the proprietor of the Tianxia Tavern? Quite impressive at such a young age. Liu Kang regarded Zhao Xiangxia with a nod of appreciation. Since you have come with troops, do you have a strategy to breach the stronghold? This place is easy to defend yet difficult to assail. A forced attack would surely result in heavy losses. We can encircle without engaging. In time, the morale within the stronghold will wane, and with dwindling supplies, should they show any weakness, we shall strike decisively, Zhao Xiangxia confidently articulated. Governor, this method is not advisable. The interior of the stronghold is vast, with fertile fields and ample reserves, allowing them to sustain themselves. Our 50,000 soldiers, alongside the 13,000 from the village, will consume substantial provisions daily. Once our supplies are exhausted, it will severely impact our morale, Wu Qing interjected urgently. That notion is misguided. We could send our most formidable heroes to infiltrate the stronghold and incinerate their supplies, They would surely surrender without a fight, Xiao Xiangxia countered. Do you truly have a plan? Lu Kang inquired, half skeptical. Indeed, our losses would be minimal if we fail to ignite the supplies. Should we succeed, we would achieve victory without conflict. What joy is there in that? If we can breach Hanjing's stronghold, you shall receive due credit. The operation to burn supplies must take place at night, during their moment of lax vigilance. Since we are arrayed for battle today, we might as well issue a challenge, slaying 1 or 2 of their commanders to diminish their morale. Excellent, Lu Kang agreed. Who shall be the one to issue the challenge? I shall volunteer. A commander stepped forth eagerly. On the high walls, Lin Han awaited calmly, noting the enemy had no intention of launching an assault. Suddenly, from the enemy ranks, a commander emerged, riding leisurely across the bridge, halting in the open before the city walls. Thieves, who dares to engage me in combat? If you lack the courage, return home to your mothers, for this is no game. Do not soil your trousers in fear. Laughter erupted from the ranks behind him. Fool, my lord, I must intervene. Ada exclaimed in anger. No need, we cannot ascertain the strength of our adversary. In the game, unless one surrenders or follows your generals or possesses exceptional skills, the attributes of characters remain concealed, rendering it impossible to gauge their strength. This introduces an element of uncertainty regarding troop deployment and engagement. Brother, go and teach them a lesson, but remember, do not reveal your identity. Maintain an air of mystery, Lin Han instructed Dianwei. Understood, I shall proceed, Dianwei replied. And open the city gates. Who approaches? I, Han Xin, do not slay nameless individuals, a voice called out to Dianwei. I am your father, came the retort. Bold words, then die? With that, as their steeds clashed, Dianwei swung his double halberds with great might, and in a single exchange, he unseated his opponent and swiftly executed him. The speed of his actions was breathtaking. The confrontation concluded in mere moments. On the walls of Hanjing's stronghold, an uproar of cheers erupted, and the morale soared to unprecedented heights. Such a valiant warrior resided within the stronghold. Lu Kang's expression changed drastically. Although Han Xin was not a formidable foe, he was indeed comparable to a third-rate general, having made significant contributions in suppressing the Huang Rang uprising. Now, he had witnessed his subordinates fall in just one round. Governor, Wang Shan requests to battle, came a voice. Granted. A general stepped forward, wielding a long saber, his dark features marred by a fierce glare, riding forth. It was Wang Shan, one of Lu Kang's subordinates. You nameless bandit, come forth and fight me. Brother, engage him without mercy. I shall pour the wine for your return, Lin Han encouraged. Very well. Dianwei galloped out of the fort once more. Kill. In 2 rounds. Wang Shan was thrown from his horse, blood gushing from his mouth and nose as he perished. The cheers from the walls resounded far and wide. Scoundrel, Lu Kang fumed. He had never suffered such a significant loss while quelling Huang Rang and Jiang Xia's marauders, yet in just 3 rounds against Hanjiang's stronghold, he had lost 2 of his capable generals. Do not fret, Governor. I have a trusted confidant who can slay the enemy general. Xie Tianxia confidently stepped forward, clasping his hands in salute. Is that so? Lu Kang questioned, somewhat skeptical. Fui. Xie Tianxia summoned a young general, clad in armor and bearing a bow. He wielded a 3-pronged, double-edged knife weighing 50 pounds and obediently rode forth. What a promising lad, so young yet capable of slaying bandit generals. The young general composed himself and solemnly stated, Does the governor know of Ji Ling in this world? With that, he spurred his horse across the bridge, challenging beneath the city gates. I am Ji Ling. Can any bandit dare to fight me? Ji Ling? Lin Han was taken aback, his eyes glimmering with excitement. He did not believe Ji Ling was a subordinate of Lu Kang, but rather a historical general recruited by the Tianxia Association. Historically, he was a prominent general under Yuan Shu, having fought against Guan Yu for 30 rounds without defeat. Although still young, his prowess was undeniable. Besides his formidable blade, he was also skilled in archery. Brother, engage him with all your might and capture him alive, Lin Han commanded. If capture proves impossible, slay him. He must not escape. Do not reveal your name, for if the enemy learns of your identity, they will flee in terror. Understood, Dianwei replied solemnly, once more grasping his double halberds as he advanced. Who approaches? You insolent wretch, I am your father. Die. Ji Ling, enraged, charged forth with his 3-pronged knife, vowing to slay Dianwei. The clash of weapons echoed both near and far. After 20 rounds of fierce combat, Ji Ling, exhausted, found his steed slain beneath him. The 2 parties engaged in a fierce battle, with Ji Ling's aura surging dramatically, unleashing a tempest of spiritual energy that stirred the very sands and stones. The divine powers of the Spirit King were activated. Yet, Dianwei stood undaunted, his essence radiating with a fierce crimson hue, akin to a wrathful demigod. The heavens seemed to darken as the world shifted, and the once composed and confident Xiao Tiantian found his demeanor drastically altered. Memories flooded back of intel gathered earlier, revealing a warrior within Hanjiang's stronghold remarkably similar to Dianwei, the sole super general announced by the system thus far. Fu Yi, an indomitable force, called for a retreat. However, it was too late. The combatants were blinded by bloodlust. Ji Ling's steed was slain, and he found himself ensnared by Dianwei, with no path of escape. Amidst the battlefield shrouded in dust, the outside world remained oblivious to the grim reality. Advance! Provide cover for General Ji's retreat. Xiao Tiantian bellowed in fury. Disregarding the command of the battlefield resting with Lu Kang, not to mention the prior reluctance to engage in combat, his sole focus was on rescuing Ji Ling, the strongest general he had managed to recruit and his ultimate trump card. Kill! The sounds of slaughter erupted. The signal was sounded, and Lin Han commanded the archers. Fire at will. A deluge of arrows fell upon the bridge, causing significant casualties among Xiao Tiantian's village soldiers. Brother, fall back. Do not linger in battle, or we shall be ensnared. A voice called out. Dianwei burst forth from the haze, his brows furrowed in rage, surrounded by a bloodthirsty aura. In his grasp was the unconscious form of Ji Ling. Lifting Ji Ling onto his horse, he sped away. Upon witnessing this, Lin Han rejoiced. Archers, focus all fire on the river bridge. Provide cover for our elder brother's retreat. The relentless rain of arrows sealed the bridge. Moments later, the stronghold's gates shut, and Dianwei returned unscathed. The battlefield settled into a tentative silence. Hilarity erupted from Lin Han, his laughter echoing throughout the hills. Chapter 28, Fierce Assault. The first battle of the Heavenly Society in Hanjiang Stronghold. The historical General Ji Ling of the Heavenly Society captured alive. The warrior of Hanjiang Stronghold is undoubtedly confirmed to be Dianwei. The Heavenly Society suffers tremendous losses, with Ji Ling taken captive. Dianwei has triumphed over 3 generals at Hanjiang Stronghold. In the gaming forum, a multitude of posts emerged, particularly regarding the clash between Dianwei and Ji Ling, which left many in awe. This was a spectacle of a general unleashing their divine powers in battle. During the early stages of the game, many generals had yet to emerge, making them highly sought after. Ji Ling, serving as the Heavenly Society's trump card, being captured by Hanjiang Stronghold was indeed monumental news. The revelation of Dianwei's presence at Hanjiang Stronghold amplified the significance of the battle in Lujiang. Shortly after the skirmish subsided, representatives from the Heavenly Society voiced their intentions on the forum, seeking negotiations with Hanjiang Stronghold to ransom Ji Ling, with terms open for discussion. However, following the public announcement, no replies were received, only a barrage of gloating from players in the comments section. Particularly, those with grievances against the Heavenly Society reveled unabashedly in their misfortune. Other super guilds with rivalries against the Heavenly Society openly expressed their willingness to pay for the release of Ji Ling, who had been taken captive by Lin Han, with Linglong Pavilion among them. Xiaohang, shall we make a deal? Qin Linglong promptly reached out to Lin Han. What deal? Is Ji Ling truly captured alive? Name your price. I shall not comply. Lin Han resolutely declined, fully aware of the significance of a martial general in tumultuous times. Though chaos had yet to erupt and martial generals had not emerged, it was an age where acquiring a capable general was akin to finding a rare gem amidst a sea of gold. He intended to reserve Ji Ling for his own purposes. You have a Dianwei. Surely you do not lack for a Ji Ling, Qin Linglong remarked. I am indeed lacking. A few more would not be unwelcome. 20 million. Goodness, such wealth. Lin Han silently scoffed, recognizing the considerable fortune of the girl. The only daughter of Qin Shanhai. Whoever wed her would need not toil for 8 lifetimes, though she seemed somewhat prodigal, treating her father's wealth with careless abandon. Spending millions on a mere game. Not for sale. Lin Han had firmly resolved against selling. As long as he had enough money, he found the game Dynasty increasingly captivating. 25 million. Lin Han hastily interrupted the conversation, fearing that he might be swayed by temptation and inadvertently engage in human trafficking. Is wealth truly remarkable? Not everything can be bought, my dear. Ji Ling had regained consciousness, bound hand and foot, and confined to a dungeon. Now was not the time for persuasion. He would wait until the battle concluded before attempting to negotiate. as there was no escape within the stronghold. The besieging forces retreated, and the river, once stained crimson, now flowed clear again. Having arranged the defenses of the stronghold, and with nothing pressing to attend to, Lin Han opened the forum, curious to see how the players were discussing the recent battle. After perusing the discussions, he aimlessly wandered the stronghold, unperturbed by the encircling forces outside. Over the past year, he had been diligently stockpiling provisions, employing labor to cultivate arable land. The food supply within the stronghold was sufficient to sustain all its inhabitants for a year, and he doubted that the tens of thousands of troops outside would dare to besiege him for so long. Provisions? Provisions? Suddenly, Lin Han's eyes narrowed as a thought struck him. As dusk descended, on a steep cliff of Hulu Mountain, a group of 20 shadowy figures stealthily emerged, affording them a vantage point over the happenings within Hanjiang's stronghold. The military camp was aglow with flickering flames, while the residential quarters intermittently illuminated by candlelight. Lu Dong crouched low, his gaze sweeping the area as he meticulously searched. This covert operation aimed to raid the granary. The over 20 participants were core members of the Dynasty who, equipped with the finest resources and training, their martial prowess ranking among the elite. Upon receiving their mission, they promptly commenced their preparations. Suddenly, one member pointed to a nearby location adjacent to the training grounds. There, a conspicuous flag bearing a grain symbol fluttered amidst the granary's construction, easily identifiable. There, be cautious, descend. Lu Dong sidled into the forest, vanishing from sight. In the stillness of night, a shadow emerged from the chaos at the granary, followed by the dispersal of the 20 figures, stealthily infiltrating the site, where flames erupted. In the ensuing chaos, it became apparent that they were surrounded by the guards. It's a trap, kill, Lu Dong shouted in alarm. Before long, they found themselves ensnared. You have been slain, talent point 1. You may resurrect in one day. Please select a resurrection location. This was the last message Lu Dong heard before losing consciousness. As his vision faded, he could vaguely discern the one-sided carnage, the cries filled with panic and despair. Talent point 1 was the gravest of penalties. All items in their backpacks would be lost upon death, with indestructible items disappearing entirely. The battle reset to 0. This was the consequence of death. Lin Han surveyed the condition of the site. His suspicions were confirmed. The enemy indeed sought to launch a surprise attack on the granary. In this standoff, the provisions were of utmost importance. Should they be destroyed, his only recourse would be to open the gates and surrender. Lin Han collected the fallen, numbering over 20, all of whom were players. This distinction between players and system characters was significant. System characters, upon death, would drop nothing unless they possessed certain items, while players would relinquish their backpack contents. Of little value were the spoils, save for the 20 exquisite weapons. The remainder consisted of a meager amount of 5 copper coins and silver. These players, aware of the risks of death, had secured their valuables prior to their arrival. Hence they carried nothing of worth in their bags. Talent may first not reveal immediate differences, but over time, the disparities would become apparent. The more one dies, the slower their cultivation speed becomes, leading to inevitable subjugation by others. Clear the battlefield and seal off all exits of the stronghold. Search for any additional intruders within the fort, Lin Han commanded. The following day, he ordered a search of the mountains. The usual passage to Hanjiang stronghold was obstructed by city walls, leaving only the vast mountains as entry points. It was nearly impossible for a large army to traverse the rugged terrain. Supply routes would be compromised, marching speed would be hindered, and ambushes were likely. Discovery would lead to certain death. Only those agile players could navigate in small numbers. He simultaneously ordered the guards familiar with the mountainous terrain to patrol the peaks and signal any anomalies. Lastly, he commanded that the provisions of the granary be divided and secretly stored in multiple locations, heavily guarded. Lin Han had no desire for his granary to remain a constant target. As the enemy drew near, the atmosphere surrounding Hanjiang's stronghold grew increasingly tense. A formidable force of 130,000 soldiers loomed outside, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure. After the initial battle's failure, this was the second siege. The air was thick with anticipation. Among the troops, the expression of Shao Tianxia was particularly grim. Lin Han had displayed the bodies of those who attempted to raid the granary atop the city walls, sending a clear message to Lu Kang that the raid had failed. Earlier, Lu Kang had ordered him to let the soldiers of the Tianxia Society take the lead. Once the drum sounded, the entire army would advance, allowing their 80,000 troops to absorb the enemy's fire was indeed a clever tactic. although Lin Han had previously considered a direct assault. Now being used as a shield against bullets dampened his spirits. He could not oppose this strategy, otherwise. The current development of the Tianxia Society in Lujian County would become a prime target, as history had shown them to be particularly astute. Send word to construct floating bridges. Let the drums sound. The entire army will strike, with archers firing in unison. Xiao Tianxia commanded, resigned. The army assembled. The surroundings silent as if even the geese dared not fly or the birds dared not sing, the atmosphere charged with lethal intent. They awaited the completion of the floating bridges, granting passage across the great river. An hour later, the tension intensified. The drums resounded, reverberating through the air. Kill! The cries of battle erupted like a landslide or tsunami as the vanguard of the Tianxia Society crossed the river, arrows raining down like a swarm of bees. Kill! Lin Han ordered, unleashing a deluge of arrows that darkened the sky. In an instant, the waters turned crimson with blood, corpses floating upon the surface. Soon, a mound of bodies formed on the river, creating a makeshift pathway. The sight was profoundly shocking. Upon witnessing this scene, Xiao Tianxia's rage flared, his thoughts dark and turbulent. These soldiers belonged to the Heavenly Society, nurtured through painstaking expenditure, now reduced to mere cannon fodder. Within half an hour, 3 waves of attack have decimated the ranks, leaving only 20,000 from the original 80,000. The corpses lie piled high before the city walls, a gruesome testament to the bloodshed. The morale of the frontline troops has shattered. It is unfathomable. The once proud army of the Heavenly Society is now so easily vanquished. 2/3 of the 80,000 have perished. Yet they cannot breach the enemy's gates. At this moment, Lin Han remains vigilant. Observing the deterioration of the Heavenly Society's morale, he raises an eyebrow and commands, "Open the city gates." The Azure Dragon army, upon receiving orders, surges forth with a cry of kill. The gates swing wide, and the sound of slaughter resonates like thunder. This is a reluctant yet necessary action. With arrows and stones exhausted, allowing the enemy to continue their assault would inevitably lead to the gate's breach and further demoralization. Thus, a preemptive strike is deemed wiser. The carnage recommences. With the gates now ajar, the opportunity to vanquish the foe arises, and the entire army is commanded to advance. Witnessing the opening of the gates, Lu Kang rejoices, issuing orders for 50,000 troops to cross the river, their momentum like a torrent. The Vermilion Bird army responds, "Kill! Kill!" Chaos reigns below, a hellish battlefield drenched in blood. The 2 armies, the Azure Dragon and Vermilion Bird, totaling over 20,000, clash against Lu Kang's 50,000 elite soldiers, revealing a stark disadvantage. As the battle escalates, retreat is not an option. A command is dispatched to the Black Tortoise army to steadfastly defend the inner city. Without my command, the gates must not be opened. Elder brother, your subordinate is here. Lead the demon guard to join me in the attack. First, slay their generals, then the soldiers. The one who brings me the enemy general's head shall be rewarded with 100 gold. Understood. Dianwei accepts the order, donning his black armor, followed by 5,000 demon guards, exuding an aura of dread as they trail Lin Han. Follow me to kill. Lin Han bellows, brandishing his spear as he rides forth. System notification. The player has triggered a hidden setting. The Lord leading the troops into battle causes the morale of the entire army within the territory to surge by 50, lasting until the player's demise or the battle concludes. The system's announcement fills Lin Han with elation. He had not anticipated such a provision for a Lord leading troops into battle. Activate Body of Divine Punishment. Activate Imperial Aura. Activate Devour. All 3 skills are unleashed simultaneously, marking the first instance of such a combination. His presence becomes overwhelmingly ferocious, entering a state of unparalleled might. Kill. The black-armored soldiers surge forth, their momentum like an unstoppable force, causing Lu Kang's troops to falter in fear. The 5,000 demon guards, unified under Dianwei's leadership, tear through the battlefield, leaving devastation in their wake. Amidst the throng of soldiers, the black-armored commander emerges alongside Lin Han, targeting Lu Kang with an unyielding advance. None who stand in their path can withstand a single blow. At this juncture, Lin Han is drenched in blood, resembling a demonic god, his gaze too fearsome to meet. Beside him, Dianwei radiates an aura of menace, his eyes burning crimson, as though desiring to consume prey. Kill. The black-armored troops penetrate the enemy formation, a wave of malice crashing forth. Lu Kang, panic-stricken, is thrown from his horse. How could such a formidable force arise from Cold River Stronghold? My lord, this general is unstoppable. We must retreat. Wu Qing exclaims, his expression drastically altered. Sound the retreat. Withdraw. Without a second thought, Lu Kang spurs his horse to flee. 100 riders forming a protective circle around him. Dian Wei, relentless, slays the pursuing generals and gives chase. After 10 miles, he has dispatched 80 of Lu Kang's guards, only retreating upon seeing Lu Kang's distant figure. On the other side, as Lu Kang fled, morale crumbled, and countless soldiers surrendered, leaving behind a scene of utter devastation. In the Battle of Hanjiang Stronghold, over 9,000 soldiers were either killed or wounded, while more than 70,000 enemies were vanquished. 35,000 captives were taken. Alongside the seizure of 80,000 stones of provisions, 3,000 fine horses, countless weapons, 20,000 taels of gold, and 130,000 taels of silver, as well as over 216 million 5-ju coins. It was a resounding victory, establishing Hanjiang Stronghold's name in history. While tidying the battlefield, Lin Han contacted Qin Linglong. Congratulations on such a significant victory. You have become a prominent figure on the forum, Qin Linglong remarked in awe. Initially, she had thought Lin Han was merely a representative of a gold trading studio. However, through their multiple encounters, this seemingly avaricious youth revealed an astonishing tenacity and capability that left her astounded. No one anticipated Lin Han's triumph. His performance astonished everyone, especially during the final battle where he led his troops into combat, breaking through thousands of enemies and intimidating Lu Kang, his prowess now rivaling that of a seasoned general. In the aftermath of this battle, it was likely that no one would dare to provoke Lin Han in the near future, particularly after the appearance of the 5,000 elite black-armored soldiers led by Dian Wei, which left a profound impact. On the forum, it was already established that the unit he commanded belonged to an advanced category of troops. Yet, she was privy to information unknown to others. The advanced troops were not as formidable as they seemed, being cultivable elite units, a distinct classification of special troops. Are you seeking me out now because you've come to a realization? Selling me Jiling? Lin Han coldly inquired. What are your intentions? Qin Linglong suddenly felt a wave of dread. Are you contemplating revenge against the Tianxia society? Of course, if he can strike me, I am not a soft persimmon. If I do not take advantage of his weakness now, he may return stronger to attack me, and next time, I may not be so fortunate. Lin Han responded with a chilling smile. Qin Linglong hesitated, contemplating her words, yet Lin Han's approach seemed justified. I will provide you with the map of their forces, but you must not disclose that I am the source. In return, you owe me a favor that, when the opportunity arises within your capacity, you shall assist me. Agreed. After acquiring the map of the Tianxia Society's forces, Lin Han marked all their villages within Lujian County, particularly those involved in the recent assault around Wan County. That evening, Lin Han led the Mo Wei and Qinglong armies of 5,000 to launch an offensive, destroying 46 villages overnight. The entire Wan County was thrown into chaos. With Lu Kang's defeat severely crippling his forces, he feared retaliation from Hanjiang Stronghold and dared not send out troops to defend the city. The following day, after a brief respite, Lin Han led the Mo Wei and Zhuge armies of 5,000 once again, marching at dawn and returning at dusk. They annihilated a total of 78 villages belonging to the Tianxia Society, seizing valuables worth tens of thousands in gold and silver, which lay scattered on the ground, uncollected. Over 5 days of plundering, the villages surrounding Wan County were left unscathed. The Tianxia Society sent envoys to seek peace, only to have Lin Han order their immediate expulsion. The villages within Lujian County belonging to the Tianxia Society were gripped by terror. Following this campaign, the Tianxia Society found itself bereft of any fighting capability in Wan County. Its reputation severely diminished. Many within Lujian County withdrew from the Tianxia Society, particularly those players who had lost their villages in battle. They had invested heavily in their settlements and now faced insurmountable losses, leaving them unable to establish a second. According to rumors, the Tianxia Association is expected to incur a loss of 20 million, with dozens of members collectively suffering over 30 million in damages, not to mention countless hidden losses. Since the inception of the server, all investments and returns have been entirely bestowed upon the Hanjiang Stronghold, while Xiaoxiangxia was subjected to a half-hour tirade from the association's backer. Other super guilds, in silence, cautioned their members to refrain from provoking the Hanjiang Stronghold in Lujiang County. The name of Xiaohang resonated throughout the forums. While Lin Han was busy enumerating the spoils of war, upon witnessing the enormous wealth he had plundered, he began to second-guess his previous decision to refrain from raiding those villages. In the vicinity of Wan County, he had utterly obliterated 86 member villages of the Tianxia Association, seizing a staggering 80,000 taels of gold, 210,000 taels of silver, over 5 million strings of cash, 120,000 stones of grain, and countless resources such as timber and iron ore, not to mention various blueprints. Was this not akin to a madcap robbery? While tallying the treasures, a particular blueprint caught his eye. Heroic Monument Construction Blueprint, a rare and special edifice, relevant attributes to be viewed upon completion. Chapter 30, Heroic Monument, Emperor's Prognostication Technique. Lin Han recalled that this blueprint had dropped from a defeated Lord player of the Tianxia Association. During the assault, the opposing player had not fled but instead hurled insults at him, leading Lin Han to grant them a resurrection out of sheer convenience. The Copper Sparrow Terrace was a unique structure, while this heroic monument was a rare architectural marvel. Both bore the designation of special, indicating they were not commonplace items. Without delay, Lin Han summoned Old Wood. Upon seeing the Heroic Monument Construction Blueprint, Old Wood's eyes sparkled with excitement. My lord, this Heroic Monument Construction Blueprint is indeed extraordinary. It represents a monumental architectural endeavor, a structure embodying spirit and faith. A monument? Lin Han mused, recalling the hero memorial. Is it possible to construct it? Indeed, to erect the heroic monument requires 2,000 cubic units of stone, 20,000 pounds of iron ore, 500 workers, 1,000 taels of gold, at least one craftsman of third-tier capability or above, and a renowned historical figure to inscribe the epitaph. With a construction period of 1 month, Oldwood explained. Let us proceed, Lin Han declared with confidence. He suspected that the player who acquired this construction blueprint had refrained from building it primarily due to the craftsman requirement, compounded by the necessity of a historical figure for the inscription. Both conditions were exceedingly difficult to meet in the nascent stages of the game. However, for Lin Han, these conditions were fortuitously satisfied. Old Wood was indeed a third-tier craftsman, and Kai Yong was an unparalleled scholar, a paragon of Confucianism. My lord, you must arrange for the inscription without delay to commence construction. Very well. Lin Han entrusted the blueprint to Old Wood, secured the remaining spoils, and proceeded to the academy. In Lin Han's establishment, all children over the age of 5 in the military families were mandated to receive education, with priority given to literate individuals for positions within the stronghold. Consequently, the academy buzzed with activity, as families eagerly sent their children to learn, creating an atmosphere of harmonious tranquility filled with the sounds of scholarly pursuit. Lin Han sought out Kai Yong. Master, I have a request to make. Lin Han bowed respectfully. What is it? Speak freely. Kai Yong, observing the tranquility within the village and the joyous laughter of the academy's children, felt immense satisfaction with the student. The student aspired to establish a monument to honor heroes within the village, gathering the community's spirit, and reminding the populace that their peaceful existence was forged from the blood and sacrifice of valiant warriors, as a tribute to the souls of those who protected the village. Such noble intentions were commendable. Kai Yong beamed with joy, acknowledging that the sacrifices of the soldiers deserved to be eternally remembered, thus creating an immortal legacy for the heroic souls. What could the teacher desire in return? Merely the inscription for the monument. The student, feeling somewhat inadequate in his calligraphy skills, sought the teacher's assistance in crafting the epitaph, which would then be inscribed by a craftsman to honor the heroic spirits. Without hesitation, Kai Yong agreed. The student would draft the inscription, while the teacher would transcribe it. With that, Kai Yong prepared his brush and white silk. Since the establishment of Hanjiang, the heroes who sacrificed themselves in the battles of guardianship shall remain immortal. For 4 centuries, the heroes who perished in the defense of our homeland shall remain immortal. Tracing back 3 millennia, those who fell in the struggle against foreign foes for the peace and stability of the people shall remain immortal. Lin Han's revisions lend an air of authenticity to the text. Such greatness, such nobility. Tian Yin, your aspirations are rare in this world. You must surely be a prodigy. To have you as a student is my life's greatest fulfillment. Kai Yong laughed heartily, tears of joy streaming down his face, for after years of trials, he had finally found a worthy disciple. Moments later, the inscription was complete, elegantly penned on the white silk, the small seal script flowing seamlessly, imbued with an unyielding righteousness that resonated throughout. With the inscription finalized, Lin Han was elated and personally delivered it to the construction site. They now awaited the completion of the monument to witness its profound impact. In the dungeons of Hanjiang, Ji Ling was imprisoned, Despite his disheveled appearance, his gaze remained sharp. Hearing sounds from outside the cell, he could not resist glancing over, spotting Lin Han entering slowly, surveying the dungeon's surroundings. Jiling, do you wish to surrender? Jiling remained silent, and a guard moved to discipline him, but was halted by Lin Han. Jiling possesses great talent. He shall not be mistreated. With a wave of his hand, Lin Han dismissed the guard and continued. Jiling, history favors the victors, and wise birds choose their roosts. You possess immense potential. Will you be content to perish in this prison without fulfilling your ambitions? I may surrender, but on one condition, Jiling replied after a moment of silence. I will not lead troops against those with whom I share a bond of camaraderie. Agreed. Lin Han responded without hesitation. Jiling, Ji Fui. I welcome you to serve under my banner. System notification. Jiling is willing to follow you. Do you accept? I accept. Upon agreeing, the system displayed a notification. System notification. Jiling has pledged allegiance to you. Character. Jiling status. Elite General Domain. None combat power. 893 intellect. 503 physique. 413 leadership. 530 politics. 295 charm. 108 talent. 8 loyalty. Unviewable skill. 9 spirit cannon abilities. Spirit heart. Heaven's gift. 3-edged dual blade technique. Weapon. 3-edged dual blade. Lin Han's expression brightened at Jiling's impressive attributes and skills. Now an elite general in his 20s, Jiling showed great potential. Undoubtedly one of the few who had faced legendary warriors such as Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, and Elbu in battle. Due to a somewhat frail constitution, my endurance falters. Hence it is improbable that I could engage in battle for more than 20 rounds without succumbing to fatigue. My commanding prowess surpasses that of Dian Wei, with potential for future growth. Historically, I have been the general who forced Liu Bei to implore for aid from Elbu. It is indeed a considerable gain. Fui, I beseech you, for in acquiring you, I possess a commander of divine caliber. Lin Han exclaimed with great joy upon successfully subduing Jiling. With Jiling now under my command. Lin Han had effectively absorbed all the spoils acquired from the Tianxia Association. This time, the Tianxia Association had suffered considerable losses in both generals and troops. In the training grounds, over 30,000 captives were undergoing rigorous training, creating a scene of unparalleled grandeur. Once these captives successfully transformed into soldiers, the might of Hanjiang's stronghold would ascend to new heights. The training methodology employed was consistent with Lin Han's previous approach, gradually assimilating exemplary soldiers to reinforce the Qinglong, Zhuke, and Xuanwu armies, while slowly disbanding the original formations and retraining them until complete integration of the captives was achieved. The loyalty settings within this game have always remained an enigma, necessitating constant vigilance against potential mutinies. However, as long as one refrains from committing acts that incite public ire, the likelihood of revolt remains minimal. Fui, within the stronghold are 8,000 fine steeds. However, my commanders lack proficiency in equestrian skills. Today, Fui may select soldiers to form a cavalry unit, to be led by Fui, who will instruct them in archery and horsemanship, Lin Han articulated. My lord, Ying interjected, wishing to intervene. Ying, General Ji is a man of loyalty and righteousness. I trust those whom I employ and suspect not those whom I trust. Idle chatter is unwarranted. Understood, my lord, Ying replied, bowing and stepping aside. I am grateful, my lord, Jiling said, deeply moved, bowing to Lin Han. As a mere defeated general, newly surrendered, he felt a profound sense of gratitude at being entrusted with command. A month passed swiftly. The heroic monument, under the vigilant supervision of the populace, rose majestically at the heart of Hanjiang's stronghold, standing at 20 meters tall and 2.5 meters wide. With a granite base, its total height reached 25 meters and its width 3.5 meters. The heroic monument is a unique and rare edifice, possessing no upgradable levels. Its function is to significantly enhance the morale of the territory's populace and considerably bolster the loyalty of soldiers and generals. Although the monument does not possess any extraordinary attribute points, its significance is precisely what Lin Han requires most. The morale of the territory directly influences its security, agricultural yield, and the emergence of exceptional talents. A stable territory is undoubtedly as vital as any other attribute, should the people's hearts waver. Lin Han would find himself bereft of support upon venturing into battle. The decline of the Eastern Han dynasty was precipitated by a loss of public trust. with the Yellow Turban Rebellion merely serving as the final straw. Likewise, the enhancement of loyalty among generals and soldiers is of paramount importance, historically. Figures like El Bu and Zhang Fei met tragic ends due to betrayal by their subordinates. With sufficient loyalty, he need not expend energy on the fear of treachery or internal discord. Though the heroic monument may appear to possess modest attributes, its indirect influence and invisible enhancements are immensely significant. At the moment of its completion, the entire Hanjiang stronghold seemed imbued with unity and faith. Today, I hereby proclaim that all warriors who sacrifice themselves for Hanjiang stronghold shall have their descendants exempt from taxation, be granted the title of heroes, and their souls shall be enshrined within the monument, receiving reverence and veneration from generations to come. My lord is wise. My lord is wise. My lord is wise. The populace cheered with exuberance. Amidst the ranks of soldiers, many were moved to tears. A warrior dies for one who understands him. In this moment, they felt that Lin Han was the deity of their hearts. System notification. Congratulations, player, your territory's public sentiment has significantly improved, and the loyalty of your soldiers has greatly increased. System notification. Due to the substantial enhancement of your territory's public sentiment and the loyalty of your soldiers, various comprehensive attributes of the territory have risen, benefiting the player's cultivation technique, casting the heavenly court. Lin Han felt an overwhelming force surging into his body, elevating him to a sublime state, causing the entire world before his eyes to transform. System notification. Congratulations, player. Your technique casting the heavenly court has advanced to the 4th tier, forging divine souls, awakening the talent, Son of Heaven's aura observation technique. Son of Heaven's aura observation technique enables the observation of the fluctuations in the world's fortunes and the discernment of public sentiment and soldier loyalty, with the ability to identify talents among people. Character. Xiaohan Ge Identity. Mountain Bandit Leader Territory. Han River Stronghold Martial Strength. 851 Intelligence. 725 Constitution. 611 Leadership. 703 Politics. 812 Charm. 899 Talent. 11 Technique. Casting the Heavenly Court Divine Abilities. Devouring. Imperial Aura. Divine Punishment Body. Son of Heaven's Aura Observation Technique. Following various system notifications, Lin Han examined himself, his heart brimming with joy. He had once again achieved a breakthrough. His martial strength had reached the level of a top-tier general, and with his newly unlocked skills, he was unafraid to engage in single combat with elite generals. This exemplified the brilliance of casting the Heavenly Court. As the territory thrived, he too would be nourished. And conversely, his own growth could uplift the territory, striving for a realm where all within it would soar like dragons. The emergence of the Son of Heaven's aura observation technique allowed him to perceive the loyalty of his subordinates, a fortunate development. Seeing this situation, Jiling sighed. Perhaps this was a wise sovereign. In the midst of this surprise, a messenger arrived with news that Lu Kang had sent envoys to visit. Chapter 31. Apprenticeship to Zhang Jiao. Second Identity. The visitor was Wu Qing, the previous envoy and strategist under Lu Kang. The chief bowed in respect. What brings you here? Envoy. I come to congratulate the chief. Congratulations? Wu Qing smiled mysteriously and retrieved a decree from his attendant. Governor Lu has petitioned the court, and His Majesty, in his boundless grace, recognizes the chief as a man of valor and talent. Thus, he pardons the chief of the crimes of banditry, appointing him as the general of the Weilu, with a rank of 200 stones, granting him the title of Duke of Duding, with the territory of Han River Stronghold and an estate of 200 households. System notification. The Eastern Han Court has pardoned your identity as a mountain bandit and summoned you to serve as an official. Do you accept? Lin Han was astounded. He had never imagined that a bandit's identity could be absolved with just a decree. This game had truly opened his eyes. To accept or not. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Han realized that cleansing his identity was advantageous. At the very least, he would not have to oppose Lu Kang, allowing him to develop openly. I accept. Lin Han took the decree. System notification. Congratulations, player. You have been granted the title of Weilu General and Duke of Duding. Your identity as a mountain bandit has automatically vanished, and you are no longer viewed with hostility by the court. System notification. Congratulations, player Xiaohan Ge. Your identity as a mountain bandit has disappeared. As the first player to transition factions, the system will announce this to the entire region. System notification. Huaxia region. Congratulations to the player Xiao Hang for being conferred the title of General Wei Lu and Duke of Duding by the Eastern Han Court. shedding the identity of a mountain bandit and no longer being viewed with hostility by the court. The system announcement echoed thrice, stirring waves among players in the Huaxia server. Goodness, can this game be played in such a manner? A mountain bandit player can truly redeem themselves? Ascend in rank? This game is becoming increasingly intriguing. Who is Xiaohang? Are you unaware of him? He is the remarkable individual who single-handedly defeated the Tianxia Association in Lujiang County. The Cold River Camp has been pacified. This game has been thoroughly understood by him. Such bizarre occurrences abound. Hope has arrived for mountain bandit players. In the 4th year of Guanghe, 181 AD, in April, Emperor Ling of Han issued a grand amnesty. This announcement brought joy to countless players, particularly those of the chivalrous faction, as the chivalrous players recklessly expanded their influence. Some were discovered for their misdeeds and subsequently wanted by the court. Unfortunately, several chivalrous players found themselves imprisoned, needing to serve their sentences before being allowed to engage in activities again. With the grand amnesty now in effect, they are revived to full vigor. This, however, is a tale for another time. Turning to Lin Han, life gradually became more comfortable. Following the imperial decree, he was no longer a mountain bandit, but rather General Wei Lu, his identity cleansed, and he was also conferred the title of Duke of Duding. With the Cold River Camp as his fief, he could now develop with great confidence, amassing troops and asserting his authority without restrictions. My lord, there is an old Taoist outside who wishes to see you. Lin Han, engaged in his cultivation, paused as a messenger reported from outside. An old Taoist? After ceasing his practice, Lin Han tidied himself and stepped outside. In the main hall sat an elderly man clad in yellow robes, eyes closed in meditation. Upon sensing Lin Han's presence, he opened his eyes. General Xiao, the elder said with a smile as he rose. May I inquire why you seek me, Taoist? Lin Han seated himself at the table, inquiring with a composed demeanor. I am Zhang Jiao, a humble Taoist, here to see General Xiao. What? Lin Han nearly lost his composure, almost toppling from his chair. Goodness, he had scarcely enjoyed a few peaceful days. And already the great Zhang Jiao had come to visit him. The very straw that would break the camel's back for the Eastern Han's fate had approached him, and it was quite astonishing that he had come seeking him. Suppressing his shock, Lin Han feigned nonchalance. Taoist, what brings you here? I have observed the celestial signs and sensed that the imperial aura has fleetingly dimmed in the southern skies. Thus, I captured a thread of heavenly insight and followed it here, discovering potential among the depths, which compelled me to meet with General Xiao. What do you mean by that? Taoist? Lin Han asked. General Xiao, I have a query, may I pose it? Please, Taoist, what do you believe will become of the Han Dynasty in the future? Lin Han observed in silence, his gaze directed inward. Noticing his reticence, Zhang Jiao smiled gently. Currently, treacherous ministers hold sway, eunuchs wield power, and women meddle in governance. The emperor is befuddled, oppressive policies abound, and the populace suffers greatly. The brilliance of the Ziwei constellation wanes, heralding the impending demise of the Han Dynasty. As someone who once roamed the rivers and lakes, General Xiao should have a profound understanding of this. Lin Han remained silent, eager to discern Zhang Jiao's true intentions for this visit. In the next moment, the purpose of Zhang Jiao's arrival became clear to him. The humble Taoist observed General Xiao, whose extraordinary demeanor and latent potential were evident. Filled with joy, the Taoist expressed a desire to take General Xiao as a disciple. Would you be willing to become my apprentice? General Lin Han was taken aback. He had considered numerous possibilities. Yet he never anticipated that Zhang Jiao would wish to take him under his wing. A system prompt appeared. Zhang Jiao wishes to accept the player as a disciple. Do you agree? Should he accept, it would surely lead to his demise once the Yellow Turban Rebellion commenced. Conversely, should he decline, he would miss the opportunity to be associated with a historical figure of such significance. The title of Zhang Jiao's disciple could prove advantageous and perhaps alter the course of history. Taoist, I have a question, Lin Han inquired. Please, speak, Zhang Jiao replied. The Han Dynasty's fate is all but sealed. One can foresee its demise. The wise are aware, yet remain silent. If you proclaim my status publicly, it could invite trouble. I am willing to become your disciple, but with one condition. Speak, General, Zhang Jiao urged, a smile gracing his lips. I shall become your disciple. But you must not disclose my identity as your apprentice to the outside world. I intend to remain concealed within the court. My presence may yet prove invaluable in the future. Zhang Jiao laughed heartily. Very well. I shall allow you to adopt a pseudonym known to the world, while your true identity remains concealed. I will also impart to you the art of transformation. If that is the case, I am willing to take you as my master. Lin Han affirmed. Zhang Jiao's gaze softened with warmth and delight as he regarded Lin Han. I now impart to you the 3 volumes of the first part of the Taiping Yaoshuan, the method of transformation, along with a teleportation jade pendant and a command token of the great general, making you my direct disciple. Zhang Jiao presented Lin Han with a scroll made of sheepskin, a token, and a jade pendant. A system prompt followed. Congratulations, player, for acquiring the celestial level technique Taiping Yaoshu. First part, 3 volumes, a great general token, and a spiritual artifact. Teleportation jade pendant. Another prompt appeared. Congratulations, player, for successfully becoming Zhang Jiao's disciple. Zhang Jiao then performed a hand gesture, touching Lin Han's head. In that moment, Lin Han's appearance and physique transformed in an extraordinary manner. The system prompted, the player has received the transformation method imparted by Zhang Jiao. Congratulations on unlocking a second identity, which can only utilize the player's original name and appearance. The second identity is named Lin Han. Unlocking a second identity? Lin Han felt as if he had entered a new realm. To his astonishment, the first benefit of being Zhang Jiao's disciple had manifested. Zhang Jiao possessed such influence that the system allowed for the creation of a second identity, truly remarkable. As Zhang Jiao withdrew his hand, Lin Han underwent a complete transformation, adopting his real-world appearance. The system notified, the player has learned the transformation method from Zhang Jiao. Congratulations on acquiring the second identity, Lin Han. The system continued. Please note, the second identity and the first identity share common attributes, techniques, and inventory. However, territorial attributes and soldier loyalty are not shared. The second identity may only sustain 1 death. Upon death, the transformation method will permanently vanish, and Zhang Jiao's memory of the player will be erased. Should the second identity perish, it will be counted as the death of the original, resulting in a corresponding deduction of talent points and penalties. System notification, players. Please note that once a secondary identity is exposed, it will automatically merge into the primary identity, with territories reverting to the primary identity's ownership. The loyalty of generals and the populace's sentiment towards the territory will be adjusted according to the credibility associated with the character. System notification. The player has become a direct disciple of Zhang Jiao, receiving a special village construction order and a blueprint for yellow turban camp construction. A series of system notifications left Lin Han in a state of bewilderment, and it was only after carefully reading the contents that he regained his composure. Master. Lin Han bowed respectfully to Zhang Jiao. He had not anticipated that becoming Zhang Jiao's disciple would yield such substantial benefits. He could establish a second territorial village. Very well. I have acquired a talented disciple today. Henceforth, you shall be known as Lin Han. Zhang Jiao laughed heartily before pausing. I will announce to the world that I have a direct disciple named Lin Han. You may rest assured to conceal your identity. When the time is ripe, I shall rise against this corrupt tyranny. Chapter 32, Special Village Construction Order. Hantan Village. After Zhang Jiao departed, Lin Han remained in a daze. He could hardly comprehend it. Had he only just cleared his name, only to become a traitor? Was this game truly so extraordinary? Did it offer such thrilling experiences? And were there multiple identities to explore? Lin Han felt a mix of helplessness and amusement. With a special village construction order, a blueprint for yellow turban camp construction, the first volume of Taiping Yaoshu, a Great Canal Command token, and a teleportation jade pendant, he had acquired a second character through Zhang Jiao's transformation method. Along with the title of Zhang Jiao's direct disciple, the rewards were indeed considerable. Lin Han focused his attention on the 3 volumes of the first part of Taiping Yaoshu. This first part comprised 3 sections: talismans, medicine, and feng shui. It was said that Zhang Jiao possessed 3 volumes of heavenly scriptures. However, Lin Han was unaware of the contents of the middle and lower volumes. Nevertheless, these were celestial-level techniques, coveted by countless players. Not having discerned any perilous flaws within the techniques, Lin Han hesitated briefly before opting to cultivate. After all, why not practice if given the opportunity? Mastering martial and magical arts simultaneously, forging a celestial foundation, and honing the Taiping Yaoshu. What future awaited him remained uncertain. System notification. Congratulations, player, on successfully breaking through the first layer of Taiping Yaoshu, awakening the divine ability, mastery of talismans. System notification. Congratulations, player, on successfully breaking through the second layer of Taiping Yaoshu, awakening the divine ability, mastery of medicine. System notification. Congratulations, player, On successfully breaking through the third layer of Taiping Yao Shu, awakening the divine ability, mastery of feng shui, with a solid foundation in cultivation and sufficient intelligence, Lin Han achieved consecutive breakthroughs through the 3 layers of Taiping Yao Shu. The 3 volumes in the first part consisted of 3 layers, and Lin Han completed his training in less than an hour. Had Zhang Jiao been present, he would likely have been left agape. Upon finishing the first part of Taiping Yao Shu, Lin Han experienced a slight increase in intelligence, surpassing 800, reaching the level of a second-rate sorcerer. His charm also saw a modest rise, successfully breaching the threshold of 900, while other attributes displayed varying degrees of growth. Character: Lin Han. Identity: direct disciple of Zhang Jiao. Territory: non-combat power, 851 intelligence, 803 physique, 615 leadership, 713 politics, 831 charisma, 915 talent, 11 techniques, forging the celestial court. The art of peace abilities: devour, imperial aura, divine punishment body, emperor's chi observation technique, mastery of talismans, expertise in medicine, proficiency in physiognomy. The first volume of the Art of Peace encompasses various Taoist practices, including talismanic arts, the principles of yin and yang, the 5 elements, medicine, feng shui, physiognomy, and spells, resembling the complexities of the mysterious arts. However, it offers minimal offensive capabilities, consisting of only a few minor spells and elemental techniques. It is no wonder that Zhang Jiao's disciples are so feeble. With 36 apprentices and 36 leaders, only a handful gained prominence during the tumultuous end of the Eastern Han. Zhang Jiao only imparted the first volume to his disciples, which does little to enhance their strength, as it is merely an assortment of miscellaneous skills, leading to inevitable demise in times of chaos and war. Lin Han paused his training, shifting his focus to the teleportation jade pendant. This spiritual artifact, the highest grade he had encountered thus far, belongs to the realm of spiritual tools. It must be acknowledged that Zhang Jiao invested significantly in him. Teleportation jade pendant, crafted using ancient techniques by chi refiners, inscribed with a teleportation array. It allows transport to a random location within a designated state or county. Preparation time: 15 minutes. May be interrupted. Players should ensure safety before teleporting. Cooldown period: 5 days. This is a spiritual tool. It essentially provides a portable teleportation array. Although limited to one use every 5 days, it is inconsequential when employed wisely. Traversing the vast world becomes effortless, eliminating the arduous journey on horseback. This is a rare and invaluable artifact, especially with the assurance of a second identity, providing an ample alibi and alleviating concerns of exposure. Indeed, the items presented by the esteemed Zhang Jiao are anything but ordinary. With a drop of blood, he recognized it as his own. Lin Han carefully stored the teleportation jade pendant and turned his gaze to this special village construction order. The order indicates that while it falls under the jurisdiction of the court, it is not subject to its control, allowing for unlimited population and soldiers without taxation. The stipulations on the special order are unproblematic, considering Zhang Jiao's intentions of rebellion, disregarding any court jurisdiction or soldier limitations. Where shall he establish the village? After the outbreak of the Yellow Turban Rebellion, he was certain to join the uprising. After 2 days of contemplation and investigation, Lin Han's gaze settled on Yuzhou. According to his gathered information, shortly after the Yellow Turban Rebellion commenced, Cheng Yuanji faced defeat here, slain by Guan Yu, resulting in a lack of reinforcements for Yuzhou. And Zhang Jiao and the Yellow Turban army became encircled at Julu, with no retreat available. If he could open a pathway here, perhaps the Yellow Turban army would not meet such swift failure. Yuyang County. Ultimately, Lin Han's preferred location for establishing the village was Yuyang County, near the capital of Huaxia, nestled by the Yinshan Mountains. After arranging matters at Hanjing Village, Lin Han activated the teleportation jade pendant, selecting Yuyang County and preparing to wait. Upon successful activation, Lin Han felt a momentary disorientation. When he regained his senses, he found himself in an unfamiliar place. After a day of travel, he finally arrived at the foot of the Yinshan Mountains. "Spare me, noble hero! Spare me! Help! Help! Please!" The sudden cries for help echoed around him. Lin Han turned his gaze and beheld a group of bandits mercilessly slaughtering a contingent of innocent civilians. The madness and chaos of this era truly infuriated him. Though he occasionally reminded himself that it was merely a game, the virtual reality felt all too genuine, unfolding before his very eyes. Bold brigands, perish! Lin Han spurred his steed forward, brandishing his spear and piercing through the chest of the bandit leader, lifting him into the air. With the leader slain, the remaining bandits fled in terror. Lin Han did not relent. He charged forth and dispatched several more of the ruthless assailants before coming to a halt. "Thank you, noble warrior, thank you." The elder at the forefront bowed deeply in gratitude, followed by the kneeling civilians. Lin Han hastily supported the elder. "Please rise, esteemed sir. Where do you intend to go?" "Noble warrior, we hail from the north. The Xianbei and Xiongnu have invaded, pillaging and burning everywhere. We had no choice but to flee. Lest we perish," the elder lamented. "Do you have anywhere to take refuge? In this chaotic turmoil, we have just arrived here, only to be beset by bandits." "There is nowhere safe for us," the elder sighed. "Then come with me. I intend to establish a village and shelter some passing folk. Thank you for your immense kindness." "Noble warrior." The elder bowed again in thanks. Lin Han guided dozens of villagers to the outskirts of the bandit stronghold they had just raided. Upon seeing Lin Han, the bandits fled as if they had seen a ghost. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Lin Han subdued the remaining bandits and obliterated their stronghold. Player Lin Han has chosen to establish a village in Yanshan. Is this decision final? Lin Han threw down the village establishment order, prompting the system to display another message. "Congratulations, player Lin Han, on establishing a village. Please name your village." "Han Mountain Village." "Congratulations, player Lin Han, on founding Han Mountain Village. You have been rewarded with 50 villagers, 10 inferior long swords, 10 inferior bows, and 10 inferior spears." With the village established, Lin Han ushered the villagers he had led into the newly formed settlement. Shortly thereafter, the system notified him that 50 additional villagers had arrived as refugees, and with the populace from the bandit stronghold, the village swelled to over 100 residents. The food supplies and resources from the recently destroyed stronghold were all deposited into the village's warehouse. "Elder, you shall serve as the vice-village chief, overseeing the village's affairs." Lin Han summoned the elder he had encountered, recognizing him as the most esteemed individual among the civilians, making him an ideal candidate for village leadership. "As long as you provide us with a stable refuge, we shall follow your guidance," the elder readily agreed, tears of gratitude streaming down his face. Having concluded this matter, Lin Han approached the captured bandit craftsman. "Can you construct this barracks?" he inquired, presenting them with the schematic for the Yellow Turban Barracks. "My lord, are you a disciple of the great sage?" The bandit craftsman responded, astonished upon seeing the design. "Is there a problem?" "None, my lord. We have long aspired to become disciples of the great sage but lacked a path. Finally, you have appeared." The bandit craftsman nearly wept, and the other captured bandits were filled with elation. The process of subjugating these bandit minions proceeded with unprecedented ease. To Lin Han's astonishment, the Yellow Turban Army and the esteemed sage were held in such high regard by these mountain bandits. In merely 3 days, Lin Han eradicated all bandits within a 20-mile radius. Upon learning that Lin Han was a disciple of the eminent Zhang Jiao, the bandits unanimously chose to surrender and align themselves under his banner. The entire process of submission felt surreal, leaving Lin Han in disbelief. In the past, he had subdued bandits through capture, but now they willingly surrendered, leading him to briefly ponder whether his striking appearance played a role. Within 10 days, the ranks of the bandit soldiers swelled to over 10,000, while the number of villagers reached 30,000. Lin Han's reputation as a grand commander spread throughout Yiyang County, attracting bandits from all corners to Han Mountain Village. System notification. Congratulations, player. Yellow Turban Barracks has been completed. System notification. Congratulations, player. Low-level training ground has been completed. System notification. Congratulations, player. Pioneering camp has been completed. System notification. Congratulations, player. Craftsman camp has been completed. System notification. Congratulations, player. Low-level tavern has been completed. System notification. Congratulations, player. High-level stable has been completed. A succession of system notifications appeared in quick succession. Apart from the Yellow Turban Barracks, the blueprints for the other buildings were spoils from his victories at Hanjiang Stronghold. Previously deemed unnecessary, they now proved invaluable. Among the bandits who sought refuge in Han Mountain Village and the villagers drawn by its reputation, many were craftsmen and blacksmiths. In this era, the status of craftsmen was lowly, and the burden of taxes and life compelled some to abandon their homes and turn to banditry, conveniently falling into Lin Han's hands. It was precisely due to a contingent of 60 craftsmen that the construction of various buildings at the encampment progressed remarkably swiftly. Yellow Turban Barracks, attributes, special military camp building level, 1 function, capable of training Yellow Turban soldiers for combat. The higher the level, the faster the training speed. Each level increase enhances training speed by 10. The allure of Yellow Turban buildings to bandits increases by 50, raising the probability of bandit surrender. The allure to refugees increases by 100, enhancing the likelihood of refugee appearances. Description: the allure of Yellow Turban buildings to bandits and refugees is only effective while Zhang Jiao remains alive. Upon reviewing the description of the Yellow Turban barracks, Lin Han finally comprehended why the bandits surrendered upon learning of his connection to Zhang Jiao. After inspecting the Yellow Turban barracks, Lin Han proceeded to examine the other buildings. Craftsman Camp can enhance the proficiency of craftsmen, accelerating their advancement to higher tiers. Most notably, Lin Han valued the high-level stable. High-level stable, attributes, advanced horse-rearing building level, 1 function, enhances horse capabilities, taming levels, and the probability of exceptional horses appearing. The higher the level, the greater the horse's abilities and the higher the taming levels, leading to better compatibility with cavalry. Each level increase enhances related attributes by 10. Description: requires at least 1 third-tier horse trainer or 3 elite horse trainers for management. High-level talent is necessary. Talent within the encampment will not report itself proactively. It must be discovered and attracted gradually, requiring patience and time. Lin Han dedicated himself to the development of Hanzhan village, subduing all the bandit strongholds in the vicinity of Yinshan and incorporating them into the village. Currently, the most pressing issue facing Hanzhan village is the lack of martial leaders. As the village's fame grows, the influx of bandits has surged. However, not a single capable commander has joined their ranks, leaving Lin Han to lead alone. Amidst the ongoing expansion of Hanzhan village, the bandit players atop Yinshan finally sensed something amiss. Xianyuan Wudong meticulously reviewed the recent movements of the bandits. In recent days, the number of bandits seeking refuge had dwindled significantly. This was indeed peculiar. Previously, a consistent influx of bandits was observed daily, but now only a scant few had arrived. Boss, we have ascertained the situation. A new village has emerged at the foot of Yinshan, and those bandits and refugees have all migrated there. We have also discovered that the nearby bandit strongholds have been eradicated by this new village, reported one of his subordinates. What is going on? When did this occur? Xianyuan Wudong abruptly stood up, furrowing his brow. In less than half a month, the village has experienced explosive growth, now boasting a population of over 30,000. Replied his subordinate. So soon? Xianyuan Wudong's voice shifted in tone. Since the onset of the game, he had been cultivating his presence in Yinshan. The major guilds had agreed that this region of Yuzhou belonged to the Xianyuan Guild, which granted the territory to Wudong's studio as a reward for their alliance. Other players were prohibited from developing in this area, lest they face the wrath of the Xianyuan Guild. Now, an inexplicably rapid-growing village had emerged. How many soldiers do they possess? He inquired. Approximately over 10,000 soldiers, his subordinate responded. Isn't there a limitation on village development? The number of village troops cannot exceed 1,000. Why do they have 10,000 soldiers? Xianyuan Wudong asked incredulously. I'm uncertain. It appears that no players are entering or exiting that village. It might be a system-generated village. At that moment, a private message notification alerted him. Boss, trouble is brewing. An army is advancing towards us. The Imperial Army? Xianyuan Wudong asked anxiously. It doesn't seem like it. It appears to be village troops from that village at the foot of the mountain, numbering over 7,000. What? Xianyuan Wudong immediately departed from the council hall, heading to the training grounds of the stronghold, summoning his men with a horn. Boss, we have confirmed it. They might be the Yellow Turban Army. Another private message arrived, leaving Xianyuan Wudong in disbelief. A Yellow Turban village had appeared at the foot of his mountain? This was outrageous. Since the game's inception, certain players had noted peculiarities and shared their grievances on forums. The Yellow Turban village was one such point of contention. It held an immense allure for bandits, refugees, and displaced persons. With a Yellow Turban village nearby, nearly 90% of the population would gravitate towards it. Most terrifying was the fact that once the Yellow Turban village began to expand, the surrender rate of bandit soldiers and villagers was exceedingly high, often yielding without a fight. Villages that fell victim to incursions by the Yellow Turban Army were essentially doomed, with the sole survivors being those who managed to flee. Meanwhile, The Yellow Turban village continued its relentless expansion. The Lord players in the Heishan region lamented their plight as they were relentlessly purged by the Yellow Turban forces. The vicinity of Jiulu has become a nightmare for both common lords and bandit leaders, leaving them with no opportunity for development. Now, a Yellow Turban village has emerged at the foot of his mountain, bringing him to the brink of tears. This stronghold represents the culmination of his studio's efforts. Having invested over 1.2 million to achieve its current scale, once the defenses were established by Xian Yuan Wudong, he swiftly entered the internal group of the Xian Yuan Guild. President Ji Xian Yuan, brothers, I bear unfortunate news. What news? Is the War God Guild causing trouble again? What unfortunate news? Has a general fallen? Hurry and share this unfortunate news. Let me find some joy in it. The guild members, who were engaged in exchanging developmental insights, were immediately drawn to Xian Yuan Wudong's message. As an elite member of the Xian Yuan Guild's affiliated studio, Xian Yuan Wudong had invested over 1 million and had garnered some fame within the guild. His appearance now attracted the attention of other members. It seems a Yellow Turban village has appeared at the foot of Yinshan, and they are coming to attack me. Oh no, it's over. What? A Yellow Turban village has emerged at Yinshan? How did I not know? Where are your coordinates? I'm right next to Yinshan. Should I relocate? I was wondering why the influx of villagers and refugees into the village had decreased significantly these past few days. It turns out a Yellow Turban village has appeared. This time, it's the end. President Ji Xian Yuan. President Ji Xian Yuan. The news in the group exploded. The Yellow Turban rebellion storyline had not yet commenced. And now calamities were rampant, creating a chaotic environment, precisely the golden period for the expansion of the Yellow Turban army. The name of the Yellow Turban village had already been encountered in the forums. Initially, some major guilds, unaware of the settings, had core members choose villages in Jiulu and Guangzhou, the heartland of the Yellow Turban army. However, they barely survived 2 episodes before being completely wiped out by the Yellow Turban forces, with all their investments turning into fodder for the Yellow Turbans. Amidst the mentions, Ji Xian Yuan appeared in the group. How many Yellow Turban soldiers have arrived? Over 7,000. That is troublesome. The Yellow Turban army is quite challenging to deal with at this stage. They possess an inherent ability to persuade surrender, holding high prestige among bandits, refugees, and commoners. We must avoid direct confrontation. Let us relocate the stronghold. Move towards Changshan. I will clear a piece of land for your development. It's too late, President. The Yellow Turban army is nearly at our gates. If we leave now, we can only take the bandit soldiers. We cannot carry away too many civilians, buildings, or resources. Are you then prepared to confront them directly? If we engage, the guild will summon nearby brothers to support you. But we cannot guarantee their timely arrival or the outcome of the battle. Which option do you prefer? If we relocate, the guild will clear a plot of land for you in Changshan and compensate you with some development resources. If we choose to battle, I will rally the guild brothers to assist you, and the guild will cover 10% of the losses. If defeated, you will be provided with another piece of land for development, while the supporting brothers will bear 20% of the losses. President, I feel somewhat reluctant. I want to confront the Yellow Turban army. Xian Yuan Wudong gritted his teeth and declared, Very well. Ji Xian Yuan promptly responded, Everyone. A Yellow Turban village has emerged near Wudong. Those in proximity should immediately send troops to support him, and the guild will cover 20% of the losses. Understood. Received. Chapter 34. The terror of the Xian Yuan Guild. Lin Han gazed distantly at the cluster of bandit strongholds ahead, instantly comprehending the situation. Typically, such groups of strongholds are established by players, and not just individual ones. Players band together to form settlements and forge alliances for mutual defense, significantly enhancing their chances of survival, especially among studios and guild players who favor this approach. He had swept through nearly 100-player villages in Lujian County, many of which were clustered together, making them particularly convenient to engage. Xian Yuan Wudong Stronghold? From the name, Lin Han immediately discerned the identity of his adversaries. Members of a guild are required to emblazon their villages with the guild's insignia, thereby bolstering the guild's reputation and indicating their allegiance, compelling any attackers to think twice. However, Lin Han never intended to hesitate. He was now part of the Yellow Turban faction. In this era, the Yellow Turban faction showed no fear of the imperial court, and these guilds were far from intimidating him. If a guild was fearful, then what of the Yellow Turban army? Situated within the majestic Yinshan Mountains, this stronghold loomed ominously above his village, posing a substantial threat that necessitated eradication. Lu Ergu. Take a team of scouts to survey the mountains and check for any ambushes in the surrounding woods, Lin Han commanded. Understood, Lu Ergu replied, promptly leading 50 scouts into the thicket. 15 minutes later, Lu Ergu returned, brimming with excitement. Reporting to the Great Chief, there are no ambushes in the forest. Guadagno. Lead a team of infantry as vanguard. Clear the path ahead, while the rest of the troops follow, Lin Han ordered. The army moved steadily, swiftly arriving before the Xianyuan Wudong stronghold. The gate was tightly shut, and the bandit soldiers inside stood on high alert. Brave warriors, will you not retreat? Xianyuan Wudong shouted from atop the wall, his heart pounding with anxiety. Retreat? Not a chance, Lin Han murmured under his breath, not voicing his thoughts aloud as he advanced on horseback. I am the esteemed disciple of the great virtuous master, appointed as the Great Chief. I come to bring enlightenment. Today, I am establishing the Yellow Turban Army. Brothers within, lay down your arms and join under the banner of the great virtuous master. Those who open the gate shall be rewarded with 10 gold coins. Lin Han bellowed, raising the insignia of the Great Chief high. System notification, player territory morale has decreased by 50. This notification was not for Lin Han, but rather for Xianyuan Wudong. Just a single shout from Lin Han had caused a staggering drop in morale, nearly bringing Xianyuan Wudong to tears. No wonder players trembled at the mere mention of the Yellow Turban village. They were utterly powerless to resist at this stage. Archers, fire, Lin Han commanded. And the archers promptly formed ranks and unleashed a volley into the stronghold. Creak. Suddenly, the gate of Xianyuan Wudong's stronghold swung open. System notification, player territory gate soldiers have defected. Xianyuan Wudong felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing the system notification, his expression shifting dramatically as he witnessed the gate opening below. Damn the Yellow Turban Army, Xianyuan Wudong went completely mad. He had intended to hold out until reinforcements from the guild arrived, but this unexpected betrayal from his own soldiers shattered his hopes. Lin Han raised an eyebrow. All troops, attack, kill, kill. Those who surrender shall not be harmed. Those who surrender shall not be harmed. The Yellow Turban soldiers surged into the Xianyuan Wudong stronghold with an unstoppable momentum, their cries of mercy resonating through the air. In that moment, countless bandits cast aside their weapons, raising their hands in surrender. The defeat was as catastrophic as an avalanche. 8 strongholds, thousands of troops, and not a semblance of resistance was offered. Within a mere quarter of an hour, the battle was concluded. Xianyuan Wudong was on the verge of tears, regretting his decision not to retreat with his forces, now facing complete annihilation. Flee, brothers, or we shall perish and lose our talents, he urged, witnessing the disarray. He gathered his studio members to escape the stronghold. Being captured by the Yellow Turban Army meant they would lose a portion of their talent points, and all their belongings would be forfeited, a devastating loss indeed. Just as the group fled into the forest, the system notification echoed in Xianyuan Wudong's ears. System notification, player's territory has been occupied. System notification, player has lost the Xianyuan Wudong stronghold. System notification, player has lost the Xianyuan Wudong second stronghold. System notification, player has lost the Xianyuan Wudong third stronghold. The other strongholds constructed by studio members received similar notifications, and the atmosphere was thick with despondency. Nearly 3 months of development since entering the game had evaporated into nothingness. All their investments now served as garments for the Yellow Turban Army. President Ji Xianyuan. Let the brothers retreat. There's no need for further support, Xianyuan Wudong promptly messaged in the guild chat. What happened? How goes the battle? Did we win? Did the Yellow Turbans retreat? The guild members, anxiously awaiting updates, began to chime in, with Ji Xianyuan also appearing in the chat. Why? The stronghold was occupied in less than an hour. The Yellow Turbans had overwhelming advantages. Their chief personally led the charge, and with a single command. The morale of our defenders plummeted by 50%, leading to an immediate surrender. The battle was over in half an hour. Xianyuan Wudong's words cast a pall over the entire guild chat. Although they did not participate directly in the fight, the weight of his despair and helplessness was palpable through the screen. No wonder players spoke of the Yellow Turban village with trepidation, as though it were a plague. After a long silence, Ji Xianyuan finally spoke. Come to Changshan. I will ensure a plot of land is made available for you. Everyone. Before the Yellow Turban uprising scenario commences, report any sightings of the Yellow Turban village immediately. Members from nearby strongholds must evacuate at once to avoid feudal battles. Now, members around Yinshan, relocate promptly and seek alternative territories. The guild will compensate 5% of resources. Received. Understood. Acknowledged. Members of the Xianyuan guild surrounding Yinshan began their hasty retreat. The Yellow Turban village was a formidable setup, and they found themselves utterly defenseless. Meanwhile, Lin Han reveled in his spoils. 100,000 gold coins, 120,000 silver, 580,000 copper coins, 1,300 horses, and a wealth of resources including craftsmen, blacksmiths, scholars, and brewers, not to mention 9,000 captured bandit soldiers. After breaching the stronghold, 70% of the soldiers surrendered. 10% were slain, and 20% fled. What exhilarated Lin Han the most was the presence of 6 elite horse trainers within the stronghold. He had no idea when his advanced stable would open, yet here were the trainers he needed. Serendipity had graced him with timely fortune. Lin Han observed the 6 elite horse trainers and nearly burst into laughter. The players had captured the Xianyuan Wudong stronghold. Should they change the name? Indeed, to Han Village. All 6 strongholds would henceforth be known as Han Village. Lin Han began inspecting the structures within the stronghold. Though small, they were complete in every aspect. Each stronghold contained various buildings, albeit all were of lower tier, lacking any advanced constructions, though the tavern and barracks boasted a level 4 status. Other than that, there was nothing particularly noteworthy. The warehouse within the stronghold held no blueprints or special items. Lin Han surmised that they had been taken by the player. Nevertheless, this acquisition was substantial. Merely 6 elite horse trainers met his immediate needs, and they had also captured over 9,000 bandit soldiers with a population exceeding 20,000. Subsequently, Lin Han centered his efforts around Han Village, subduing the surrounding bandits. He noticed several abandoned villages bearing the name of the Xianyuan Guild, all of which had fled, leaving behind only newly joined vagrants and unmovable resources of timber and stone. Without hesitation, he opted to destroy them, taking the population and resources with him. He needed to manage only a few villages. Being overly dispersed hindered the concentration of resources, adversely affecting the development and management of his territory. After half a month, at the foot of Yinshan Mountain, a grand Han village now stood, resembling a small city. During this period, Lin Han had revisited Hanjing stronghold. Ever since he had been appointed as the Wei Lu General and Diding Marquis, his territory had encountered no troubles and was steadily advancing. He was the sole lord player in the vicinity, and even the local magistrate had been subdued and pacified by the imperial decree. The surrounding players were not so foolish as to provoke this feared figure. Under GNS management, Hanjing stronghold was orderly, while Dian Wei busied himself training advanced infantry. Conversely, Han village lacked any notable talents. Despite Lin Han upgrading the tavern several levels, no promising individuals emerged. He had no choice but to manage the affairs himself, gathering the village heads of the captured settlements to form a temporary management team. To his surprise, the outcome was quite satisfactory. 3 cobblers proved superior to Zhuge Liang. The dearth of talented individuals in Han village was currently Lin Han's most pressing concern. With no generals or strategists, as his forces continued to expand, he would be compelled to divert more attention to management. He now bore a dual identity, and should both territories encounter issues simultaneously, he would find himself overwhelmed. Great Chieftain. An envoy announced, a team of yellow turban soldiers has arrived outside, led by a minor chieftain who seeks an audience. Lin Han, lost in thought over how to recruit generals, snapped back to attention and waved his hand, signaling for the messenger to allow the visitor in. Before long, a man clad in silver armor, wielding a spear, entered the council hall. I am Zhang Sheng, minor chieftain of the Black Mountain Army, and I pay my respects to the great chieftain. Chapter 35. Superb General Zhang Baiqi. Zhang Sheng scrutinized Lin Han, recognizing him as the esteemed and learned disciple of the renowned sage, as rumored in the outside world. He had heard much during his journey and had come specifically to pay his respects. Lin Han, in turn, appraised Zhang Sheng, recalling the latter's identity. He had not heard of such a figure during the late Eastern Han period. However, judging by the man's aura, his strength was undoubtedly formidable, perhaps even surpassing Lin Han's own. His current prowess has reached the level of a top-tier general, while his opponent surpasses him, indicating an elite status. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Han activated the divine ability, the Imperial Insight Technique. This technique allows one to observe the fluctuations of fortune in the world, discern the sentiments of the people within a territory, gauge the loyalty of soldiers, and identify talents among individuals. This marks Lin Han's second use of the Imperial Insight technique, a power that demands significant spiritual energy. He previously employed it to assess the sentiments of his subjects, leaving him feeling utterly drained. It took him an hour of rest to recover. However, the individual before him, Zhang Sheng, might possess great potential. Character: Zhang Baiqi. Identity: Elite General Combat Power, 913 Intelligence, 358 Physique, 596 Leadership, 537 Politics, 293 Charisma, 319 Talent, 8 Loyalty, Unaccessible Martial Art, Silver Frost Lance. Divine Powers: Mastery of Spear Techniques, Mastery of Horsemanship, Man-Horse Unity. Upon reviewing the attributes, Lin Han was instantly enlightened. This is Zhang Baiqi, adorned in a white robe and silver armor, riding a white steed. An elite general capable of battling against Pang De for 100 rounds without yielding, he ultimately fell to defeat due to the overwhelming numbers of the Yellow Turban Army. In times when acquiring a general is more challenging than gathering 1,000 troops, he truly understands this sentiment. It turns out to be the renowned Zhang Baiqi. He feels a sense of inadequacy in not properly welcoming his esteemed brother. A smile gradually morphed into an expression of fervent ambition on Lin Han's face. If he could recruit Zhang Baiqi under his banner, he would no longer fear the lack of capable generals within the Yellow Turban Army. With the Yellow Turban Army undefeated, he might not necessarily fall to Pang De. Does the Grand Chieftain recognize his subordinates? Zhang Baiqi inquired in surprise. Naturally, I recognize you, Brother Zhang. You possess the valor of 1,000 men, while others may not see it. I certainly do. May I ask what brings you here? Grand Chieftain, I have indeed come here with a request to borrow troops. Borrow troops? For what purpose? I have heard that the Wuhuan people are marching southward, plundering the common folk. I wish to lead my troops to strike against them. Currently, I command only 6,000 cavalry, and upon learning that the Grand Chieftain is here, I seek to borrow another 6,000 to assault the area north of Yinshan and restore peace to the people. For this matter? Lin Han raised an eyebrow, contemplating for a moment. Since Brother Baiqi harbors intentions to combat the bandits, how could I refuse to assist? I shall lead 8,000 troops, gather 10,000 stones of provisions, and accompany Brother Baiqi to strike north of Yinshan, with my forces following your command to vanquish the Wuhuan brigands. Excellent, thank you, Grand Chieftain. Zhang Baiqi was overjoyed and bowed deeply to Lin Han, his admiration for him soaring rapidly. After assigning someone to manage the village, Lin Han mustered 8,000 troops and departed from Hantan village alongside Zhang Sheng. Zhang Sheng's contingent consisted of 6,000 cavalry, predominantly white steeds, appearing both gallant and formidable, all-season warriors. Lin Han had long coveted such cavalry. Even the horsemen trained by Ji Ling within the Hanjiang stronghold numbered only 4,000. Not long ago, the esteemed sage had circulated rumors about Lin Han, a prodigious disciple, being appointed as Grand Chieftain. To witness him today was truly remarkable. Zhang Xing regarded Lin Han and genuinely praised him. Previously mere hearsay, it was only upon encountering Lin Han in person that he recognized his extraordinary nature. In every gesture, an innate charisma radiated. He was the most exceptional youth Zhang Sheng had ever encountered. Brother Baiqi, you flatter me, Lin Han humbly remarked, as we journey beyond the pass. Let us join forces to vanquish those Wuhuan bandits, thereby alleviating the concerns of the common folk. Indeed, Zhang Sheng laughed heartily. To the north of Yinshan lies the Xianbei and Wuhuan. The Xianbei chieftain, Tan Shihuai, has recently passed, and the current leader of the Wuhuan is Qiu Liju. In this twilight of the eastern Han, with the imperial court's incompetence, northern marauders descend, plundering Yuzhou and Bingzhou, while those within the court cower, not daring to engage in battle. It is a bitter irony. Along the way, they observed a continuous stream of fleeing civilians. The current emperor is feeble-minded, favoring treacherous advisors, and the power of the imperial relatives has led to the suffering of the populace. The fate of the Han dynasty is drawing to a close. Zhang Sheng seethed at the sight before him. The words that would be deemed treasonous by others rolled off his tongue without hesitation. The roadside is littered with the starving dead, scavenged by eagles and crows, while the emperor frolics in the western garden, riding donkeys. How utterly laughable. Brother Baiqi. Such is the state of the world. Those in the court view us as thieves, oblivious to the fact that they are the greatest thieves of all. If the officials were capable, the realm would flourish, and we would not find ourselves in this predicament, Zhang Sheng asserted vehemently. Indeed, it is those rogues who are the true villains. Brother Baiqi, what are your plans for the future? Naturally, to follow the great sage and virtuous teacher in rebellion, overthrowing that absurd court and restoring peace to the people. Excellent. My master's disciples are all kindred spirits. However, I find myself lacking in capable subordinates here in Yinshan. Have you considered joining my ranks upon our triumphant return from Awan to assist in my development, so that one day you may aid our master? Zhang Baiqi hesitated momentarily, then sighed deeply. Why the sigh, Brother Baiqi? I am aware of your valor and ability to utilize your talents effectively, although my master's disciples are like-minded. They are a mixed lot, varying in quality. Despite your capabilities, you currently resemble a gem covered in dust, a treasure hidden within sand and stone. Zhang Baiqi fell silent, feeling a flicker of inclination. Throughout their journey, he had been observing the favored disciple of the great sage and virtuous teacher, and indeed, he possessed considerable talent. Brother Baiqi, as you prepare to attack the Awan, do the other chieftains wish to lend troops to accompany you? If we unite, we shall form a formidable alliance, and our assistance to our master will certainly be more substantial than acting alone. Alas, Zhang Baiqi sighed softly. The road to Awan remains uncertain. Should we truly achieve victory, I shall serve under the great chieftain and follow his command. Zhang Baiqi was persuaded. Lin Han was overjoyed. Indeed, the power of eloquence is invaluable. We shall undoubtedly return in triumph, and on that day, we shall raise our cups in celebration. Agreed. Zhang Baiqi laughed heartily, and Lin Han joined him in joyous laughter. They passed through the gate unimpeded, for the city gate was unguarded. The soldiers, terrified by the news of Awan advancing southward, had long since hidden within the fortifications, leaving no one to defend the city. The gate lay in disrepair, unmaintained, allowing each wave of Awan soldiers to enter as if into a land uninhabited, burning, killing, and plundering at will. When Lin Han and Zhang Sheng arrived, the once bustling town of Guangping lay desolate, with 9 out of 10 houses abandoned. Among the few civilians they encountered, all hurriedly fled with their families toward the mountains. Lin Han saw not a glimmer of hope or color in their eyes. Fellow villager. Lin Han commanded someone to find an elderly man unable to escape for questioning. Where are you headed? Why do you inquire, my lord? The villager asked tremulously. I am a disciple of the esteemed master, the great chieftain of the Yellow Turbans. I have come to vanquish the marauding Wuhuan bandits and restore peace to the common folk beyond the borders. Are you fleeing with your families? You are a disciple of the esteemed master? Heaven be praised. A glimmer of hope has returned. An elderly man, overcome with emotion, knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face. The villagers passing by, upon hearing that Lin Han is a disciple of Zhang Jiao, all knelt in reverence, their faces alight with fervor. Please, rise, good folks. Where are you headed? Lin Han inquired. We report to the great chieftain that the Hu people raid every 2 days. The last incursion was 2 days ago at noon, and now the time has come again. We seek refuge in the mountains until the Hu depart, after which we shall return. After bidding farewell to Lin Han, the villagers set forth once more toward the distant woodlands. Here, the soldiers were too cowardly to leave their camp, allowing the populace to be pillaged. Such a state of affairs is intolerable. Zhang Baiqi's anger was palpable, his eyes wide as saucers. Brother Baiqi, this is not the time for rage. We must devise a strategy to confront the Wuhuan bandits. What are the great chieftain's thoughts? Zhang Baiqi asked. The Wuhuan forces frequently raid this area, and the officials of the court tremble in fear, which will surely lead them to underestimate us. We can exploit their arrogance and annihilate the invading Wuhuan bandits in one fell swoop. Very well. The great chieftain possesses a keen intellect. I shall heed your commands. Zhang Baiqi replied earnestly. In chapter 36, those not of my kind will certainly have different hearts. Lin Han assumed the role of strategist. This is unavoidable. With no advisors in the army, we must rely on ourselves. Brother Baiqi, you shall lead the cavalry to lie in ambush within the woods, while I will conceal the infantry among the homes within the city. At the sound of the horn, as the Wuhuan bandits enter the city, we shall strike from both sides and achieve victory. Agreed. Zhang Baiqi responded with a clap of his hands. Brother Baiqi, remember to bind the horses' mouths to prevent their whinnying, lest we alert the Wuhuan bandits and jeopardize our plans. Zhang Baiqi promptly departed, leading the cavalry into the woods. Lin Han issued commands for all Yellow Turban soldiers to form groups of 10, with a squad leader at the helm, concealing themselves within the homes of the city, while all archers took their positions atop the city walls and within the residences. In an instant, the once thriving Gangping city, with its 14,000 troops, became a ghost town, with not a sound to be heard, even from the chickens and pigs. Half an hour later, Dust clouds rose on the horizon, blotting out the sun. 5,000 cavalry came surging forth, the ground trembling beneath their approach. As the cavalry neared the city gates, they showed no signs of slowing. Charging through the open gates as if they were entering an unguarded realm, clearly accustomed to such incursions. The Wuhuan riders on horseback were whooping in excitement. Once inside the city, they scattered to pillage various corners. Sound the horn. Archers, fire. Lin Han commanded as he saw the majority of the cavalry enter the city. The next moment, the resounding blast of horns echoed, and the archers, hidden upon the walls and rooftops, unleashed a barrage of arrows upon the riders in the streets below. In an instant, the air was filled with the sound of anguished cries. Realizing the peril, the Wuhuan soldiers who had entered the city fell into disarray, abandoning their plunder as they attempted to retreat outside. However, the city gates had already been seized by the yellow turban archers atop the walls, and those wishing to flee were met with a hail of arrows. The curtain of slaughter had been drawn. Sensing the dire situation, the Wuhuan soldiers hastily dismounted and sought refuge among the roadside residences. 10 formidable warriors stood within the residential building, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. The cries of despair echoed continuously. Archers, cease fire. Drums of war, sound. Engage them, Lin Han commanded loudly. As the war drums resounded, the yellow turban soldiers guarding the buildings surged forth, their eyes ablaze with fury as they charged at the Huahuan soldiers on the street. The narrow streets of the city were ill-suited for cavalry, and the Huahuan soldiers were pierced through by the long spears of their adversaries, turning them into mere pincushions. The remaining Huahuan soldiers, stricken with fear, saw their leader halt the archers and immediately order a retreat. Upon desperately breaking out of the city, they discovered that 6,000 cavalry awaited them outside, effectively sealing the city gates. We surrender! We surrender! The Huahuan leader, sensing the dire situation, discarded his weapon and dismounted in capitulation, followed by all his men who cast aside their armor and surrendered. The battle within the city reached its concluding phase, with corpses strewn across the streets, blood staining the stones. Only the yellow turban soldiers remained to collect the bodies. Over 3,000 Huahuan soldiers were eliminated, and more than 1,000 surrendered, along with the capture of over 4,000 horses, aside from the deceased steeds. Before long, the Huahuan cavalry leader Assam was brought before Lin Han. A robust man from the steppes, his dark skin and fierce countenance were clad in a pungent animal hide. Upon seeing Lin Han and Zhang Baiqi, he appeared noticeably subdued. "Where is your Huahuan tribe?" Lin Han inquired coldly. "You would do well to release me at once, or our leader will command an army to raise your domain." His defiance was met with Lin Han's signal to a nearby yellow turban soldier to seize his hand, piercing it through with a spear. His screams were chilling. "I shall reveal that our royal court is at White Wolf Mountain, under Chief Chioli in Lu City. Is that not agreeable?" Lin Han raised his hand and shot Assam through the throat. "What shall we do with the captives?" Zhang Baiqi asked, surveying the bound Huahuan soldiers. "Those who are not of our kin harbor treachery. Keeping them would squander our provisions." Zhang Baiqi discreetly nodded and signaled to the commander escorting the captives. In the next moment, anguished cries resounded as over 1,000 corpses fell lifeless to the ground, silent forevermore. To the north of Guamping lies the region of Baidan, and to the east is Pinggang, which leads further east to White Wolf Mountain. "Commander, do you intend to assault the Huahuan royal court?" Zhang Baiqi asked, swallowing hard in shock. "No, we are but a mere 10,000 strong, while the Huahuan forces number over 200,000. We are not adequately prepared, and the imperial army behind us does not share our resolve. It would be unwise to take such risks. However, while we cannot take the Huahuan royal court, we might consider Baidan and Pinggang." "Very well, we shall heed the commander's guidance," Zhang Baiqi replied, his eyes ignited with fervor. The borders of Yuzhou and Huahuan, along with the Xianbei, had long suffered from raids by marauding brigands. The enemy never anticipated a proactive assault from their adversaries. "Brother Baiqi, your equestrian skills are unmatched. Led 6,000 cavalry into the fray. I will hold the enemy forces at Guamping, fortifying the city gates and ensuring the defense of Guamping City," Lin Han declared. "As you breach Baidan, sever their supply lines, and the enemy forces shall pose no threat." "Understood, Commander," Zhang Baiqi affirmed, leading 6,000 cavalry with 5 days' worth of rations, swiftly disappearing into the vast expanse of the grasslands. Lin Han ordered the decapitation of 5,000 Huahuan cavalry heads, stacking them in the open ground outside Guamping City to construct a grim monument. The heads, resembling small hills, were a sight to behold. The following day, as Lin Han had anticipated, A formidable army of 10,000 Wuhuan warriors rolled in from the distant grasslands. The Wuhuan were skilled horsemen, but lacked proficiency in close-quarter combat. The archers were instructed to wait until the Wuhuan cavalry approached the city gates, then to shoot, first at the horses, then at the riders, prioritizing the commanders before the foot soldiers. Within the city, horse-tripping ropes were set up every 50 paces, and upon the entry of the Wuhuan cavalry, there would be no mercy. Lin Han set the tactics in motion, awaiting the Wuhuan's assault on the city. Indeed, as the piles of heads outside Guoping City bore witness, the frenzied Wuhuan soldiers charged recklessly towards Guoping. Shoot within 100 paces. Lin Han, clad in silver armor, bellowed from atop the city wall, pointing at the advancing Wuhuan army. A rain of arrows descended. The leading cavalrymen were thrown into disarray, trampled by those following behind, a scene too horrific to endure. As the arrows were expended and the city gates were breached, Lin Han descended from the wall with his silver spear, engaging in fierce combat on the streets. And soon his white robes were stained with blood, exuding an aura of menace. Retreat was called. Seeing the ambush within the city, the Wuhuan commander ordered the troops to withdraw, leaving behind the bodies of fallen warriors and their abandoned steeds. The battlefield was cleared. Lin Han wiped the blood from his face and ascended the city wall once more. The Wuhuan cavalry had retreated 5 miles away. The next day, the Wuhuan returned, only to be repelled again by Lin Han in the same manner, resulting in the demise of an additional 2,000 Wuhuan soldiers. 3 days later, joyous news arrived. Zhang Baiqi had led 6,000 white riders in a surprise attack on Baitan, incinerating the Wuhuan supplies. Upon hearing the news, the Wuhuan troops retreated, only to be ambushed by Zhang Baiqi. The Wuhuan soldiers scattered in defeat, with 3,000 surrendering. Zhang Baiqi, adhering to tradition, executed all the surrendered soldiers and returned with their steeds. The great commander displayed remarkable strategy, achieving a resounding victory. Zhang Baiqi was elated. Having long suffered from the plundering of the Wuhuan and Xianbei, he felt a weight lift from his heart, finally able to unleash his pin-up frustration. This time, we caught them off guard, Lin Han remarked. Great commander, are you aware of the spoils from this expedition to Baitan? Oh, what treasures have we acquired? 20,000 fine horses, countless gold and silver, 200,000 sheep, and 7,000 cattle, all plundered goods from the Wuhuan's southward raids. Excellent, excellent. Lin Han's eyes sparkled with excitement. Such treasures are indeed precious. With no enemies remaining in the southern part of Baitan, Lin Han's gaze burned with determination as he studied the military map. We shall now lead our forces to Pinggang, herding the horses, gold, silver, and sheep back within the borders and sending word to the soldiers in Han village for assistance. The cattle shall remain, accompanying the army to Pinggang. Great commander, what use do these cattle serve? They shall prove invaluable. In due time, you shall understand. Lin Han chuckled, a hint of cunning in his smile. Chapter 37. The Fiery Siege and the Beauty of National Splendor. Lin Han ordered 2,000 troops to guard Guoping while he and Zhang Sheng led 10,000 cavalrymen to Baitan, equipped with oil, provisions, and other necessary supplies. 7,000 cattle followed slowly behind, entering the grasslands. Along the way, Lin Han commanded the capture of all encountered Wuhuan tribes, mercilessly slaughtering men of all ages. Those under 3 years old, along with the elderly and infirm, were also included in the massacre, while the remaining women and infants were taken captive, driven southward into the borders, with all captured cattle and sheep returned to Han village. As they passed through, the ground was littered with corpses, rivers of blood flowed freely. The brutal act of sacking cities instilled terror into the hearts of the Wuhuan. Great commander, will this path of burning and slaughter not anger the heavens? Zhang Baiqi gazed upon the tragic state of the Wuhuan tribe, and even as one accustomed to the battlefield, his heart ached at the sight. Once, Huitzubing had marched northward against the Xiongnu for 3,000 miles, sealing the wolf's den and slaying countless foes, securing peace for the Han territory for centuries. Yet now, the barbarians had risen again, emboldened by the perceived weakness of the Han court, and were stirring restlessly. The wildfires cannot be extinguished, and the spring winds will bring them back anew. Those not of our kin harbored different intentions. Only by annihilating their lineage and uprooting their existence can the Central Plains find tranquility. Reflecting on the women ravaged and humiliated by the barbarians, the elders and children slaughtered, I merely seek to return their own tactics upon them, to eradicate their tribe and extinguish their roots, even if the Han dynasty's fortunes wane in due time. My master will rise with a rebellion, and the barbarians will no longer possess the strength to invade our splendid land. The citizens of the Uji and G provinces shall no longer suffer the torment of barbarian plunder. Lin Han lifted his gaze towards the vast grasslands. As a player, he was acutely aware of the misfortunes that future generations had suffered at the hands of the barbarians. Though this was merely a game, he still harbored hopes of altering the course of history within this virtual universe. Zhang Baiqi fell silent upon hearing his words, eventually cupping his hands in a gesture of respect towards Lin Han. The chief of the Great Canal was indeed perceptive, though not as astute as Lin Han. The white sandalwood reached Pinggang after traversing more than 280 miles, with the light cavalry setting out at dawn and resting at dusk, finally arriving 30 miles from Pinggang after 3 days. Now it was August, and the autumn winds swept across the grasslands, turning the vegetation a brittle yellow. As winter approached, the Wuhuan and Xianbei tribes were particularly inclined to descend southward to pillage the grain supplies for the season. Little did the Wuhuan people, encamped around Pinggang, dream that the Han would lead a cavalry force into the grasslands. Along the way, all the men of the tribes had been slaughtered, leaving no one to report back to Pinggang, unaware that a cavalry unit had already infiltrated their territory right beside them. Lin Han dispatched scouts to investigate, and at that moment, the Wuhuan tribe was preoccupied with herding horses and tending to sheep. As a nomadic people, aside from the elderly and children, all were trained for battle. There were over 100,000 Wuhuan, with as many as 30,000 skilled in horsemanship and archery, their dwellings sprawling in clusters, constructed of white fabric and rope, adorned with animal skins, living a life exposed to the elements. With all intelligence gathered, Lin Han felt a sense of reassurance. There was no need for a siege. Matters would be manageable. Even if engaging in guerrilla warfare, they were all light cavalry, unafraid of the adversary. Based on the intelligence acquired, guerrilla tactics were unnecessary. Chief of the Great Canal, what strategies do you propose? Zhang Baiqi inquired. After days of marching, his admiration for Lin Han had only grown. He recognized both courage and wisdom, executing his plans with ruthless composure, commanding respect and loyalty from those around him. The cavalrymen under his command were genuinely devoted to Lin Han, not merely due to his title, but because of his remarkable capabilities. As August drew to a close, the north wind howled, the air dry and crisp, presenting an opportune moment. At the midnight hour, a surprise attack would be launched against the Wuhuan enemy camp from the north, instructing everyone to carry a bundle of dry grass to ignite and cast into the Wuhuan encampment during the assault, aiming to set their entire camp ablaze. Lin Han licked his lips, filled with excitement. What a perfect condition it was to ignite the camp. He held the advantages of time and numbers, poised to strike unexpectedly. Zhang Cheng promptly ordered the gathering of dry grass, and then called for his troops to rest in place until nightfall. As the hour approached, the night sky glittered with stars, the moon full and luminous, casting its light upon the land. A chill permeated the air, the autumn breeze biting to the bone. The heavens vast and expansive. Lin Han commanded that all should carry the torches of dry grass and long blades. Over 10,000 cavalrymen stood ready, their horses silenced and restrained, awaiting the signal in profound stillness. In this sudden onslaught, hay was cast along the route and ignited, allowing the flames to spread unabated. The troops regrouped to the south of the enemy camp, where the rear forces became the vanguard, hunting down any fleeing adversaries. The cavalrymen, though their voices were deep and somber, bore expressions of fervor. Most of them hailed from Yuzhou and Jizhou, having long suffered the depredations of the Xianbei and Wuhuan. Their animosity towards the Hu people reaching a boiling point, now they had a chance for vengeance. With a decisive command, Lin Han and Zhang Baiqi led the charge. 3 detachments of scouts had already reconnoitered the enemy camp, ready to return with warnings of any ambushes. Lin Han felt no fear of such traps. This was a surprise assault, and the Wuhuan did not suspect their presence deep within their territory. As they advanced, it was only 3 miles from the enemy that Lin Han instructed the cavalry to ignite their torches and initiated the charge. 10,000 cavalry surged forth like divine warriors descending from the heavens. The Wuhuan encampment erupted in flames, chaos ensued. The cries of battle filled the air. Those who awoke to the fiery spectacle fled their tents, only to be cleaved in two by long blades before they could discern their foes. The cacophony of screams, clashes, and the thunder of hooves created a tumultuous symphony. The wind fanned the flames, igniting the entire encampment. The first wave of arsonists burst forth from the enemy camp, swiftly followed by the second and third, their blades stained with blood. Nearly 10,000 cavalry reformed to the south of the enemy encampment, charging once more. As the sounds of carnage and cries intensified, the flames, driven by the autumn breeze, raged for 3 hours, and when they finally extinguished, dawn had broken, leaving the Wuhuan camp reduced to ashes, black smoke curling into the sky, and charred corpses strewn about, resembling a hellish landscape. Shortly thereafter, several cavalrymen returned from afar, one woman among them. Reporting to the great chieftain, this woman attempted to flee amidst the chaos. We pursued her for half an hour before capturing her. The yellow-turbaned soldiers tossed the captive woman before Lin Han. Her guards called to her. She appears to be a princess of the Wuhuan. A princess of the Wuhuan? Lin Han stepped forward, grasping the woman's chin to lift her gaze. Before him stood a strikingly beautiful woman, her complexion radiant. Eyes sparkling with a blend of shame and anger, her brows elegantly arched, a delicate nose and crimson lips, her skin as white as winter's snow. A beauty, indeed. Lin Han was taken aback. This woman possessed an undeniable exotic charm. As she beheld the charred remnants of her once vibrant camp, tears streamed down her face. Her words laced with fury as she unleashed a torrent of curses upon Lin Han. Over 100,000 Wuhuan people, regardless of age or gender, had perished in the inferno. Those who managed to escape met their fate beneath Lin Han's blade. In her eyes, Lin Han was more terrifying than a demon. I shall take that as a compliment. Lin Han replied nonchalantly to her invectives, a smile playing on his lips. You shall meet a wretched end. When your Wuhuan people descended south to pillage the Han, burning, killing, and violating women, did you ever utter similar words to them? Lin Han inquired, still holding her chin, his tone leisurely. At this moment, the Wuhuan princess could only shed tears of resentment, rendered speechless. Great chieftain, with the battle's outcome secured, what shall we do next? Of course, we shall triumphantly return. Having been on the grasslands for nearly half a month, it is time to return and replenish our supplies. Lin Han gazed towards the horizon of the grasslands. What shall we do with this woman? Zhang Baiqi asked. Should we kill her? Lacking in compassion for the delicate. She is a Wuhuan princess. Bringing her back could fetch a handsome price. Lin Han chuckled mischievously. Upon gazing again at Princess Gula of the Wuhuan, one cannot help but marvel at her beauty. So exquisite it seems to transcend reality. She is the daughter of Kyulaju and the sister of the formidable and fierce Tadu. How could such a paragon of beauty emerge from the lineage of one so brutal? Lin Han pondered whether they might share a different father. For in the vast expanse of the grasslands, such variations in appearance seem plausible. Driven by curiosity, Lin Han activated the heavenly gaze technique. Character, Gula identity, Princess of Wuhuan martial strength, 298 intelligence, 558 physique, 211 leadership, 309 politics, 293 charm, 905 talent, 7 affinity, deep-seated hatred skills, none abilities, mastery of horsemanship, mastery of dance, mastery of archery, mastery of horse breeding description, a beauty of national renown. To capture her and wed her would enhance the probability of exceptional equestrians and fine steeds in the territory. Astonishingly, Lin Han was taken aback by this revelation of her being a beauty of national renown. Aside from a few renowned figures, he had never encountered anyone of such caliber. The Copper Sparrow Terrace, his primary stronghold, had languished under layers of dust, its unique significance rendered moot. At last, he had stumbled upon a beauty of the highest order. A captivating woman from a foreign land. With plans to capture her and return in triumph, Lin Han laughed maniacally. Chapter 38. The might of the Firebull formation. Over 10,000 soldiers embarked on the expedition, and more than 9,000 returned victorious, with only 1,000 sustaining injuries. They had slaughtered 14,000 Wuhuan and captured Princess Gula, along with thousands of horses, 400,000 sheep, 4,000 cattle, and 100,000 taels of gold and silver. However, transporting these spoils presented a significant challenge. Soon, Lin Han sensed trouble brewing. Scouts reported that Kyulaju had learned of the massacre of over 100,000 of his kin and the capture of his daughter Gula by the Han. He dispatched his son Tadu, commanding an elite force of 100,000, to pursue them, knowing that he would be pursued for his spoils. Lin Han decided to release the sheep upon the grasslands, allowing them to roam freely, while he dug a pit to bury the gold and silver for future retrieval. What to do with the cattle? Zhang Baiqi stared blankly at the 4,000 cattle, precious assets indeed, as few households possess even a single cow to expedite plowing and harvesting. These cattle were likely taken by the Wuhuan from the people of Yuzhou and Bingzhou after countless raids. The thought of slaughtering them pained him. Yet returning them to the Wuhuan felt unsatisfactory. Lin Han, sensing Zhang Xing's apprehension, comforted him with a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Do not worry. Some time ago, I ordered the herding of 7,000 cattle into the grasslands. They should now be upstream of the Qin River in Wuhuan territory. Zhang Baiqi, puzzled, inquired, why did the commander drive the cattle into the heart of the Wuhuan lands? I initially intended to employ the Fireball formation to charge into the Wuhuan camp. However, with the advantage of timing, that tactic became unnecessary. Yet, since Tada is in pursuit, the addition of those 7,000 cattle to these 4,000 will yield a formidable Fireball formation exceeding 10,000. Upon hearing this, Zhang Baiqi could only marvel at the misfortune of the Wuhuan in encountering Lin Han. Nearby, Gula listened to Lin Han's plan, her eyes filled with dread. A day later, guided by scouts, the troop encountered a formidable herd of cattle, a terrifying spectacle of countless beasts. The Yuan were still 100 miles away, with Tayden leading his men, a day and a half's journey from them. The question arose, how could Tayden's forces be led into the fiery cattle formation? After contemplation, Lin Han ordered the yellow turban soldiers to drive the cattle towards Yuyang County, instructing them to abandon the herd and flee upon encountering Yuan soldiers. Lin Han and Zhang Baiqi led their troops ahead. The next day, Yuan scouts stumbled upon the cattle and the yellow turban soldiers herding them. After a brief and ineffectual resistance, they abandoned the herd and fled. The Yuan scouts, elated by their capture of the cattle, sent a few back to report their success, while others drove the water buffalo towards the encampment. The bait had been laid. Upon hearing that the enemy had seized the cattle and was heading to the camp, Lin Han ordered an immediate halt. How far was the main Yuan force from the water buffalo? 80 miles away. They could not possibly return in half a day. Could they? Lin Han inquired of an elderly yellow turban soldier. They cannot make it back. If driven through the night, they might arrive by the hour of the pig. That was precisely the answer he sought. He commanded the entire army to follow suit. The rear would become the vanguard, and they would return. Lin Han and Zhang Baiqi spurred their horses towards the herd, which came into their sight as dusk settled. How far were they from the Yuan main force? Reported the sergeant, there are still 40 miles to go. Just right. Now, let us reclaim the herd. Remember, do not let the herders escape. Lin Han ordered the cavalry to encircle. Over 11,000 water buffalo were once again returned intact. The Yuan, still reveling in their bounty, could never have anticipated that a force of less than 10,000 would dare to return and launch a surprise attack. All troops were commanded to bind their excess weaponry to the horns of the cattle, securing them with bundles of hay to the tails. The yellow turban soldiers, seasoned farmers, began to affix their surplus arms to the horns, the metal growing cold under the night. At dawn, the cattle appeared 5 miles from the Yuan encampment. 3 miles, then 1. The Yuan sentinels were just then alerted to the sight of the cattle in the darkness. Ignite the fuses. The yellow turban soldiers immediately set fire to the hay tied to the cattle's tails. Flames erupted, and the panicked herd charged into the Yuan camp. The sting of fire and the obstruction ahead drove the cattle into a frenzy. Their horns transformed into deadly weapons. Thousands perished beneath the stampede. Countless others fell victim to the lethal horns, and the warhorses fled in disarray. 5 miles away, at the moment of the cattle's charge, Lin Han gave the order to charge. The grassland was ablaze with firelight, the sounds of battle merging into a cacophony. Damn it, those cursed Han people. Tayden emerged from his tent, witnessing his camp in utter chaos, his rage boiling over as he raised his blade to slay the oncoming cattle. Tayden, come meet your fate. Zhang Baiqi charged forth. In a fierce exchange of over 20 bouts, Zhang Baiqi pierced Tayden's throat with his spear, lifting the severed head aloft. Tayden was dead. Surrender would not save. With their leader fallen, panic swept through the disordered camp, and the Yuan soldiers scattered in fear. The battle subsided at the hour of the rat. The prairie lay in ashes, strewn with corpses, a haunting beauty illuminated under the moonlight. Lin Han launched a surprise attack on the fire oxen formation, achieving victory in a single battle. Ta Dun was slain by Zhang Baiqi, resulting in over 40,000 casualties among the Wuhuan soldiers, with the majority perishing under the trampling and charging of the frenzied cattle. 4,000 surrendered, while more than 10,000 fled in panic. Fewer than 10,000 remained. With 40,000 captured, Lin Han exchanged a knowing glance with Zhang Baiqi. Suddenly, anguished cries erupted as the 40,000 Wuhuan captives, bound at their wrists, were mercilessly slaughtered on the plains. The fortunate few who managed to escape were pursued by cavalry and beheaded. Devil, you promised not to kill prisoners. Galai lamented amidst her brother's death, witnessing her kin's massacre, and cried out frantically to Lin Han. In this desolate expanse, the night loomed like a hell on earth. It was not I who killed them, but they who killed each other. Lin Han gestured towards the bloodthirsty yellow-turbaned soldiers, indifferent to Galai's cries, quietly observing the carnage before him. He had witnessed too many tragedies in this game. When the Hu people descended to plunder, the land of Huaxia suffered similarly. He could vividly feel the emotions of the game characters, mirroring those of real people. Now, the roles had reversed. No one felt pity for anyone else. If these captives were to find a leader and revolt, his ranks would descend into chaos. He had other plans. These captives could not be taken along. You are a devil. Galai gazed at Lin Han in terror. I beg you, do not kill me. Lin Han remained unmoved, indifferent to her curses, and moments later, the captives' lifeless bodies turned cold. Lin Han ordered his troops to regroup and rest in place. When the sun rose the next day, the soldiers who had fought the night before finally beheld the fruits of their labor. 80,000 Wuhuan were annihilated, their bodies left unburied from the night before, littering the fields. Ravens and prairie eagles had already descended upon the corpses, enjoying a sumptuous breakfast. Wolves dared only to gnaw at the bodies from a distance. Unwilling to approach Lin Han's cavalry, intimidated by the overwhelming aura of death surrounding the troops, he commanded the burial of the bodies, gathered the scattered cattle, and prepared to depart, setting his sights on White Wolf Mountain. Lin Han raised his arm and called out. The remaining 6,000 men, undeterred in morale and combat effectiveness, rallied together, bursting into cheers upon hearing Lin Han's summons. They had endured too long under the harassment of the Wuhuan, with some families shattered. Now, they finally sought vengeance. An hour later, the Grand Army set out once more, a magnificent procession of 100,000 war horses accompanied by over 6,000 cattle, heading towards the Wuhuan royal court at White Wolf Mountain in Luqing. Chapter 39, Annihilation and Nation Building, Frenzied Rewards. The journey to White Wolf Mountain spanned 160 miles, with Lin Han leading his troops while resting along the way, a 3-day trek. Every Wuhuan tribe encountered along the route was slaughtered by Lin Han's forces, leaving no survivors. All men above the waist were executed, while women and children were driven southward, taken into the confines of the borders. The Wuhuan princess, transitioning from fear to numbness, regarded Lin Han with the gaze of one beholding a terrifying demon. Lin Han's reputation as the devil of the plains spread swiftly. Ahead lay White Wolf Mountain. The scouts pointed towards the distant rising ridges of the grassland. There were few structures, with only the Wuhuan royal court atop the mountain being somewhat substantial, albeit lowly built. Surrounding the mountain, herds of cattle and sheep roamed, the encampments of nomadic peoples scattered across the landscape. As night fell, distant campfires flickered in the darkness. With the horns affixed with blades and the tails bound with bundles of grass, the old strategy was set in motion, preparing for an assault. At Lin Han's command, his soldiers swiftly secured the blades to the horns and tied the tails with grass ropes, driving the cattle towards the encampment at the foot of White Wolf Mountain. He intended to employ the same tactic once more. 100,000 horses were also driven to the forefront, with cavalry formations on both flanks. Ignite. The bundles of grass at the tails of the cattle were set ablaze, and the pain and fear drove the herd into a frenzy. Crashing into the tents at White Wolf Mountain, Brother Bai, attack from the left flank. Son Lao San, lead 1,000 cavalry to assault from the right flank. The rest, charge with me. The cavalry followed behind, entering the battlefield. Flames and cries of panic erupted. Having lost Tadu and 100,000 elite soldiers, the Awan were now like scattered sand. Coupled with the chaos of the fire bulls and the stampede of 100,000 warhorses, their formation crumbled. Any semblance of resistance was swiftly extinguished by the cavalry led by Zhang Baiqi, who charged forth to annihilate any defiance. Screams, flames, and the clash of weapons filled the air as the land was stained crimson. The mist of blood hung in the atmosphere, spreading a sense of terror. The heads of Tadu are here. Surrender, and you shall not be harmed. The Awan princess is here. Surrender, and you shall not be harmed. Surrender, and you shall not be harmed. Under this relentless intimidation, the scattered soldiers capitulated in droves, utterly obliterating the Awan's last flicker of resistance. In less than 2 hours, all 30,000 men of the Awan in the encampment were dejected, standing like defeated roosters with their hands bound. Women and children huddled together on the other side, trembling in fear. The fate of Qiu Liju was particularly grim. When the battle erupted, caught unprepared and attempting to flee, he was ultimately pursued and slain by Zhang Cheng's cavalry, trampled beneath their hoofs. Until his last breath, Qiu Liju could hardly believe that the Han dared, like Hortzubing, to lead thousands deep into their royal domain and trample upon it. The Yuan princess lay prostrate, her spirit crushed as she gazed at the unfolding scene. Fully aware of what was to come, spotting Lin Han, the devil in her eyes, she felt a glimmer of hope and hastily scrambled to his side. Please, do not kill them. The Yuan princess clutched Lin Han's garment, sobbing uncontrollably. I will do anything you ask, just spare them. I will marry you. You shall be king, and they will all be your subjects. Having witnessed Lin Han's cold-bloodedness throughout the massacre, the Yuan princess completely broke down. You shall be king. We are all your subjects. They're your warriors. Do not slay them. She did not plead for mercy. The captives before her were doomed. And the Yuan were about to lose their final lineage, their roots extinguished, with everything rendered non-existent. A clan's obliteration. A system prompt echoed in Lin Han's ear. The exquisite beauty Gula is willing to submit to you. Do you accept? The revelation struck him. This woman, who harbored deep resentment towards him, still offered her allegiance. Lin Han hesitated. After the 3 kingdoms, the turmoil of the 8 kings of the Western Jin, followed by the chaos of the 5 barbarians, the northern lands of Huaxiao were trampled into a state of despair, with tragedies abounding. As a descendant of that era, anyone familiar with that history would carry a grudge. Great Chief, I believe this is feasible. Zhang Bai rode over and cast a glance at the Yuan princess kneeling at Lin Han's feet, stating that this land was vast and that the Grand Canal's lordly territory lay in the Yinshan Mountains, making it an exceptional pasture for horses. Should the Yuan be annihilated, the Xianbei would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to invade. The land of Yuzhou was already suffering from Xianbei plunder. It would be wiser to control the Yuan and balance the Xianbei threat. In the future, when the great sage and virtuous teacher rises up, this place, abundant in warhorses, could provide support to the south. Even he, with a hardened heart, having slaughtered his way here, felt a shiver of fear after exterminating all at Mount Bai Lang. The grasslands stretched for hundreds of miles without a trace of humanity. Good, Lin Han nodded in agreement. System notification. The beauty of unparalleled grace, Gula, has submitted to you. System notification. Player has conquered Mount Bai Lang. Please choose to occupy, destroy, or plunder. Occupy. Lin Han selected to occupy. System notification. Player has successfully occupied Mount Bai Lang. Will you rename it? Do not rename. System notification. Player has occupied Mount Bai Lang, conquered the Yuan royal court, slain Tadu, Qiu Liju, and forced the Yuan princess to submit. The Yuan kingdom has been destroyed. System notification. As the first player to achieve the annihilation of a kingdom, the system will announce this across the region. Do you wish to hide your name? Hide. Though this was a secondary identity, Lin Han adhered to his principle to develop cautiously and avoid recklessness. The achievement of annihilating a kingdom was too formidable. If others became aware, he would be targeted. This was a game, and envy ran rampant among players, so vigilance was essential. System notification. Huaxia region. Congratulations to the player for occupying the Yuan royal court, annihilating the Yuan kingdom, and achieving the annihilation of a kingdom. System notification. Huaxia region. Congratulations to the player for occupying the Yuan royal court, annihilating the Yuan kingdom, and achieving the annihilation of a kingdom. The system notifications ignited a frenzy across the server. Is there no justice left? Hello? Is anyone there? Others have achieved the annihilation of kingdoms while I am still managing a village and collecting taxes for the court. Are you sure we are playing the same game? Compared to them, I feel as though I am playing a single-player game. Can any esteemed player enlighten me on the rewards for annihilating a kingdom? Which guild is this? I wish to pay my respects to the great player. Who can tell me how to achieve the annihilation of a kingdom? The forum was abuzz with excitement. Yet Lin Han remained unaware, as the system notifications continued unabated. System notification. Player has destroyed the Yuan kingdom, rewarded with advanced cavalry camp construction card, a complete set of special troop techniques, blood-drinking white cavalry, and a reward of dragon chi. System notification. Player has occupied Yuan, increasing prestige within the Yellow Turban faction. System notification. Player has destroyed the Yuan kingdom and may establish a new nation. Would you like to establish it? Establish. Lin Han chose to establish. If not, this land would remain unclaimed, and the Xianbei would not let the opportunity pass. System notification. Player has established a new nation. Please provide a name for the nation. Xia. System notification. Congratulations to the player for establishing the Xia nation. System notification. Congratulations to the player for establishing the Xia nation. as the first player to create a nation. The system will announce this across the region. Do you wish to hide your name? Hide. System notification. All regions, congratulations to the player for establishing the nation, Xia. Named, the Great Xia Dynasty. The Great Xia Dynasty? Surely, it is without doubt their own. Damn, it's this guy, yet he hides his name. I know who you are. Who is it? Of course, it is the esteemed Ji Xianyuan of the Xianyuan Guild. The Wuhuan tribe, in proximity to Yuzhou, is indeed within the realm of influence of the Xianyuan Guild, which has established its dominance in Yuzhou. Ji Xianyuan himself. It is not I. I possess nothing. Do not speak recklessly. I am in Changshan. To the brother who vanquished the Wuhuan, might you wish to converse with me? Shall we forge a friendship? Oh my, a deity appears. Is that not Ji Xianyuan himself? Is there cheating in this game? Where is the official? They ought to provide an explanation. Could it be those individuals? Which individuals? The very ones you comprehend, you know, the above. 2 hints, set to ignite the entire server. Presently, while all are engrossed in their own developments, with no grand battles but incessant skirmishes, a player silently infiltrates the Wuhuan, annihilating their nation. How terrifying. However, the system notifications on Lin Han's side persist unceasingly. System notification. Player establishes the nation, Xia, rewarded with a unique martial art Imperial Guard set, Palace Construction Blueprint, set, Charm 100, Politics 100, Command 100. Lin Han, overwhelmed by the relentless system notifications, feels as if his head is spinning. All these rewards, blood-drinking white cavalry, Dragon Chi, Imperial Guard, Palace Construction Blueprint, along with 3 attributes each increasing by 100. System notification. Player establishes the nation, Xia, receiving the blessing of national fortune. Player's martial art forging the celestial cord undergoes a breakthrough. Lin Han, sensing a profound change, sits cross-legged to cultivate. Soon, he rises again, his aura transformed. System notification. Congratulations, Player's martial art forging the celestial cord has surpassed the 5th level, forging the golden elixir. Awakening the divine ability. Emperor Si, immunity to illusions, techniques, discerning the illusory, intimidating foes, diminishing their combat effectiveness, with a chance to compel submission. Character, Lin Han, Shaohan Go identity, disciple of Zhang Jiao, general of the Weilu. Territory, Hanjing Stronghold, Hantan Village, Great Xia Kingdom. Martial power, 911 intelligence, 853 constitution, 645 command, 823 politics, 935 charm, overflow, talent, 11 martial arts. Forging the celestial court, peaceful essentials divine abilities, devouring, imperial aura. Divine punishment body, Emperor's Chi observation, Emperor's Si, mastery of talismans, mastery of medicine, mastery of divination. System notification. Player's charm has surpassed 1,000, reaching an overflow state. No longer increasing. Attraction to the opposite sex is exponentially amplified, and the player's fortune is doubled. It has overflowed. For the first time, Lin Han experiences the sensation of overflow, an indescribable comfort. The gains from this endeavor are unprecedentedly immense. His martial power has surpassed 900. Attaining the caliber of a top-tier general, with all his might and the full release of his divine abilities, he might just contend against a super general. Beyond the enhancement of his prowess, the entirety of the wealth of the Wuhuan nation now belongs to him. Such outrageous rewards. Chapter 40, Subduing Zhang Baiqi. Our king above. That evening, Lin Han bestows the blood-drinking white cavalry upon Zhang Baiqi. This martial art aligns perfectly with the cavalry under Zhang Baiqi's command, crafted specifically by the system for him. In this battle, Zhang Baiqi's contributions were indispensable. With his command over 6,000 cavalry, the transformation they underwent after bloodshed was remarkable, justifying the system's reward of a high-level cavalry camp construction card and the martial art technique Bloodthirsty White Cavalry. This force was destined for metamorphosis. The Grand Chieftain had once spoken of his aspirations. Upon victory, he would serve under him, ready to be commanded. Now, having vanquished the Wuhuan with an army of 10,000, the Grand Chieftain's extraordinary talent had won Zhang's unwavering respect and allegiance. System notification. The top-tier General Zhang Baiqi expresses his willingness to follow you. Do you accept? Without hesitation, Lin Han agreed and assisted Zhang Baiqi to his feet. My lord, with General Baiqi's assistance, I feel as though I possess the wings of a tiger. Lin Han rejoiced. His initial intent in entering Wuhuan was to recruit Zhang Baiqi, but he had unexpectedly achieved such monumental success. This was truly a bountiful harvest. My lord, the auspicious moment has arrived. You should enter the tent. I will guard the captives. Zhang Baiqi smiled calmly and withdrew. Lin Han glanced back at the camp, his thoughts tangled. Could one marry in this game? Now, as the leader, the Wuhuan princess was to wed him. Fearing Lin Han might change his mind and continue the slaughter of her kin, she opted for simplicity regarding the marriage, planning to wed him tonight, and now she was present in his tent. Upon entering, Lin Han beheld the Wuhuan princess adorned in a splendid wedding gown, exquisite yet marked by traces of tears in her eyes. Character, Gula identity, Princess of Wuhuan strength, 298 intelligence, 558 stamina, 211 leadership, 309 politics, 293 charm, 905 talent, 7 affection, deep hatred, fear, submission, conflict. Martial arts, none abilities, mastery of horsemanship, mastery of dance, mastery of archery, mastery of horse breeding. Description, a beauty of unparalleled grace. Winning her over and marrying her will increase the probability of exceptional equestrian talents and fine horses in the territory. After Gula's submission, Lin Han could see her attributes. But her affection level appeared quite intricate, a situation he had not encountered before. He genuinely feared this woman might suddenly turn against him. If you are unwilling, I shall take my leave, Lin Han sighed. Just as he intended to exit the tent, Gula urgently called out to him. I am willing. I am willing. Seemingly fearing that Lin Han might reconsider, Gula grasped his hand tightly. Lin Han felt a surge of tension, a sensation that eluded him even in the face of violence. After a considerable time, the lights within the tent extinguished and the clouds obscured the moon. When Lin Han awakened the next morning, he found Gula lying beside him. As he stirred, the Wuhuan princess awoke from her slumber, gazing at him with a complex expression. At this moment, Gula's attributes had changed. Character, Gula identity, Princess of Wuhuan strength, 298 intelligence, 558 stamina, 211 leadership, 309 politics, 293 charm, 905 talent, 7 affection, deep hatred, fear, submission, affection, conflict. Martial arts, none abilities, mastery of horsemanship, mastery of dance, mastery of archery, mastery of horse breeding. Lin Han noted the addition of a new emotion within Gula's affection level. Remarkably intricate. System notification. Congratulations to the player for conquering the enchanting beauty, Gula. As Lin Han emerged from the tent, Gula followed closely behind. Her expression towards him remarkably intricate. Lin Han, however, remained indifferent. He commanded his men to gather all the captives in the training ground. Lin Han issued orders to Zhang Sheng. After seizing the Wuhuan royal court, various structures were readily available. Though the architecture of the Wuhuan royal court was pitiably rudimentary, it was indeed constructed with a complete array of facilities. 30,000 Wuhuan captives gathered in an orderly manner in the training ground, heads bowed, dejected. You promised me you wouldn't kill them, Gula said, her voice tinged with tension and a hint of sobbing. Rest assured, since I am establishing a nation here, they shall be my subjects, Lin Han replied. Hearing this, Gula felt a slight sense of relief and slowly ascended the martial platform. I am Gula, the princess of Wuhuan. From this day forth, the tribal leader is my husband. He is our king, and you must obey his commands. Upon her declaration, the 30,000 captives, along with the surrounding Wuhuan women and children, knelt to the ground in submission. Our king is above. Our king is above. Lin Han, standing on the martial platform, felt a surge of emotion. This was the essence of kingship. No wonder everyone aspired to be an emperor. Rise, Lin Han commanded. From today, I shall announce several rules. The Wuhuan are a nomadic people, lacking a comprehensive legal system and structured educational framework. Wherever they go, that is home. This situation has fostered a mindset reminiscent of tribal times, devoid of written traditions, let alone the inheritance of ancestral thoughts and education. The new nation shall be named Xia. From this day forth, all Wuhuan people are to adopt a Han surname and given name, to be passed down through generations. Everyone must learn Han characters and speak the Han language. Furthermore, the royal court shall relocate to Baidan, and Gula will serve as the queen of Xia, responsible for managing state affairs in my absence. Gula regarded Lin Han with a complex gaze, understanding his intent to assimilate the Wuhuan people into Han culture. Yet they had no alternative. Failure to comply would lead to their annihilation. Gula knew that Lin Han would indeed slaughter them all. This man was never afraid of sin or bloodshed. After outlining the straightforward rules, Lin Han dismissed the commoners, leaving only the adult male captives. The Wuhuan people were all warriors. Upon reaching adulthood, they became part of the tribe's army. As a people who lived on horseback, each individual was adept at archery and horsemanship, yet they had been thoroughly defeated by Lin Han's unconventional tactics. Let the training commence, Lin Han declared. He began to train the captives. Very few Wuhuan had received education, and these individuals were relatively simplistic in thought. Lin Han found it did not require much effort to subdue them. Employing the methods he had used in Hanjiang village, he randomized the captives for training, selecting elites to join Zhang Baiqi's white cavalry and further integrating more elites into his own yellow turban camp, continuing the chaos and retraining, pulling out the finest among them. Within 2 months, the Wuhuan had been fully absorbed into the white cavalry and Lin Han's yellow turban soldiers. The white cavalry grew to 20,000, while Lin Han's yellow turban soldiers reached 15,000. During these 2 months, Gula summoned the tribe's people from the surrounding areas, a plan orchestrated by Lin Han. All arrangements have been finalized, and a grand procession is set to migrate towards Baitan. Over 1 million cattle and sheep, more than 100,000 war horses, and an immeasurable amount of grain and silver are part of this formidable convoy. The entire royal court of the Wuhuan has been vacated by Lin Han. He abandoned Bailang Mountain as the royal seat and chose Baitan instead. Han Mountain village is situated within the Yinshan mountain range, merely over 100 miles from Baitan, allowing for mutual support in case of enemy threats, whereas Bailang Mountain is too distant for convenient movement. The arduous journey of over 400 miles, compounded by the presence of the elderly and children, took the main force more than half a month to reach Baitan. Chapter 41, Return, The Art of Peace, Volume 3, Lin Han proclaimed to the remaining Wuhuan tribes that Baitan would serve as the royal court of the Great Xia, thus solidifying the relocation of the capital. Before departing, he demolished the original Bailang city and acquired the city-building token, granting him the authority to establish a city at any location. The 2 months of cultural assimilation had indeed borne some fruit. Lin Han encouraged the remaining Wuhuan tribes to adopt Han surnames, with the Wuhuan princess demonstrating this by adopting the ancient surname Gu and renaming herself Guyu. Other Wuhuan tribes people followed suit, adopting surnames such as Gu, Lin, Ma, Nyo, Lu, and Yang, with many choosing the surname Gu in homage to the princess, followed by Lin Han's royal surname. They were still unaccustomed to using the Han language, and Lin Han did not intend to alter their long-standing habits overnight. Thus, he focused on the next generation. At the construction site of the new Baitan city, Lin Han ordered the establishment of a school, providing free education for the children of the remaining Wuhuan, teaching them Han literature, language, traditional attire, and customs, thereby fostering cultural integration. After settling in Baitan, Lin Han instructed the transfer of artisans, laborers, and some refugees from Han Mountain Village, along with resources and materials, to Baitan for city construction. He refrained from utilizing the Imperial Palace construction blueprints in Baitan, as such plans were excessively costly and, given the current chaotic times, uncertain of who might attack tomorrow. Safety was paramount. Once the site for Baitan City was confirmed, Lin Han employed a high-level cavalry camp construction card to establish an elite cavalry camp within Baitan, manned by the exceptional General Zhang Baiqi. Coupled with the system's reward of the bloodthirsty white cavalry, he could train a special cavalry unit. The Demon Guard, trained by Jian Wei, had proven to be quite advantageous, and once the special cavalry bloodthirsty white cavalry was fully formed, they would dominate the grasslands. As for the system's reward of the celestial-level technique Imperial Guard, Lin Han did not select anyone for training. He possessed both a high-level infantry camp and a high-level cavalry camp capable of training Imperial Guard, but as he had not yet ascended to Emperor status and lacked a suitable commander for training, this matter was temporarily set aside. Baitan City entered a fervent phase of construction. In 2 months of extensive building, Lin Han nearly transferred all resources from Han Mountain Village to Baitan City. The newly established Baitan City, relying on the northern peak of the Yinshan mountain range, boasts walls towering 10 meters high, with the vast grasslands stretching to the north. As the grand completion of Baitan City coincided with the onset of snowfall, it was adorned in a silvery cloak, presenting an exquisite sight. The Eastern Han court is corrupt, and the people are suffering. The fate of that dynasty is drawing to a close. I must prepare for its collapse, Lin Han remarked. Gu Yu's eyes sparkled with insight. Through months of interaction, she had come to recognize Lin Han's extraordinary nature. My cold mountain village lies nestled within the Yinshan mountain range, When thoughts of me arise, simply send a messenger, and I shall come forth. Indeed, my lord. Lin Han embraced Gu Yu at her waist, and amidst her bashful demeanor, they both returned to their abode. The following day, as the sun rose high, Lin Han emerged. He had never imagined that the experience within the game could be so exhilarating, particularly as Gu Yu, a woman of the Hu nationality, was uninhibited, allowing him to act freely. Lin Han nearly wished to remain there indefinitely. Yet, he pondered how the experience in reality would compare. By noon, Lin Han set forth with his troops, leaving behind Gu Yu's sorrowful gaze. Zhang Xing was stationed at Baidan City, training the bloodthirsty White Riders. The command of the city's garrison was entrusted to Zhang Xing, who was appointed as the Grand General of the Xia Kingdom, tasked with leading its forces. Passing through the small towns of Gushi and Gangping, which had long suffered invasions by the Wuhuan, he found them nearly desolate, with 10 rooms empty for everyone occupied. Lin Han dispatched a contingent of the Yellow Turban Army to garrison these locations. Ostensibly, they had not occupied the 2 border towns, yet in truth, they had become their overlords. With the threat of the Wuhuan eradicated, the livelihoods of the townsfolk were gradually improving. The Grand Commander of the Yellow Turban Army led his troops against the Wuhuan, annihilating their royal court. Ensuring that the land of Yuzhou would no longer be plagued by their disturbances, this was common knowledge among the people of Yuyang. The reputation of the Yellow Turban Army soared among the populace of the Eastern Han, and within the ranks of the Taiping Dao, it reached new heights. Upon arriving at Cold Mountain Village, Lin Han was welcomed with fervor. The Grand Commander of the Yellow Turbans from Julu sought an audience. Bring him in. A man adorned with a yellow headband entered the council chamber, his countenance alight with excitement upon seeing Lin Han. Your subordinate pays respects to the Grand Commander. Please rise. What brings you to seek my counsel? The man with the yellow headband replied respectfully, in response to the Grand Commander. The esteemed master has heard of your military endeavors against the Wuhuan royal court, strengthening the prestige of our Taiping Dao, and has summoned you to Julu to meet with him and bestow upon you a reward. Very well, Lin Han replied without hesitation. He had not anticipated a reward, yet it seemed justifiable. Promoting the Taiping Dao warranted some form of compensation, did it not? Lin Han had underestimated his own esteem. The defeat of the Wuhuan had garnered him great renown across the provinces of Bing, Yu, and Ji, especially as the Taiping Dao unabashedly heralded Lin Han's accomplishments, placing his prestige second only to the 3 founders, Zhang Xiao, Zhang Liang, and Zhang Bao. Upon reaching Julu, the common folk recognized him as Lin Han and bowed respectfully as he passed. Is he a player? Why do they pay him such homage? Judging by their attire, they appeared to be players. What was his status? A fleeting inquiry would reveal the truth. I hear he is named Lin Han, a direct disciple of Zhang Jiao, the Grand Commander of the Yellow Turbans. By heavens, a disciple of Zhang Jiao. This is monumental. We must expose this to the forum's journalists. Do you not find it peculiar? He is a player and also a direct disciple of Zhang Jiao. Can players even take Zhang Jiao as their master? Is that not a possibility? It seemed plausible. In Julu, players hoping to encounter Zhang Jiao observed Lin Han's resplendence with unbridled envy, with their eyes filled with admiration. He confidently strode into the temple of the Taiping Dao. This was Lin Han's inaugural visit to Julu, and soon, a significant historical event would unfold here. Zhang Jiao's abode, a sanctuary resembling a grand palace, serves as the sacred site of the Taiping Dao, attracting countless refugees who come to pay their respects and offer incense. A place of faith cannot be humble. The guards stationed at the entrance, donned in yellow scarves, are imposing figures wielding great swords. Their presence far more formidable than that of ordinary yellow scarf soldiers, likely indicating their status as elite yellow turban warriors. With the authority of a Grand Commander and the recognition of Zhang Jiao's direct discipleship, Lin Han passes through unimpeded. Upon entering the temple, Zhang Jiao sits quietly within, eyes closed in meditation, only opening them when he senses Lin Han's arrival. Disciple, it has been many days since we last met. You have boldly led your troops northward to vanquish the Wuhuan. Such valor is commendable, Zhang Jiao remarks with a sigh. Master, I assisted refugees south of Yinshan, but alas, the Wuhuan soldiers have been excessively ruthless. By fortunate chance, I encountered Zhang Shang, who sought troops to strike against the Wuhuan, and we ventured north together. To my surprise, the Wuhuan forces were so weak that I cleverly executed a strategy and emerged victorious, though it must be said that it was a stroke of luck, Lin Han replies, bowing respectfully before taking a seat on the nearby mat. Zhang Jiao coughs urgently, his distress audible from afar. Is your health compromised, master? I have delved too deeply into the mysteries of the heavens while hastily seeking results in my cultivation of the Taiping Tao, which has resulted in a backlash from the celestial order, leaving me with lingering afflictions. Zhang Jiao laments, cautioning, disciple, when you practice the Taiping heavenly scripture, remember not to rush for results. You will be done, Master, Lin Han responds. On that day, when you glimpsed the celestial aura fleeting in the south, you journeyed forth and encountered me at Hanjiang village. You are an individual beyond fate, endowed with extraordinary talent and limitless potential. Master, what does it mean to be beyond fate? Lin Han inquires. Ancient teachings state that the celestial order comprises 50 aspects, and the great transformation occurs in cycles of 7, manifesting as the rules governing all living things. Fate may escape, granting beings a glimmer of hope and variability. Those who exist beyond the rules of fate are considered as individuals of destiny's variance. 2 years ago, a great alteration in the celestial mechanisms occurred, leading to chaos in the heavenly order, resulting in countless individuals beyond fate emerging, of which you are one. Yet, among the masses, those who attain great opportunities are few, their fortune and immense resolve being the key, while those who defy the heavens are but a handful. Lin Han is taken aback. The multitude of individuals beyond fate that Zhang Jiao speaks of must refer to the day the players first entered the world of Dynasty. Indeed, he is a true master, attaining insights that penetrate the very fabric of the system itself. I have 500 disciples and 8 direct disciples, of which you are the 9th. Among my many students, I have only imparted the 3 volumes of the essentials of Taiping to a select few, constrained by their limited gifts and to prevent their eagerness for rapid achievement. You, however, are the most gifted among them and have succeeded in defeating the Wu Huan. Thus, I shall bestow upon you the 3 volumes of the essentials of Taiping today. Remember to practice diligently, avoiding haste in your pursuits, lest you repeat my past mistakes and face the backlash of the celestial order. Zhang Jiao coughs again, handing Lin Han a scroll of parchment. System notification. Congratulations, player has obtained the celestial level skill essentials of Taiping, Volume 3. Thank you, Master. Lin Han solemnly accepts the essentials of Taiping. This game is imbued with genuine emotions, which he has personally experienced. The Wuhuan princess, Gu Yu, exemplifies this, as does the care Zhang Jiao has shown him. Historical accounts and public opinion may depict Zhang Jiao as a deceiver who misleads the masses. However, in Lin Han's interactions, Zhang Jiao remains merely an elderly sage who understands the arcane and is discontented with the state of the world. In a time when emperors are foolish, treacherous ministers hold sway, and external relatives meddle in governance, the people suffer in silence, with rebellion being the only path left to them. The populace's uprising against oppression is not a fault of the people, but rather a consequence of the rulers in humanity. From today onward, I bestow upon you the esteemed title of Divine Envoy, elevating you above the commanders. You possess the capability to lead armies. In my absence, you may command the followers of the Taiping Tao throughout the realm. Zhang Jiao then produced a token, upon which the words Divine Envoy were particularly prominent. As the Divine Envoy of the Taiping Tao, your status within the Yellow Turban camp ranks just below that of the Celestial General, the Earthly General, and the Human General. Lin Han's heart raced with astonishment. The title of Divine Envoy was originally meant for Ma Yuani, and after his demise, Zhang Manqing had falsely assumed this identity. Now, this honor had unexpectedly fallen into his hands. Thank you, Master. The lower volume of the typing art is a forbidden technique, and it would be unwise for you to practice it at this time. In due course, once you have attained proficiency, I shall pass on my teachings to you. Zhang Jiao coughed as he spoke. Disciple understands. For the next few days, you shall cultivate within the temple. Should you encounter any uncertainties, I shall provide guidance. Lin Han exited the inner sanctum and followed the young Taoist to his quarters. Chapter 42, Zhang Zhao's 3 brothers. Zhang Manyang, the young Taoist, led Lin Han to the rear hall of the Taiping Temple, arranging for him to occupy a core residence. The young Taoist explained that only the most esteemed masters and directly accepted disciples are permitted to reside in the rear hall. The hall was spacious, and Lin Han paid it little mind. Upon entering his quarters, he settled into a meditative posture. It had been quite some time since he had focused on his cultivation. The middle volume of the Taiping art comprised 3 sections: spells, illusions, and 5-element evasion techniques, documenting 36 minor spells, 9 illusions, and 5-element evasion techniques. With his intellect having reached the caliber of a top-tier mage, his practice of the typing art came naturally and effortlessly. System notification, congratulations, player, for successfully breaking through the 4th level of the Taiping art and awakening divine powers, mastery of spells. System notification, congratulations, player, for successfully breaking through the 5th level of the Taiping art and awakening divine powers, mastery of illusions. Upon reaching the 5th level, Lin Han found his progress halted, unable to ascend to the 6th level. The middle volume consists of 3 sections, and he was just 1 level shy of completing it entirely. Suddenly, Lin Han recalled that after vanquishing the Wuhuan royal court, the system had rewarded him with a dragon chi. Having not concentrated on his cultivation for an extended period, that dragon chi had lain dormant in his backpack, gathering dust. Lin Han retrieved the white jade vial gifted by the system. The moment he uncapped it, a petite, transparent dragon chi surged from within, spiraling through the air before entering Lin Han's brow. In an instant, an aura of dragon majesty erupted from Lin Han's being. The beasts surrounding the temple were awed into submission, trembling in fear. The devouring, divine power within him activated automatically, swiftly digesting the dragon chi that permeated his body, distributing it throughout his bones and every cell. Lin Han felt as if his body were on the verge of a sublime transformation. System notification, congratulations, player, for refining dragon chi, gaining a talent point. System notification, congratulations, player, for refining dragon chi, receiving the favor of the heavenly Tao, and obtaining the qualification to ascend as emperor. Congratulations, player, for exceeding the talent threshold, doubling your cultivation speed. Lin Han was overwhelmed with joy. This marked the second occasion his talent points had soared. The first instance was from absorbing chaotic chi, which had accelerated his cultivation speed. Now, it had unexpectedly doubled again. Furthermore, he had acquired the qualification to ascend as emperor. Even if he were to rebel and declare himself emperor now, his territory would also receive the blessings of the heavenly and earthly fortunes, affirming its legitimacy. Character, Lin Han Xiaohan Ge. Identity, direct disciple of Zhang Jiao. Leader of the Great Xia Kingdom, Lord of Hanshan Village, Chief of Hanjing Stronghold. Territory, Hanshan Village, Hanjing Stronghold, Great Xia Kingdom. Combat power, 911 intelligence, 877 constitution, 649 leadership, 823 politics, 935 charm. Explosive, talent, 12 martial arts, casting the heavenly court, the art of peace abilities, devouring, imperial aura. Divine punishment body, heavenly sovereign's gaze, emperor's eye, mastery of talismans, mastery of medicine, mastery of physiognomy, mastery of sorcery, mastery of illusions. The enhancement of intelligence is minimal, indeed. The progression slows as one advances. A tremendous harvest. Just as Lin Han was concluding his cultivation, an unexpected sound echoed from the entrance. He swiftly grasped his spear and emerged, pointing it toward the source of the shadow. To his surprise, a little girl clutched a small puppy, gazing at him with wide eyes. This sight momentarily stunned Lin Han, prompting him to lower his spear and scrutinize the child closely. Little sister, what is your name? How did you end up here? I am Mainyang, Zhangning, Zhang Mainyang. The little girl, seemingly apprehensive that Lin Han might take her puppy, tightened her grip, oblivious to the risk of suffocating the creature. Zhangning? Zhang Mainyang? Lin Han regarded the little girl with astonishment. Daughter of Zhang Jiao? Historically, Zhang Jiao had no offspring. This Zhang Ning was a fabrication of historical anecdotes. However, considering that Dynasty synthesizes all historical texts, legends, renowned novels, and myths, the inclusion of Zhang Ning seemed entirely plausible. Noticing Lin Han's momentary distraction, the little girl timidly inquired, "Are you my father's disciple? I have never seen you before." "I am Lin Han, the 9th direct disciple of my master," he replied softly, crouching beside Zhang Ning. "You are the 9th senior brother Lin Han." "Indeed. But they say you possess 3 heads and 6 arms, capable of anything, and have slain numerous Wuhuan bandits. Why don't you have 3 heads?" Upon realizing he was Lin Han, little Zhang Ning set her puppy down and began to search for the additional heads on his shoulders, which amused Lin Han greatly. 3 heads and 6 arms is merely a metaphor for being exceptionally intelligent and formidable, Lin Han gently explained. "Oh, I understand now. They are right. My senior brother is very clever and powerful, and my father says so too." Little Zhang Ning nodded earnestly, her serious expression revealing her sincerity. "What brings you here?" Lin Han inquired, affectionately ruffling her hair. "I followed your aura because the puppy was scared," she replied, picking up her puppy again. With the revelation of Lin Han's identity, she appeared less timid, as if she had adopted him as her older brother. Everything is all right now. Lin Han deduced that the dragon's might from earlier had affected the nearby animals. Where would you like to go, Main Yang? Your senior brother will take you out. I wish to go outside, but my father forbids it, saying it is chaotic out there, and there are many bad people, Zhang Ning lamented. Very well. Your senior brother will take you out and protect you. Okay. Thank you, senior brother. You are so kind. After escorting Zhang Ning out of the back hall and into the Taiping Taoist temple, they spent a delightful day exploring the city of Jiulu, visiting the marketplace, watching street performances, and returned only as the sun began to set. Upon re-entering the temple, a young Taoist awaited them at the entrance. The divine envoy. The esteemed and wise master summons you for an audience. Very well. Lin Han took Zhang Ning along and followed the young Taoist to the inner sanctum. Upon entering, they beheld 3 individuals seated on meditation cushions, their features strikingly similar. Uncle Zhang Bao, Uncle Zhang Liang. Recognizing them, young Zhang Ning dashed towards Zhang Liang. Oh, is that you, little Main Yang? What brings you here? Zhang Liang asked indulgently. My master took me out to play today, and I just returned, young Zhang Ning replied. Feeling as if she had committed a faux pas, glancing furtively at Zhang Jiao, apprehensive that he might scold her. Zhang Jiao only shook his head with a smile, seemingly resigned to the girl's antics. You should return now. I have matters to discuss with your master. He gestured for her to follow the young Taoist back to the rear hall. Now, only 4 remained in the inner sanctum. Lin Han bowed respectfully to Zhang Bao and Zhang Liang before taking a seat on the cushion. Eldest brother says he has found a prodigious disciple. Indeed. He is quite impressive, Zhang Liang remarked, surveying Lin Han and nodding. Zhang Bao concurred, sensing that Lin Han's vitality was formidable, perhaps beyond their own capabilities. You are too modest, Lin Han replied with humility. No need for modesty. How many levels have you attained in the Taiping Yu technique? Zhang Bao inquired curiously. The 5th level. Really? Zhang Jiao exclaimed in astonishment. Lin Han raised his hand and conjured a small illusion, floating above the inner sanctum like a mirage. The 3 were taken aback simultaneously. Eldest brother, did you not say that you would only pass on the scroll to Lin Han today? Indeed. My master imparted it to me this morning, and I too only broke through to the 5th level at noon, Lin Han explained. Truly a prodigious talent, Zhang Bao marveled. Since this is our first meeting as your uncle, I must bestow upon you a gift. As for your cultivation, I fear I may not be of much guidance. What do you desire? I shall do my best to fulfill your request. Uncle, are you truly sincere? Lin Han asked eagerly. Of course, Zhang Bao replied, stroking his beard with a smile. Very well, then I shall not be courteous. Currently, I find myself with too many soldiers and too few generals. I hope to acquire 1 or 2 martial commanders to lead the troops, for they will surely prove useful in the future. Martial commanders? I do have a few under my command. Which one would you like? Zhang Bao responded grandly. Zhou Cong, Zhou Yuanfu. After considerable thought, Zhang Bao finally recalled that he indeed had such a person, a deputy general of a minor commander, a burly man known for his strength and sincerity within the army. Lin Han named his desired individual, and Zhang Bao readily agreed. Thank you, second uncle. No need for thanks, as you serve as the divine envoy. The future of the Taiping Dao rests upon you, Zhang Bao said earnestly, patting Lin Han on the shoulder. Ha ha ha, since second brother is so generous, I, your little uncle, shall not be outdone. Though I may lack a martial commander, I do possess a weapon. Zhang Liang produced a purple-green long spear and placed it before Lin Han. This spear is named Qing Kue Ing Shui, a celestial weapon. Lin Han accepted the Qing Kue Ing Shui spear, caressing its body, which shimmered with a purplish-blue light, as if infused with the essence of thunder. The moment he grasped it, the spear vibrated incessantly, calming only after a brief moment, resting quietly in Lin Han's hand. Remarkably tame. Indeed, it is truly formidable. Zhang Liang laughed heartily, exclaiming, this weapon is a celestial armament, one that can only be tamed by those of exceptional valor. It seems it has finally found its rightful master. A system notification chimed. Congratulations, player. You have acquired the celestial weapon, Qing Kue Ing Shui Chong. Thank you. Third master uncle, Lin Han said, clasping his fists in respect. Having long searched for a suitable weapon, he realized that after exquisite arms, the next tier was spirit weapons, an exceedingly rare find. At last, he had acquired a fitting armament. No need for such formalities, Zhang Liang waved dismissively. Zhang Jiao summoned Lin Han to foster familiarity with Zhang Bao and Zhang Liang. Once the matter was settled, Lin Han followed Zhang Bao to the Yellow Turban camp under his command. Shortly thereafter, A burly man with a beard strode into the tent, wielding a broad blade. His arms like coiling dragons, and a yellow scarf wrapped around his head. This was Zhou. Upon seeing Zhang Bao, Zhou immediately paid his respects. I salute you, General. Yuan Fu, this esteemed individual beside me, is the personally taught disciple of the great virtuous teacher, Lin Han. Zhou scrutinized Lin Han, a look of astonishment crossing his face. Could it be the renowned strategist Lin Han, who decisively defeated the Wu Huan? Indeed, Lin Han affirmed. I have been appointed by the great virtuous teacher as the divine envoy, endowed with the authority to lead the Taiping Dao. Zhang Bao added. I salute the divine envoy. Zhou hurriedly bowed. No need for such pleasantries. Lin Han regarded Zhou with satisfaction. This was the fiercely loyal Zhou, the legendary protector of Lord Guan, who, upon Guan Yu's demise, took his own life in grief. His martial prowess was formidable, particularly in naval combat, having captured Pangda in the waters. Yuan Fu, the divine envoy, has personally requested you. From now on, you shall remain by the divine envoy's side, serving him closely. I accept the command without hesitation, Zhou replied resolutely. Following Lin Han's significant victory over the Wu Huan, his prestige soared within the Yellow Turban camp, especially across the provinces of Yu, Bing, and Ji, where his renown was second only to 3 generals. A system notification appeared. Zhou wishes to follow you. Do you accept? I accept. The system responded. Congratulations, player. You have acquired an elite general, Zhou. Character. Zhou identity. Elite general martial power. 919 intellect. 210 physique. 650 leadership. 350 politics. 83 charm. 65 talent. 8 loyalty. Unwavering loyalty, an inherent attribute, once sworn in. Loyalty is steadfast. Skills. Dragon elephant power abilities. Mastery of blade techniques. Expertise in naval combat. Innate strength. Fleet-footed. Divine guardian. Fleet-footed. Enhances agility, running speed, and endurance significantly. Divine guardian greatly boosts martial power when protecting the Lord, enabling fierce combat against foes. Should the Lord perish, Zhou shall take his own life in atonement. Another elite general, Lin Han, nearly burst into laughter. This was the easiest general he had ever acquired. Among the multitude of generals during the late Eastern Han period, elite generals occupied a prominent position, with only super generals and divine generals above them. Super generals included the 5 tiger generals and the 5 outstanding generals, while Lin Han could only think of El Bu as a divine general, alongside a few legendary immortals and Zhang Jiao. Elite generals remained a rare treasure. Well, Yuan Fu shall be my chief general from now on, serving as my personal guard, Lin Han declared. I swear to follow my lord unto death. Please rise. No need for such formality. Lin Han assisted Zhou to his feet and turned to Zhang Bao, expressing gratitude. Second master uncle. Thank you for bestowing upon me such a formidable general. Your discerning eye for talent is indeed your gift. Henceforth, I implore you to safeguard the teachings of the Taiping Dao and never betray the esteemed title of divine envoy. I vow not to fail my obligations. Esteemed master, I take my leave. Should my assistance be required in the future, I shall exert myself to the utmost. Very well. Zhang Bao, satisfied, stroked his beard. In the following days, Lin Han diligently practiced within the confines of the Taiping Dao Temple, occasionally taking the young Zhang Ning out for leisure. As familiarity grew, the little girl became increasingly dependent on Lin Han, leaving him to marvel at his own allure. After several days of seclusion, he found himself still unable to transcend the 6th level of cultivation, prompting a sigh of frustration. The 6th level of Taiping's essential techniques pertains to the art of elemental escape, a vital skill for shamans and sorcerers alike, enabling them to evade peril with grace and agility. Lin Han sensed that once he broke through this level, he would attain the status of an exceptional mage. Master, the esteemed sage requests your presence, announced Zhou with a knock at the door. What is the matter? Lin Han inquired. I am unsure. But the esteemed sage issued an urgent decree a few days ago, summoning the disciples to return for a matter of great importance, Zhou replied. Having spent most of his time in seclusion, Lin Han was oblivious to worldly affairs. Now, with the esteemed sage calling for a gathering, he felt compelled to attend. In the hall of the Taiping Dao, over 500 disciples sat in orderly fashion upon their cushions. At the lectern, Zhang Jiao sat centrally, flanked by Zhang Bao and Zhang Liang. Guided by a young acolyte, Lin Han made his way to a seat between the lectern and the assembly. The gazes of the gathered disciples converged upon Lin Han as Zhang Jiao solemnly proclaimed, "The purpose of this gathering is to announce two significant matters. The first is that my direct disciple Lin Han possesses exceptional talent. Leading an army of over 10,000, he has decisively defeated 200,000 troops of the Wuhuan, liberating the people of Yu, Bing, and Qi from their torment. This achievement has brought great fortune to the realm. Recognizing his leadership abilities, I hereby bestow upon Lin Han the title of Divine Envoy. In our absence, he shall command the disciples of the Taiping Tao." Upon hearing that Lin Han had been granted such a title, the 500 disciples, particularly the 8 esteemed direct disciples, exhibited a myriad of complex expressions, including Zhang Manqing, Bo Kai, and Zhang Yan. After a moment of tumult, they responded in unison, "The esteemed sage is indeed wise. The esteemed sage is indeed wise." Seemingly pleased with their reaction, Zhang Jiao continued, "The second matter pertains to my brothers and I, who 5 days ago united to unveil celestial mysteries. We have discerned that a great calamity looms, and thus we must prepare. I impart to you the essential techniques of Taiping, the methods of healing, to encourage acts of kindness and support for the vulnerable. With the impending plague and the chaos that shall ensue, it is imperative that the disciples descend from the mountain to aid humanity. Today, I summon disciples from all corners to engage with the world, utilizing talismans and healing arts to alleviate suffering and propagate the teachings of Taiping." "Understood. Understood," echoed the assembly of over 500 disciples in unison. Having concluded, Zhang Jiao commenced his teachings, sharing insights on the study of the Taiping essential techniques, addressing the queries of numerous disciples until the sun dipped low in the west. The following day, all disciples of the Taiping Tao departed from Jiulu, dispersing throughout the lands of Han. Lin Han, however, did not hasten to leave, but instead made his way to the inner sanctum where Zhang Jiao practiced. It is a rare occasion to arrive in Jiulu. The rewards can be even greater. "Disciple, why do you linger? Is there something on your mind?" "Master, I indeed have a matter to discuss." Lin Han, seated cross-legged on the mat, spoke. "I currently possess many soldiers but few generals, and my strategists are even rarer, which burdens me with trivial concerns. Master, are there any renowned scholars or wise men nearby? I wish to pay a visit and seek their guidance." "Renowned scholars or wise men?" Zhang Jiao pondered for a moment before nodding. "There is indeed one." "Who is it? Where can I find him?" Lin Han inquired eagerly. "Tian Feng, also known as Tian Yuanhao, resides in Jiulu. He is well-versed and exceptionally talented, exhibiting integrity and straightforwardness. Discontent with the eunuch's control, he chose to resign and live in seclusion. I once sent someone to invite him, but he declined." Zhang Jiao continued, "He does not favor the teachings of the Taiping Tao." "Master, have you forgotten that I possess another identity?" Lin Han remarked. Zhang Jiao was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and nodded. "Indeed, since that is the case, I shall inform you of his place of seclusion. System prompt: Congratulations, player has acquired Tian Feng location clue." Upon receiving the clue, Lin Han was filled with immense joy. If successful, this would mark his first strategist. With a master who has connections, tasks become remarkably easier. "Thank you, master. I shall take my leave." Lin Han bid farewell to Zhang Jiao and proceeded to the residence of Tian Feng. Chapter 44. My master is Kai Yong. Recruiting Tian Feng following the location given by Zhang Jiao, Lin Han found Tian Feng's home. Although he had resigned from his official post, Tian Feng's life was quite comfortable, for he had saved enough during his tenure. After searching for a considerable time, Lin Han finally spotted a middle-aged man fishing by the riverbank not far away. His face was shaded by a bamboo hat, reclining on a bamboo chair beneath the sprawling branches of a large tree, appearing quite content. Lin Han altered his appearance, transforming back into his original identity as Xiao Hang, and leisurely approached to sit beside Tian Feng. After a while, as if awakening from a slumber, Tian Feng turned in surprise upon noticing Lin Han's presence. "Have you come here to enjoy the coolness?" he asked. "No, I am here to invite you out of seclusion," Lin Han replied candidly. He understood Tian Feng's forthright nature, disliking indirectness, which had led to his tumultuous journey. When Yuan Shao had sought him out, he was an official in Jizhou, aiding Yuan Shao in quelling the threat posed by Gongsun Zan. However, during the Battle of Guandu, Yuan Shao disregarded Tian Feng's strategy of a prolonged conflict, allowing Cao Cao to seize the opportunity, ultimately leading to defeat. Cao Cao himself remarked that had Yuan Shao heeded Tian Feng's counsel, the outcome might have been different. Historical evaluations deemed him superior to figures such as Qin Ping, Sun Yu, Jia Su, and Gui Jia. Regrettably, he had allied with Yuan Shao, a brilliant gem overshadowed, ultimately leading to his demise. Lin Han concluded that Tianfeng undeniably belonged to the ranks of exceptional strategists. Inviting me out of seclusion? Who might you be? Tianfeng inquired. I am Xiao Hang, a native of Luzhou, General Wei Lu, and Duke of Duding. You are the one who caused Lu Kong to suffer losses. The bandit leader who received the imperial decree for pacification, Xiao Hang? Tianfeng exclaimed, scrutinizing Lin Han. Indeed, it is I, Lin Han acknowledged. A mere grassroot dares to come and invite me out of seclusion? Tianfeng regarded Lin Han with a knowing glance, his gaze fixed on the fishing rod in the river. Indeed, he is quite the straightforward man, his words lacking in charm. However, Lin Han remained unfazed. For the individual before him had once held the esteemed positions of a scholar and an imperial censor, while he himself was merely a general of the Wei army. Sir, may I pose a question, though I am uncertain if it is appropriate? Lin Han inquired with composure as he sat beside Tianfeng. Speak, came the reply. What is the current state of affairs in the court? After a brief silence, Tianfeng raised his head and retorted, What do you mean? Those appointed as scholars lack knowledge. Those recognized for filial piety have estranged their fathers. The noble and pure are as muddied as the mire, while the esteemed generals are timid as chickens. As his words fell, Tianfeng's expression darkened, his demeanor heavy with melancholy, ultimately culminating in a prolonged sigh. The borders of Yu, Bing, and Ji provinces face constant plundering by the Hu people, and there is not a single man among the civil and military officials. The formidable Wu Huan, feared like a tiger in the court, have been vanquished by the ragtag yellow turbans. What does this signify for the common folk? Tianfeng was left speechless. In this day and age, eunuchs wield power, and the imperial relatives meddle in governance. Are you content with this? What is there to be discontent about? Tianfeng sighed. What can be done? You harbor resentment for the loyal and virtuous being persecuted. Yet you abandon your post and return home, unwilling to contest, preferring to cultivate your own integrity. How does that differ from the cowardice of a mouse? You possess quite the silver tongue, Tianfeng chuckled heartily. Even if I were to serve again, you remain merely a minor marquis, a general of the Wei army. What grounds do I have to follow you? Indeed, his manner of speech leaves much to be desired. This is not merely straightforwardness. It is devoid of emotional intelligence. Yet Lin Han paid no heed to this, recognizing that those with true capability often possess a certain temperament. I have come upon the guidance of my esteemed teacher, who spoke highly of your vast knowledge and skill in strategy, as well as your integrity. Thus, I sought your counsel. Were you merely a coward? This journey would hold little merit. The praises my teacher bestows upon you may be exaggerated. May I inquire as to your mentor's identity? My teacher is Kai Yong, also known as Kai Boji. Kai Yong? Kai Boji. Is this truly so? Tianfeng exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, words alone do not suffice. Realizing the opportunity had arisen, Lin Han promptly presented the Shurhai, a work gifted by Kai Yong himself. This Shurhai was composed as a personal admonition by my teacher, often kept close at hand, and has been shared with me in the hope that I might engage in constant self-reflection. I carry it with me, wishing to honor my teacher's intentions. Tianfeng, taken aback, hastily accepted the Shurhai from Lin Han for examination. After a considerable time, he returned it, filled with admiration. Master Kai truly deserves his reputation as a contemporary sage. His words are indeed thunderous. In times past, he dared to voice opinions on matters of the court, unafraid of the powers that be. In this regard, I find myself lacking. Tianfeng burst into hearty laughter. Since Master Kai is willing to impart his wisdom, what reservations could I possibly have? I am eager to serve my lord and utilize my talents to their fullest potential. With that, Tianfeng removed his bamboo hat, standing to bow respectfully to Lin Han. System prompt. Top-tier strategist, Tianfeng, wishes to follow the player. Do you accept? I agree. Character, Tianfeng identity. Top-tier strategist combat power, 103 intelligence, 949 constitution, 216 leadership, 327 politics, 319 charisma, 396 talent, 8 loyalty, unviewable abilities, straightforward counsel, mastery of strategy, enduring tactics. Upon seeing the attribute panel, Lin Han was overjoyed. He had not anticipated such benefits from taking on a disciple. Invoking his teacher's name proved far more effective than mere eloquence. Tianfeng possesses an astonishing intellect of 949, nearly approaching that of a super strategist. My esteemed mentor is Kai Yong. My esteemed mentor is Zhang Jiao. Listen, how imposing this is, far superior to those affluent second-generation heirs. Lin Han pondered that, in the future, when recruiting strategists, he might try leveraging the names of his mentors. Yuan Hao requires no excessive formalities. Lin Han supported Tian Feng, his heart swelling with joy. At last, he had acquired a strategist, intercepting Han Fu and Yuan Shao. From now on, Tian Feng would be his ally. Yuan Hao, do you have any other friends or confidants? I could also seek them out. Tian Feng replied with a smile. Indeed, there is one. Who? Zhu of Guangping, a man of great ambition and considerable strategy, yet unfortunately, he is currently a county magistrate. A pity. Lin Han secretly lamented the missed opportunity. If he could secure both strategists at once, he would soar to new heights. There is no need for the Lord to sigh. Should the opportunity arise in the future, I shall certainly persuade him to join your ranks and display his talents. I appreciate your assistance, Yuan Hao. Lin Han felt a surge of happiness. You may return first, my lord. I will settle matters at home and then proceed to Lujiang, accompanying you thereafter. Very well, I shall await your arrival, Yuan Hao. After bidding farewell to Tian Feng, Lin Han first escorted Zhou Tsang back to Han village. Currently, his second identity must remain concealed. Hence, he dared not travel with Zhou Tsang and Tian Feng, lest the latter discover that he was a disciple of Zhang Jiao and potentially reconsider. Presently, Han village boasts an army exceeding 50,000 but lacks a martial commander. With Zhou Tsang's arrival, this gap would be effectively filled. In the future, you shall be the commander of Han village in my absence. You shall lead the troops and safeguard the village. As you command. Zhou Tsang replied with a fist salute, assigning Zhou Tsang the responsibility of training the troops. Lin Han proceeded to the council hall. With a plague imminent, Lin Han had to remain vigilant. Zhang Jiao's words could not be mistaken. For the way of peace relied on plagues to treat illnesses and disasters, gaining high regard among the populace as a universal savior. Since Lin Han's rise to prominence, Han village had become an irresistible refuge for countless refugees, with hundreds arriving daily. Should a plague emerge without timely management, the village could be doomed. Gathering all the village's physicians, Lin Han summoned the village chief and outlined his directives. I have heard of plagues emerging in Jingzhou, Jizhou, and Bingzhou, with refugees now heading towards Yuzhou. From today onward, the village gate shall remain tightly closed. New refugees will be directed to the southern settlement. The eastern settlement will serve as a concentrated isolation zone, where those infected will be managed. All physicians are to concentrate their efforts on treating the afflicted. The military will oversee the isolation area. Any who attempt to leave without permission shall face execution. From today onward, all villagers must craft their own masks and cover their mouths and noses when outside. Masks must be boiled in water for 15 minutes daily, dried, and then worn. Except for essential tasks, villagers should minimize their outings. Those entering or leaving the village must report their movements, and upon returning, must undergo 5 days of home observation to confirm they are free of infection before resuming daily work. Lin Han communicated modern epidemic prevention methods to the village chief. Sir, with no plague in sight, are we not being overly cautious? Overly cautious? These are the very words of the great sage and virtuous teacher, spoken without deceit. You must not treat this lightly. Otherwise, when the plague arises, it will be too late for regret. The words of the great sage and virtuous teacher? The village chief was taken aback, no longer hesitating, and promptly left the council hall to implement the arrangements. Lin Han ensured that the measures for preventing and treating the plague in the village were firmly established. The modern medical theories on the treatment of infectious diseases and the associated remedies cannot be integrated into the game. However, the methods of preventing and controlling the spread of plague can indeed be practiced within the game, without involving prescriptions or medical texts. Having completed the arrangements, Lin Han, accompanied by the physician, set off towards the eastern quarantine area. He instructed the yellow-turbaned soldiers to seal off the eastern quarantine zone, ensuring that no one could leave. Those who dared to do so would face dire consequences. He also commanded the craftsmen to work urgently, constructing 5 medical halls within the concentrated area to prepare for unforeseen circumstances. Once these arrangements were made, Lin Han established clear regulations, which alleviated his concerns considerably. In this era, commoners did not adhere to a conventional 9-to-5 work schedule. Rather, they engaged in daily agricultural labor and various crafts. As long as there was food, they could sustain themselves even while remaining at home. With everything in order, Lin Han activated the teleportation jade pendant to return to Lujiang County. Having received insider information, he believed it prudent to take precautions early. Those of future generations had experienced the terror of plagues firsthand. In the 5th year of Guanghe during the reign of Emperor Shaoling, 182 AD, a great epidemic arose in February. The plague swept across the land of the 9 provinces, and in the central plains, corpses littered the roads, with no one daring to approach. The mere sound of a cough instilled fear akin to that of a tiger. Villages were ravaged by disease, with 9 out of 10 houses deserted, and bodies lay exposed in the fields, rotting and emitting a foul stench. This epidemic, which engulfed the eastern Han, further destabilized an already restless populace. Taoist priests from the Taiping Dao descended from the mountains to treat the sick, bolstering the movement's influence among the people. Countless displaced individuals flocked to Julu in the recently affected villages of the Yellow Turbans. The momentum of the Taiping Dao swelled to unprecedented heights, gaining numerous followers. Lin Han's Han village, having previously demonstrated its might by vanquishing the Wuhuan, still enjoyed the prestige of being a direct disciple of a great teacher. Now, with the onset of the plague, the number of refugees seeking shelter soared to unprecedented levels, with daily arrivals reaching 600 to 700 and peaking at over 1,000. Such significant population movement inevitably led to the spread of disease. Fortunately, Lin Han had prepared in advance, managing to contain the plague within specific areas, thus ensuring the development of Han village remained unaffected. Seizing this opportunity, he initiated reclamation efforts in Han village and even facilitated the relocation of some healthy refugees to the former lands of the Wuhuan, thereby diluting the remaining Wuhuan population and fully integrating them into the Han cultural sphere. The Cold River stronghold, adhering to the same principles, swiftly closed its gates, concentrating all incoming refugees across the river in an open plain to prevent the plague from infiltrating their stronghold. Beyond the physical afflictions of the epidemic, the most daunting aspect was the shifting sentiments of the populace. Should chaos ensue, it would lead to insurmountable troubles. Once everything was settled, Lin Han ventured outside the quarantine location to reassure the people. Proficient in the Taiping essentials and possessing medical proficiency, he engaged in the healing process, combining the medical talisman rejuvenation spell with his expertise to create a healing elixir. While it could not cure the plague, it could stabilize the patient's conditions and bolster their vitality, enabling them to rely on their immune systems to fend off the illness. All disciples practicing the Taiping essentials employed this method of treatment, which, though not curative, significantly reduced mortality rates and instilled hope in the afflicted. "My lord, a scholar has arrived outside," introducing himself as Tian Feng, a guest of your household. "Wishing to enter the stronghold," reported a messenger. "Quickly, invite him in," Lin Han responded. Lin Han was overjoyed. Tian Feng had finally arrived. "Tian Feng, I greet you." "My lord," he said. Lin Han immediately supported Tian Feng, his expression filled with delight. "Yuan Hao, I have awaited your arrival. What do you think of my stronghold?" "A veritable paradise." Tian Feng chuckled. "I arrived at Hanjing Stronghold 3 days ago to conduct an inspection. Over the past few days, I have witnessed your dedication, personally tending to the villagers and treating the sick. I once remarked that you hailed from humble beginnings. It seems I was mistaken. Such matters are trifles. I possess a robust constitution and fear not the plague. As their leader, it is my duty to save my people, especially since I have some knowledge of medicine." Lin Han replied modestly with a smile. "From today forth, I entrust the affairs of this stronghold to you, Yuan Hao. I have long harbored grand aspirations for my domain, wishing for all within it to thrive. I hope you will assist me in realizing this vision. Indeed, I shall exhaust my efforts to help fulfill your dreams." Tian Feng vowed, bowing deeply. "My lord, may I be introduced to Master Kai? I have long held him in high esteem." "Very well, Yuan Hao, please follow me," Lin Han said, leading Tian Feng to meet Kai Yong. Upon their introduction, the two men felt as though they were old friends. Kai Yong had been demoted to his home to farm after submitting a petition against government interference by women, and following a general amnesty, he fled south due to treachery. Meanwhile, Tian Feng had resigned in dissatisfaction with the eunuch's power and the interference of the powerful families, choosing to return home. Both were highly educated gentlemen, and their conversation flowed freely. Tian Feng seamlessly integrated into Hanjing Stronghold, alleviating much of Lin Han's burden. Ji Yun was becoming too old and struggled with affairs. But with Tian Feng's presence, the stronghold was poised for a fresh transformation. With the martial prowess of Dian Wei and Ji Ling, and the scholarly contributions of Tian Feng and Kai Yong, the the management of Hanjing's stronghold would face little adversity. In the days that followed, Lin Han often ventured to the quarantine zone, employing talismans to heal the afflicted. While Lin Han faced no immediate troubles, other regions were engulfed in despair. On the Dynasty forum, players lamented the catastrophic plague that had befallen the Eastern Han. My territory is plagued, and half the population is lost. The village's finances have collapsed. I endured the bandit invasions and the burdens of taxation from the court, but I could not withstand this epidemic. As a hero, I survived the bandits and the soldiers, only to succumb to the plague. Who shall I weep to? The system? Me too. Me too. The importance of scientific prevention has become evident. I instructed the villagers to craft their own masks. Am I to take pride in that? I am a hereditary practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine, possessing innate medical skills. When the plague struck, my village remained unscathed, and our population even increased. How can a doctor play the game like this? Experience has shown that Western medicine is ineffective. Without medical mastery, without medicine or medical instruments, I cannot heal. Don't ask how I know. I seek prescriptions. Brothers, I seek prescriptions. Who knows what virus this plague is? Malaria? Or some newfangled virus? Will modern herbal prescriptions for clearing pestilence be effective? Recipes from the post-Eastern Han era are ineffective unless created by system-generated doctors. Players treating game characters require 3 months of apprenticeship under game physicians to attain medical mastery, or must be real-life practitioners of traditional Chinese medicine. By heavens, this system is cunning indeed, extinguishing the player's hopes of healing game characters. The Black Dragon Guild is recruiting practitioners of traditional Chinese medicine. The Xianyuan Guild is offering generous compensation for experienced TCM specialists, requiring proficiency in medical arts. The Linglong Pavilion is seeking adept players in TCM, with compensation details to be discussed. The War God Guild is earnestly hiring TCM practitioners at a high salary. Is it permissible to transcribe the compendium of Materia Medica for study? No, it is ineffective. I have tried. You may write. But the system's physicians will not acknowledge it, humorously, and subsequently, the system will delete your writings. The complete compendium of Materia Medica can only manifest with the presence of Li Shizhen. Did Li Shizhen appear during the Three Kingdoms period? That seems implausible. Indeed, it is possible. The official game records of Dynasty include characters from Chinese history up until the reign of Emperor Xianfeng of the Qing Dynasty, who can be summoned into the game world through various means, such as dungeons and lotteries. It is quite troubling. The Taoists of the Taiping Dao have come to my village to treat the plague, and 1/3 of the population has fled to Julu. The Taoists of the Taiping Dao are curing ailments and spreading their teachings, leading many to depart. This is disastrous. The chaotic era has seen the descent of Taoist priests. The Yellow Turban Army is poised to grow in strength once again. The forum is rife with various opinions, all lamenting the devastating impact of the plague. The epidemic is not confined to the commoners within the game. Players, too, are among those infected. Contracting the plague results in a decrease in physical constitution and combat prowess, with severe cases leading to death and the loss of talent points. Consequently, countless players are in a state of despair. The guilds and regions most afflicted by the plague, such as Jingzhou, Jizhou, Yangzhou, and Shuzhou, have sustained significant losses. Many members of large guilds have seen their villages devastated by the epidemic, resulting in massive financial damage and a corresponding weakening of the guild's power. Lords without strength, whose territories have been infected, are essentially declaring bankruptcy. In the midst of widespread despair, a post emerged, offering hope to all players. Zhang Zhongjing has appeared in Nanyang, a figure resembling the legendary physician Zhang Zhongjing. While many players lamented on the forum, this post captured the attention of numerous players. One of the 3 divine physicians of Jianan, Zhang Zhongjing is renowned for his ability to treat the plague. Upon hearing the news, players hastily set out for Nanyang, eager for the opportunity to recruit him, which would significantly enhance their territory's medical capabilities. Lin Han was no exception. Upon learning of this news, he did not rush to Nanyang but instead sought out Kai Yong. With the experience of having recruited Tianfeng, he understood the advantages of approaching the wealthy and the privileged. In the context of the game, scholars are often depicted as merely elderly men well-versed in literature. Some are rigid and eccentric, seemingly of little use beyond teaching. However, Lin Han discovered a new, hidden utility. The prestige of a great scholar student would greatly facilitate his endeavors, and for those discerning individuals, Lin Han's noble lineage would be of considerable significance. The notion of social status still holds weight in the present. Why has Han Ge come to seek me? Kai Yong inquired playfully upon seeing Lin Han. Master, I have come with a request, Lin Han replied respectfully. With the plague rampant across the land, claiming countless lives, I have heard that Zhang Zhongjing in Nanyang is well versed in the healing arts. I wish to seek his guidance and learn some medical skills to better treat the afflicted and accrue a measure of merit. Therefore, I humbly request a letter of recommendation from you, Master, to study under Lord Zhang in Nanyang for a time. Well, you possess a compassionate heart for the suffering of humanity. This is indeed a noble endeavor. Upon learning of the purpose of the visit, Kai Yong readily agreed to assist Lin Han by drafting a letter. After successfully obtaining the letter, Lin Han bid farewell and set out for Nanyang and Jingzhou. Chapter 46. The emergence of Zhang Zhongjing. Lin Han's journey from Lujian County to Nanyang spanned approximately 800 miles to the north through Yuzhou's Runan, and took 2 days of relentless travel to reach. Along the route, he encountered countless refugees, their corpses strewn across the fields, while crows feasted upon the remains. The sight of cannibalism weighed heavily on his heart. This outbreak of plague was exacerbated by the system's restrictions on players utilizing modern medical prescriptions to treat game characters. A measure designed to prevent players from prematurely ending the calamity and thereby altering the larger context. Such a backdrop was essential to logically facilitate the downfall of the Eastern Han Dynasty. In this turbulent society, rife with disasters, the oppressive nature of those in power served as the proverbial straw that broke the camel's back. Without these elements, the uprising of the Yellow Turbans could not materialize. Thousands of players flocked to the county government of Nanyang. The legendary Zhang Zhongjing was at that moment serving as an official there. Due to the prohibition against officials entering the homes of common folk, Zhang Zhongjing would open the county gate, eschewing legal matters to tend to the sick. Amidst this epidemic, he surfaced within the players' quests. Some heroic figures, seeking cures, obtained leads concerning Zhang Zhongjing, thus heralding his emergence. Characters who emerge in the game can be recruited without clues, and whether one can enlist them depends on personal prowess. Zhang Zhongjing hailed from a literary family with a history of officialdom. He was appointed to the bureaucracy due to his filial piety. For ordinary players, even the opportunity to meet him was a rarity, let alone to recruit him. Many players traveled to Nanyang merely to glimpse Zhang Zhongjing, hoping for a chance to exchange a few words, and with a stroke of fortune, perhaps even to forge a connection, or, in an extraordinary twist of fate, to recruit him, though the likelihood was slim. Upon Lin Han's arrival, he found the gates of Nanyang County besieged by players, rendering passage nearly impossible, save for the presence of soldiers maintaining order. The renown of Zhang Zhongjing, the miraculous physician, had spread beyond the confines of the game, becoming well known in the surrounding regions. Brother, please convey that the president of the Mythical Merchant Guild wishes to meet Lord Zhang. Mythical Blood Song stated to a soldier at the county gate, slipping silver into his hand. What is the Mythical Merchant Guild? It was a recently established minor guild. Understanding the situation, the soldier allowed him to wait outside. In the realm of the game, the current guilds were perceived as merchant associations by the game characters. They could not be termed forces, as that implied factionalism, an act of rebellion. The guild structure was both reasonable and legitimate. So it was indeed Mythical Blood Song. His arrival was unexpected. Rumor had it that not only he, but also the likes of Laughing World and Qin Linglong had come as well. It seemed Ji Xianyuan had also made an appearance. Goodness, a gathering of deities. It was no surprise. The emergence of a miraculous physician held the promise of immense benefits if one could recruit or befriend him. Other players, upon noticing the presence of the mythical guild, fell into hushed discussions. Mythical Blood Song was easily recognizable, clad in his signature red silk robe, an image that had graced forums shortly after the game's inception. Not only the illustrious Mythical Blood Song, but also the prominent figures of other super guilds have made their appearances on the forums, finding their names etched in the annals of the game's Hall of Fame. The leaders of these super guilds, typically engrossed in managing their territories, are seldom seen, thus. Their presence today is indeed a rarity. Before long, the renowned figures of Xiaoxiangxia, Qin Linglong, and Ji Xianyuan emerged. Since the formidable defeat at Lujiang, the Tianxia Guild has drastically altered its previously arrogant demeanor, opting instead for a more subdued and development-focused approach. The arrival of Qin Linglong and Ji Xianyuan together has sparked rumors of their friendship in real life. Ji Xianyuan, a scion of the imperial capital, and Qin Linglong, the daughter of the wealthy Qin Shanhai, are subjects of gossip suggesting a potential union between their families, though the truth remains elusive. The trio approached Mythical Blood Song. As overseers of the Super Guild, they shared diplomatic interactions, particularly regarding territorial disputes and shared interests, thus fostering familiarity among them. Brother Bloodsong, it has been a while. Ji Xianyuan sauntered over, speaking nonchalantly. Have you come here to recruit Zhang Zhongjing? Jingzhou is indeed a vibrant area for the Mythical Alliance. I am merely scouting for talent in my own domain. Is there an issue with that? Mythical Bloodsong responded with a smile. Perhaps you are correct. I wonder if you will succeed in your endeavors, Ji Xianyuan replied, a light chuckle escaping his lips, exhibiting no signs of concern. And if I do not succeed? If success were so easily attained, it would be as common as cabbages, Mythical Bloodsong remarked dismissively, standing proudly in his crimson attire. The group fell silent, awaiting developments. After a considerable time, a messenger emerged, approaching Mythical Bloodsong with the tidings. Lord Zhang has stated he is too occupied to meet with you. Please return another time. Rejected. I shall take my turn, Xiaoxiangxia interjected, stepping forward to hand a small pouch to the messenger. Please inform the esteemed Dr. Zhang that the president of Tinxia Guild, Xiaoxiangxia, requests an audience. This is for him. Xiaoxiangxia presented a delicately crafted box of medicinal herbs. As the messenger departed with the pouch and box, the others turned their gaze towards Xiaoxiangxia. You seem quite prepared, Mythical Bloodsong remarked, a hint of surprise evident in his expression as he regarded the box. Clearly unsettled by Xiaoxiangxia's unexpected maneuver, the others exchanged glances, some visibly anxious. There is only one Zhang Zhongjing. Should he be swayed, the implications for their territories would be substantial. Brother Tianxia, what lies within your box? Ji Xianyuan inquired, curiosity piqued. Merely a century-old ginseng, Xiaoxiangxia replied with confidence. For physicians, a century-old ginseng is undeniably a tantalizing prospect. Moments later, the messenger reappeared, returning the box to Xiaoxiangxia. Lord Zhang has stated that no reward shall be accepted without merit. He does not know you and is currently occupied with treating patients. Please leave. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the group relaxed considerably. It seems even the allure of Xiaoxiangxia's century-old ginseng was insufficient. Ji Xianyuan chuckled softly, disregarding Xiaoxiangxia's awkward demeanor, and turned to Qin Linglong. Linglong, would you like to make your request first? Then I shall not hold back. Qin Linglong stepped forward, presenting a letter to the messenger, and like the others, she offered a few pieces of silver as a token for the errand. This time, the group refrained from inquiring about the contents of Qin Linglong's letter. However, after a considerable wait, they were astounded when the messenger emerged, announcing that Qin Linglong was invited in. Goodness, Qin Linglong has been granted entry. She must possess something of great value. Is Linglong Pavilion poised to capture Zhang Zhongjing? She possesses a lead on his whereabouts. Outside, there is a fervent discussion, and Lin Han lingers behind the crowd, contemplating his next move. The competition for Zhang Zhongjing is exceedingly fierce. After a quarter of an hour, Qin Linglong finally emerges, a smile gracing her features. How did it go? Ji Xianyuan inquires. I have not subdued him. It is now your turn. Please, enter. Qin Linglong gestures for Ji Xianyuan to proceed. He, unreserved, offers the messenger a token of gratitude and presents a wooden box, then patiently awaits. Before long, Ji Xianyuan, under the guidance of the messenger, successfully enters the county office, well prepared for the encounter. Mythical Bloodsong feels a pang of frustration. As a guild operating in the Jingzhou region, they had not anticipated such developments. A grave oversight indeed. President Qin, what benefits did you obtain upon your entry? Mythical Bloodsong observes that Qin Linglong's demeanor is not one of disappointment, clearly indicating she did not return empty-handed. Just a prescription. For treating the plague? Mythical Bloodsong's eyes brighten. No, it merely alleviates symptoms. Qin Linglong shakes her head. Even the esteemed Zhang Zhongjing lacks a remedy for the plague. This is troubling. We do not know how long this epidemic will persist. With a sigh, Mythical Bloodsong settles into silence, awaiting Ji Xuanyuan's return. Moments later, Ji Xianyuan reappears before the crowd, also wearing a smile, evidently successful in his endeavors. Brother Ji, what did you acquire? Mythical Bloodsong inquires leisurely. Only a prescription for alleviating plague symptoms and another for a health-boosting medicinal bath, Ji Xianyuan replies with a rueful smile. Regrettably, there is no cure for the plague. What did you offer? An ancient medical tome, Ji Xianyuan candidly states. A hush falls over the crowd. The absence of a cure from Zhang Zhongjing is indeed disconcerting. Everyone, please make way, Lin Han commands, leading his horse through the gathered spectators. Chapter 47. encountering Zhang Zhongjing, united in healing, dressed in a flowing white robe and silver armor. Lin Han wields a long spear, exuding an elegance that rivals even Zhao Zilong. His entrance captures the attention of numerous players, particularly due to the ethereal glow emanating from the Qing Kuei reflecting snow spear in his hand, a clear indication of its extraordinary nature. Though 2 years have passed within the game, only 4 months have elapsed in reality, placing Dynasty in its early stages. Luminescent weapons are exceedingly rare. Aside from a few fortunate players who drew spiritual and celestial artifacts during the game's initial lottery, such radiant armaments are seldom seen. Most are sealed, their powers yet to be unleashed, rendering them less effective. This marks the first occasion a player brandishes a glowing weapon, truly spectacular. Who is this? Zhao Zilong? Perhaps. What the hell? Is this a player? Where did Zhao Zilong come from? I don't know. The game's trickery lies in the prevalence of those who revel in their bravado. Indeed, with Guan Yu and Zhao Yun being idolized by many, encountering one in person leaves me questioning their authenticity. The most exasperating aspect is when you approach them, and they claim to be Guan Yu or Zhao Yun. Those pretentious players, I am truly astounded. You should be more concerned about whether, during Liu Bei's Oath of Brotherhood, the one he finds is the true Guan Yu or a counterfeit Zhang Fei. As the crowd beheld Lin Han's attire, murmurs of discussion filled the air. During the Eastern Han Dynasty, such garments were indeed in vogue, and Lin Han, averse to ostentatious embellishments, found this ensemble to be both suitable and stylish. The system lacked an official marketplace, rendering the wardrobe rather barren. Unfazed by the whispers surrounding him, Lin Han maneuvered through the throng towards the county office. Upon spotting Lin Han, Qin Linglong's eyes sparkled with recognition. "What brings you here?" she inquired. Lin Han retorted, "If you can come, why can't I?" Linglong. "Do you know him?" Ji Xinyuan scrutinized Lin Han, instinctively sensing a formidable rival, his eyes narrowing with intensity. That question should be directed at Xiao Xianxian. Qin Linglong replied with a chuckle, glancing at the sullen-faced Xiao Xianxian beside her. Why bring up that topic? The crowd's curiosity was piqued. "Brother Tianxia, do you know this fellow?" Mythical Bloodsong inquired with intrigue. "Xiao Hang, the lord of the Cold River Bandit Camp in Lujian County," Xiao Xianxian responded darkly, his gaze fixated on Lin Han. Were it not for the presence of the officials, he pondered whether to seize the opportunity to eliminate Lin Han. Xiao Hang had caused significant losses to their guild in the early stages of the game, leading to the loss of lordly players surrounding Lujian. And he himself had faced a severe reprimand from the guild as higher-ups. So it is the renowned Duke of Duding, Xiao Hang, Mythical Bloodsong realized. Recalling hearing that name multiple times since the game's inception, he was the first bandit player to be conferred the title of Duke of Duding by the court, successfully redeeming himself. Many bandits aspired to emulate Lin Han, seeking to defeat the imperial forces and subsequently accept amnesty, yet all had failed. To date, only Xiao Hang had succeeded in obtaining such clemency, such courtesy. "Now that you have all exchanged pleasantries, it is my turn," Lin Han remarked nonchalantly as he approached the messenger guard at the county office, presenting his general's insignia. "Greetings, General," the messenger bowed respectfully. "The general wishes to see Lord Zhang. Please convey the message," Lin Han instructed. "Understood." Without requiring any incentive, the messenger dutifully entered the county office to relay the message. Indeed, possessing status proved advantageous. "Brother Hang, I was just about to seek you out." Qin Linglong approached Lin Han, while the others tactfully stepped back. "Do you have any gold?" "I am in need of some." "How much?" 100,000 taels. At the mention of the sum, Lin Han's mouth twitched. That's rather excessive. As the game progressed, the real-world value of a game currency had significantly depreciated, now standing at a ratio of 1 to 200. However, 100,000 taels still amounted to 20 million. This woman was indeed affluent. "I will discuss the matter of gold upon my return." Just then, the messenger reappeared, ushering Lin Han inside. Zhang Zhongjing, a man in his 30s with a beard that made him appear older, exuded a scholarly demeanor and an air of composure. The county office's hall was crowded with medicine jars and furnaces, and despite the assistance of others, the workload was overwhelming. Upon Lin Han's arrival, Zhang Zhongjing set down the jar he was holding, allowing the other physicians to continue their work, and proceeded to attend to Lin Han. "Lord Zhang," Lin Han greeted with a bow. "The general is too courteous. You are the illustrious General Wei Lu. Why must you bow to me?" "Mr. Zhongjing, your benevolent efforts to aid the world certainly deserve respect. General, your arrival is unexpected. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit?" In these tumultuous times, with plagues rampant, my esteemed teacher, well aware of Master Zhang's exceptional medical prowess, has sent me to learn from him and acquire skills to combat this epidemic. And who is your master? My teacher is Kai Boji, also known as Kai Yong. Kai Yong? Is he not the esteemed counselor Kai Yong? Zhang Zhongjing exclaimed, his surprise evident. Indeed, Lin Han presented a handwritten letter from Kai Yong to Zhang Zhongjing. After reading it, Zhang Zhongjing stroked his beard in admiration and smiled. Since you are a disciple of the esteemed Kai, you may stay. However, I must humbly confess that my medical skills are not as extraordinary as rumored. You are too modest, Master Zhang, Lin Han replied. Lin Han remained at the county office, assisting in the preparation of medicines. Outside, anxious individuals fidgeted like ants on a hot pan, for Lin Han had not emerged since entering. Many speculated whether Lin Han would manage to win over Zhang Zhongjing. Such news would be monumental. The prospect of a miraculous healer being recruited was indeed valuable. Ultimately, it was the insatiable curiosity of the world that led to a hefty bribe offered to the gatekeeper, yielding the desired answer. Lin Han stayed at the county office, learning from Zhang Zhongjing as he concocted remedies. Although he did not succeed in winning over Zhang Zhongjing, it was still not an unfavorable outcome. Master Zhang, I have heard of the Taoist practitioners of Taiping who possess talismans capable of healing. Is there any truth to this? Lin Han inquired. Such practices exist, but they cannot eradicate the plague, Zhang Zhongjing affirmed, nodding yet shaking his head. The talisman water technique is employed by practitioners and alchemists who harness the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, imbuing it into talismans and infusing it into water. This water, infused with spiritual energy, may enhance the constitution of the user, serving as a shamanic remedy that could prove beneficial for the weak and ailing. However, it cannot eliminate the symptoms of the plague. To eradicate it, we must focus on medicinal stones, treating the root cause rather than merely addressing the symptoms. Lin Han's eyes brightened at Zhang Zhongjing's words, sensing a certain openness towards the talisman water technique. This is promising. Master Zhang, in my early years, I studied some Taoist arts under a practitioner named Sai Banzian and learned a bit about talisman techniques. I previously tested them in Lujiang County, and they indeed improved patients' conditions. If we could combine the talisman water with medicinal stones, using the talisman water as a catalyst to brew the medicinal concoction, might it yield better results for those afflicted by the plague? Zhang Zhongjing looked at Lin Han in astonishment, contemplating his words before nodding. It is indeed worth a try. In light of the rampant epidemic and the absence of effective remedies, any useful method should be explored. Consequently, Lin Han joined Zhang Zhongjing in his medical endeavors, embarking on a phase of drug experimentation. Chapter 48, Imperial Court, Character, Zhang Ji Identity, Supreme Physician Combat Power, 451 Intelligence, 953 Constitution, 528 Leadership, 201 Politics, 221 Charisma, 689 Talent, 10 Loyalty, Unknown Technique, Medical Canon Divine Abilities, Immune to all poisons, Expert in Pharmacology, Master Healer, Expert in Epidemic Treatment, Expert in Typhoid Treatment, Differential Diagnosis, Immune to all poisons, having immersed himself in the study of medicinal stones and herbs for years. Zhang Zhongjing possesses a body impervious to ordinary plague viruses. Diagnosis and treatment, the ability to accurately identify the ailments of patients and victims, and to discover corresponding therapeutic methods, significantly enhances the probability of their recovery. Under the gaze of Lin Han's Imperial Gaze technique, the attributes of Zhang Zhongjing are undoubtedly revealed. It must be said that Zhang Zhongjing possesses exceptionally illustrious medical attributes, emerging as a super physician from the outset, with the potential to ascend further and become a sage among healers in the future. Unlike Ji Xinyuan and Qin Linglong, Lin Han did not attempt to recruit Zhang Zhongjing, for he understood the futility of such efforts. The martial generals and strategists he recruited were all individuals yet to make their names or were in a state of disappointment. However, Zhang Zhongjing was different. As a physician from a prestigious family, he currently held an official position at the county level, possessing fame, wealth, and power. An ordinary identity could not entice him. The only feasible approach was to foster a good relationship, awaiting a future opportunity to leverage this connection for assistance or recruitment. Setting aside the notion of recruiting Zhang Zhongjing for the time being, Lin Han began to improve the medicinal concoctions with him. After 3 days, there was no progress. After 10 days, the modifications to the talisman water and medicinal stones yielded minimal effects. After half a month, the talisman water and medicinal stones could strengthen the constitution of patients, with significant alleviation observed in severe cases. After a month, Zhang Zhongjing utilized the blood of healed patients as a medicinal catalyst, combined with the talisman water and medicinal stones, resulting in even better outcomes for the patients. After 2 months, a concoction that did not require talisman water was successfully developed. Zhang Zhongjing witnessed a remarkable improvement in the condition of the test subjects. His expression filled with astonishment. The individuals they experimented on were all critically ill patients. Now, after 3 doses of the concoction, signs of recovery were evident, bringing great joy. He commanded his attendants to prepare the medicine according to this prescription and brew it for the patients. It is important to note that these test subjects had been on the brink of death just 3 days prior, their breaths nearly extinguished. They were treated with the mindset of trying a dead horse as if it were alive. Now, with nearly complete recovery, they were indistinguishable from ordinary individuals, truly a cause for celebration. Using the blood of the few natural recoverers as a medicinal catalyst, if this truly succeeds, the plague could be eradicated. 3 days later, the new remedy for the plague was successful. Across Nanyang County, there was universal jubilation and exultation. Zhang Zhongjing laughed heartily towards the heavens, attributing this achievement to the benevolence of fate. With merely 1 prescription, the plague could be cured, saving countless lives. General Xiao, the success of this remedy for the plague owes half its credit to you. This is the merit of Lord Zhang. I am but a humble assistant. Lin Han modestly replied. Over the course of 2 months, his gains were considerable, and he could distinctly sense his progress in medical skills. Previously, he had been known for his mastery of medical techniques, solely proficient in the art of talisman water. Now, he began to excel in the use of medicinal stones. The combination of both disciplines led to significant advancements in his medical prowess. General Xiao, do not be so humble. You understand the methods of shamanic medicine and have now also mastered medicinal stones. The future holds limitless potential for you. Without your inspiration, the prescription would not have succeeded so swiftly. Lord Zhang, my ambitions do not lie in being a healer. With the plague rampant across the land and bones exposed in the fields, it would be prudent to petition His Majesty, attaching the formula for the medicinal stones and proposing it to the imperial physician, to disseminate the prescription among all healers and save the populace. Indeed, this is a great merit. General Xiao, your wisdom is commendable. I shall now draft the memorial and the prescription for you to present to the court and submit to His Majesty. Very well, Lin Han agreed. Upon receiving the memorial, Lin Han bid farewell to Zhang Zhongjing and galloped towards Luoyang. This marked Lin Han's second visit to Luoyang, and the conditions he encountered en route were far more chaotic than during his first journey. The distance from Nanyang to Luoyang exceeded 400 li. Yet Lin Han's fine steed enabled him to arrive within 2 days, perfectly in time for the court assembly. Duke Xiaohang, accompanied by the esteemed Zhang Ji, presented a memorial to seek an audience with His Majesty, proclaiming that the calamity of the plague had found a resolution. Upon reaching the palace gates, Lin Han displayed his identity token to the imperial guards. After a brief wait, he was escorted inside the imperial palace by a young eunuch. This was his inaugural entry into the royal residence. Emperor Ling of Han, Lu Hong, sat languidly upon the throne in the hall of great virtue. His complexion pale and weary from years of indulgence, appearing almost drowsy. Upon observing Emperor Ling, Lin Han promptly activated the imperial auspice technique, a skill designed to discern the emperor's condition. He was the first to employ such a technique on the sovereign. Character: Lu Hong. Title: Emperor Ling of Han. Domain: Eastern Han Dynasty. Martial power: 62 intelligence, 637 physical constitution, 61 leadership, 999 false political acumen, 999 false charisma, 999 false innate talent, 5 cultivation technique, none divine powers, wealth accumulation mastery, intimate affairs mastery, dogfighting mastery, donkey riding mastery, equestrian mastery, scent recognition mastery, laziness and governance, imperial majesty. Upon examining the attributes of Emperor Ling, Lin Han felt a sense of incredulity. The 3 scores of 999 were all false, likely a special enhancement afforded to the emperor, given his exalted status. The divine powers were even more absurd. Aside from imperial majesty, which held some utility, the rest were utterly unremarkable. Minister Xiaohang, I greet your majesty, Lin Han said. Performing a deep bow, he found the act of bowing uncomfortable and irksome, yet conforming to local customs was imperative. Otherwise, he risked being executed on the spot. Are you indeed Xiaohang? What matters do you bring forth? Emperor Ling inquired, his voice lacking vitality. Your Majesty, the plague has persisted for several months without resolution. Zhang Ji, the magistrate of Niyang, possesses remarkable medical expertise and, after diligent study, has concocted a remedy for the plague. The affliction in Nanyang has been alleviated. I present the prescription alongside the memorial, beseeching Your Majesty to entrust it to the chief imperial physician, so it may be disseminated to heal the plague afflicting the Han and save the common people. The memorial was submitted. Instantly, Emperor Ling appeared invigorated and instructed Zhang Rang to retrieve the memorial from Lin Han. Upon reviewing the document, the emperor was overjoyed and immediately summoned Chief Physician Ji Ben. Ji Tai, we have received good news from Nanyang's Zhang Ji regarding the plague. This is the prescription. Please assess its validity. Emperor Ling passed the prescription to Ji Ben. Remarkable, truly remarkable, Ji Ben exclaimed after examination, his face alight with joy. Your Majesty, this prescription is extraordinary and may yield exceptional results, or at the very least, merit a trial. The prescription was handed to Ji Ben for verification of its efficacy. If it proved effective, it would be disseminated to healers across the realm, alleviating the plague afflicting our Han territory. I shall comply with your command, Ji Ben replied, hastily departing with the prescription. As the matter of the memorial remained unresolved pending validation of the prescription's effectiveness, further discussion was postponed. Lin Han stepped aside, quietly observing the court assembly of the Eastern Han Dynasty, a spectacle both novel and intriguing to him. Once the efficacy of Zhang Ji's prescription is confirmed by the chief physician, we shall consider rewards. Do any ministers have other matters to present? Emperor Ling inquired. A matter I wish to present, a minister spoke forth. Taichung Yangci stepped forward to present a memorial. Your Majesty, there exists a sorcerer named Zhang Jiao in Julu, who, under the guise of a plague, has established a leadership to deceive the populace, causing unrest to proliferate. This must not go unnoticed. It is imperative to issue a stern edict to the regional governor, urging the displaced populace to return to their original districts, lest they become a source of calamity. He then addressed Your Majesty, stating that 2 years ago, when Yang Taichung served as Minister of Works, he raised a similar issue and debated it with Your Majesty in the court. Now, 2 years have passed, and there has been no sign of Zhang Jiao's activities. I believe Yang Taichung is merely a worrywart. Upon hearing this, Zhang Rang interjected, Your Majesty, I am well aware of this matter. Zhang Jiao claims to be a great sage and virtuous teacher. His disciples have descended from the mountains amidst the plague to aid the people. Zhang Jiao is merely educating them well, and the counties regard him as a benefactor. It is unjust to blame a good man for this. Emperor Ling of Han replied, Yang Taichung, you have mentioned this matter repeatedly, yet no evidence has emerged. Do not bring it up again. Do any ministers have other matters to present? Yang Ci sighed and withdrew. What a surprise. Zhang Jiao's name has already surfaced in court 2 years ago. Lin Han was indeed astonished. It seems my master's schemes cannot be entirely concealed. Fortunately, Emperor Ling is sufficiently foolish and swayed by Zhang Rang's words. Or else we might not have reached 184 AD yet. I humbly present a matter, Your Majesty, said the Grand Commander Su Chong as he stepped forward. The Ban Shield Miao bandits have been relentlessly resisted for years without success. Please make a decision. Is this truly the case? We must mobilize troops against them. Do any ministers have strategies? Your Majesty, I have a plan. Cheng Bao, the Registrar of Ezhou, approached and advised. The Ban Shield consists of 7 clans, known for their bravery and combat prowess. In the past, when the Chong invaded Han Chuan, the counties were ravaged. Yet they were saved by the Ban Shield, whose warriors decimated the Chong forces, leading them to regard the Ban Shield as divine weaponry, deterring them from advancing southward. In the 2nd year of Jinha, the Chong returned to plunder, and the Ban Shield decisively thwarted them. The former General Feng Guan also relied on the Ban Shield for his southern campaign in Wuling, achieving great success. Recently, with the chaos in Ezhou, Governor Li Yong also quelled the disturbances using the Ban Shield. Their loyalty and contributions are undeniable. They harbor no malicious intent. However, the heavy taxation imposed by local officials has become unbearable, akin to enslavement. Some have resorted to selling their wives and children or even taking their own lives. Although they have appealed to the local authorities, their grievances remain unheard, and in their despair, they cry out to the heavens, with no one to whom they can voice their complaints. Thus, the Ban Shield has united in rebellion, not out of a desire for insurrection, but from desperation. If we select capable and benevolent leaders, peace will naturally be restored, and there will be no need for military engagement. Is there such a profound backstory? This is truly unfathomable. Noble ministers, does the governor of Ba County have a suitable candidate? Cheng Bao stepped forward again, stating, Your Majesty, I believe that Lord Chao Qian would be the most fitting choice. I am willing to relieve Your Majesty of this burden. Chao Qian, who had been named by Cheng Bao, stepped forward, bowing deeply. Very well, I shall appoint Chao Qian as the governor of Ba County, effective immediately, to quell the turmoil of the Ban Shield. Should they express remorse, let them be pardoned. I shall comply with your decree. In discussions of state affairs, Lin Han found himself unable to participate. It was not until the court session concluded that he withdrew. This was his first experience of a court assembly. And aside from the moment of entry, he felt little presence throughout. As he departed from the Jiada Hall, the surrounding officials whispered and pointed at him, making a conscious effort to distance themselves, their eyes betraying disdain and unfamiliarity. Lin Han remained indifferent to this. What concerned him was the day's court discussions, particularly regarding Zhang Jiao, who had now become a topic of consideration in the court. It appeared that there was an opportunity to arrange matters concerning the Yellow Turban Army. How to say, he is now also the divine envoy of the Taiping Dao, akin to a supreme military commander, at least increasing some variables of the Yellow Turban Army. Even if the uprising fails, it need not end in such a tragic manner as in history. General Shao, please stay. A cheerful voice called out to him from behind. Chapter 49, First Encounter with Cao Cao. The one who stopped Lin Han was a young man in his 20s. Lin Han did not recognize this individual. Yet the aura he exuded sent a shiver down Lin Han's spine. Judging by his demeanor, this person must be extraordinary. Out of curiosity, Lin Han activated his divine ability, Heavenly Emperor's Gaze. Character, Cao Cao Identity, Yilong Territory, None Martial Power, 863 Intelligence, 931 Constitution, 430 Leadership, 951 Politics, 973 Charisma, 814 Talent, 10 Martial Arts, Xiong Tao Divine Abilities, Master of Strategy, Master of Swordsmanship, Heart of Strategy, Heart of Alertness, Heart of a Hero, Not Awakened, Eye for Talent, Heart of a Dominator, Not Awakened, Heart of a Hero prefers to betray the world rather than be betrayed by it, Not Awakened, Heart of a Dominator, aiming for supremacy, unwilling to submit to anyone. Awakening enhances martial power, intelligence, politics, leadership, charisma, strengthens subordinates' cohesion, and the people's support in the territory. Seeing these attributes, Lin Han was taken aback. The renowned strategist, literary figure, politician, and military leader of the Eastern Han Dynasty, Cao Cao, one of the future hegemons, had actually initiated a conversation with him. These attributes could only be described as splendid. This was the most luxurious set of attributes he had ever seen. 5 attributes surpassed 800, 3 exceeded 900. And this was before the awakening of the heart of a dominator. If that heart were to awaken, the enhancements would likely be even more formidable. This esteemed figure is indeed the Yilong Cao Cao Chaomingda? Lin Han suppressed his astonishment. Cao Cao laughed heartily. Indeed, I did not expect General Shao to recognize me. Naturally, I am familiar with the name of Lord Chao Along. Lin Han clasped his hands in respect and inquired, What brings you to seek me, Lord Chao? Merely to express my desire to befriend such a talented general and to disturb you a little, Cao Cao said candidly. Does General Shao have time? Shall we partake in a drink together? It would be a great honor, Lin Han readily agreed. This is a cunning figure from the future, someone whom countless players yearn to befriend. Seated in a tavern, the two could see the eaves of the imperial palace from a distance. Cao Cao poured the wine while glancing at the palace. General Shao, do you know why the court holds you in such disdain today? I do not know. Lin Han replied. Does Lord Chao know? The incident in Lujiang involving General Shao once sent shockwaves through the court. When Governor Liu Kong presented his report, the entire assembly of civil and military officials was furious, declaring that only your execution would restore the court's dignity. When the emperor asked who would lead the campaign against you, the court fell silent. Ultimately, without a countermeasure, they accepted Governor Liu Kang's suggestion to issue a decree to placate you. Now that I see you in person, naturally, there are many opinions. Their opinions have nothing to do with me, Lin Han chuckled. A humble stream remains pure amidst the murky waters, while the esteemed generals tremble like chickens. Ha ha ha. General Shao is quite the wit. Come, let us toast. Cao Cao laughed heartily, raising his cup to clink with Lin Han's. In today's court, Yang Taoei mentioned the Taiping Dao. What is General Zhao's perspective on it? If one could live peacefully and work happily, who would willingly leave their home? Lin Han spoke plainly. The entire court, filled with civil and military officials, subsists on the emperor's grace, yet fails to alleviate the people's woes. It is indeed laughable to rely on mountain Taoists to bring peace to the world. Cao Cao cast a deep glance at Lin Han, saying nothing more, and raised his cup to clink it again with Lin Han's. The two conversed until the twilight faded. They discussed matters of state, the realm, military strategy, and tactics. As a person of the future, Lin Han naturally responded fluently, with certain views that even caused Cao Cao to express admiration and respect. General Xiao is truly a talent, a rare ambition. How about we explore a delightful place together? Lin Han consented, and was led by Cao Cao to a splendid and exquisite tall building, Fangza Pavilion. Below, the crowd flowed like a river, all dressed as cultured gentlemen, full of chivalry and grace. General Xiao, have you been here before? No. Lord Xiao is indeed a remarkable person, Lin Han chuckled. Cao Cao had brought him to a brothel. How powerful. One must be frivolous in youth. Living freely is all that matters. Lord Xiao has arrived. We have missed you dearly. Please come in and take a seat. As they entered, the madam of the hall approached, teasingly glancing at the two. Seeing the newcomer, Cao Cao's face lit up. He pointed to Lin Han, saying, "This is General Xiao. Visiting for the first time, please arrange a private booth." Lord Xiao, when have you not been in a private booth? The upstairs booths have been waiting for you. The madam's eyes sparkled as she looked at Lin Han. Which lady shall accompany Lord Xiao today? Let us have Chu Hong and Shu Yin join us. Lin Han momentarily fell silent. How was he to choose? He knew nothing of such matters. Noticing his hesitation, Cao Cao remarked, "Madam, what of Inger? Are we not to summon her for General Xiao?" Lord Xiao, you know that Inger is the courtesan of Fangza Pavilion, naturally aloof and pure, only selling her singing and dancing talents. No scholar has yet won her heart to enter her boudoir. That is because General Xiao has not yet appeared, Cao Cao said, patting Lin Han's shoulder confidently. My brother here is well versed in both ancient and contemporary knowledge. Moments later, Inger appeared. If General Xiao could win her heart, he would surely gain her favor. The madam smiled. I shall first arrange for two ladies to entertain General Xiao. Please wait. In less than the time it takes to burn an incense stick, the madam returned with 4 ladies. 2 of them were those whom Cao Cao had specifically requested, and upon seeing him, they approached with radiant smiles, pouring wine for him. The other 2 were exquisitely beautiful, adorned with makeup, and upon noticing Lin Han's striking looks, their eyes brightened as they immediately drew closer. General Xiao, you are indeed handsome. You must possess extraordinary martial prowess, unlike any other, I presume? Lin Han finally understood why so many talented scholars visited this place. Every individual here was exquisite and spoke sweetly. He found himself quite enamored with the atmosphere. You speak truly, for General Xiao is a noble of the Tingho rank, with a fief. His literary and martial skills are unparalleled, Cao Cao interjected. What formidable prowess does General Xiao wield? A gentleman wields the sword, while a hero leads his troops. Naturally, a great man employs the spear. Lord Xiao is indeed correct. A true gentleman of swordsmanship, capable of facing a myriad of foes. Ha ha ha. Come, Lord Xiao, let us raise our glasses in a toast. Tonight, we shall speak only of the winds and moons, and refrain from discussions of military campaigns. Cao Cao lifted his cup, exuding a hearty joviality. Excellent. Lin Han clinked his cup against Cao Cao's. After a while, the loft fell silent. The courtesan appeared on stage. Esteemed guests, allow our enchanting performer, Inger, to present you with a dance titled Falling Snow in the Mortal Realm. The audience buzzed with excitement, their gazes drawn to the central stage. As the melodious strains of the lute filled the air, a woman descended, clad in delicate garments, drifting down like petals, akin to a snow fairy gracing the earthly realm. Instantly, the crowd erupted in awe, captivated by her graceful demeanor. General Xiao, what say you? Do you find it to your liking? Cao Cao downed his drink and inquired with a smile. Indeed, she is a paragon of beauty. Does Lord Xiao not share my appreciation? Lin Han retorted. Inger's stance was as fiery as her spirit was icy, devoid of interest. I prefer the passionate and multifaceted talents of Chu Hong and Shu Yun. Haha. Cao Cao laughed heartily. Lin Han scoffed at this remark, his attention fixated on Inger. Ever since she entered the fragrant pavilion, she had been performing for coin. If General Xiao is fond of her, perhaps he should consider a more personal acquaintance. After all, Miss Inger is still unblemished, Cao Cao jested. Lin Han remained silent, employing his divine perception to observe Inger at the center of the stage. Chapter 50. Competing for Inger with Qin Linglong character. Inger identity. Courtesan martial power, 502 intelligence, 415 constitution, 317 leadership, 71 politics, 31 charm, 907 talent, 8 affection level, unknown martial arts, flying swallow divine skills, mastery of lightness, swordsmanship proficiency, dance proficiency, musical proficiency, Guqin proficiency. Description: a beauty of unparalleled charm. Securing her as a spouse will enhance the probability of talented individuals skilled in lightness, dance, and music appearing within the territory. Lin Han's spirit sword. Inga. How had he overlooked her name among the beauties of the Eastern Han? This is fortuitous indeed. A paragon of beauty. His copper Sparrow Terrace was nearly gathering rust. Gu Yu is the princess of the Wuhuan. His current identity remains undisclosed. Thus he cannot bring her back to the copper Sparrow Terrace. However, Inger is a viable option. He is currently known as Xiaohan Go, a dignified duke of the court, a valiant general above reproach. What do you think? Does Lord Xiao take a liking to her? Xiao Qiao asked with a grin. Who would dare to claim they are indifferent to beauty? Certainly not a man. Lin Han gazed intently at Inger, knowing that winning her favor would enhance the probability of talented individuals appearing in his domain. Most importantly, the blessings of the Copper Sparrow Terrace would bolster both morale and public support, significantly enhancing combat capabilities. Indeed, who does not adore beauty? That surely cannot be a man. Xiao Qiao remarked nonchalantly. However, it is worth noting that Inger has declared her man must be a gentleman skilled in both arts and arms. Isn't that a reflection of me? Lin Han grinned, feeling a touch brazen. Laughter erupted in the elegant chamber as several individuals gained a fresh understanding of Lin Han's audacity. After a captivating performance, Liang stood at the center of the stage, resembling a celestial being fallen to the mortal realm, eliciting a frenzy of applause from the audience. All eyes were riveted upon her until the matron of the establishment took the stage, instructing her attendants to escort Liang to the private parlor, thus snapping the onlookers back to reality. Merely dancing is such a dull affair, remarked a refined young gentleman, draining his cup in one go. We all wish to be the devoted subjects beneath Ing's skirt. Name your price. The crowd of cultured scholars and aristocratic youths, all possessing a degree of status and financial means, erupted in raucous agreement. Esteemed gentlemen, Inger sells her art, not her body. To become her devoted subject, one must naturally redeem her, the matron replied. Enough talk. The rules remain the same. Today, the opportunity to enter the curtain has been predetermined. The main event is upon us. The audience's attention shifted back to the matron. To gain entry in hearing Er's delicate melodies, please present 10 taels of silver, she announced. Upon hearing the price, the number of raucous voices diminished significantly. As many realized the conditions for redemption were beyond their reach, it was not merely a matter of money. I shall go, declared a young aristocrat, stepping forward to place a purse of gold in the hand of an attendant. I too wish to try, said a scholar, presenting his fee. Soon, over a dozen individuals stepped forth. They all understood what was to follow, caring little for the 10 taels of silver, merely seeking the opportunity to make their presence known. Wait, I will join as well, a voice chimed in as 2 graceful young gentlemen made their way through the throng, leisurely handing their silver to the courtesans. Upon recognizing their faces, Lin Han felt a surge of disbelief. Qin Linglong and Zhang Xiyun, 2 young ladies in a brothel, were indeed an anomaly. They remained unfazed, seemingly unperturbed by the situation. However, recalling the system's parameters, which prevented game characters from recognizing their disguised identities, he felt a sense of relief. It appeared that Qin Linglong had a lead on Liang, prompting their arrival here. Lord Xiao, a man of both literary and martial prowess, will you partake? Inquired the matron, glancing at the private parlor occupied by Xiao Qiao. I have heard of Miss Ing's exquisite skills on the Guqin. I shall grant this opportunity to my friend. Xiao Qiao smiled. I shall take part, Lin Han declared, tossing a tael of gold from the 2nd floor, which landed solidly in the attendant's hands. Master Xiao possesses remarkable skill, someone exclaimed. In the hall, both Qin Linglong and Zhang Xiyun were taken aback at the sight of Lin Han above. What brings him to Luoyang, and to the Fangzhe pavilion no less? Zhang Xiyun remarked incredulously. Is it really him? Truly, all men are the same. She could not help but comment. Qin Linglong, sensing Lin Han's gaze upon her, felt a tinge of discomfort. As players, their identities were ostensibly feminine. Now, stepping into the brothel, they risked exposure. What a surprise to encounter you here, young Master Xiao. Your taste is indeed refined. Qin Linglong greeted Lin Han with a slight bow. I never anticipated you both would be here, Lin Han replied, mirroring her sentiment. Shall we engage in fair competition this time? Indeed, came her affirmative reply. After their conversation concluded, silence enveloped the room. Once all had been collected, the matron gestured for the maid to depart before she spoke softly. The dance performed by Inger, entitled Snowfall upon the Mortal Realm, inspired today's theme, which drew upon the essence of snow, allowing Ingo to select from the verses presented. Those chosen would gain entry behind the curtain to listen to Ingo play a melody. I shall go first, declared a young scholar, setting down his wine cup. The fragrance of fairies entangles my heart. The fluttering sleeves enchant the eye as the snow dances in the gentle breeze. Indeed, Master Yang truly excels in talent, the matron praised. Which gentlemen shall take their turn next? As the participants recited their verses, Qin Linglong and Zhang Xiyun observed Lin Han. Being players themselves, they were certain to craft verses of future generations to compete for superiority. They pondered which poem might captivate Inger. Their unexpected encounter with Lin Han in this establishment was quite shocking, and they found it distasteful that he had come to a brothel. Shall we recite River Snow? Suggested Zhang Xiyun. Let fate decide, Qin Linglong replied with a resigned gesture. As players, the quality of our poetry is unquestionable. It merely rests upon who can catch Inger's discerning eye. After several talented poets had presented their verses, applause erupted throughout the hall. Ultimately, only Qin Linglong and Lin Han remained. Master Xiao, allow me to go first, Qin Linglong said with a smile as she stepped forward. Please, he replied. Today in Weiyang, I shall adapt to the surroundings, Qin Linglong began. At the gate of Luoyang, a traveler dismounts to brush off his travel attire. Not in vain did an old friend arrive. Throughout my life, I have often closed my door. The passerby returns to the narrow alley, where the snow accumulates in the fading light. Where do the companions of my youth return in their grand carriages? Bravo, bravo. Upon concluding her verse, an unprecedented wave of enthusiastic applause erupted from the literary gentlemen, who were deeply impressed by her eloquence. It was evident that this young woman employed verses from future generations. The lines bore a resemblance to Wang Wei's work. Among the countless Tang and Song poems that gathered dust, both being players, they understood each other without words, merely awaiting Inger's selection. Now only Master Xiao remained. The matron glanced toward Lin Han on the upper floor. I shall also present a simple piece. Today, witnessing the beauty of a maiden's dance reminds me of the fairy from my dreams, filling me with joy, Lin Han remarked, smiling. Indeed, suddenly, a fair maiden passes through my heart. Upon turning back, the rivers and mountains are already autumn. If in the future we were to share the snowfall, this life would be deemed a shared white-haired journey. Bravo, bravo. The crowd erupted in applause once more, finding his words equally enchanting. Lin Han and Qin Linglong exchanged glances, sharing a subtle smile. This man is utterly detestable, reciting such romantic poetry in a brothel. How shameless. Zhang Xiyun seethed, glaring at Lin Han. Very well, esteemed poets. Ingo has taken note of your verses. Please hold for a moment, the matron announced, drawing the attention of the crowd as she entered the elegant chamber. Shortly after, she emerged with a radiant smile. Miss Inger greatly appreciates the poetry of both Master Qin and Master Xiao. You two may step forward, the matron said cheerfully. Gentlemen, do you wish to redeem Ingo? I certainly do, Qin Linglong replied, casting a deep gaze at Lin Han. Ingo possesses unparalleled beauty. I too cannot resist the temptation. Lin Han stated. This man is utterly shameless, hoping to take her home. Zhang Xiyun fumed, glaring at Lin Han. She never anticipated that Lin Han would emerge to contend for them. Such a lecher, utterly repulsive. Since both gentlemen wished to redeem Inger, their delight was palpable. The madam, brimming with joy, declared, to redeem Inger, a sum of 10,000 taels of gold is required. Gentlemen, bring forth the gold. As Qin Linglong spoke, a procession entered, bearing chests of gold and placing them upon the hall's floor. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. They were aware of the price for Inger's redemption, but such a sum for a courtesan was beyond reason. I may lack 10,000 taels of gold, yet I possess a luminous pearl that should suffice, Lin Han proclaimed, producing a radiant night pearl and tossing it into the madam's hands, its brilliance dazzling beyond compare. The madam, being knowledgeable, carefully accepted it. Young Master Xiao, I have long admired Inger. Why not allow her to accompany me? Qin Linglong suggested. Are you planning to take her home for your own enjoyment? Lin Han scoffed inwardly. Young Master Qin, fine wine may be shared, but a beautiful woman cannot be. Some opportunities, once lost, are gone forever. This fellow was utterly shameless. Did he not feel any embarrassment? Zhang Xiyun's cheeks puffed in anger, wishing to devour Lin Han whole. Gentlemen, Please remain calm. Since both of you can meet the price, we now proceed to the third step, which is Inger's final challenge. The madam waved her hand, and a beautifully embroidered ball descended from the loft. Inger desires a partner of both literary and martial prowess, gentlemen, within the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Whoever retrieves the ball shall take her as their own. Should there be any physical confrontation, it shall be limited to fists, without weapons. Please begin. Chapter 51 Inger. Promotion. Lin Han stood on the loft, gazing down at Qin Ling Long. Their eyes locked from across the distance. Young Master Qin, I believe it would be wise for you to concede, Lin Han advised. Does young Master Xiao presume victory is certain? Qin Ling Long retorted with confidence. I fear your delicate appearance may not withstand my strikes. After all, fists know no mercy, and injuring you would be unfortunate. Who injures whom remains to be seen. Qin Ling Long leapt, using the railing for leverage, charging towards the embroidered ball. Just as she was about to reach it, she sensed a presence approaching from behind. Realizing the danger, she swiftly turned to block. The clash of their strikes resonated in the air, both landing gracefully, eliciting cheers from the audience. To witness such a duel today was unexpected, a delightful surprise. Well done. Impressive skills. Xiao Qiao on the loft applauded as the two collided. Qin Ling Long's expression turned serious as she exerted herself fully. This historical beauty, Inger, had been a target of her unexpected pursuit, only to find Lin Han here. An unforeseen obstacle. He shouldn't be in Nanyang, should he? Breaking free from the entanglement. She prepared to leap again when she noticed Lin Han charging toward her with unmatched speed. Ling Long's illusion. Qin Ling Long exhaled, transforming into 7 distinct phantoms, each leaping toward the embroidered ball. The crowd gasped in astonishment. An illusion? Lin Han activated his imperial gaze, springing into action, transforming his fist into an open palm, aiming a strike at Qin Ling Long's true form. Bang! The phantoms of Qin Ling Long dissipated entirely. Her true form staggered and stood firm after being struck down by Lin Han. When hit in the chest by Xiao Hang, Qin Ling Long felt a mixture of anger and embarrassment. This fellow was well aware of her gender, yet chose to strike at her chest. Come again, she exclaimed coldly, advancing once more, disregarding the pain in her chest. You cannot defeat me. It is best for you to retreat. Lin Han, having repelled Qin Ling Long with a single punch, chose not to engage further. Instead, he leaped to seize the embroidered ball, suspended in midair. In the next moment, the voice of Lu Mama echoed from below. Congratulations to young Master Xiao for obtaining the embroidered ball. You have triumphed in this round and earned the right to redeem Lai Inger. Qin Ling Long gazed at the embroidered ball in Lin Han's grasp, her heart filled with reluctance. Yet the outcome was now inevitable. Her opponent was far stronger than she had anticipated, demonstrating remarkable skill. Rubbing her chest, where she had been struck, she stormed away from Fangza Pavilion, filled with indignation. She was uncertain if there would be any swelling and resolve to check upon her return. Today had been a significant loss. Not only had she failed to capture the historical beauty, but she had also been humiliated, losing both her dignity and her pride. Fuming, Qin Ling Long departed with her companions, leaving Lin Han behind, who graciously bowed to the onlookers before making his way to Lai Inger's chamber. Young Master Xiao, amidst this beautiful scenery, do not mind me. Until we meet again, Qiao Qiao said, smiling as he waved goodbye, departing with Shu Yun and Shu Hong. This is the contract for Lai Inger's servitude, now bestowed upon you. From this day forth, she shall belong to young Master Xiao. At the entrance to the chamber, the matron smiled broadly as she presented the contract to Lin Han. Over the years, Lai Inger had brought considerable profit to Fangza Pavilion. And now with a redemption fee of 10,000 taels of gold, it was a remarkable gain. Upon entering the chamber, one was greeted by a fragrant atmosphere, a delight to the senses. Within the beaded curtain, a graceful woman sat at the Qin platform, a light veil obscuring her face, her beauty partially revealed, enchanting. Young Master Xiao, please enter, she said, her voice cool and ethereal, reminiscent of the morning Eslark song. As Qiao Qiao had remarked, while Lai Inger was passionate on stage, she remained serene and composed off it. Young Master Xiao, I have prepared warm wine for you. Would you prefer to drink or listen to music? Lai Inger fixed her gaze upon Lin Han, eagerly awaiting his response. Naturally, both drinking and listening to music. Lin Han replied without hesitation, taking a seat beside her and raising his cup to drink deeply. The melodious strains of the Qin rose, gentle and poignant, evoking a sense of longing and beauty. After a considerable time, the music ceased, leaving only the lingering scent of incense in the air. A system notification chimed. Player has listened to the Qin piece performed by the musician, gaining 2 points in intelligence. Further listening will not yield additional benefits. Startled by the notification, Lin Han was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the musician possessed such an effect. Does young Master Xiao enjoy this Qin piece? She inquired. Indeed, I find it most enjoyable, Lin Han affirmed, for gaining 2 points in intelligence from merely listening to a piece was an incredibly straightforward path to enhancement. Lai Inger gently set aside the guqin and moved to stand behind Lin Han. Let us take a moment to rest, young Master Xiao. That night passed in silence. Lin Han awoke in Lai Inger's chamber, discovering her quietly observing him. After their heartfelt conversation the previous night, he noted her cool demeanor. Perhaps a result of their still nascent familiarity. The two gazed at each other for a brief moment, and Lai Inger spoke with a cool demeanor. Since my youth, I have been trained in the arts of music and dance. However, my family's fortunes have waned, and at the tender age of adolescence, I was sold to the Fangzhe Pavilion to learn my craft. After coming of age, I have performed there. Though born into the mundane world, I have maintained my virtue. From this day forth, I am yours. I hope you shall treat me well. It seemed as if Lai Inger was confiding her heart. Lin Han listened quietly, aware that the environment of this era was such that, despite it being a game, the emotions of the characters felt profoundly real. At times, he found it difficult to discern whether this was a game or reality. System notification: the stunning beauty of the nation, Lai Inge, has submitted to you. Character: Lai Inge. Identity: songstress. Combat power: 512 intelligence, 436 physical strength, 317 command, 71 politics, 31 charm, 907 talent, 8 affection. Stranger: infatuated skill, feying abilities, mastery of lightness skill, mastery of swordsmanship, mastery of dance, mastery of music theory, mastery of guqin. Description: a breathtaking beauty of the nation. Capturing her will lead to her becoming your wife, increasing the probability of encountering talents proficient in lightness skills, dance, and music theory within your territory. Lin Han noticed a change in Lai Inger's affection level, along with a slight enhancement in her attributes. He rose, instructing her to pack her belongings, and took her away from the Fangzhe Pavilion to settle in his residence. I have some court affairs in Luoyang. Once they are concluded, you shall accompany me to Lujiang. I understand, Lai Inger replied. 4 days later, the court assembly reconvened. Lin Han awaited his summons in Luoyang. As anticipated, shortly thereafter, he was called to the Jiada Hall. It was the same scene he had witnessed on his first visit. The Grand Minister Yang Xiai, the newly appointed Minister Yuan Kuei, the Grand General He Jin, the 10 attendants including Zhang Rang, and the Emperor Ling of Han, seated majestically in the Jiada Hall, were all present. Upon Lin Han's arrival, Emperor Ling spoke. I have commanded the chief physician to verify that Zhang Ji's remedy for the plague indeed possesses remarkable efficacy. In his memorial, he explicitly stated that your expertise in shamanic medicine contributed significantly to the research of this new remedy. This formula has spared countless citizens from the suffering of the plague, and your merit is considerable. Henceforth, I appoint you as a general of the vanguard, awarding you a bounty of 1,000 taels and the command of the troops at Hanjing. The county magistrate of Nyayang, Zhang Ji, is to be transferred to the position of governor of Changsha. Thank you, your majesty. Lin Han bowed in gratitude. He had received a promotion. Previously, he had been granted an honorary title merely to placate him, with an insignificant title of a general of the vanguard, which bore no real power. Now, as a general of the vanguard, he had been officially recognized with a legitimate command over troops. After accepting his rewards, Lin Han found himself with little further business, continuing to observe the discussions in the court with quiet attentiveness. Chapter 52. Lai Inge takes residence at Tongke Terrace, Clue of Jiasu, once court matters concluded. The officials departed, with only a few passing by to offer perfunctory congratulations, none daring to approach him closely. In the eyes of these courtiers, Lin Han remained merely a mountain bandit. Xiao Xiao reappeared beside him. General Xiao, congratulations on your promotion and on acquiring a beauty, double blessings indeed, Xiao Xiao said cheerfully. Shall we toast to this occasion today? Lord Xiao, your invitation is graciously accepted, Lin Han replied. At the tavern, Xiao Xiao poured wine for Lin Han and inquired. General Xiao, what are your plans for the future? To safeguard a region of peace, Lin Han replied. Then on the day we meet again, we shall share a joyous drink, Xiao Xiao declared, raising his cup with profound meaning. Agreed, Lin Han clinked his cup in response. After bidding farewell to Xiao Xiao, Lin Han, accompanied by Inger, hastened back to Lujiang, arriving at the outskirts of Hanjiang's stronghold in just 5 days, with a horse and cart. This is my fief. Hanjiang stronghold, Lin Han proclaimed. Both he and Inga rode together, halting at the stronghold's entrance, where numerous soldiers came forth to welcome them. Inga entered the fortress, her expression one of wonder. Under Tian Feng's governance, the peace within the stronghold had significantly improved. As they ventured into the inner valley, they beheld orderly streets bustling with laughter from children and wisps of smoke curling from kitchens, creating a harmonious scene. This stood in stark contrast to the grim sights beyond, reminiscent of a paradise untouched by strife. My lord, this territory is indeed a haven, Inga finally spoke, breaking her silence. As long as you are pleased, it is enough. Lin Han replied, leading her directly to the Copper Sparrow Terrace. This unique structure, situated behind his residence, served as his harem. Since the inception of the realm, this singular edifice had gathered dust, but now, a historical beauty had taken residence within. Little Cayenne was frolicking inside the Copper Sparrow Terrace, donned in a blue dress and sporting braids, already displaying the nascent beauty of a remarkable woman. Upon seeing Lin Han's return, she rushed over and leaped into his embrace. Brother, you have finally returned. Yena missed you so much. I brought you some candy, Lin Han said, producing a piece of candy from his bag. A rare delicacy in the Han Dynasty. Thank you, brother. Little Cayenne exclaimed with delight as she accepted the candy, then curiously eyed Inger beside Lin Han. Who is this sister? Her name is Inger. She is my wife, Lin Han replied. After a moment of contemplation, Cayenne inquired, Wife? Is that the same as a spouse? Indeed, Lin Han affirmed, and Inga felt deeply touched by his words. Having come from a life of hardship, being accepted as a wife was a great blessing, and Lin Han's affection for her was unwavering. Though he sensed something amiss with Inger, he chose not to pry further. To him, anyone who entered his household was a wife, and all were equal in his eyes, now and forever. Can Sister Inger live in the Copper Sparrow Terrace? Little Cayenne asked curiously. Yes. Then when I grow up, I want to be brother's wife too, and I want to live in the Copper Sparrow Terrace, she declared. We shall speak of that when you are older, but if you wish to stay in the Copper Sparrow Terrace, you may, Lin Han said, playfully tapping her little nose and taking her hand as they led Inger into the terrace, during which he introduced Cayenne's identity. Her name is Cayenne, the daughter of my teacher Caillon. Is it the former minister Caillon? Inger asked, astonished. Yes. Do you know of him? No. But your teacher was quite renowned in Luoyang, well known among many noble families who often discussed matters at Fangza Pavilion, Inger explained. Now my teacher lives a solitary life here with Yenner, who frequently comes to play, enjoying music and poetry. If you find yourself bored, you may spend time with her, Lin Han suggested. I understand, Inger nodded. This Copper Sparrow Terrace shall be your abode. Lin Han led Lai Inger into the courtyard of the Copper Sparrow Terrace, saying, Choose a room to settle in. I will arrange for maidservants to attend to you. Thank you, my lord, Lai Inger replied with a graceful bow. There is no need for excessive formalities with me. The central hall of the Copper Sparrow contains a dance floor. Should you wish to practice your music or dance, you may enter. Once Lin Han had settled Lai Inger, a system notification appeared. The national beauty, Lai Inger, has taken residence in the player's territory. The probability of encountering individuals proficient in agility, dance, and music within the territory has increased. Another notification followed. The national beauty, Lai Inger, has settled in the Copper Sparrow Terrace, triggering the blessings of the Copper Sparrow, enhancing public sentiment, security, food production, and resource yield within the territory. The probability of encountering individuals skilled in agility has risen. A subsequent notification proclaimed, the national beauty, Lai Inger, has taken residence at the Copper Sparrow Terrace, granting one opportunity for a special draw. Would you like to use it? Yes, Lin Han confirmed. The system responded, the player has utilized the draw opportunity at the Copper Sparrow Terrace. Congratulations! Your luck is extraordinary. You have drawn a clue regarding the whereabouts of the renowned figure, Jiasu. A letter containing the clue appeared in Lin Han's inventory. Copper Sparrow Terrace, attributes, unique special building level, 1 function, to attract historical beauties to reside at the Copper Sparrow Terrace. Each beauty increases various attributes of the residence by 10 and provides relevant historical bonuses. One special draw opportunity is granted, with chances to acquire unique buildings, contemporaneous figures, inventions, specialties, and cultivation methods. Supreme Goddess level, 0 Legendary Goddess level, 0 Perfect Fairy level, 0 Disaster-Inducing Beauty level, 0 Stunning Beauty level, 0 For Great Beauties level, 0 unparalleled pair level, 0. Seductive beauty level, 0. Legendary woman level, 0. Ethereal talent level, 0. National beauty level, 1. Celestial charm level, 0. Finally, the first beauty had appeared, and Lin Han was further delighted by the clue regarding Jiasu, a figure celebrated as the most astute individual of the three kingdoms. Renowned for his formidable self-preservation skills in chaotic times, his strategies were notably ruthless, marking him as one of the few super strategists of the Eastern Han and Three Kingdoms era. Having settled Lianger, Lin Han proceeded to the council hall. "My lord," Tian Feng approached to report. "Yuan Hao, I have been away for some time. What changes have taken place in Cold River Stronghold?" Lin Han inquired. "My lord," Tian Feng began, "I have implemented agricultural policies within the stronghold, vigorously expanding arable land and stockpiling grain." He laid out his thoughts. In the wake of a major plague in March and severe droughts in May, calamities abound, and the people suffer. Grain is the foundation of survival. In these tumultuous times, Cold River Stronghold must ensure that the common folk have food to sustain themselves for lasting peace. Consequently, he had taken the stronghold's finances to procure surplus grain from the populace, storing it for unforeseen circumstances. Indeed, Lin Han commended. Regardless of the situation, stockpiling grain is a prudent decision. Food security is the essence of the people's livelihood. With the Yellow Turban Rebellion imminent, hoarding grain is undoubtedly wise. This is the remedy for the plague. You must immediately instruct notable figures to brew the concoction and send it to the afflicted refugees outside the stronghold, Lin Han directed, handing the prescription to Tian Feng. "Is this genuine?" Tian Feng exclaimed with great joy. "On this occasion, I journey to Nanyang, residing and dining alongside the esteemed physician Zhang Zhongjing, in order to develop this medicinal formula. I have submitted it to the imperial physician for validation of its efficacy. Soon, this formula shall be disseminated across the Eastern Han territories, and I merely anticipated this moment. With the plague alleviated, the encampment is free from distress." Tian Feng, filled with astonishment, took the prescription and departed. The court has made the plague remedy public, instructing all counties to place it in the hands of physicians, who shall concoct the decoction for treatment. This news rapidly circulated among players, and soon, forums were abuzz with the remedy for the plague. Many players, who had suffered under the affliction, finally broke free from their constraints. Nevertheless, the plague coupled with a severe drought inflicted significant losses upon countless players' territories. Many faced bankruptcy, and numerous individuals found their efforts since the game's inception to be in vain. Following the successful quelling of the plague, many players abandoned the lordship gameplay to embrace the freedom of the wandering hero. In the realm of Dynasty, major guilds entered a tranquil period of focused development. Chapter 53. Jiasu emerges. In Liangzhou, Wuwei County, within the town of Guzhong, Lin Han rode a white steed, his spear, Qing Kuei, glimmering like snow, adorned in silver armor and white robes as he traversed the official road. Jianwei galloped alongside him, with 100 magical guards following in tow. Players along the route, upon witnessing this spectacle, assumed a system dignitary was in procession and hastily yielded their space, refraining from encroaching, while other players fervently engaged in remedying the plague. Lin Han followed the Jiasu clue, acquired from Copper Sparrow Terrace. This region is the birthplace of Jiasu. As he journeyed, the number of players increased steadily. Currently, Yangzhou's players were not in a state of tranquility. Positioned strategically, it borders the Xianbei to the north and the Chang to the south. Lords who have established their territories here must perpetually guard against raids from the Chang and Xianbei, complicating their development. Conversely, wandering hero players found relative comfort here, free from territorial concerns, as they ambushed and assassinated solitary Chang and Xianbei, earning rewards in the process. With Dianwei and the magical guards to protect him, Lin Han dispatched numerous marauding Chang along the way to Liangzhou. Upon his arrival, Lin Han beheld a landscape devoid of the crowing of roosters for miles. The most prosperous area here is Guzhong, Jiasu's homeland. A multitude of players congregated in hopes of catching a glimpse of the illustrious Jiasu and persuading him to join their ranks. Yet their aspirations remained unfulfilled. After years of calamity, only a few thousand indigenous inhabitants remained, their presence augmented by the players who breathed life into the area. Jiasu, one of the few super strategists of the Eastern Han and Three Kingdoms era, renowned as the most astute mind of his time, would undoubtedly serve as a tremendous asset if secured. Soon, guided by the clues, Lin Han arrived at Jiasu's residence. "Jiasu, A former light cavalry general and a candidate of noble lineage was currently confined to his home due to illness. That individual has gone to the Jia residence. Is that a player or a game character? Zhao Zilong. Good heavens, if I see anyone resembling Zhao Zilong, I shall ignore them entirely. But who is that? Accompanied by a troop, surely a system character? Who dares to approach and inquire? Players gathered outside the Jia residence, hoping for a stroke of luck to recruit Jia Su. Yet none dared to step forward. The magical guards under Lin Han's command exuded an intimidating aura, their uncertainty about approaching stemming from the fear of being struck down. If one were to suffer a grievous loss of talent, it would indeed be a profound injustice. I kindly request to announce that Xiao Hang has come to pay a visit to Lord Jia Su. Lin Han presented his identity token to the guards of the Jia residence. Shortly thereafter, the steward of the Jia household appeared, leading Lin Han inside. His current title was that of a deputy general, with a properly established retinue, ensuring he would not be looked down upon anywhere he went. Accompanied by Jian Wei, Lin Han followed the steward and soon encountered scholars engaged in tea and chess in the rear courtyard of the Jia estate. It was none other than Jia Su. Under the influence of Lin Han's imperial qi observation technique, Jia Su's attributes were revealed. Character: Jia Su. Identity: super strategist, martial prowess, 437 intellect, 996 physique, 402 leadership, 431 politics, 913 charisma, 529 talent, 10 loyalty, unknown. Curious techniques: Ghost Valley divine abilities, recognition of the wise ruler, infallible strategies, poisonous schemes, mastery of tactics, expertise in military arts, chaotic warfare. All 6 divine abilities were of the highest caliber, making this the most luxurious display of strategist skills Lin Han had ever witnessed. The recognition of the wise ruler piqued Lin Han's interest significantly. Recognition of the wise ruler. This ability allows one to perceive a person's fate and, upon encountering a wise ruler, choose to pledge allegiance. Infallible strategies. This ability analyzes the situation, enhancing intelligence while employing strategies, enabling a comprehensive forecast of future developments and events, thus allowing for appropriate counter-strategies. Poisonous schemes. When this technique is activated, Jia Su's intelligence sees a modest increase, during which he formulates decisions and strategies characterized by ruthless tactics, significantly boosting the success rate of his schemes. Chaotic warfare. The intellect of the affected individual will dramatically decrease, causing them to become bloodthirsty and violent, attacking those around them, including friends. It is perhaps due to the recognition of the wise ruler that Jia Su, amidst the chaos of his era, consistently chose the right alliances at the opportune moments, surviving from the Eastern Han to the Three Kingdoms, with an intellect of 996 and not yet at his peak. When he matures further, his intelligence will surely reach astonishing heights, making his strategies almost supernatural. No wonder he is hailed as the most intelligent person in the realm. His intellect is unmatched by any other strategist. Jia Su, adorned with a feathered crown and sporting a goatee, possessed wise eyes and a slender frame. Upon Lin Han's arrival, he poured hot tea and offered it to him. General Xiao, what brings you such a long distance? Jia Su inquired straightforwardly. I have come on behalf of Master One and the esteemed gentleman, Lin Han replied equally candidly. Jia Su appeared unperturbed, seemingly having anticipated this visit, and leisurely poured Lin Han another cup of tea. I must confess, I have never had the pleasure of meeting General Xiao. Indeed. Yet I have heard of your esteemed name. I have long known that Jia Su of Guzhong possesses extraordinary talent, hidden away in Liangdi. I have come to beseech you to re-emerge. You flatter me, but due to the political turmoil, I have withdrawn to seek solace at home, unwilling to engage in the official sphere. To accept your request now would contradict my intentions, Jia Su lamented. Sir, the turmoil is imminent. Neither of us can remain aloof. It is prudent to plan ahead, Lin Han urged. Upon hearing this, Jia Su chuckled. General, should these words reach the court, it would not bode well for your future. What is inappropriate about stating the obvious? In these tumultuous times, calamities abound, and the emperor favors the treacherous, ensnaring the loyal and virtuous. The eunuchs wield power, igniting the disaster of factional strife, appointing their kin, and replacing the governors of regions with avarice and brutality. The cries of the common people echo with discontent, and chaos has arisen in but 2 short years. When he, a sage of the realm, likely perceives the underlying truths, reluctantly choosing to preserve his own integrity. With a hearty laugh, Jia Su drained his cup of tea. General Xiao is indeed an intriguing figure, Su dreamt of a divine dragon visiting him the previous night, foretelling the arrival of a noble guest. Observing General Xiao, Su perceives him as a hidden dragon in the depths, a creature of great potential, amusing indeed. Suddenly, Jiasu's demeanor shifted to seriousness. General Xiao, may I pose a question? Please respond with utmost honesty. Speak, Wen He. What is the fate of the Eastern Han Court? Without hesitation, Lin Han replied, its destiny has expired. It now merely lingers on. Taken aback by Lin Han's forthrightness, Jiasu paused before erupting into laughter. I, Jiasu, wish to follow General Xiao and pay homage to our lord. A system prompt appeared. Jiasu is willing to follow you. Do you accept? Yes. Lin Han rejoiced, assisting Jiasu to his feet. The system announced, Jiasu has pledged allegiance to you. Wen He, rise. Gaining you is akin to Emperor Gaozu acquiring Zhang Liang. Lin Han laughed heartily. Congratulations to the player for successfully recruiting the legendary strategist Jiasu as the first player in the Huaxiao region to capture a legendary strategist. The system will make a server-wide announcement. Do you wish to conceal your name? Yes. Lin Han's philosophy is to cultivate quietly and avoid unnecessary attention. With so many powerful guilds eyeing him, he prefers to remain discreet. System notification. Huaxia region, congratulations to the player for successfully recruiting the legendary strategist Jiasu. The news sent ripples through the player community. At that moment, many players were concocting remedies to combat the plague when such a startling system prompt emerged, striking fear into their hearts. Jiasu, renowned among players, is a figure of exceptional intelligence and cunning, the most astute mind of the three kingdoms. Who has managed to recruit Jiasu? The prominent guild Dynasty? Surely not, as their leader seems to be offline. Who possesses such audacity? Is anyone brave enough to reveal their identity? Currently, in the hometown of Jiasu, a contingent of soldiers stands guard outside his residence, seemingly of a unique and special unit, though their allegiance remains unknown. My illustrious strategist, my Jiasu. Countless players covet this alliance, while Lin Han secretly revels in his fortune. My lord, grant me 3 days to settle my family affairs, and I shall depart with you. Very well. Lin Han promptly agreed. Chapter 54, Dehatian. Lin Han stationed 100 demon guards outside the Jia residence. Their formidable presence drew the attention of nearby players. Yet none dared approach. The gathered crowd understood that this was a special unit of player forces, newly empowered by Jiasu's recent allegiance, though their origins remained a mystery. Suddenly, the crowd parted, revealing a young man amidst the throng. Dressed in a black robe and attire, he bore a long black blade on his back, exuding an extraordinary aura. The blade shimmered with a crimson-black light, sending chills through those who beheld it, for it was no ordinary weapon. As he appeared, the surrounding players stirred with excitement. The arrival of the Great Black Sky was unexpected. It seems the one who managed to win over Jiasu was not from the Great Black Sky. The losses for the Great Black Sky Guild were substantial, for Jiasu is a talent from Liangzhou. Upon establishing their presence in Liangzhou, the Great Black Sky had been keenly monitoring news about Jiasu, only to find themselves outmaneuvered. Would a confrontation ensue? Surely not. The opposing party seemed to have an ambiguous background. The Great Black Sky would likely exercise restraint. Spectators engaged in animated speculation. Who were these newcomers? The guarding demon warriors promptly raised their long spears, positioning them before the visitors, ready to strike should any suspicious movement occur, exuding a palpable aura of menace. I am the president of the Great Black Sky Guild, here to pay my respects, declared the Great Black Sky, unperturbed by the demon warrior's spear, maintaining an air of composure. The general does not receive guests, the demon warrior replied coldly. Please relay my request, the Great Black Sky insisted, remaining unfazed. Observing the hundreds of players behind the Great Black Sky, the demon warrior exchanged glances with a comrade, prompting one to retreat into the camp to report. Before long, the demon warrior emerged alone, delivering a chilling message. The general does not wish to meet you. At this proclamation, the onlookers gasped in disbelief. To brazenly refuse the Great Black Sky on their own territory was an audacious act. The newcomer truly seemed unaware of the gravity of their situation. As word spread, curiosity grew regarding the identity of the one who had captured Jiasu's allegiance. My friend, a guest from afar deserves a greeting. Why not show yourself? The Great Black Sky called out towards the camp, undeterred. Silence. No uproar is permitted here. I merely wish to meet your general, he asserted. Before he could finish, the demon warrior lunged at the Great Black Sky's chest with his spear, striking without a hint of hesitation. Even the great black sky was taken aback by the demon warrior's decisiveness, unwilling to show any signs of negligence, and swiftly drew his sword to parry the attack. The clash of weapons resonated throughout the camp. After 3 exchanges, the great black sky's expression shifted, prompting him to withdraw hastily. He observed dozens of black-armored demon warriors emerging from the rear of the camp, while 2 gatekeepers advanced into formation, their collective aura solidifying into a battle array. Should he fail to retreat, he would find himself encircled. What a fearsome battalion! This specialized troop is rather intimidating. I have fancied myself a hero for so long, yet I find myself outmatched by the prowess of others' unique forces. While I could contend with 1 or 2, facing 3 in unison would be beyond my capabilities. They seem incredibly formidable. Don't you find this specialized troop somewhat familiar? One remarked. Surely not, another responded. Wait, I remember now. They are reminiscent of the forces that stormed through Lukang from Cold River Stronghold. That cannot be right. The forces from Cold River Stronghold were not equipped so finely, nor did they possess such ferocity. This army feels stronger. Not only the great black sky, but also the assembled players were struck into silence by the sudden emergence of the battle array. Those who felt detached hastily retreated, wary of becoming collateral damage. Members of the Great Black Sky Guild positioned themselves behind their leader. Although they numbered over 300, facing 50 demon warriors, their confidence waned. This was a fearless specialized troop, boasting various combat enhancements, particularly when assembled, granting a morale boost and extraordinary combat prowess. According to system configurations, soldiers form ranks at 5, with combat enhancements scaling with the strength of the troop type. Where higher-tier troops yield greater benefits, it's not merely a matter of addition. This specialized troop's enhancements are remarkably high, deterring most from engaging. In contrast, they are but a scattered mass, and death would cost them precious talent points, compelling them to exercise caution. Lin Han, adorned in a black mask, emerged from the formation of the demon guards, his striking white robe and silver armor rendering him exceedingly conspicuous. What brings you here? Lin Han inquired with a dispassionate tone. Upon seeing the principal figure, De Tian's expression darkened. He had initially assumed it might be Ji Xianyuan and his unique special forces, but it was apparent that this was not the case. The absence of familiarity posed a dilemma, leaving him uncertain about the other's identity. Why conceal your face, friend? Is there a problem? Lin Han asked coolly. No. If there are no issues, then please take your leave. Lin Han waved dismissively and turned to depart. Friend, this is Liangzhou, the territory of De Tian. If you are here to recruit notable individuals, kindly enlighten me, De Tian stated, gazing intently at Lin Han. De Tian's territory? I am only aware that beneath the heavens, all is the king's domain, and at the edges of the land, all are king's ministers. Your attempts at division hold no sway over me, Lin Han replied nonchalantly. What? Does De Tian aspire to usurp land and rebel? De Tian's expression shifted subtly. If he accepted that insinuation, it would likely prompt the authorities to commence a purge against De Tian by the following day. Yet we are both players. Surely we can adhere to the conventions of our kind without overstepping? I do not comprehend your conventions. The notion of territorial division is meaningless. This land belongs to the Liu family of the Han Dynasty, not to you, Lin Han coldly retorted. If you disagree, feel free to attempt to seize it. As Lin Han turned to leave, De Tian immediately interjected, Wait. In that case, let us engage in a contest. If you win, you may take Jiasu away. If you lose, you shall remain. Do you dare? Jiasu is already under my command. Why would I compete with you? Lin Han scoffed. 10,000 taels of gold. A super strategist for 10,000 taels of gold? Am I out of my mind? Lin Han chuckled, shaking his head as he entered the camp, vanishing from sight. De Tian stood alone at the entrance, his demeanor frigid. Since entering the game, he had never encountered such a setback. Today, facing this enigmatic individual, he had faltered. Yet he dared not retaliate. President, shall we give it a try? A strong dragon does not intimidate a local snake, a guild member suggested, mimicking a throat-cutting gesture. Let us find a few brothers tonight to test it out. De Tian cast a lingering glance at the camp before turning to depart. That night, while immersed in his training, Lin Han suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze fixed on the entrance of the tent. Abruptly, the tent's flap was thrown open, and several figures were unceremoniously tossed inside, already stiffened. Dianwei wiped his dual halberds and bowed. My lord, the assassins have been dealt with. Merely some underhanded tactics. Continue to observe. Lin Han gestured for the demon guards to dispose of the bodies. The camp fell into silence once more. Unbeknownst to him, outside the camp, Dahe Tian's men were secretly monitoring the situation. However, since the arrival of the assassins, there had been no further commotion, not even a ripple. A second wave entered silently at that moment. President Zhao Wu and the others have messaged online. They have failed, the guild liaison reported to Dahe Tian. Hearing this, Dahe Tian's expression soured considerably. How did they fail? They were unaware, as they claimed, that within the military camp resided formidable experts. These few assassins could not withstand even a single round. What kind of experts? They had not even glimpsed the opponent's face. The dark sky fell into a prolonged silence, gazing once more at the encampment, resembling a profound black abyss. 6 assassins had perished in vain, suffering a significant loss of talent points. Let us depart. Today's endeavors shall cease here, and we shall decide our course tomorrow. Chapter 55. Jiasu enters the Cold River. At this moment, Lin Han was not surprised by the arrival of the Dark Sky faction. Liangzhou served as the primary operational territory for the Dark Sky Guild, and Jiasu, being the super strategist of Liangzhou, was not easily dismissed. Over the next 2 days, Lin Han observed a lack of activity, which instead filled him with concern. The commotion caused by the Dark Sky did not frighten him. Rather, he feared their silence, which could signify an ambush along the road. After all, the Dark Sky was a super guild, and they would not relinquish their ambitions easily, as doing so would tarnish their reputation. My lord, Jia's family matters have been arranged and can leave with you at any time. Jiasu approached, beaming and evidently in high spirits. Then let us set forth. My fief is quite distant from Liangzhou. Should one take a liking to my modest plot of land, arrangements can be made for his family to settle there, making things more convenient. The region of Xiliang is perpetually unsettled, plagued by incursions from the Xianbei and Chang tribes. Thank you, my lord. Jiasu expressed his gratitude earnestly. He did not bring any servants, opting to follow Lin Han alone. Accompanied by 100 magic guards and Lin Han's party, their contingent was quite substantial, especially under the scrutiny of the Dark Sky, rendering their movements nearly undetectable. Jiasu sat steadily upon his horse, occasionally glancing at the surrounding players with a hint of curiosity. My lord, are they here for you? He inquired softly. Members of the Dark Sky Guild intend to abduct you, Lin Han replied, casting a sidelong glance at the members of the Dark Sky lurking in the shadows, contemplating their strategy. Given the current circumstances, it was certain that the Dark Sky had laid a trap for him on some route to seize Jiasu. Abduct me? Why? Jiasu expressed his surprise, furrowing his brow. I have heard of the Dark Sky Guild, a recently emerging organization. I am certain I have not provoked them. They covet your talents and wish for you to serve them, yet they are displeased with your choice to accompany me. I see. Jiasu laughed lightly, shaking his head. But even a mighty dragon cannot suppress the local snake. This guild has rapidly expanded in Liangzhou, gathering forces with ease. As my lord now leads 100 men, a direct confrontation would be unwise. Do you have a plan? Jiasu was aware of a lesser-known path leading away from Guzhong, which would render their adversaries' plans futile. They could return to Liangzhou at a later time to settle accounts. With a nonchalant smile, Jiasu directed the leading soldiers towards a route, and the 100 cavalrymen diverted, hastening down the small path. Observing the Dark Sky members trailing behind in confusion, Lin Han chuckled and sped away. Even without the small path, he had means to deal with the Dark Sky's ambush. It would merely be a bit troublesome. They have changed their route. Is this not a necessary path away from Guzhong? A member of the Dark Sky queried in astonishment. Behind him, an army of over 10,000 had gathered, comprising members mobilized from around Guzhong. Unless their opponent possessed a specialized troop capable of facing them 1 against 100, there was no way to leave Guzhong. Now the other party has changed their course, rendering all their calculations futile. It evokes a sensation akin to gathering strength for a punch, only to strike against cotton, leaving one breathless and unable to swallow that frustration. Disband the group and have them return, while also investigating the opponent's background thoroughly. The Black Heaven feels a sense of dissatisfaction with the subjugation of Jiasu. Since the Black Heaven entered Liangzhou, they have been plotting to capture Jiasu, yet he remains indifferent to their efforts. Now, right before his eyes, Jiasu has been subdued and departed unscathed, a blatant slap in the face. At the Cold River stronghold, a caravan of 100 merchants has appeared outside the stockade. After shaking off the tail of the Black Heaven, Lin Han proceeds smoothly. The imposing black-armored demon guards are too conspicuous. Upon entering the county town, Lin Han disguises the team as a horse-trading caravan, swaggering out of Liangzhou. After a long journey, they arrive at Cold River stronghold without incident. Once inside the stronghold, Lin Han and the demon guards shed their disguises, while Jiasu, perched upon his steed, curiously surveys everything within the stockade. On either side are military camps, fervently engaged in training, and upon entering the inner valley, one can see a harmonious abode. The small town of the Lord is tranquil, with flourishing crops creating a picturesque scene reminiscent of a hidden paradise. Jiasu exclaims, "It seems the Lord has invested considerable effort here. In these chaotic times, I can only do my utmost to safeguard this piece of tranquility. To protect a realm of peace is a simple declaration, yet for the Lord to accomplish it is truly virtuous." When the two arrive at the academy, they find Kaiyong and Tianfeng engaged in a game of chess beneath a tree outside, chatting and laughing. Upon seeing Lin Han and Jiasu approach, they both set their pieces aside. "Teacher," Lin Han humbly bows to Kaiyong. "You are overly courteous," Kaiyong chuckles, nodding and turning to Jiasu. "And who might this gentleman be?" "Teacher, this is Jiasu, Jia Wenhe, who will be my right-hand man in the future," Lin Han introduces, then looks at Jiasu. "Wenhe, this is my teacher, Kaiyong." "Kaiyong?" Jiasu is taken aback, inquiring with curiosity, "Is it not the former counselor Kai Boji, the esteemed Kai?" "I am unworthy of such a title. Indeed, Yong once held the position of counselor, but that is in the past, and better left unmentioned." Kaiyong replies with a smile. "You are too modest, esteemed Kai. I greatly admire your courage to speak truth to power, risking your life to offer counsel." Jiasu responds with a respectful gesture. "Ha ha ha," Kaiyong, pleased by the compliment, introduces Jiasu further. "This is Tianfeng." "Tianfeng? Is he not the former palace attendant, Tian Yuanhao?" Jiasu asks in astonishment. "Indeed, that is I," Tianfeng replies with a courteous smile. "I have long heard of palace attendant Tian, who resigned and returned home due to dissatisfaction with the treatment of the virtuous. Yet I did not expect to meet you today," Jiasu praises. "With Tianfeng present, it seems my following of the Lord is merely an embellishment," he adds. "Wenhe, such words should not be spoken. Your talents are profound, and your strategies are well concealed. You could easily surpass Tianfeng." Tianfeng smiles and gestures to Jiasu. "Were it not for the calamity of party strife, Brother Wenhe may have already ascended to great heights," he remarks. "Alas," Jiasu responds with a bitter smile and a shake of his head. "The calamity of party strife has limited scholars across the realm, with eunuchs and powerful relatives in control, leaving others without prospects for advancement. He wisely chose to resign due to illness during that tumultuous time." Jiasu and Tianfeng are of similar age and share comparable experiences of retreating from officialdom. Their encounter now evokes a sense of mutual appreciation and understanding. Historically, Tianfeng possessed extraordinary strategic talents, yet sadly, they were wasted. Due to Yuan Shao's stubbornness and refusal to heed his counsel, he ultimately succumbed to Cao Cao, leading to his own demise at the hands of the enraged Yuan Shao. Had Yuan Shao heeded Tianfeng's strategies, the outcome between Cao Cao and Yuan Shao would have remained uncertain. Alas, aligning with the wrong master rendered Tianfeng the most regrettable strategist of the late Eastern Han era. Conversely, Jiasu demonstrated a remarkable ability to discern worthy leaders, advancing resolutely to attain the heights of power and ultimately enjoying a well-deserved end. Yuan Hao and Wen He for future matters within the city. I entrust to both of you. Should you encounter dilemmas, confer with me for a decision. If I am unavailable, you may deliberate together. Understood, they both affirmed in unison. System notification. The bi-monthly server maintenance will commence in 2 hours, during which all players will be forcibly logged off. Please prepare to exit the game. Upon receiving the news, Lin Han entered the Copper Sparrow platform to meditate. Emerging from the gaming pod, he stretched languidly. After indulging in this game for so long, remaining reclined, his physique had not weakened. Rather, it had become more robust, a most peculiar phenomenon. Lin Han clenched his powerful fists and patted his empty stomach. It was time to venture out for a meal. At the moment he stepped outside, the neighboring villa opened as well, and a supercar emerged. The occupants cast a curious glance at Lin Han as they passed by. Upon recognizing one of them, Lin Han was slightly taken aback. Qin Linglong. She is his neighbor? Ever since their brief encounter at Fangza Pavilion, their communication had ceased. It was unexpected to discover they were neighbors. Qin Linglong, being the daughter of Qin Shanhai, should not reside in such a place. Although this is an affluent community, the daughter of Qin Shanhai would likely have superior accommodations. Confounded, Lin Han decided to ponder no further. Fortunately, Lin Han was unaware of Xiao Hang's altered identity. Otherwise, the consequences could have been dire. After lingering for some time until Qin Linglong had moved away, Lin Han finally stepped outside. Chapter 56. Conspiracy Before the Yellow Turban Uprising, Taiku City. This is an upscale plaza where Lin Han previously worked part-time. Such venues are characterized by high expenditures, which he could not afford before, but times have changed. Having sold gold to Qin Linglong, he now boasts several million in savings, alleviating any concerns regarding expenses. Following the incident at the brothel, Qin Linglong did not seek him out for gold, and her earlier demand for 100,000 taels of gold had been rendered moot. Lin Han suspected she held a grudge. However, he was indifferent. Her refusal to purchase gold was advantageous, as he no longer lacked funds in reality and was no longer the jester scrambling for survival. The treasury of Hanjiang Stronghold is well stocked, currently utilized by Tian Feng to extensively acquire grain, repair armor, and train troops, thereby strengthening his own position. Top-tier strategists are exceptionally astute, capable of sensing the prevailing chaos of the era, yet, due to their allegiance to the Han court, they refrain from openly acknowledging it, though they are acutely aware of the impending storm. As Lin Han entered a high-end restaurant, a robotic server approached him. Other eateries were fully occupied. The rare system maintenance had prompted all pent-up players to flock outside, eager to indulge in shopping and dining. With ordinary restaurants brimming, Lin Han had no choice but to come here. "Sir, how many in your party?" "One," Lin Han replied. "Very well, please follow me inside." The mechanical waiter guided him to an empty seat. Shortly after he sat down, Lin Han noticed two individuals he was not particularly eager to see, his neighbors, Qin Linglong and Zhang Xiyun, who fortuitously chose to sit beside him. Lin Han pretended not to notice, focusing intently on his phone as he browsed forums. Qin Linglong, having spotted Lin Han engrossed in his device, was momentarily puzzled but soon took her seat. "Linglong, isn't he that neighbor?" Zhang Xiyun remarked, observing Lin Han with curiosity. "Strangely enough, he does evoke a sense of familiarity." "I concur," Qin Linglong nodded slightly. "Could he be a character from a game we know?" "I can't recall. Perhaps we've crossed paths in the neighborhood," Qin Linglong mused, stealing a glance at Lin Han before shaking her head. "Regardless, he is rather handsome. Far more so than Ji Xinyuan." "Let us not even mention Ji Xinyuan," Qin Linglong replied exasperatedly. Lin Han paid no heed to their conversation, contentedly enjoying his meal. The simple repast cost over 2,000, and although he felt a twinge of regret over the expense, he quickly dismissed it, reminded of his current affluence, and left briskly. Unbeknownst to Lin Han, his mindset and character had subtly transformed in ways he could not yet perceive. Having procured the necessary nutrients for his gaming pod, Lin Han utilized the surplus time to engage in some physical training, acclimating to the changes in his body. It was not until the following day that he logged back into the game. Upon entering, he verified that the Cold River stronghold was in good order, then assumed his second identity and used a teleportation talisman to depart for Yuyang County. With Jiasu and Tian Feng in charge at Cold River stronghold, he felt assured that the affairs there were well managed. However, the same could not be said for Han village. As a yellow turban settlement predominantly composed of farmers, craftsmen, and destitute individuals, it lacked intellectuals and managerial talent. The Yellow Turban Army was largely made up of brutes and warriors, with few strategists among them. Had a top-tier strategist been present beside Zhang Jiao during the Yellow Turban Rebellion, the outcome might have been drastically different. Yet, given that the Yellow Turbans were rebels, scholars and literati dared not associate with them. If Lin Han were to recruit strategists under the guise of a Yellow Turban divine envoy, success would be uncertain, much like Tian Feng's refusal of Zhang Jiao. As the Eastern Han dynasty had not yet fallen, the aristocracy and scholars were reluctant to openly endorse rebellion. One historical strategist who might have dared to do so was Su Yu of Nanyang, but regrettably, Lin Han had yet to encounter him. Han's Han village was led by Zhou Tsang, while Zhang Baiqi commanded in the Xia kingdom. The Yellow Turban soldiers were mostly rough-hewn men, along with some unfortunate souls, making them relatively easy to govern, as they adhered to orders without question. Currently, Han's Han village had flourished immensely, boasting a population of 200,000, akin to that of a city. Lin Han had also dispatched some individuals to the former lands of the Wuhuan, now part of the Xia kingdom, to dilute the Wuhuan population therein. In the aftermath of the recent plague and drought, territories had suffered significant damage, leading many players to bankruptcy. And the counties related to the game endured immense devastation, resulting in a sharp decline in population. Both lords and heroes were fervently focused on development, competing for resources amidst a backdrop of relentless skirmishes. Daily clashes of various magnitudes unfolded in the game Dynasty, while the intrigues and rivalries among major guilds sparked endless debates in the forums. This tumultuous period extended over 6 months. In the 6th year of the Guanghe era of the Eastern Han Dynasty, 183 AD, in June, the sensitivity of players began to stir with the emergence of this significant moment. The 6th year of Guanghe marked the eve of the Yellow Turban Rebellion. Since the game's launch, over 6 months had passed, and within the game, 2.5 years had elapsed. The population of Hanzhong village had surged to an unprecedented 40,000, with the number of Yellow Turban soldiers exceeding 60,000, encompassing the entire Yuyang commandery within its influence. Over the course of 6 months, every player lord within Yuyang had been dealt with, and all the system's bandit strongholds had been seized. The presence of Lin Han and his Yellow Turban village had cast a pall of despair over the entire Yuyang commandery. He now possessed a complete infantry formation, a full complement of archers, and a well-organized cavalry. If necessary, he could seize control of Yuyang at any moment. The time for rebellion was drawing near. A messenger from Julu entered the council hall urgently, delivering a summons. The great virtuous master calls for your return to Julu. There are pressing matters to discuss. Lin Han understood that the moment had arrived. On the brink of the Yellow Turban uprising, Zhang Jiao needed to make arrangements, and as the divine envoy, he was required to return. Julu had undergone profound changes. Everywhere, followers of the Taiping Dao could be seen. Hope radiated from the eyes of nearly every commoner. A fervor that was unmistakable. Outside the Taiping Dao temple, a throng of devotees had gathered, making passage nearly impossible. Upon seeing Lin Han, the divine envoy, they all fell to their knees in reverence. For the first time, Lin Han witnessed the terrifying zeal of the followers, a fervor that blurred the lines of right and wrong. This phenomenon had only emerged following the outbreak of the plague. Disciples of the Taiping Dao traveled far and wide to heal and save people, earning immense respect among the common folk, compounded by the government's inaction and rampant corruption. The commoners had come to regard the Taiping Dao as their faith and hope. Within the temple, Zhang Jiao and his brothers, Zhang Bao and Zhang Liang, were seated on mats, engaged in discussion until Lin Han's arrival. Master, second uncle, third uncle, Lin Han greeted them with a respectful bow. Please, take a seat, Zhang Jiao said, coughing a few times and gesturing for Lin Han to sit, his appearance markedly more haggard than before. The reason for your summons is of great importance. Master, please proceed. The emperor is foolish and tyrannical. The 10 attendants wield excessive power, acting with impunity, building lavish palaces akin to the imperial court, and appointing their incompetent relatives to govern the provinces. They extort and oppress the people with greed and cruelty, unchallenged by any. Recently, the 10 attendants have sent emissaries to conspire with us, wishing for us to rise in rebellion to extinguish the power of the eunuchs, as they seek to control court affairs. The crux of the matter, Lin Han inquired urgently, what are your thoughts, master? Zhang Jiao sighed deeply. Within the court, Yang Xi has been increasingly outspoken about our affairs, risking his official position in the process. The emperor is blind to the chaos, and calamities have befallen the land year after year, leaving the people in despair. We have calculated the omens. The emperor's star is dim, and we await the death of Lingdi, for the Eastern Han will soon perish. Now is not the time for rebellion. But the 10 attendants have signaled to us that should we rise, they will act as our internal allies to breach Luoyang. We could establish a kingdom and share the realm with the people. Has the master agreed? Indeed, Zhang Jiao nodded. Lin Han secretly lamented the unfortunate turn of events, as he recognized that the narrative of the Yellow Turban Rebellion had begun to unfold. His master sought to share dominion with the eunuchs. The calamities afflicting the populace stemmed from the greed and cruelty of these eunuchs, who clouded the emperor's judgment. The notion that these mere castrated men could govern the realm was utterly laughable. Yet, this could serve as an opportunity, with the eunuchs acting as internal collaborators. Once the moment was ripe, a public execution of the eunuchs and treacherous officials could restore peace to the land. You possess the prowess to break the forces of Lu Kang, and with an army of 10,000, you vanquish the Wu Huan, excelling in warfare far superior to us. Summoning you back is akin to bestowing upon you the command of the Yellow Turban righteous army, to forge alliances and unite forces. The burden has fallen upon him. Lin Han had never anticipated such a turn of fate. Nevertheless, this presented a chance to alter the trajectory of history. Master, can we determine the date for the uprising? Lin Han inquired. After deliberation among the three of us, we have chosen the 5th day of the 3rd month next year as an auspicious day, Zhang Jiao proclaimed. I have summoned 36 disciples of the Taiping Dao, who will soon gather in Jilu to announce the date of the uprising. Thereafter, you shall lead the 36 commanders to overthrow the Eastern Han court. It was indeed audacious. Lin Han had not foreseen his sudden involvement in the central narrative of history, let alone become one of its influential figures. Over the past 6 months, Zhang Jiao's direct disciples had grown from 8 to 36, and with Lin Han, the total reached 37. Very well, Lin Han replied without hesitation. Is there a list of the 36 disciples? A list? What purpose would that serve? Zhang Bao queried, perplexed. Master Uncle, the art of war states, to know both oneself and the enemy is to ensure victory in 100 battles. Without knowledge of the enemy, but an understanding of oneself, the outcome will be uncertain. If I do not know the capabilities of my subordinates, how can I secure victory? Lin Han articulated. Brother, we are mere commoners, lacking in martial knowledge, yet we understand that if one does not even know their own troops, how can they engage in battle with others? Zhang Liang interjected. Second brother, the disciple speaks wisely. Very well. I shall compile the list of the 36 disciples and provide it to you, along with the number of troops under their command. Zhang Jiao entrusted the command of the military entirely to Lin Han, placing complete faith in him. Lin Han held Zhang Jiao in the highest regard. To the outside world, Zhang Jiao appeared as a rebel, yet what they failed to comprehend was that the officials had forced the people into rebellion. The populace had no choice but to rise against tyranny. In times of tranquility, who would willingly risk the annihilation of their family lines by inciting chaos? Having taught hundreds of disciples to heal and save in turbulent times, Zhang Jiao had exhausted his benevolence, faced with an unchanging world. He had no choice but to alter the course of it. Chapter 57. In the name of the divine envoy, that evening, Lin Han received the list of the 36 disciples. For the first time, he perceived the vastness of the Yellow Turban army. Among the 36 commanders were 800,000 Yellow Turban soldiers, not including their families, a truly formidable force. If these Yellow Turban soldiers could be harnessed effectively, history would be reshaped under his influence. Unfortunately, he lacked other strategists for counsel and had to rely solely on himself. Lin Han searched among the 36 commanders for his objectives, although their martial prowess remained unknown. The fact that they were chosen by Zhang Jiao as disciples indicated that their strength was undoubtedly above that of mediocre warriors. Zhang Bai, one of the former leaders of the Black Mountain Army, now commanded the blood-bathed White Riders under Lin Han's banner, stationed in the Xia Kingdom. Lin Han noted several familiar names on the list. Ma Yuani, Zhang Niu Jiao, Chu Fian, Zhang Yan, Li Damu, Yu Digong, Zhang Mancheng, Bo Kai, Heman Yudu, Yang Feng, Guan Hai, Zhang Rao, Huang Xiao, Cheng Yuanji, Bian Shi, Guoda. These are all notable figures within the Yellow Turban faction. In Lin Han's eyes, they are all formidable warriors and talents. However, these individuals are ultimately quite complex. Within the Yellow Turban army, there is no unity of purpose. They are all renowned bandit leaders, who, like Lin Han in the past, were recruited as disciples by Zhang Jiao after defeating Lu Kang. Each of them harbors their own ulterior motives, which is the most troublesome aspect. One reason for the failure of the Yellow Turban uprising was the exposure of their plans, leading to a hasty uprising that caught the attention of the court. Another reason was that these leaders fought independently rather than in concert. Had they united in the early stages to support one another, the Yellow Turban uprising might not have met such swift defeat. This reflects the absence of strategists and advisors, resulting in the bitter fruit of fighting alone. Historical peasant uprisings often falter due to a lack of educated individuals. It takes courageous farmers, alongside cunning scholars, to achieve success. 3 days later, Zhang Jiao summoned his 36 direct disciples, all of whom gathered within the confines of the Taiping Dao Temple. The temple grounds were sealed off, preventing any outsiders from approaching. Inside the temple, the 36 individuals sat, each exhibiting a distinct demeanor, and the atmosphere was one of profound silence. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Jiao, Zhang Bao, and Zhang Liang entered with Lin Han. The 3 Zhang brothers took their seats on the main cushions, while Lin Han settled to their left. Paying respects to master, second uncle, and third uncle, the assembled disciples clasped their hands in greeting. Please, no need for such formalities. Zhang Jiao raised his hand, indicating that they should not overdo the courtesies. Master, you summoned your disciples here for what purpose? The chief disciple, Ma Yuani, was the first to inquire. Today, I have gathered you here to discuss a matter of great significance. Zhang Jiao spoke with authority. In these times, the emperor is foolish, and treacherous officials hold power. ruling with brutality and acting with impunity. Moreover, calamities have struck year after year, with the court indifferent and imposing heavy taxes, causing the common people to suffer unbearable hardships and resentment boiling over. I have divined the heavenly mysteries and received the 16-character prophecy. Heaven has perished, yellow heaven shall rise. In the year of Jiazi, the world shall be auspicious. The Immortal has conferred upon me the title of General of the Heavenly Duke, to descend into the world and rescue the people from their suffering. The heavenly mysteries have been comprehended. Next year, during Jiazi, shall mark the decline of the Eastern Han. Therefore, I command you all to rise in rebellion on the 5th day of the 3rd month next year, to overthrow the Eastern Han court and restore peace and prosperity to the world. Yes, Master, all 36 disciples responded in unison, many with fervent eyes, though some exhibited flickering gazes, their thoughts unknown. I have conferred with my 2 esteemed uncles regarding the uprising. The strategy shall be orchestrated by Lin Han, the envoy of the divine. You are to obey his commands and unite your efforts, Zhang Jiao declared. Upon hearing this, all eyes turned to Lin Han. Master, Lin Han is but in his youth. Is it appropriate for him to lead the army? A robust man adorned with a yellow headband stood up. It was none other than Zhang Manqing. Seeing Zhang Manqing rise, Lin Han could not help but suspect that his acquisition of the title of Divine Envoy had left Zhang Manqing displeased with him. However, Lin Han remained composed, allowing Zhang Jiao to address the matter. Though young, Lin Han has proven to be an unparalleled choice, having led thousands to vanquish the Wu Huan with his exceptional military strategies. Zhang Jiao decisively declared, "Who among you can command thousands to defeat the Wu Huan?" A profound silence enveloped the room. The merit of a single battle was sufficient to render any dissenter speechless. Zhang Jiao had yet to disclose that Lin Han was indeed Xiao Han Gu, nor the refusal of Liu Kang's battle. However, the identity of Xiao Han Gu as a general of the court must remain confidential. While some harbored feelings of discontent, they refrained from voicing their objections. It was a challenging task for these rugged men accustomed to the ways of banditry to heed the commands of a delicate youth. And though they were reluctant, they could not openly express their discontent. At this moment, the divine emissary had made arrangements for their undertaking. Zhang Jiao relinquished the floor to Lin Han. After a moment of silence, Lin Han cleared his throat and spoke. This insurrection bears great significance. We seek to overthrow tyranny and establish a prosperous era. My master has heeded the call of destiny, and on the 5th day of the 3rd month next year, will rescue the people from their tribulations. Do not let your discontent toward me hinder our noble cause, for that would render you the sinners of a peaceful age. From this day forth, I act under my master's command to rally the Yellow Turban Army, commencing our uprising on the 5th of the 3rd month. The following arrangements shall be made. Zhang Niu Jiao will serve as the general of the Black Mountain, with Chu Fian and Zhang Zheng as his deputies. Upon the onset of the uprising, the Black Mountain commanders, Yidu, Du Chong, Bai Rao, Sui Gu, and Tao Sheng shall unite their forces with Zhang Niu Jiao, securing the regions of Jizhou, Changshan, Zhao, Shandong, Zhongshan, and Henei to support Julu. Zhang Rao shall be the general of the Qing and Ji provinces, with the general of Qingzhou, Guanhai, as his deputy. Commanders Su He, Guancheng, and Sima Zhu will coordinate swiftly with Zhang Rao post-uprising and communicate with Zhang Niu Jiao for mutual support. Guido will assume the role of general of Baibua, leading the troops from Bingzhou, with Yang Feng and Han Xian as deputies. After the uprising, they shall secure Tai Yuan and Henei, ready to provide assistance at any moment. Bo Kai shall be the general of Yuzhou, with Huang Xiao and Heman as deputies. The commanders of Yuzhou will rapidly converge their forces at Yingchuan after the uprising. Ma Yuanyi shall be the general of Jing and Yang, supported by Zhang Manqing and Zhao Hong as deputies, while the remaining commanders from Jingzhou and Yangzhou will lend their support to Ma Yuanyi. Cheng Yuanji, you shall serve as the deputy general of Yuzhou. After the uprising, proceed to Yuyang County to unite with my subordinate, Zhou Tsang, and march south to join the Black Mountain Army in support of Julu. All 36 commanders of the troops from Yizhou were present, and Lin Han meticulously arranged their roles. This was a monumental opportunity to alter the course of history, one that Lin Han could not afford to overlook. The game Dynasty had never claimed that history could not be changed unless rectified by the system. Thus, he resolved to give it a try. Should the Yellow Turban Army succeed, his renown would be unmatched. A voice from Zhang Bao's lieutenant, Gao Sheng, broke the tension. There is one matter I do not understand. Why must we unite our forces? The art of war teaches us, if we appear as many while remaining unseen, we will be strong while the enemy is divided. By concentrating our forces, we can overwhelm one while the enemy is scattered. If each commander fights independently, they risk being defeated individually. Gao Sheng nodded and fell silent, no longer pursuing the matter. Once the various righteous armies unite, I shall send word regarding the next steps of our strategy. The assembly nodded in agreement, though their expressions varied. Observing this, Lin Han chose not to address the unease. His focus remained on the overarching strategy. The execution was beyond his control, and he could only hope that Zhang Jiao's words would prove effective. The Yellow Turban Army is largely composed of individuals who have risen from humble beginnings, possessing mere physical prowess, with most of them unable to even recognize written characters, making it almost impossible for them to grasp military strategy. Once matters here are settled, you may gather to discuss the assembly, connecting the intricate details in advance. Understood. The crowd responded affirmatively. After the discussion concluded, the attendees departed the hall in small clusters to converse. Observing this scene, Lin Han felt a slight sense of relief. Master. Although the 36 leaders harbor ambitions to overthrow the court, there is little certainty regarding those who will stand alongside us. Do you have anyone you can trust implicitly? This matter is of great significance, and I have other plans. Indeed, Zhang Jiao replied, stroking his beard. Zhang Niuqi, Ma Yuani, Bo Kai, and Zhang Manqing are all individuals worthy of trust. Ma Yuani serves as the liaison between the Way of Peace and the 10 attendants. And he is also your elder brother, overseeing intelligence for the Yellow Turbans and organizing matters in Luoyang. Understood. Lin Han clasped his hands in salute and exited the inner chamber. Outside, Zhang Baiqi awaited him and immediately followed at his side. Master. Zhang Manqing just openly challenged your authority, Zhang Sheng said in a hushed tone. He claims he possesses strategic talents and believes the title of Divine Envoy should rightfully belong to him. Lin Han chuckled softly, sighing. Historically, Zhang Manqing proclaimed himself the Divine Envoy, yet achieved nothing substantial, merely holding a city while remaining stagnant, ultimately leading to its fall. Zhang Jiao's assertion of trust only implies confidence, not capability. He is currently waiting outside the hall. Go, confront him. A multitude of leaders gathered at the entrance, eager to witness Zhang Manqing's challenge to the Divine Envoy. Many among them had only heard of Lin Han's name without having met him, and today presented an opportunity to witness the prowess of the Divine Envoy. Divine Envoy, I challenge you today. If you lose, relinquish the title of Divine Envoy. If you win, I shall submit to you, Zhang Manqing declared, blocking Lin Han's path. Do you truly believe you can challenge the Divine Envoy? Zhang Sheng stepped forward, brandishing his spear. The Divine Envoy is not merely a warrior. He is a strategist, adept in both literature and martial arts, commanding troops not through brute force, but through cunning. If you wish to fight, I shall accompany you. Baiqi, return, Lin Han said, patting Zhang Baiqi on the shoulder. He advanced a step, grasping his spear, the qishe reflecting snow gleaming brilliantly. Since Brother Manqing wishes to spar with me, I shall oblige. Come, as your senior. I grant you 3 moves. Zhang Manqing scoffed, very well. Let us begin. Lin Han activated the body of divine punishment, unleashing an aura that astonished the onlookers. But that was not the end. He invoked Imperial Aura, enveloping the crowd in an invisible pressure that instilled fear in their hearts. Seizing such a splendid opportunity to establish his authority, Lin Han would not let it slip away. Zhang Manqing, realizing his overconfidence, paled, but Lin Han was already upon him. After 10 breaths, the 3 moves concluded, with Zhang Manqing collapsing to the ground, the qingshi reflecting snow poised at his face. The outcome was clear. And Lin Han addressed the assembly, I regret any offense caused, but today I must emphasize that personal grievances are trifling, yet matters concerning our master are of paramount importance. Should we suffer losses due to minor issues, the blame shall fall upon you. With that, Lin Han took Zhang Baiqi and departed, leaving the crowd in a state of astonishment. Baiqi, go and contact Brother Yuani, informing him that I have urgent matters to discuss, and ensure that no one else learns of this. Understood. Zhang Baiqi quickly departed. Chapter 58. In the rear courtyard of the Taiping Taoist Temple, Lin Han awaited the arrival of Zhang Baiqi and Ma Yuani. Ma Yuani, adorned with a yellow scarf, possessed piercing eyes and well-defined brows, his hair disheveled and beard unkempt, appearing rather ordinary yet exhibiting a certain alertness in his demeanor. This was the man who had met his untimely demise due to betrayal by Tang Shou. Even before the Yellow Turban Rebellion had officially commenced, a death both tragic and unjust. As one of the chief organizers of the Yellow Turban Uprising and a trusted disciple of Zhang Jiao, had Ma Yuani survived, The title of Divine Envoy would undoubtedly have been bestowed upon him, for he was a pivotal architect of the rebellion. In his absence, the title was claimed by Zhang Manqing of Jingzhou, who, having only captured a minor city, proved to be of little further consequence. The role of managing intelligence for the Yellow Turbans was indeed of paramount importance. Brother Yuan, Lin Han greeted with a respectful clasp of his hands. The Divine Envoy. Ma Yuan returned the gesture with a bow. You summoned me. What is the purpose of this meeting? Brother, I would prefer you to address me as junior brother. It sounds more pleasant, Lin Han replied. Regarding the matter of the 10 attendants, aside from our master and the elder uncle, are there any others privy to this information? Why do you inquire? Ma Yuan asked. This matter bears significant weight, impacting the success of our uprising. If it were to be disclosed, the consequences would be dire. Lin Han explained. Aside from our master, elder uncle, and ourselves, could there be anyone else aware of this? None. I understand the gravity of this matter and have never spoken of it to outsiders, Ma Yuan assured. That is well. Brother Yuan, regarding the communication with the 10 attendants. Remember to maintain utmost confidentiality. Do not disclose it to anyone. I will, Ma Yuan replied solemnly. Lin Han then activated the Imperial Qi observation technique, scrutinizing Ma Yuan's attributes. Character, Ma Yuan identity, disciple of Zhang Jiao martial strength, 832 intelligence, 851 physique, 603 leadership, 759 politics, 916 charisma, 783 talent, 9 loyalty, admiration cultivation method, Taiping essentials abilities, alliances and strategies, mastery of illusion, expertise in medicine, proficiency in sorcery, skill in prognostication, strategic mastery, swordsmanship mastery, talismans mastery. Lin Han, upon observing the plethora of abilities, could not suppress a gasp of astonishment. This was the most balanced array of attributes he had encountered, aside from his own. Each attribute surpassed 600, exhibiting no discernible weaknesses. His martial prowess ranked among the top-tier warriors, intelligence akin to a first-rate mage, leadership exceeding 700, and political acumen reaching an impressive 916, setting him apart in a sea of brash yellow turbans, not to mention his remarkable charisma. It was no wonder that Zhang Jiao entrusted him with organizing the Yellow Turban Rebellion, liaising with the eunuchs, and managing intelligence. His capabilities were indeed commendable. A veritable polymath. Had Ma Yuan survived, the Yellow Turban Rebellion might have ventured even further. Brother Yuan, exercise caution during your journey to Luoyang, Lin Han advised. Thank you, junior brother. For your warning, Ma Yuan replied. Do you have a subordinate named Tang Zhou? Lin Han inquired with curiosity. The very individual responsible for Ma Yuan's demise. Tang Zhou had betrayed the Yellow Turban cause for personal gain, leading to a hasty and ultimately failed uprising. Identifying Tang Zhou was an imperative task. Who is Tang Zhou? Ma Yuan shook his head in ignorance. Nothing of concern, merely an old acquaintance. I have heard he has joined the Taiping Dao. Yet I have not seen him and wish to seek him out. Before the uprising, my esteemed brother, you shall lead the troops from Jing and Yang provinces to Wanqing, without the necessity of advancing to Yeqing for a rendezvous. I will have the Black Mountain Army secure Yeqing and protect Julu, and once the various righteous armies converge, we shall jointly besiege Luoyang from the 3 regions of Bingzhou, Jizhou, and Jingzhou. Very well, my junior, this uprising will indeed require your diligence. And I extend my gratitude on behalf of the myriad people. There is no need for thanks among comrades. Lin Han humbly replied, Brother, I have one more matter to discuss. Speak on. I possess another identity, which you may wish to consult our master about. My situation is unique. So when you commence the uprising in Jing and Yang provinces, please exercise caution to avoid harming my territory, Lin Han stated. Ma Yuan was immediately taken aback, nodding deeply, committing this to memory. After discussing some particulars, Ma Yuan bid farewell to Lin Han and proceeded to inquire about Lin Han's true identity from Zhang Jiao. Baiqi, please summon Zhang Niu Jiao, Lin Han instructed Zhang Sheng. Understood. Soon, Zhang Niu Jiao was brought forth by Zhang Baiqi, both being leaders of the Black Mountain Army. Zhang Baiqi and Zhang Niu Jiao were acquainted. Upon seeing Lin Han, Zhang Niu Jiao clasped his hands in respect. I pay my respects to the Divine Envoy, General Zhang. There is no need for such formalities, Lin Han said, supporting Zhang Niu Jiao. Zhang Niu Jiao was easily recognizable, often wearing a horned hat, which led to his moniker. And over time, his original name faded from memory. He appeared as a robust man, with a broad visage, embodying valor and righteousness. General Zhang, I have summoned you here for a matter of great importance. Lin Han invited Zhang Jiao to sit and produced a map of the Eastern Han, stating, "The Black Mountain lies at the convergence of Jizhou, Bingzhou, and the imperial capital, guarding Jiulu and bordering Woyang, thus holding a position of utmost significance. You are to command the Black Mountain Army, unite our forces, and then march towards Yeqing. The Black Mountain Army comprises hundreds of thousands. A vital component of the Yellow Turban forces, so exercise great caution." "Understood," Zhang Jiao replied. After arranging matters concerning Zhang Jiao, Lin Han contemplated and instructed Zhang Baiqi to summon Yang Feng. The purpose of calling Yang Feng was not to assign him tasks, but rather due to an individual. Su Huang. Su Huang, one of the esteemed generals of Wei, was comparable to the 5 tiger generals of Han. A rare superlative warrior whose military prowess placed him among the elite. With the privilege of his identity as a divine envoy, Lin Han could easily recruit non-leaders from the Yellow Turban Army under his banner. When Yang Feng arrived, he appeared somewhat bewildered. Among the 36 chieftains, he was merely a minor leader commanding thousands, and now being summoned by the divine envoy left him somewhat disoriented. "I have come to pay my respects to the divine envoy," Yang Feng bowed. "No need for formalities. Rise without constraint." Lin Han assisted him. "Yang Feng, I have sought you out for a specific request." Yang Feng's expression changed drastically, and he became exceedingly anxious. "Divine envoy, please speak. I shall exert every effort." "It is not a grave matter. I merely wish to know if there is a man named Su Huang in your ranks," Lin Han inquired. "Su Huang." Yang Feng's expression shifted. "Su Huang is my brother, who has been with me for many years. Has he offended the divine envoy in some way?" "Not at all. I have heard of Su Huang's military talent. As the Taiping Dao prepares to rise, we are in need of capable individuals, and thus I seek your permission, Chieftain Yang, to have Su Huang accompany me. Do not act rashly, O divine envoy. The Yellow Turban soldiers are under your command, and you may deploy them as needed. Brother Su Huang follows you, and his fate is intertwined with yours, leading him to great heights." "Very well." Lin Han chuckled heartily. Though Yang Feng possesses capability, he lacks astuteness. In later times, while guarding Emperor Xian of Han, Guozi attempted to abduct him to my county. Yang Feng, aware of the plot, remained indifferent until Guozi had succeeded in his escape, at which point he rallied his troops to defeat Guozi and retrieve the emperor, thus ascending to prominence. However, he was later ambushed by Cao Cao, leading him to seek refuge with Yuan Shu, who ultimately fell to Liu Bei. Among the Yellow Turban leaders, Yang Feng managed to survive the longest, though he was more brawn than brain, somewhat lacking in intellect. "As compensation, I shall reward you with 100 gold pieces, so that you may recruit soldiers." Lin Han generously offered Yang Feng 100 gold coins, which he eagerly accepted, promising to summon Su Huang without delay. Should this endeavor succeed, Lin Han would find himself chuckling beneath his covers. With all preparations in place, Lin Han proceeded to observe the Taiping Dao Temple, where one significant issue remained unresolved: Tangzhou. As long as Tangzhou remained unfound, he posed a considerable threat within the Yellow Turban Rebellion. Chapter 59, Tangzhou. Su Huang. Upon entering the inner sanctum, Lin Han encountered Ma Yuani, who had just inquired about Lin Han's true identity. Zhang Jiao was meditating, appearing considerably more haggard than before. Historically, Zhang Jiao succumbed to illness at Jiulu, coinciding with the collapse of the Yellow Turban Army. He was the faith of the Yellow Turbans. His downfall would signify the loss of their core resolve. "Master, what troubles you?" Zhang Jiao asked. "I wish to inquire about a minor matter. Among your many disciples, is there one named Tangzhou?" "Tangzhou?" Zhang Jiao pondered before affirming that he indeed had a disciple by that name, who usually attended to menial tasks within the temple. Lin Han was filled with elation. At last, he had news of Tangzhou. Upon further inquiry, Zhang Jiao detailed Tangzhou's background. Having come from a humble and destitute upbringing, he sought enlightenment at the temple. Zhang Jiao, observing his frequent visits and earnest pleas, decided to grant him a couple of volumes of the Taiping Essentials, allowing him to remain at the temple to assist with various chores and occasionally deliver messages. Thus, Tangzhou was indeed present within the temple. "What business do you have with him?" "A trivial matter. Since he is here, I shall seek him out." The disciples resided in an adjoining hall, and Lin Han soon located Tangzhou through their inquiries. With prominent cheekbones and shrewd eyes, Tangzhou appeared quite astute. Tasked with organizing books and other minor duties at the Taiping Dao Temple, occasionally responsible for delivering messages, Lin Han activated the emperor's gaze to assess him. Character: Tangzhou. Identity: disciple of Zhang Jiao, martial strength, 137 intelligence, 441 constitution, 167 leadership, 51 politics, 235 charm, 93 talent, 5 loyalty, awe, skill, Taiping essentials abilities, divine movement, mastery of talismans. Note: this individual possesses a latent rebellious disposition. Upon reviewing his attributes, Lin Han concluded that Tang Zhou was somewhat clever, albeit an inconspicuous practitioner of the arcane arts. The annotations provided by the Emperor's gaze intrigued him. A latent rebellious disposition? Indeed, a most peculiar trait. This situation elucidates why Zhang Jiao is revered as a great sage and teacher, skilled in the arts of divination and the I Ching, yet was oblivious to the treachery of this individual. Historically, Zhang Jiao entrusted a letter intended for Ma Yuani to him for delivery to Luoyang, only for him to betray that trust by presenting it to the court, resulting in Ma Yuani's gruesome execution. The eunuchs within the court, upon learning of the betrayal, severed ties with the Yellow Turbans, distancing themselves from the impending chaos. Ultimately, Ma Yuani met his demise, and the long-contemplated Yellow Turban rebellion faltered before it even commenced. Are you Tang Zhou? Indeed, divine envoy. How may I assist you? Tang Zhou replied cautiously, avoiding Lin Han's gaze. Nothing of great importance. I have heard of your astuteness and have decided you shall accompany me henceforth. Lin Han patted his shoulder firmly. Is that truly the case? Thank you, divine envoy. Tang Zhou exclaimed in ecstatic gratitude, bowing deeply as he departed the menial quarters alongside Lin Han, under the envious stares of fellow disciples. With Tang Zhou under his control, Lin Han felt an immense sense of relief. The informant of the Yellow Turban uprising was now in his grasp, and the course of history was poised for alteration. The 36 regional leaders arrived in haste, each aware of the imminent uprising's date, now focused on preparations. 4 days later, a disciple reported that a man named Su Huang sought an audience with Lin Han. At last he has arrived. Lin Han rejoiced, recognizing Su Huang as one of Cao Cao's 5 renowned generals, soon to be his own, guided by a young acolyte. A man with a distinctive mustache approached Lin Han and bowed. Su Huang, Su Gongming, is honored to meet the divine envoy. Clearly, Yang Feng had thoroughly briefed him on the identities of those he sought. Lin Han immediately invoked the imperial gazing technique. Character: Su Huang. Identity: superlative general strength, 938 intelligence, 911 constitution, 587 leadership, 970 politics, 645 charisma, 390 talent, 9 loyalty, unknown, respectful. Techniques: general strategy. Abilities: general strategy, mastery of warfare, axe proficiency, strict military command, breakout. General strategy enhances leadership value, significantly increases troop capacity, and bolsters the combat effectiveness of large military formations. Strict military command ensures discipline within the ranks, elevates soldier morale, enhances combat prowess, reduces corruption, and mitigates the risk of rebellion. Breakout in times of siege. The commander's troops experience heightened speed and unwavering morale, greatly improving the chances of a successful escape. Indeed, Su Huang exemplifies the 5 renowned generals, with 3 attributes surpassing 900. His martial prowess is exceptional, his intelligence commendable, and his leadership is classified among the superlative generals, truly formidable. What astonished Lin Han most were Su Huang's extraordinary abilities. Renowned not for personal valor but for his command, Su Huang's capability was evident in the Battle of Fanqing, where he led troops to break the siege and drive off Guan Yu, showcasing leadership far superior to that of Guan Yu himself. This marked Lin Han's first encounter with a general whose leadership surpassed 950, while Dian Wei also belonged to the ranks of superlative generals. Famed for his individual might, Su Huang's renown stems from his command in battle, achieving the standard of superlative leadership. He is a general capable of independently leading troops in significant campaigns. Please rise, Gongming. Lin Han assisted Su Huang to his feet and inquired, Gongming, would you be willing to follow me and join my ranks? This divine envoy, after all, was merely an unremarkable individual. Why the hesitation? There are always exceptional steeds. And I am that discerning judge of horseflesh. I recognize your lofty aspirations and extraordinary skills. When the opportunity arises, you shall soar to great heights. Deeply moved, Su Huang bowed to Lin Han, expressing his willingness to follow the divine envoy. A system prompt appeared. Su Huang is willing to follow you. Do you accept? I do. Lin Han laughed heartily, Having gained a formidable general capable of leading troops into significant battles, a warrior whose value surpassed his sheer martial prowess. This time, there would be no announcement across the region. This was fortuitous. Even if there were, Lin Han would not disclose any names. The announcement concerning the recruitment of Dian Wei marked the first super general, while Jia Su was the first super strategist to be recruited. Lin Han adhered to the principle of cautious development, avoiding reckless actions. Having arranged matters concerning Julu, Lin Han advised Zhang Jiao to refrain from acting prematurely unless absolutely necessary, ensuring they would wait until the agreed-upon time to initiate their plans. Once this counsel was given, Lin Han, accompanied by Su Huang, Zhang Baiqi, and Tang Zhou, journeyed north towards Yiyang County. Tang Zhou could not remain near Zhang Jiao, for he possessed an inherent rebellious nature. Should Zhang Jiao select him for a message, it could lead to significant complications. Lin Han needed to find an opportunity to eliminate him discreetly. On the way, Su Huang expressed his discontent towards the somewhat crafty and overly clever Taoist priest, while he found a kindred spirit in Zhang Baiqi. Their discussions soon blossomed into friendship. When it came to military strategy, the two spoke passionately, feeling as though they had met too late in life. This is Hanzan village. Lin Han pointed toward the bustling mountain village ahead. Su Huang's eyes sparkled. Under Yang Feng's command, he had several thousand men and villages of his own. Yet their prosperity paled in comparison to what lay before him. These are my troops. Lin Han instructed Zhou Tsang to summon the soldiers of Hanzhan village to the training grounds. 60,000 troops stood in orderly formation, solemn and disciplined. Yuan Fu. This is Su Huang, Su Gongming. You shall be colleagues henceforth. Lin Han facilitated their brief introduction before addressing the troops. From today, Gongming shall lead the left army of 30,000. Su Huang's expression shifted in astonishment. My lord, this is inappropriate. I have just joined your ranks. How can I bear such a significant responsibility? Gongming, you possess the talents of a fine general, though others may not recognize it. I am well aware of your capabilities. Be bold in your endeavors. I trust in your abilities. Lin Han placed a reassuring hand on Su Huang's shoulder, stating, this is a military order. It is a crucial moment for utilizing talent. Do not refuse. Thank you, my lord. I shall strive to the best of my abilities. Su Huang was deeply moved, feeling as though he had encountered a kindred spirit. After arranging matters for Su Huang, Lin Han departed Hanzhan village with Zhang Baiqi and Tang Zhou, heading north towards the Xia Kingdom. Chapter 60. Eliminate Tang Zhou. The further Tang Zhou traveled, the safer the Yellow Turban Rebellion appeared for now. He sought to alter the course of history. My lord, there is something I do not understand. Zhang Sheng rode closer to Lin Han and whispered, why do we keep this unreliable Tang Zhou by our side? Zhang Baiqi finally voiced his lingering doubt. He held Su Huang in high regard, yet felt an instinctive aversion towards Tang Zhou. In his perception, Lin Han never engages in futile endeavors. He possesses both wisdom and courage, and his strategic insights consistently astound, as if he possesses the gift of foresight. Yet, he finds it perplexing that he has chosen to keep such an unreliable individual by his side. Tang Zhou leads the way ahead, oblivious to their conversation. When Zhang Sheng inquires, Lin Han responds with a mysterious smile. Are you concerned he might thwart my grand ambitions? Indeed, I share your apprehension, which is precisely why he accompanies me. Zhang Sheng is taken aback by this revelation. Before he can voice his thoughts, Lin Han provides an explanation. I perceive this individual as having a rebellious spirit, and given the recent events in Julu regarding the organization of correspondence, I fear significant troubles might arise, hence my decision to bring him along. Should he remain near our master, any mishap with the letters or intelligence could lead to grave consequences. Zhang Sheng suddenly comprehends. Indeed, allowing such an unreliable person to linger near their esteemed mentor could result in catastrophic failures regarding crucial uprising intelligence. Upon our arrival in the Great Xia, I shall find an opportunity to deal with him. A person of such rebellious nature is ultimately a liability. Lin Han's gaze sharpens, exuding a palpable aura of menace, causing Tang Zhou ahead to shudder inexplicably, attributing it to the chill of the northern lands, dismissing the feeling altogether. Zhang Sheng, understanding the gravity of the situation, gazes at Tang Zhou with a touch of pity, choosing not to speak further. Lin Han has already made arrangements for the concerns that weigh on his mind. As they reach Baidian City, Tang Zhou eagerly surveys his surroundings, his eyes glistening at the sight of the beautiful women of Wuhan, and, emboldened by his presence beside Lin Han, he carries himself with an air of superiority. A false bravado, indeed. Tang Zhou, Follow me, Lin Han instructs, leading him to the household treasury, pointing at the abundant supplies and military funds. From now on, you shall oversee the army's provisions and logistics. Is that agreeable? Yes, yes, yes. Thank you, Divine Envoy. Tang Zhou nods vigorously, fearing even a hint of hesitation. Managing logistics is a lucrative position. Even a slight miscalculation in the provisions for tens of thousands of troops can lead to substantial gains. Perform well, as we are both disciples of the Master. And I shall ensure you are well rewarded, Lin Han solemnly assures him, patting Tang Zhou's shoulder with a weighty significance. Yes, thank you, Divine Envoy. Tang Zhou beams with delight, showering Lin Han with gratitude. Leaving Tang Zhou in the treasury, Lin Han departs with Zhang Sheng. As they walk away, they glance back at the ecstatic Tang Zhou, who is animatedly celebrating his newfound fortune. Find a few individuals to keep an eye on him, let him indulge a little, and later I shall deal with him. Should he attempt to flee or take a single step away from Baidan City, consider it treachery and execute him on the spot. Understood. Zhang Sheng casts a sympathetic glance at Tang Zhou, who remains blissfully unaware of the impending doom. With the arrangements finalized, Lin Han proceeds to the royal court of Great Xia. In name, the territory belongs to him. During his absence, no significant events have transpired. The kingdom remains stable. After relocating the citizens of Han village to the Great Xia kingdom, the population ratio of the old Wuhuan clan has been diluted, leading to increased productivity and rising metrics in public sentiment and security. With the influx of Han refugees into the Great Xia dynasty, the process of assimilation for the remaining Wuhuan clansmen is accelerating. The Great Xia dynasty is moving towards a state of stability. By the time he traverses from the imperial study to the royal chambers, night has fallen. In the chamber, Gyu had long been waiting, draped in delicate gauze, her form partially concealed. Upon the arrival of Lin Han, she was enveloped in a tumult of emotions. Her feelings for Lin Han were profoundly intricate. Once filled with a visceral hatred towards him, she had, through her selfless devotion, quelled the massacre against the remnants of the Wuhuan tribe. Yet, as her understanding of Lin Han deepened, that animosity began to dissipate. Observing the transformation of the former Wuhuan clansman, she gradually realized that her resentment towards this man was fading. Rest now, she said softly. Yes, Your Majesty, Lin Han replied. Guyu rose to assist Lin Han in shedding his garments. Soon, the room was filled with the melodious notes of songbirds, their lamentation lingering in the air. During this time, Lin Han remained within the confines of Baiji City, refraining from venturing outside. The arrangements concerning the Yellow Turban Rebellion were largely in place, and Lin Han now faced the most significant variable in the turmoil, Tang Zhou. Should Tang Zhou remain silent, the rebellion could extend further. 3 days later, Zhang Sheng arrived to report that there were signs of movement from Tang Zhou. The observers noted that on the first day, Tang Zhou was meticulously counting rations and military payments, but by the second day, there were noticeable changes. After every audit of military funds, Tang Zhou would discreetly pocket a piece or two of gold, later absconding with them. Initially, he was tentative, taking only 1 or 2 pieces, filled with trepidation. However, emboldened by time, he began to take greater risks, and within 3 days, he had pilfered 30 taels of gold from the treasury. Upon receiving this report, Lin Han was not taken aback. Tang Zhou, driven by the allure of wealth and power, had betrayed Zhang Jiao by alerting the eunuchs of the rebellion, leading to Ma Yuan's gruesome execution and Zhang Zhao's hasty uprising, which ultimately precipitated the swift demise of the Yellow Turban Rebellion. Should we capture him? Zhang Sheng inquired. No need, let us wait a few more days, Lin Han replied with a smile. 5 days later, Zhang Sheng returned with further news. Within this span, Tang Zhou's audacity had grown. He began to frequent various venues under the pretense of being Lin Han's disciple, pilfering ever larger sums from the treasury, escalating from a mere 20 taels to hundreds. In 5 days, he had seized 300 taels of gold, squandered lavishly. Enough, seize him and execute him. Lin Han gestured dismissively to Zhang Sheng. He had shown Tang Zhou ample mercy. The man's death would not be unjust, at least. He was not executed on unfounded charges, having enjoyed a fleeting taste of opulence. A quarter of an hour later, Zhang Sheng returned with Tang Zhou's severed head. The eyes of the decapitated head still reflected fear and confusion. Fear of death and confusion as to why he, who had followed Lin Han, had met such a swift end. Yet, the die was cast. Take him away and bury him. Lin Han confirmed the identity of the head with a quiet sigh of relief. With Tang Zhou's demise, the informant of the Yellow Turban Rebellion had been eliminated. allowing the uprising to commence as planned. Still, Lin Han harbored a lingering unease. The relentless march of history's grand narrative should not be so easily altered. With the game Dynasty having launched for 6 months, it was now entering an unprecedentedly tense phase. Numerous super guilds were preparing to welcome the arrival of the first historical narrative arc, the Yellow Turban Rebellion. The onset of this rebellion marked the emergence of various heroic figures, presenting immense opportunities for recruitment. Simultaneously, the Yellow Turban Rebellion represented the last straw for the waning Eastern Han dynasty. The various super guilds in the dynasty have reached an unspoken consensus to avoid conflict, hoping to amass strength and find refuge amid the chaos. Whoever can seize the initiative during the Yellow Turban Rebellion stands to gain immense profit within the dynasty. This is the ambition of all super guilds, and they are diligently preparing. Lin Han is no exception, immersing himself in preparation. With Tang Zhou deceased, his worries have been alleviated by half, allowing him to focus on planning the uprising. Holding multiple positions, he travels between Han's Han Village, the Great Xia Dynasty, and Jiulu, occasionally returning to Hanjing Village. Without the teleportation jade pendant, this would be exceedingly troublesome. Fortunately, the pendant alleviates this burden for Lin Han. He entrusts the affairs of Hanjing Village to Tian Feng and Jia Su, assuming the role of a disengaged manager, concentrating solely on the matters of the Yellow Turban Rebellion. Now a divine envoy, he has become one of the organizers of the uprising, orchestrating the Yellow Turban Rebellion. The thrill of knowing that one person can influence or even alter the course of history is exhilarating for Lin Han. As the time draws near, Lin Han dispatches messengers to convey instructions to Ma Yuani, Bo Kai, Yudu, Zhang Youjiao, and others to act according to plan, urging them to exercise caution. He also instructs Ma Yuani to abandon the idea of mobilizing the Yellow Turban soldiers to Yi City and instead to maintain control over the Yellow Turban forces in Jing and Yang to intimidate the officials in Wan City. He emphasizes the need to be prepared for the uprising to be exposed at any moment. Even with Tang Zhou's assassination, Lin Han remains uncertain whether the main storyline would encounter any alterations. Until the true Yellow Turban Rebellion commences, anything could transpire. In the north, Lin Han commands Zhang Sheng to lead 20,000 blood-drinking White Riders to garrison at Heishan, ready to seize control of the Heishan army should any issues arise during the uprising, especially if Zhang Youjiao were to suffer defeat. Zhou Cong and Su Huang are tasked with overseeing the troops stationed at Han's Han Village, ready to descend southward to provide support at the time of the uprising. With all preparations in place, they now need only to gather resources and await the arrival of the 5th day of the 3rd month next year. During this period, numerous player guilds are sharpening their swords and itching to try their mettle. Players maintain a tacit understanding to avoid major conflicts at this juncture to prevent mutual depletion. They are all aware that the first storyline version since the game's inception is about to unfold. In the first year of Zhongping, 184 AD, during the 1st month, amidst the anxious preparations and anticipation of countless players, the year of the Yellow Turban storyline finally arrives. Historically, the Yellow Turban Rebellion began in 184 AD. With Tang Zhou's betrayal, Ma Yuani was captured and executed in Luoyang, resulting in the decapitation of thousands of Yellow Turban soldiers, flooding the ground with blood, which forced Zhang Jiao into a hasty insurrection. However, as the end of the 1st month approaches, players are horrified to find that no system prompts have indicated the prelude to the Yellow Turban Rebellion. The central plains of Han are eerily silent. Tang Zhou has not betrayed, Ma Yuani has not been captured, and the rebellion of the Yellow Turban soldiers remains concealed. Has history been altered? As the 1st month nears its end, Tang Zhou has not betrayed, and Ma Yuani remains free. What could this mean? Have our players' existence influenced the main storyline? What shall we do next? Allowing the Yellow Turban army to prepare thoroughly is a terrifying prospect. How shall we navigate this? I stealthily observed the Yellow Turban village, where the troop movements appeared to be remarkably frequent, suggesting a stockpiling of supplies. If Tang Zhou does not betray us, it seems we shall commence our uprising on the 5th day of the 3rd month, as per the historical arrangements made by Zhang Jiao. Who has joined the ranks of the Yellow Turbans? How does one become a part of this faction? I am eager to know. Some bandit players are heeding the call of the chieftain and preparing for action, yet the notification indicates that the uprising will occur on the 5th of the 3rd month. The prelude to the Yellow Turban Rebellion has not yet begun. Tang Zhou has remained silent, and Ma Yuani has evaded capture. Thus, events have not unfolded according to the predetermined historical narrative. The forum is ablaze with fervor and trepidation, leaving everyone uncertain about the situation. The inexorable wheels of history seem delayed, perhaps ensnared in a traffic jam. Far away in Yuyang County, Lin Han is equally anxious. For he has altered the course of history. Historically, Tangzhou would have informed on us in the first month, leading to Ma Yuan's dismemberment in Luoyang, with thousands of elite yellow turbans slain as a result of the exposure. Now, with Tangzhou deceased, taking his secrets to the netherworld, Ma Yuan will not traverse to Luoyang or Yeqing to make connections, a testament to his ingenuity. He is the divine envoy, the supreme commander and strategist of the Yellow Turban Rebellion. As long as our plans remain concealed, we merely need to await the opportune moment to act. However, just as Lin Han believed all was calm, an unexpected turn of events occurred. While he waited, a messenger hastily entered the council hall. Divine envoy, urgent news from Luoyang. Lin Han's expression shifted, and he rose immediately, a foreboding feeling flashing through his mind. Speak. A eunuch from Su Feng's household had surreptitiously acquired a secret correspondence between Su Feng and a renowned sage, subsequently informing the court. The court has ordered Su Feng and Feng Sun to be executed by dismemberment in Luoyang, and their followers imprisoned. The emperor has summoned all officials to discuss the yellow turban situation. Damn it, Lin Han exclaimed, cursing vehemently. This infernal system. Despite my alterations to history, it appears the system has orchestrated turmoil on Su Feng's side, exposing the Yellow Turban Rebellion. Is it willing to sacrifice its dignity merely to advance the plot? System. I curse you. As Lin Han stepped outside, he gestured toward the heavens in a fit of rage. Having evidently altered history, the system forcibly corrected it. What a shameless contrivance. After calming himself, Lin Han began to devise a strategy. Historically, it was Ma Yuan who faced dismemberment. Now it is Su Feng. Ma Yuan's life is spared, thus preserving a rare talent. He immediately summoned the various chieftains, informing them of the change in plans and activating the emergency protocol to commence on the second day of the second month. Understood. Lin Han did not linger in the council hall. He activated the teleportation talisman and arrived in Jiulu County, hastily proceeding to the Taiping Taoist Temple. Zhang Jiao, Zhang Bao, and Zhang Liang had already been apprised of the events in Luoyang and awaited Lin Han's arrival within. Upon meeting them, Lin Han found the trio with furrowed brows and calm demeanor. Master, uncle, the situation in Luoyang has escalated. Our internal support has been eradicated, and Su Feng and Feng Sun have been executed in Luoyang. We must urgently initiate our uprising on the second day of the second month, the day of the Dragon's ascension. Very well, Zhang Jiao replied. As Zhang Jiao affirmed, a notification from the system echoed in Lin Han's ears. System announcement. The storyline of the Yellow Turban Rebellion is about to commence. The system will undergo a one-day update, and players will be unable to log in for the next 24 hours. All players must log off within 10 minutes. System notification. The storyline version of the Yellow Turban Rebellion is about to commence. The system will undergo a one-day update, and players will be unable to log in for the next 24 hours. All players are requested to log off within 10 minutes. This notification was repeated thrice, causing an uproar across the entire server. Countless players, having invested considerable time in their development, eagerly awaited the arrival of the Yellow Turban Rebellion storyline, and at long last, it has arrived. The sudden appearance of the system notification prompted numerous players to exit the game and gather on the forums, where discussions surged like a tidal wave. At last, it has come. I was beginning to think I would have to wait until the 5th of March. My mighty blade has long been thirsting for action. The Yellow Turban Rebellion shall be my moment of glory. Do you wish to make a name for yourself? It is finally here. Let us charge forth. This wretched game, devoid of a main quest and filled with trivial tasks, has left players feeling like headless flies. Now, the grand narrative has finally emerged. I shall capture Zhang Jiao. Father Zhang Jiao, I am on my way. The forums were abuzz with excitement. This version of the Yellow Turban storyline marks the first significant update since the inception of the game, Dynasty. Players have been wandering aimlessly without a main quest for over half a year in reality, all in anticipation of this moment. Lin Han logged out of the game and sat in the gaming pod, lost in thought for a while before finally sighing. This infernal system. He had clearly altered history but was forced into a predetermined plot progression. He had meticulously planned to make a significant impact during the rebellion, and now, reflecting on it, he felt a surge of frustration. Yet, he was powerless. The system had mandated a forced correction of the historical narrative, and the Yellow Turban Rebellion had to commence prematurely. After the version update, his task would be to maximize the resources at his disposal and seek greater profits from the rebellion. Despite his attempts to alter history, The system's enforcement would likely render the defeat of the Yellow Turban Rebellion a foregone conclusion. No matter how hard he tried, he could not change this fact. Otherwise, the system would again dictate the narrative with clarity. Damn it. Lin Han was quite displeased. Chapter 62. Content Balance Update for the Yellow Turban Rebellion. Transforming his frustration into appetite, Lin Han rose to leave and indulged in a sumptuous meal. Upon returning in the evening, he finally logged into the forums. The atmosphere was vibrant and bustling, with discussions and anticipations surrounding the progression of the Yellow Turban Rebellion storyline. Once Dynasty officially entered the update maintenance phase, the official website revealed the adjustments and content of this version update. Firstly, during the opening of the Yellow Turban Rebellion storyline, players can accept the Yellow Turban quest, the Yellow Turban Rebellion, with all players having the option to choose their faction: Eastern Han faction, Yellow Turban faction. 1. Each player is permitted to make a single choice. Once made, it cannot be altered. Please choose wisely, as opting out of the task signifies non-participation in the narrative events. 2. All players who accept the storyline task, the Yellow Turban Rebellion, shall be granted a singular opportunity for immunity from death penalties. This immunity will remain effective until the conclusion of the Yellow Turban Rebellion. Should a player perish during the event, they will be barred from further participation in the Yellow Turban Rebellion. 3. Given the overwhelming number of participants, surpassing historical military forces, a balancing mechanism will be activated during the Yellow Turban storyline. 4. Player Balancing Mechanism. All ordinary players engaged in the Yellow Turban Rebellion narrative will find their divine abilities rendered ineffective during the uprising. The combat prowess of General Lord players will be augmented by 50. For every 50 enemies slain, their combat strength will increase by 1. The enhanced combat strength accumulated will partially convert into military might upon event conclusion. 5. Historical General Balancing Mechanism. During the Yellow Turban storyline, all historical generals will have their panel attributes disabled. Commanders from both factions will experience a tenfold increase in combat strength, and their divine abilities will remain accessible. 6. During the Yellow Turban storyline, certain aspects of the cultivation world will be made available, allowing historical generals' martial arts powers to operate without restriction. 7. Players engaged in the Yellow Turban Uprising will be able to exchange their military achievements for various rewards in the Merit Store. The top 10 players based on military achievements will receive corresponding special rewards. These achievements will be tallied after the conclusion of the Yellow Turban Rebellion, and the Merit Store will open afterward. 8. Effective immediately, the official website of Dynasty will cease guild certification registration. 9. As players possess knowledge of subsequent historical events and have access to instant communication, ordinary players participating in the Yellow Turban Rebellion will be unable to communicate with system characters during this period. Certain Special Lord players will be exempt from this restriction. Players not participating in the Yellow Turban Rebellion will be unable to attack those engaged in the storyline or interact with related system characters. 15. Special Lord players are defined as guild leaders registered on the Dynasty official website, special identity generals and officials of the Eastern Han faction, and special identity leaders of the Yellow Turban faction. 16. Guild leaders registered on the Dynasty official website, special identity generals and officials of the Eastern Han faction, and special identity leaders of the Yellow Turban faction will be included in the historical general balancing mechanism and will enjoy the benefits of this mechanism, with their combat power increased tenfold. 17. Following the initiation of the Yellow Turban Rebellion storyline, the system will activate the balancing mechanism according to the ratio of registered participants from each faction, adjusting the combat power blessings accordingly. 18. To facilitate the progression of subsequent historical narrative developments, the Yellow Turban faction is historically predetermined to fail. Thus, this storyline will not impose a win-lose penalty mechanism, but will establish a merit mechanism instead. 19. Since some players have already engaged in the historical narrative and have altered its course to a certain degree, the Yellow Turban storyline will no longer be influenced by historical accuracy. Players possess the ability to alter certain aspects of the historical subplots, with the exception of the unavoidable historical fact of the Yellow Turban Rebellion. Other historical narratives can be modified and overturned, allowing for some renowned generals and historical figures to potentially emerge earlier. Only those players who partake in the Yellow Turban Rebellion will have the opportunity to recruit the historical characters featured in the Yellow Turban storyline. Participants in this rebellion will have their backpack system temporarily suspended. Furthermore, from the moment they enter the system's military ranks, the hunger system will be activated. Failure to eat for one meal will result in a 20 decrease in combat effectiveness, while 1 day without sustenance will lead to a 40 decline. 3 days will diminish it by 90, and 5 days without food will result in death. The registration system for the Yellow Turban Rebellion has been initiated, allowing players to sign up on the official website and select their faction. Lin Han perused the details of this significant update, gradually absorbing its implications. The update comprises a total of 24 items, many of which pertain to adjustments in balance settings. The player base in the Huaxia region of Dynasty is a staggering 700 million, with 200 to 300 million actively engaged in the game. This immense player pool is tenfold the total population of the late Eastern Han period, representing a formidable fighting force. Without a balance mechanism in place, any conflict would spell disaster for the inevitably doomed Yellow Turban faction, as their defensive systems would be utterly incapable of withstanding such overwhelming numbers. These balance adjustments effectively reduce the combat power of 999 players to the level of ordinary soldiers, thus relegating them to the status of mere participants in the game. Nonetheless, those who excel will still have the opportunity to earn commendations for their achievements, as their strength can continuously grow. Lin Han falls into the category of a special lord, and according to the balance mechanism, his power is set to multiply tenfold. This exponential increase in combat effectiveness is not a simple addition, but rather a geometric escalation, positioning him akin to an invincible force among ordinary players. The system also imposes restrictions on large guilds from leveraging modern communication and information dissemination to influence the course of battle. Returning the narrative of the Yellow Turban, saga to one dominated by historical figures as dictated by the system, Lin Han meticulously analyzed the information presented. The announcement confirmed the inevitable failure of the Yellow Turban uprising. While his primary objective as a divine envoy is to secure greater victories within the context of the Yellow Turban Rebellion, although the rebellion is destined to fail, the subplots can still be reshaped. Just as the Tang Dynasty's show could not betray and Ma Yuan need not endure dismemberment, these minor subplots can be altered at will, depending on how he orchestrates the events for his benefit. Once familiar with the various updates, Lin Han accessed the registration page. Upon confirming his identity, the system emitted a notification. Dear player, due to your unique status, the system has automatically accepted you for the Yellow Turban Rebellion narrative quest. Dear player, owing to your primary character, Xiao Hang, the Marquis of Duding, you have automatically entered the Eastern Han faction. Dear player, due to your secondary character, Lin Han, the Divine Envoy, you have automatically joined the Yellow Turban faction. He belongs to the esteemed ranks of Special Lord players, and the system has automatically enrolled him. With a dual identity, he embodies a living enigma akin to a spy. Having confirmed his status, Lin Han accessed the rewards interface on the official website. The list of rewards for the top 10 contributors in the battle achievements was prominently displayed. His attention was particularly drawn to the rewards for the foremost achiever. The update elucidated the mechanism for accumulating battle achievements. The system would allocate achievement points to the commander based on 20% of the total accomplishments of the army. This is not a mere distribution of achievements, but rather an enhancement of them. As the divine envoy of the Yellow Turban Army, Lin Han was virtually guaranteed the top position in battle achievements, provided he survived the initial onslaught. It was merely a question of the quantity of his accomplishments. The rewards for the first place include not only the exchangeable items in the achievement value marketplace, but also unique rewards reserved exclusively for the top achiever. The first place reward comprises the artifact, Jiao Zhouding, a unique building card, Jixia Academy, a special troop summoning card, and a renowned historical figure. Lin Han was elated at the prospect. Although the specific details of the rewards were not disclosed, each of the 4 offerings was sufficiently enticing. He already possessed a copper Sparrow Tower and was eyeing a second, alongside a special troop, a distinguished historical figure, and an artifact. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, these rewards were practically within his grasp. The second-place rewards were of a lesser caliber, including a celestial artifact, a rare building card, a special troop summoning card, and an elite historical figure. The third place offered even less. Others were merely vying for the second and third positions. Lin Han nearly burst into laughter. With the confirmation of the update's content, his spirit soared, and the earlier frustrations caused by the system's forced alteration of history dissipated. After all, he regarded the first-place rewards as the system's compensation for him. Chapter 63, The Onset of the Yellow Turban Rebellion. Upon confirming the updates for balance, Lin Han delved into an intensive study of various historical events from the late Eastern Han Dynasty, particularly those surrounding the Yellow Turban Rebellion. The system provided a degree of flexibility, allowing for deviations from strict historical accuracy in side quests, thus granting him the opportunity to reap maximum benefits from the Yellow Turban Rebellion, preserving the Yellow Turban Army, and potentially recruiting numerous generals from their ranks. He even aspired to accomplish feats that the Yellow Turban soldiers had never achieved. The battle achievements during the Yellow Turban Rebellion were determined by the number of enemies slain and the outcomes of certain battles, including the successes or failures of sieges. A portion of these achievements would accumulate to the generals and commanders. As the supreme commander of the Yellow Turban forces, all battle achievements during the rebellion would converge upon him. The greater the harm he inflicted upon the Eastern Han army, the more significant his achievements would become. Merely holding the title of Divine Envoy ensured his position at the pinnacle of the achievement rankings, unless he proved as inept as Zhang Manqing from history, who sat idly in a fortified city. The following morning at 9 o'clock, the maintenance of Dynasty was successfully completed. Lin Han logged into the game at the earliest opportunity following the update. Upon entering the game, he was greeted by a magnificent scene. In the midst of the vast expanse, Zhang Jiao stood atop a platform, performing rituals and invoking the will of heaven. Zhang Bao and Zhang Liang stood guard in the rear, while countless Yellow Turban soldiers below gazed up with fervent and devout expressions. Heaven's majesty resounds, as the drums echo like 1,000 galloping steeds and the tumult of 100 thundering storms. In an instant, the winds rise and clouds surge, creating a magnificent spectacle. A profound voice emerges from Zhang Jiao's lips, reverberating in the hearts of all players witnessing this scene. The heavens have perished, the yellow sky shall rise. In the year of the Jiazi, fortune reigns over the realm. I, Zhang Jiao, the divinely appointed general of heaven, declare that the Han's fate is drawing to a close, and a great sage shall arise. You are all to heed the heavenly mandate and embrace peace. As his words fell, the world around transformed dramatically. The Yellow Turban soldiers below erupted into an unprecedented frenzy, chanting aloud, "The heavens have perished, the yellow sky shall rise. The heavens have perished, the yellow sky shall rise." Countless players witnessing this were momentarily entranced, the scene fading away, only to find themselves within the game. System notification. Attention players, the Yellow Turban Rebellion storyline has officially commenced. Please pay attention to the recruitment information in each state and county. System notification. Player balancing mechanism activated. Historical general balancing mechanism initiated. System notification. Certain cultivation settings have been unlocked. System notification. The merit ranking list is now available. System notification. Under the blessing of Zhang Jiao, the combat power of the Yellow Turban army has increased by 100. A series of system notifications resonated in the ears of every player logging into the game. Lin Han also heard a cascade of system alerts. System notification. Due to the player's unique identity, the system has automatically accepted the Yellow Turban Rebellion storyline quest for the player. System notification. Yellow Turban Rebellion storyline has commenced. Due to the special identity of the player's primary character, Xiaohan Go, the player's primary character has automatically entered the Eastern Han camp. System notification. Yellow Turban Rebellion storyline has begun. Due to the special identity of the player's secondary character, Lin Han, the player's secondary character has automatically joined the Yellow Turban camp. System notification. Players are affected by the historical general balancing mechanism, resulting in a tenfold increase in combat power. The attribute panel is temporarily disabled. System notification. Players participating in the Yellow Turban Rebellion storyline quest will have their backpack system disabled. System notification. The hunger system has been activated. System notification. The social system has been disabled. A torrent of notifications overwhelmed Lin Han. He was essentially on par with the native players, devoid of any special advantages once held. The historical main storyline of the Yellow Turban Rebellion would be guided by system characters, with players participating in the unfolding events. However, Lin Han found himself in a position of leadership, as he was the divine envoy of the Yellow Turban army. At this moment, he felt an incredible surge of strength coursing through his body, a sensation of boundless power. Moreover, the gates of Jilu City appeared to rise to double their height. The might of the generals was matched by the fortifications, as the system balanced all these settings. System notification. Due to the high number of participating players, the system has automatically expanded the number of troops in both factions and various resources tenfold. System notification. Eastern Han Camp Zhang Jiao, leads the Yellow Turban rebels in revolt, a crime that cannot be forgiven. The imperial court announces that starting today, beheading a Yellow Turban rebel grants 2 merit points. Capturing a Yellow Turban rebel yields 5 merit points. Killing a Yellow Turban centurion awards 500 merit points. Slaying a Yellow Turban 1,000-man leader earns 10,000 merit points. Executing a Yellow Turban minor commander brings 500,000 merit points. Eliminating a Yellow Turban major commander grants 3 million merit points. Slaying the divine envoy Lin Han gives 8 million merit points. Beheading General Zhang Liang provides 20 million merit points, and executing General Zhang Bao rewards 30 million merit points. While taking down General Zhang Jiao offers a staggering 100 million merit points. The announcement ignites a fervor among countless players. Is the divine envoy not Zhang Manqing? How has he transformed into Lin Han? This must be a player participating in the main historical narrative, altering the course of history. Is Lin Han cheating? How did a player become the commander of the Yellow Turban faction? Envy and resentment brew. Could he not seize the top spot in merit points? Not necessarily. If one person kills all 3 brothers of Zhang Jiao, they would undoubtedly claim the first position. Players in the Eastern Han faction are filled with fervent anticipation as the system notification resonates once more. System notification: Yellow Turban camp. The Emperor is inept, and the officials are corrupt. The fate of the Han Dynasty is nearing its end. A great sage has arisen. You are all advised to follow the heavenly decree and embrace peace. Starting today, slaying a court soldier grants 2 merit points. Capturing a court soldier yields 5 merit points. Killing a court centurion awards 500 merit points. Slaying a court 1,000-man leader earns 2,000 merit points. Executing a court 9th rank official grants 10,000 merit points. Slaying an 8th rank official yields 20,000 merit points. Killing a minister grants 10 million merit points, and taking down a grand minister awards 30 million merit points. While executing Emperor Lu Hong provides a remarkable 500 million merit points. Incredible. I shall take the head of the vile emperor as an offering to the heavens. 500 million? That surpasses the business deal I discussed last night. My friend, do elaborate on the details of your dealings. I know someone who is quite interested. The head of the dog emperor is worth 500 million. Damn it. I've been displeased with this corrupt court for too long. Tomorrow, I shall slay the dog emperor. Down with those treacherous officials. To dare to dethrone the emperor. Is there not a noble among the lords and ministers? With blade in hand, follow me. We shall kill the emperor and seize the city tower. A 5 coin in your hand is worth tenfold in gold atop the city walls. Players in the Yellow Turban faction are exceedingly exhilarated. The number of players registered for this Yellow Turban Rebellion storyline has reached an astounding 100 million. With 60% opting for the Eastern Han faction and 40% choosing the Yellow Turban faction. Those selecting the Eastern Han faction are primarily from various guilds, along with some studio players. Casual players and bandit players lean towards the Yellow Turban faction. Following the system notification, everyone sharpens their blades and heads towards the recruitment area. System notification: due to an extraordinary population concentration surpassing historical extremes in certain regions, the system will balance the consumption of provisions in specific areas. System notification: the Peach Garden Oath subplot of the Yellow Turban Rebellion has been activated. Players in the Eastern Han faction may attend the ceremony. Those who do will receive 20 merit points. The Yellow Turban Uprising has just begun, and the Peach Garden Oath storyline is already commencing. Lu, Guan, and Zhang are about to emerge. Chapter 64, a triumphant first battle, seizing control of Central Yuzhou. The Yellow Turban Rebellion commenced with the conclusion of Zhang Jiao's celestial ritual. In an instant, the county of Julu fell under his command at a mere utterance from Zhang Jiao, as Yellow Turban soldiers spread throughout the region, rendering the local officials powerless. Lin Han approached Zhang Jiao, his mind untroubled by matters such as the Oath of the Peach Garden, distant and irrelevant to him. The formidable trio of Lu, Guan, and Zhang had not crossed paths in the early stages and were now unlikely to be disbanded. Now situated in Julu, his objective was to wield the authority bestowed by the Divine Envoy to its fullest extent, aiding the Yellow Turban Army in achieving the greatest possible victories. Master, Brother Yuan Yi will oversee operations in the south, while you command the battlefield in Julu. I shall proceed to Yuzhou to pacify the north and provide support from below. We shall act according to our plan, and should any unforeseen events arise, I will dispatch messengers to inform all parties. Very well, go forth. Zhang Jiao waved his hand in dismissal. Lin Han bid farewell to Zhang Jiao and activated the teleportation jade pendant, embarking towards Yuzhou. The pendant had restrictions on its usage, permitting activation only once every 5 days, yet this sufficed for his current needs. Upon arriving at a random location in Yuyang County, Lin Han surveyed his surroundings and inquired with a local to ascertain his position before swiftly making his way to Han's Han village. With the yellow turbans rising in rebellion, he advanced from the north to the south to support Jiulu, requiring stability in Yuzhou to ensure the yellow turban forces in Jiulu had a secure retreat. Upon reaching Han's Han village, Lin Han commanded Su Huang and Zhou Tsang to lead their troops directly towards Yuyang. The yellow turban army surged forth. System notification: local Yuzhou players in Yuyang County, please be advised, the Battle of Yuyang is about to commence. Players yet to join the army should engage and battle independently. The yellow turban faction will attack, while the Eastern Han faction will defend. All participating players in Yuyang County will be teleported to designated positions to await the battle's commencement. System notification: attention players, the number of participants in Yuyang City has vastly exceeded historical limits, prompting the system to activate a temporary balance mechanism, inflating Yuyang County's resources tenfold. This announcement stirred immense enthusiasm among players engaged in the Yellow Turban Rebellion. They need not venture elsewhere. The battle awaited them here. Countless players gathered in Yuyang County, predominantly members of the Xianyuan Guild, which, as a super guild, had members scattered throughout Yuzhou and had allied with the Eastern Han faction for this endeavor. After a day's march, Lin Han arrived outside the city of Yuyang. Players from the Yellow Turban faction appeared not far from his army, numbering in the hundreds of thousands. Easily identifiable by the yellow headbands they wore. Su Huang, you will lead the right flank and attack from the front. Zhou Tsang, you will assault the flanks. The valiant warriors on the left shall advance with Zhou Tsang, while those on the right will break through with Su Huang, Lin Han commanded. At the sound of his order, Zhou Tsang and Su Huang led their forces forth. Lin Han's directives resonated through the ears of every participating player, urging them to unite in their offensive. How is Zhou Tsang in Yuzhou? This defies logic. Even more astonishing is that Su Huang is also here, and Lin Han, the divine envoy, is present in Yuzhou. By the heavens, Yuyang County is secured. Brothers, let us charge forth for glory in battle. That is Lin Han, the divine envoy of the Yellow Turbans, seemingly a player commanding us, they exclaimed, laughter echoing through the ranks. If he is indeed a player, our victory is all but assured. Su Huang led the Yellow Turbans as the vanguard, with the players trailing behind, advancing towards the gates of Yuyang City. The players of the Eastern Han faction were not as fortunate. How were they to fight? The enemy's morale soared, a terrifying sight indeed. Where were the generals commanding within Yuyang? What of the governor of Yuyang? He had fled with his family the previous night. How outrageous. Before the battle had even begun, he had already abandoned his post. The players atop the city walls erupted in curses, the morale of Yuyang City plummeting, lacking a high-ranking leader to guide them. They were like headless flies. I shall take charge. Su Huang swung his great axe, its massive shadow coalescing, and with a single mighty blow, the crumbling gate of Yuyang trembled on the verge of collapse. In less than half an hour, the city fell. Kill. The army surged forward. Kill. The players at the rear became frenzied, glory within their grasp. Battles erupted within the city, players clashing fiercely, countless fleeing in terror. With Yuyang now secured, the moment the governor's mansion was breached, Yuyang County was declared fallen, succumbing to Lin Han's command. The system reported 30,000 prisoners of war and 100,000 stones of provisions, while the treasury of the governor's mansion was meager. However, within the secret chamber of the mansion lay countless gold and silver, surely the spoils of the common folk. The whereabouts of the Yuyang governor remained unknown. Lin Han dispersed the prisoners during the march, utilizing them as the forefront of his army, integrating them as they advanced. Suddenly, scouts reported, Commander, the great chieftain Cheng Yuanji has breached Guangyang City, slaying the governor Lu Wei and the inspector Guisun. Guangyang is now ours. Cheng Yuanji, the great chieftain, aimed to march south towards Zhuojuan. Damn it, that rascal. Lin Han fumed. When arranging the battle plan, he had specifically instructed Cheng Yuanji to await their rendezvous after capturing Guangyang before proceeding south. Yet now, having just taken Guangyang, he sought to invade Zhuojuan, as if delivering heads to Liu Bei and his brothers. Lin Han immediately issued orders for Cheng Yuanji to return and hold Guangyang, forbidding any advance into Zhuojuan without his command, a matter of utmost urgency. The scout departed with the command. Lin Han promptly convened his forces. Zhou Tsang, prepare provisions. lead 30,000 troops, and recruit 300,000 militiamen to proceed to Beiping County, while I and Su Huang head to Guangyang County to rendezvous with Cheng Yuanji. Understood. The army set forth, one contingent heading to Beiping County, while another advanced towards Guangyang County. Cheng Yuanji's mission was critical, as he might deliver heads to Zhang Fei and Guan Yu. Meanwhile, upon receiving Lin Han's orders to return, Cheng Yuanji paid no heed. The great chieftain. The divine envoy commands us to return to Guangyang, but to proceed further would be a defiance of military orders. Deng Mao expressed his concern, urging caution. The divine envoy is but a young boy, relying solely on the status of a favored disciple. How could such a youth comprehend the intricacies of warfare? Cheng Yuanji disdainfully responded, the divine envoy's command is but a trivial matter. Once we seize Zhujian, we shall deliberate further. Report to the great chieftain. 5,000 troops and 50,000 militiamen are challenging us at the front. How bold! A mere 5,000 dare to provoke us. Cheng Yuanji exclaimed, rising to his feet, and with Deng Mao, galloped forth to confront the challenger. I am Lu Xuande of Zhongshan, a traitor to the nation. Why do you not surrender? Liu Bei rode forth, his voice booming, capturing the attention of all. The players, upon recognizing Liu Bei, erupted in cheers, securing their confidence in the battle ahead. Cheng Yuanji, upon witnessing the appearance of Liu Bei with his large ears, was seized by an overwhelming fury. Deng Mao, fetch me the head of that large-eared scoundrel. The troops marched swiftly, reaching Guangyang after 2 days, only to find the city deserted. Lin Han, cursing Cheng Yuanji inwardly, ordered the troops to stabilize Jixin and dispatched messengers instructing Cheng Yuanji to return immediately. Before long, scouts returned with urgent news. Deputy General Deng Mao of Cheng Yuanji's forces had confronted the enemy and was slain by a spear thrust from a formidable warrior with a leopard head. Cheng Yuanji himself met his demise at the hands of a robust man with striking, phoenix-like eyes. Cheng Yuanji's forces scattered in disarray, abandoning their weapons and surrendering in droves. The righteous army of Cheng Yuanji faced utter defeat. I am Cheng Yuanji. Lin Han erupted in anger. Good words are wasted on this doomed fool. Orders were dispatched to restore order in Guangyang County and to rally the Yellow Turban forces there, summoning the remnants of Cheng Yuanji's troops to gather. Lin Han took command of Guangyang County. This battle had cost the Yuzhou Yellow Turban Army 50,000 soldiers, nearly resulting in the loss of Guangyang County itself. However, there was good news as well. Zhou Cong led an army of 30,000, recruiting 300,000 local militia, capturing 9 cities in Yubiping County, and advancing eastward to defeat the forces of Gongsun, taking Linyu, while Gongsun retreated to the western part of Liaoxi County. Half of the central 3 counties of Yuzhou now lay under Lin Han's control. Soon, scouts reported again, reporting to the esteemed envoy. Liu Yan has dispatched 5,000 troops and recruited 50,000 militia, joining forces with Zhou Jing and Lu Xuande, heading south to support the governor of Qingzhou, Gong Jing. Excellent news! Lin Han exclaimed. Gong Ming, lead the army to Zhujian and capture Liu Yan. Chapter 65. Marching south, Lin Han commanded an army of 50,000, recruiting 500,000 militia as they advanced southward to Zhujian. With Liu Bei and his brothers supporting Qingzhou, this presented a golden opportunity. Liu Yan lacked strong generals and likely did not anticipate that Lin Han would march south shortly after Cheng Yuanji's defeat. With 550,000 troops at his disposal, Lin Han harbored no expectations of the player militia, for due to game balance mechanics, their combat abilities were significantly inferior to those of the Yellow Turbans during the storyline, merely participating without the capacity to dictate the course of battle as he could. The player's inventory system was restricted, necessitating provisions. Yet the system had already inflated the existing supplies tenfold. Originally sufficient provisions would allow for the recruitment of 10 times the soldiers without issue. Within 3 days, Lin Han instructed Su Huang to seize Liangxiang and Yangxiang, pressing directly toward Zhuo County. Liu Yan, commanding 30,000 troops and recruiting 300,000 militia, took to the city walls in defense. Yellow Turban rebels, why do you not hastily surrender? With the army at the gates, Liu Yan climbed the city walls to shout at the Yellow Turban soldiers. Lin Han produced a simple ancestral amplifier, finding it far more comfortable than shouting hoarsely. The emperor is inept, and the people suffer. You treacherous ministers, who oppress the good and prey upon the common folk, dare to boast here? Why do you not quickly emerge from the city to surrender? You rebels, sharp-tongued yet cowardly, do you have the courage to face us in battle? How dare you speak such nonsense, cowardly turtle? Do you know the meaning of righteousness, integrity, and shame? Enraged, Liu Yan seethed. Clearly, the enemy was a rebel. Yet he found himself outmatched in verbal sparring. "Lord Liu, allow me to take the field," a general beside him exclaimed. "Wu Yi, do not act rashly." Wu Yi. Being his brother-in-law, Liu Yin naturally urged him to refrain. "What fear do I have of mere brigands and fools?" Wu Yi declared proudly, previously. That fool Liu Bei led 5,000 troops to vanquish the hundreds of thousands of yellow turban bandits. The yellow turbans are but a disarrayed mob. Am I truly inferior to those three fools? Liu Yin pondered for a moment and nodded, saying, "You must exercise caution. If you find yourself outmatched, retreat swiftly. Do not linger in battle. Should anything happen, I cannot explain it to my lady. Open the city gates." Wu Yi exited the city. "My lord, I am here," Su Huang said, wielding his long axe, advancing to confront the enemy. "Rogue, prepare to meet your end. You unworthy wretches dare to boast." The two engaged fiercely. The battlefield a tempest of dust and chaos. The system activated certain settings of the cultivation world, amplifying the general's power tenfold, resulting in a visually stunning combat experience. In less than 5 exchanges, Wu Yi was decapitated by Su Huang's axe. The morale of the Yellow Turban army surged, their cries echoing through the heavens. While Liu Yan's forces trembled in fear, Liu Yan seethed with uncontainable rage, yet dared not leave the city. Wu Yi was his brother-in-law, and now, with his demise, Liu Yan was consumed by fury. "My lord, morale is on our side," Su Huang proclaimed, returning with Wu Yi's head, offering counsel. "Very well. Sound the drums and commence the siege," Lin Han commanded. The drums resounded, shaking the earth and igniting the soldiers' wrath, their morale reaching its zenith. With 550,000 troops, they surged forward like a stampede, unstoppable. "Kill!" The battle cries reverberated through the air. Wherever the soldiers advanced, a miasma of death lingered. Beneath the walls of Zhuo County, corpses lay strewn across the ground, blood soaking the earth. As night fell, Zhuo County fell. Liu Yan led 10,000 troops in a desperate breakout, while the Yellow Turban forces celebrated their victory. Both sides suffered heavy casualties. Many players found their participation in the Yellow Turban Rebellion abruptly concluded. With Zhuo County secured, Su Huang, seizing the moment. "You shall lead the campaign to pacify the cities of Zhuo Commandery and safeguard the northern regions of Jizhou." Understood. The following day, Su Huang set forth with his troops. Since the onset of the Yellow Turban Rebellion, accolades of war have continuously amassed upon Lin Han. Now, Lin Han's military achievements soared to over 4 million, firmly placing him at the pinnacle of the merit list, outstripping the second place by a staggering 4 million. Indeed, it has hardly been long since the conflict began, and Lin Han's accomplishments have already reached such heights. How has he ascended to the position of divine envoy? Surely, there must be some form of deceit? The overall commander of the Yellow Turbans, he is now unjustly celebrated as the top of the merit list. The Yellow Turban forces have proven far more formidable than historical accounts suggest, with Jingzhou and Yangzhou advancing with remarkable momentum. The armies of Jiulu and Guangzhou have achieved astounding results. Players commanding the divine envoy are, from the outset, engaging in unfair practices. "Curse it, I was but a pawn." Entering the battlefield without claiming a single life, only to be struck down by an arrow. I too share the same fate. Me as well. Discussions surrounding the Yellow Turban Rebellion surged to the forefront of the forum, with Lin Han as the divine envoy of the Yellow Turbans. Their assault shifted dramatically from the outset, with objectives clearly defined. Liu Yan suffered defeat, Zhuo County fell, and much of Yuzhou succumbed to the Yellow Turbans. The city of Wan and Jingzhou has been breached. Qinzhou is in peril. The Yellow Turban forces have repelled the 3 brothers of Liu Bei, with Zhou Jing retreating, reportedly in search of Liu Yan, while Liu Bei remains unaccounted for. The Black Mountain Army is besieging Yi City. As Yangzhou, Kuaiji, and Wujuan fell, Jingzhou's Jiangxia succumbed as well. The Yellow Turban Army advanced northward under the command of Ma Yuani. Remarkably, Ma Yuani was still alive. With the fall of Yongchuan and Yuzhou, the imperial forces retreated to Changsha. A plethora of intelligence reports were consolidated in forums. However, those who registered to partake in the Yellow Turban Rebellion found themselves unable to access the forum and view the specific developments. Even if they learned through offline friends, they could not relay the information to the system's commander due to system restrictions. Meanwhile, scouts reported that Su Huang had successfully besieged Fanyang and Bixingqing, causing the county magistrate of Fangqing to flee and surrender without a fight. Lin Han decisively routed the militia of the Eastern Han camp, capturing various counties and firmly establishing control over Zhuojuan. With 3 major cities breached, the pacification of Zhuojuan was complete. Although the Yellow Turban Rebellion commenced merely a month ago, the Eastern Han territories comprised of 28 counties were in distress, as the Yellow Turban Army surged forward with unstoppable momentum, instilling fear in Luoyang. Yet, the battles fought by the Yellow Turban forces were not without their challenges. The Heishan Army, led by Zhang Youji, struggled to breach Yeqing despite their prolonged assault. While Lu Ji's military presence loomed menacingly, bolstered by the largest number of players, posing a threat of encirclement at Yulu. Orders were dispatched for Ma Yuani and Peng Tuo to lead their troops to support Yongchuan and rendezvous with Bo Kai to eliminate the garrison at Changsha. Zhang Mansheng was to hold the city defensively, remaining on standby. Zhang Rao directed his forces toward Bohai to seize Bohai County. Lin Han promptly devised a new strategy. Su Huang was to lead his army towards the states of Zhongshan and Changshan. Zhou Tsang would guard Yuzhou, confronting Gong Sunzan's forces. Lin Han himself would march south to capture Hejian. The states of Zhongshan, Changshan, and Hejian were situated at the confluence of northern Jizhou and Yuzhou. And by opening the 3 northern counties of Jizhou, the territory from north of Jilu to Yuzhou would be pacified, providing a retreat for the Yellow Turban forces. As Lin Han entered the northern region of Hejian, the system's notification echoed. A system prompt, partial attention players in Hejian, the Battle of Hejian is about to commence. Players who have not enlisted are urged to participate. The Yellow Turban camp will attack while the Eastern Han camp defends. Players confirmed to participate will be teleported to designated locations to await the battle's onset. System prompt, partial due to the overwhelming population in Hejian, which far exceeds historical extremes. The system has activated a temporary balance mechanism, inflating supplies tenfold. As Lin Han entered the northern part of Hejian, the system issued another alert. The city he aimed to capture was Minchi, and the next battle would undoubtedly take place there. Hejian was a fief of the nobility, the birthplace of Emperor Ling of Han, with limited military strength. Lin Han even speculated that historically, the downfall of Qing Yuanji and Zhuojuan had prevented the conquest of territories north of Jiulu, leaving them besieged. Now, he aimed to alter the course of history by taking control of Zhuojuan, Hejian, Changshan, and Zhongshan, thereby intimidating Bohai County and securing the northern regions. Chapter 66. Defeated War God Guild Leader, captured Zhang He. As Lin Han approached Minchi, the city gates remained firmly shut. On the walls stood the county magistrate and the defending troops, alongside numerous participating players. You ruffians within, swiftly open the gates and surrender. Lin Han commanded his accompanying guards to produce the ancestral loudspeaker and shouted towards the city gates. Upon hearing this, the county magistrate atop the city wall was infuriated. How dare these rebels make such a ruckus here? Utterly shameless. The magistrate of Kashian was nearly pointing his finger at Lin Han in outrage. A rebel. Audacious enough to speak so boldly. The inept ruler and corrupt officials have led to the demise of the heavens, and the Han dynasty is nearing its end. A change of dynasty is merely a natural occurrence. Was not Liu Bang also a rebel when he overthrew the Qin and Chu? Lin Han declared. Do not speak such nonsense. The magistrate of Kashian roared, his fury palpable. The founder of the Han dynasty destroyed the Qin and Chu due to their tyranny. Now, with the emperor's incompetence, allowing the eunuchs to be greedy and exploit the common folk, imposing heavy taxes, and leaving the land littered with the dead, is that not tyranny? You rebellious scoundrels, your sharp tongues are infuriating. The magistrate thundered. Old man, do not let your anger get the better of you. Dying by my hand is far more advantageous than dying of rage, Lin Han retorted. Engaging the magistrate in argument before commanding the drums to be beaten and ordering the entire army to attack, this dilapidated county could not hold out much longer. The morale of the Yellow Turban soldiers was soaring. As long as the command was not flawed, breaching the city was inevitable. Within an hour, the city fell. Lin Han led his troops, charging boldly inside. The gleaming light of the Qing Kuei reflecting off the snow was mesmerizing, swirling amidst the blood mist, exuding an overwhelming aura. Advancing without any hindrance. On the battlefield, Lin Han burst forth like a descending demon. He was the divine envoy of the Yellow Turbans. Killing him would yield 8 million merit points. Players within Kashian, upon seeing Lin Han, surged towards him like starving wolves eyeing their prey. A rare opportunity. If they could slay Lin Han, millions of merit points awaited, along with rewards from the court. Come forth. Lin Han remained unfazed, releasing his full momentum and fighting with abandon. As the Yellow Turban narrative commenced, the balance system granted him tenfold combat power. Never before had he fought unrestricted. In that moment, the prowess of a top-tier general was fully unleashed. Merely his aura was enough to disperse the surrounding players. A sweeping strike against the incoming players, already diminished by the system's balance, rendered them incapable of standing against him, resulting in countless casualties. Exhilarating. Lin Han, drenched in blood, broke into a broad smile. It had been long since he experienced such unrestrained slaughter. Killing was as effortless as slaying chickens. Suddenly, a player appeared ahead, clad in a black robe with golden trim. Hair tied up, handsome yet cold. Quite formidable, the newcomer spoke with calm composure. "Who are you?" Lin Han inquired coldly. "I am the president of the War God Guild." War God Xiaozhan. The president of the War God Guild? Lin Han suddenly recalled that the guild leaders had their strength balanced at a tenfold level, meaning that Xiaozhan before him possessed the same original tenfold combat power. No wonder he was confident enough to challenge him. A leader of a super guild held enough confidence in his own strength. "Do you seek battle?" Lin Han asked. "And what of it?" "The head of the Divine Envoy is worth 8 million merit points. It could even grant me entry into the court's bureaucratic system. Your head is quite valuable. By obtaining it, your fortune will become mine, aiding my rise to prominence." Xiaozhan fixated on Lin Han. "My head is here. Whether you can take it depends on your capability." Lin Han's aura transformed dramatically, unleashing his full momentum. His ever-increasing energy caused Xiaozhan's expression to shift drastically. "How can you be so strong? Otherwise, what do you think qualifies me to be a divine envoy?" Lin Han ceased his idle chatter, brandishing his spear and lunging forward, aiming for Xiaozhan's throat. "I am no less formidable," Xiaozhan proclaimed as the divine warrior's body awakened, his aura becoming feral. His black attire billowed as he parried with a long sword, deflecting the spear's tip against the blade, the tremendous force pushing him back 3 steps, his complexion paling. Once more, having suffered an unexpected setback, Xiaozhan struck again. The sword light radiated, forming a barrier on the battlefield, wreaking havoc upon all who dared approach, leaving them wounded by the sword's aura. Lin Han felt a surge of exhilaration upon encountering such a powerful adversary for the first time. Thunder Spear. Lin Han's techniques surged forth, coalescing upon the Qing Kuei Ing Shui spear, producing a cacophony of thunderous sounds that illuminated the surroundings. Sword of the 8 Desolations. Xiaozhan did not yield, unleashing a wild aura that pressed down upon Lin Han. The clash of sword energy and the thunderous spear resounded throughout the city. As the dust settled, Lin Han remained unscathed, while Xiaozhan's hair had become disheveled, appearing somewhat disordered. "Is that all you are capable of?" Lin Han scoffed. "That is but a fraction of my prowess. I must concede, you are indeed strong, but it is insufficient to challenge me," Xiaozhan replied with confidence. "Is that so? Allow me to test that theory." Lin Han's aura shifted once more. Divine Punishment Body activated. Devour activated. Emperor's Eye activated. Imperial Aura activated. The surrounding bloodlust and killing intent converged upon Lin Han, his aura surging dramatically. The Divine Punishment Body, shackled by the chains of celestial retribution, amplified his physical strength manifold, while his vitality boiled. Under the influence of Devour, the atmospheric energy swirled towards him. Beneath the oppressive imperial aura, Xiaozhan's expression shifted dramatically. He distinctly felt his own momentum being inexplicably suppressed, a sense of trepidation washing over him in the face of Lin Han's might. How can he be this strong? Lin Han's eyes locked onto Xiaozhan. "Today, your Yellow Turban Rebellion quest concludes here." In the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. The two clashed anew amidst the swirling sands and stones. After 10 exchanges, the president of the War God Guild was pierced through the chest by the spear, collapsing into a pool of blood, signifying the end of this Yellow Turban Rebellion endeavor. "The president has been slain? How could this be? Wasn't he a top-tier general?" murmured the onlookers in disbelief. He activated skills to reach an extraordinary level. How did he fall so swiftly? This Lin Han must possess the caliber of a top-tier general, judging by his aura and the activation of skills to an exceptional degree. "We must flee. The Yellow Turban soldiers are advancing." The members of the War God Guild, witnessing Xiaozhan's defeat, dared not approach further. With their guild's strongest leader vanquished in mere moments, bolstered by tenfold combat power, any attempt to engage would be tantamount to offering a victory on a silver platter. The defeat of the War God Guild's president. Who exactly is this divine envoy of the Yellow Turbans? Lin Han, the divine envoy of the Yellow Turbans, suspected to possess the strength of a top-tier general. With the War God Guild's defeat, the Yellow Turban army has seized Hejian and Maxian. Xiaozhan was unable to withstand Lin Han's prowess for 10 exchanges. In a single battle, it became one of the focal points on the Dynasty forum. The president of the War God Guild, a figure of top-tier general caliber, had activated skills to reach an extraordinary level yet could not withstand Lin Han for 10 exchanges. The true extent of Lin Han's might remained a mystery to all. A tempest of controversy erupted within the forum, unbeknownst to Lin Han. Shortly after concluding his battle, a commotion arose in the fray ahead. There, a rugged man with a coarse beard fiercely clashed with the yellow turbans, who, despite their numbers in the hundreds, dared not advance. "Make way," Lin Han commanded, brandishing his spear as he strode through the parted crowd to confront the man. Judging by his demeanor, he was no ordinary individual, likely a historical general rather than a mere player. Yet, his attire suggested he held a rank akin to a 1,000-man commander or a deputy leader. "Who are you?" Lin Han demanded. "I am Zhang He, Zhang Junyi. Prepare to meet your end," Zhang He bellowed, thrusting his spear towards Lin Han. Zhang He? One of the 5 elite generals? A formidable warrior. Lin Han's heart surged with exhilaration, yet now was not the time for joy. Capturing Zhang He would be the most significant gain from the Battle of Mengqing. The ambitions of Cao Cao were to be thoroughly exploited. Clang. Lin Han deflected Zhang He's thrust and pressed forward. Activating his powers, Body of Divine Punishment, Imperial Aura, Devour, Emperor's Eye, his presence transformed, emanating an air of authority. "Come forth." Zhang He roared, his own aura intensifying. After 20 exchanges, their immediate vicinity was devoid of life, the ground marred and devastated. After 40 exchanges, Zhang He remained steadfast but was grievously wounded, while Lin Han bore his own share of injuries. By the 70th exchange, Zhang He, exhausted, left an opening, and Lin Han seized the moment to disarm him, pointing his spear at his throat. The battle concluded. Both men gasped for breath, their bodies marred with scars. Lin Han had successfully captured his first superlative general through sheer force. "Bring him forth and bind him," Lin Han commanded. The surrounding yellow turbans surged forward, subduing Zhang He and hastily securing him in chains, finally at ease. "Take him away, keep a close watch. He shall be of great use to me in the future. Do not mistreat him." Understood, the yellow turban soldiers acknowledged, not daring to delay. The Battle of Mengqing had ended with the county magistrate and captain slain, 2,000 soldiers captured, while the remaining players scattered like birds. Lin Han's achievements on the merit list now soared to over 8 million, far surpassing the second-place Mythical Alliance president, Mythical Bloodsong, who had merely accumulated over 500,000. There was no comparison. The most significant prize of the Battle of Mengqing was Zhang He. Gold, silver, and provisions were secondary. The 5 elite generals were far more precious than any material wealth. At present, Zhang He was merely involved in suppressing the yellow turbans and had yet to gain notoriety. Thus, fortune favored Lin Han. Chapter 67. Zhang He subdued. Zhang Niujiao falls. In the magistrate's office of Meng County, Lin Han surveyed the formidable Zhang He standing before him. Initially, he had perceived the assault on Meng County as a routine engagement that would unfold smoothly without unexpected complications. The Hejian kingdom was not particularly powerful compared to the surrounding prefectures. However, to his astonishment, he had encountered unexpected gains. First, the presence of Xiaozhan, the president of the War God Guild, which showcased the pinnacle of player combat prowess, and now, the appearance of Zhang He. This was indeed a rare talent. A capable general who had followed Cao Cao in his quest for dominion, with the likes of Dian Wei, Jia Su, and Su Huang preceding him, and now Zhang He. Lin Han had effectively exhausted Cao Cao's reservoir of elite commanders. At their next meeting, he intended to treat Cao Cao to a couple of drinks, as a token of the fleeting guilt that lingered in his heart. "Junyi, I am one who appreciates talent. Will you not follow me?" he asked. "You are but a yellow turban rebel," Zhang He retorted with a cold snort. "Rebel? Junyi, you must see that the court is filled with corrupt and brutal individuals. Where is the one who serves the nation and its people?" Lin Han had already steeled himself for this conversation, as he was now a divine envoy of the Yellow Turban Army. "That is merely your excuse." "An excuse? Junyi, during times of great drought and plague, what action has the court taken? The emperor is still in the Western Garden, entertaining himself with dog fights and raising donkeys. In this time of calamity, which official has provided relief? Were it not for the court's tyranny, why would so many commoners rise in rebellion?" Zhang He fell silent, unable to counter. "Junyi, when officials oppress the people have no choice but to revolt. If one could enjoy a warm meal, who would willingly take up arms, risking the annihilation of their entire family to rebel?" Zhang He's thoughts wavered. He was not a foolhardy loyalist. He had witnessed the injustices faced by the people over the years, yet felt powerless to change their fate. Lin Han's words compelled him to reflect on the court's actions throughout the years. "Junyi, ponder this well. I value your martial talent. It would be a pity for it to perish untimely. Lin Han waved his hand, signaling for Zhang He to be taken away. Zhang He was a rare military general, renowned not for brute strength but for his leadership and tactical prowess. It was precisely for this reason that he had fallen short in their duel. The 5 great generals were all capable commanders, adept at leading troops into battle, and Lin Han did not wish to miss out on this opportunity. If Zhang He did not surrender now, he could take his time. If necessary, he would sell him to the esteemed Xiaohan Ge, ensuring that Zhang He would not escape. With the capture of Meixian, the next targets were the cities of Gaoyang and Wuheng. The resistance in these 2 cities was not as formidable as that in Meixian, with insufficient troops and no commander, coupled with the morale boost from the previous victory. Lin Han could easily seize them. Thus, a significant portion of the Hejian kingdom would fall under his control. Report from the Divine Envoy. News from the Bohai military. During Lin Han's arrangements for the Hejian kingdom, a military scout returned with updates. The commander of Qingzhou, Guanhai, led his troops into Beihai, where Kong Rong resisted but was defeated and besieged in Dukang. Kong Rong sent envoys to Pingyuan for aid, but Guanhai was repelled by the reinforcements led by Liu Bei. Lin Han raised an eyebrow. Once again, it was the 3 brothers of Liu Bei. Liu Yan had dispatched them to Qingzhou to support Gongjing, and after being repelled, they now sought to aid Kong Rong. He ordered General Zhang Rao to lead troops to reinforce Guanhai and further commanded the Hejian generals to prepare their forces to march into Anping. The kingdom of Heqing had been captured by Zhang Rao at the onset of the rebellion, and once Anping was taken, the right flank of Jiulu would remain secure. They awaited the pacification of Zhongshan and Changshan, ensuring that the northern regions of Jizhou would connect to Yuzhou and Bingzhou, providing a route for retreat and a means for offensive action. Lin Han would then guard the right flank of Jiulu and its northern front. Report from the Divine Envoy. Zhang, he has a message for you. A messenger informed Lin Han. While contemplating his next move, Lin Han raised an eyebrow. Relay the message. Shortly thereafter, Zhang He, escorted by yellow-turbaned soldiers, entered the encampment. At this moment, Zhang He appeared no different from when he had been captured, though there was a newfound composure in his demeanor. Divine Envoy, I wish to surrender, Zhang He stated, clasping his fists in salute. System prompt. Zhang He is willing to follow you. Do you agree? Agreed. Lin Han responded without hesitation, slamming the table and exclaiming with delight. During this time, he had indeed worked hard to persuade Zhang He, and now that Zhang He was willing to surrender, he felt naturally pleased. Zhang He was adept in military strategy, skilled in setting up camps and formations, possessing an acute ability to assess situations, and proficient in utilizing terrain tactics. His command over troops and mastery of military formations marked him as a true leader. In the Battle of Jieding, he decisively defeated Ma Su, leading to Zhuge Liang's northern expedition ending in failure and forcing a retreat. Subsequently, due to Sima Yi's impatience to defeat Zhuge Liang and his disregard for Zhang He's counsel, he ordered Zhang He to pursue Zhuge Liang's troops, ultimately falling into an ambush and meeting a tragic end. Although Zhang He's profile was not visible at present, among the renowned 5 generals, even Zhuge Liang held him in high regard, placing his military prowess undoubtedly among the top 3. In a time when talents were scarce, Zhang He's emergence was undoubtedly a timely relief. Jun Yi, you shall henceforth be at my side, serving as my right hand, Lin Han declared, helping Zhang He to his feet and ordering his shackles removed. My lord, are you not concerned about his feigned surrender? Zhang He inquired, puzzled. One does not suspect those one employs, nor does one doubt those they trust. The name Jun Yi signifies a virtuous talent, having chosen you to accompany me. I shall not harbor doubts, Lin Han replied solemnly. He is wise, Zhang He acknowledged, bowing to Lin Han. The reason Zhang He chose to follow the Lord was due to his character. While other yellow turban leaders invaded towns, allowing their subordinates to pillage and kill, the Lord commanded his troops to spare the common folk. Zhang He admired this. Regardless of whether the Lord's endeavors succeeded or failed, he remained a man of great righteousness. If successful, it would be a blessing for the people. If not, Zhang He would merely face death. Jun Yi understands me well. The Yellow Turban Army largely emerged from the ranks of bandits, mixed with refugees and grassroots heroes, leading to a chaotic assembly. Some leaders, seeing my youth, were reluctant to obey my commands, which left me helpless. However, under my governance, no one shall bully the weak. Accepting Zhang He into his ranks brought Lin Han immense joy, even greater than conquering a city. Within half a month, Lin Han directed his troops from Hejian to Anping. With Zhang He joining, Lin Han felt as though he had gained wings, advancing with unstoppable momentum. Zhang He gradually showcased his formidable leadership abilities in battle, earning widespread admiration. Initially, others in the yellow turban ranks were wary of Zhang He, the surrendered general, but these doubts were soon dispelled. Shortly after conquering Anping, good news arrived from Su Huang, reporting that Zhongshan and Changshan had been pacified. Besides Bohai County, all other 3 counties in northern Jizhou had fallen under Lin Han's control. At this juncture, a new military report arrived. To the Divine Messenger, from Beihai, General Zhang Rao leads 200,000 troops from Jizhou, recruiting 1 million militia to aid Beihai, defeating Kong Rong, who retreated in disarray. Before Lin Han could rejoice, a second military report followed. To the Divine Messenger, General Zhang Youjiao of Heishan was struck by a stray arrow and perished while attacking Yingtiao. His name was honored by General Chu Fian, who was deeply moved and publicly renamed Zhang Yan. Upon hearing the battle report, Lin Han's expression darkened immediately. Did I not order Zhang Youjiao to take Yeqing? Why did he go to Yingtiao instead? What of Yeqing? Yi City is under the control of the forces commanded by Lu Ji. After the retreat of General Heishan, Lu Ji's army has advanced northward to Guangping, directly threatening Jiulu. The scouts report with urgency. These wretches refuse to heed commands and arrangements. Lin Han's countenance darkens. Although the Yellow Turban Army is currently fierce, ultimately they are a disunited front. Once Zhang Jiao is gone, there will be nothing but a scattered mass. What of Zhang Xing? The great commander Zhang Xing is stationed in Wuhan, and Zhang Youjiao has retreated, abandoning the siege of Yi City. Without receiving a divine edict from the deity, Commander Zhang Sheng remains in Weijun, defending Wuhan. Hearing that Zhang Sheng has not departed, Lin Han's spirits lift slightly. The Heishan army, comprising 1 million troops, cannot capture even Yi City, while their leader falls victim to a stray arrow in a minor skirmish. This Zhang Youjiao is truly inept. Now, the vast Heishan army is entirely under the command of Chu Fian, who wields considerable influence among the Yellow Turban forces. Zhang He, you lead the troops of Hejian and Anping, always prepared to support other regions. I shall proceed to Jiulu. Lin Han entrusts the military command to Zhang He. My lord, this is unwise, Zhang He protests, his eyes reddening upon receiving the military token. He is but a newly surrendered general, now suddenly elevated to a commanding position. Such trust is monumental. There is nothing inappropriate. Jin Yi possesses the talents of a great general and should not be obscured by dust. I have witnessed your military acumen these days. Go forth and act freely. Lin Han pats Zhang He's shoulder. Yes, my lord, Zhang He solemnly replies. Convey orders to General Zhang Rao to lead troops along with Guan Hai into Huqing, advancing to Jiulu for support. Further, relay the command to Su Huang to drive the troops from Changshan through Zhao to Guangyan. I intend to break the siege on Lu Ji. Once the scouts relay the orders, Lin Han dons his armor and leads 30,000 troops toward Jiulu. Chu Fian, being a self-preserving strategist, possesses limited military capability, and the Heishan army is one of the mainstays of the Yellow Turban forces. It must not fall under his control. He needs to reach Jiulu and assume command of the Heishan army. Even if he cannot take full control, he must secure a portion of it. Otherwise, future battles will be arduous, and his prior arrangements will amount to naught. Chapter 68. Dividing the military authority of the Heishan army. The failure of the Yellow Turban Rebellion is partly attributed to the selfish interests of the various commanders, who were unwilling to lend aid to one another. When the imperial forces besieged Jiulu, the Heishan army, numbering millions, stood by idly, watching Jiulu come under attack. Chu Fian is no benevolent figure. During Cao Cao's assault, he surrendered the entire Heishan army to Cao Cao in exchange for the title of General of the Pacified North and the Marquis of Anghua. Initially, he had Zhang Baiqi bring back the blood-drinking white cavalry from the Daxia kingdom to serve as Zhang Youjiao's deputy, intending to have a successor in case Zhang Youjiao encountered misfortune. Instead, Zhang Youjiao acted independently, transferring his subordinates entirely under Chu Fian's command. At this rate, the defense of Jiulu's left flank becomes mere rhetoric, and his previous plans dissolve into nothingness. Upon entering Jiulu County, Lin Han hastens to Jiulu City without pause. Although Yingtiao lies nearby, he refrains from visiting, as he needs first to see Zhang Jiao. Zhang Jiao remains seated within the confines of the Taiping Dao, overseeing the military affairs of Jiulu County, which are commanded by Zhang Bao and Zhang Liang, who are currently resisting Lu Ji's forces in Guangping. Upon Lin Han's arrival, a faint smile graces Zhang Jiao's face, though he coughs several times, his health seemingly deteriorating further. Master, is your health concerning? Lin Han inquires with worry. As a master who has delved too deeply into the mysteries of heaven, I have been met with the backlash of the heavenly principle, leaving my body nearly extinguished. Lin Han remained silent. Zhang Jiao's health had evidently deteriorated significantly. According to the historical narrative, Zhang Jiao was destined to pass away in September. This premise is unlikely to change. The Yellow Turban Army is fated to face defeat, and Zhang Jiao will inevitably find himself at the end of his strength, rendering the Yellow Turban Army a mere disarray. Regardless of the battlefield circumstances at that time, the combat efficacy of the Yellow Turban Army would undoubtedly wane. Birth, aging, illness, and death are the inevitable cycles of life, warranting little excessive concern. Zhang Jiao chuckled lightly and remarked, I have heard of your successful endeavors in the northern campaigns. The situation appears to be steadily progressing under your commendable command. Master, the northern region of Jizhou is essentially pacified, yet there lies a hidden danger, Lin Han responded. What danger? Zhang Niuzhou disregards my strategies and has abandoned the siege of Yi City, allowing Lu Ji's forces to advance northward unimpeded, reaching Guangping. He leads Chu Fian and others to attacking Tiao, but tragically, he has fallen to an arrow. He has taken it upon himself to transfer command of the Black Mountain Army to Chu Fian. The Black Mountain Army, stationed on the left flank of Julu, has now lost its position. Lu Ji presses forward, threatening the very heart of Julu. Chu Fian lacks the necessary capability and disregards military orders. He is ambitious for fame, and should the court offer him accolades, he may very well surrender with his troops, presenting a significant threat. I am already aware of Zhang Niuzhou's situation. Did you come here solely for this matter? What are your plans? Zhang Jiao coughed a few times, his complexion paling slightly. The Black Mountain Army is one of the principal forces of the Yellow Turban rebels and must be restructured. How shall we restructure it? The Black Mountain Army can be divided into 4 divisions, with one division led by Chu Fian himself. We shall not divide the command amongst ourselves to avoid discord. Zhang Niuzhou's portion can be allocated to Yudu, Zhang Baiqi, and myself. Some commanders within the Black Mountain Army do not heed my orders, which is why I have come seeking your directive. Very well. Zhang Jiao nodded in agreement, instructing a young Taoist to bring forth ink and brush. Following Lin Han's arrangements, the commanders Sun Xin, Wang Dang, and Du Chong would be under Chu Fian's leadership. The divisions of Bai Rao would be commanded by Yudu, while Sui Gu would fall under Zhang Baiqi's command, and Tao Sheng's troops would be led by Lin Han. Once the arrangements were complete, Zhang Jiao entrusted the edict to Lin Han. Master, please send someone to deliver this to Ying Tiao. Lin Han returned the edict to Zhang Jiao, saying, I cannot personally deliver the edict, lest Chu Fian perceive it as an attempt to usurp power. Let the edict arrive first, and I shall follow, thus legitimizing my presence. Agreed. Zhang Jiao summoned a messenger and handed the edict to him, instructing him to ride swiftly to Ying Tiao and publicly announce its contents. Master, do take care of your health. With the northern front stabilizing, even if Julu falls, we shall have a retreat to the north. Leave the command of the troops to me, Lin Han asserted. Indeed, my good disciple, Zhang Jiao replied with a smile, nodding, you may proceed with confidence. Very well. Lin Han remained at the Taiping Taoist temple for a day and, on the following day, donned his armor and led his troops toward Yingtiao. The matter concerning the Black Mountain Army must be managed to minimize its repercussions. The Black Mountain Army, after Zhang Jiao's demise, would surrender to Cao Cao. But during the Yellow Turban Rebellion, only figures like Yudu and Sui Gu had made significant contributions. Chu Fian's actions were limited to nominal support during the campaign against Dongshuo, yielding no substantial achievements. Subsequently, he assisted Gong Sanzan, only to be defeated by Yuan Shao. Throughout the Yellow Turban Rebellion, Chu Fian remained a mere observer, failing to provide any military aid to Julu. At last, surrendering to Cao Cao, he exchanged 1,000,000 troops for titles and accolades. After 2 days, they arrived at Yingtao. Lin Han observed the devastation within Yingtao, a site marked by desolation, having been ravaged by fire and pillage. He surmised that Zhang Niuzhou's demise had incited the Yellow Turbans to unleash their wrath upon the city in an unrestrained manner. Ultimately, Zhang Niuzhou's faction was merely a band of mountain bandits, lacking the authentic teachings of the Taiping Tao that the Zhang brothers commanded over their Yellow Turban army. Chu Fian and others were present at the magistrate's office in Yingtao, awaiting Lin Han's arrival. Among them, Chu Fian appeared troubled, evidently having received an edict from Julu. Upon Lin Han's entrance, he offered a feeble salute, his demeanor lacking the respect customary for such occasions, instead coming across as perfunctory. The other commanders under Chu Fian exhibited similar attitudes. Deeply moved by the favors received from Zhang Nyojiao, Chu Fian had even changed his name to Zhang Yan. Now, however, an edict from Zhang Jiao had significantly diminished those benefits. Originally, the entire Black Mountain army had come under his command, but due to Zhang Jiao's decree, it was now divided into 4 factions. I am fully aware of the situation at Julu. My master foresaw the difficulties in the battle at Yi City, where Zhang Nyojiao unfortunately met his end in Yingtao. Presently, Lu Ji's forces are advancing on Guanping, threatening Julu directly, prompting my master to dispatch me here to oversee military affairs. Has everyone received my master's edict? Lin Han inquired knowingly. We have received it, Yu replied. Excellent. My master has made arrangements. The situation in Julu is urgent. We cannot linger. Sui Gu, you shall lead your troops through Zhao to support Su Huang and Guanyin. I will command Tao Xing's division back to Julu to aid Guanping. You will take your forces through Zhao to Wuhan and rendezvous with Zhang Zheng to launch a surprise attack on Yi City, severing the enemy's retreat. Chu Fian, you will command your troops to Shandong, garrison at Changzi to intimidate the Sili, ensuring the imperial forces remain cautious. Yu accepted his orders. Despite their dissatisfaction with Lin Han, Chu Fian and the others begrudgingly acknowledged his capabilities. Under Lin Han's command, the northern regions of Jizhou and Yuzhou had entirely fallen into the hands of the Yellow Turban rebels. Though young, Lin Han exhibited remarkable prowess in military strategy. Sui Gu and Bai Rao exchanged furtive glances at Chu Fian before departing to fulfill their orders. The remaining Tao Xing, the timid and rebellious youth, obediently followed Lin Han without uttering a word. In just half a day, the Black Mountain army had lost half its strength. Chu Fian's countenance darkened ominously. Their assault on Yi City had faltered, and the great general of the Black Mountain army, Zhang Nyojiao, had perished in a mere county. With Zhang Jiao seeking to diminish their power, even if they harbored grievances, they could only swallow their discontent. Lin Han commanded the troops southward to reinforce Guanping. News from Ma Yuani indicated that the forces from Yangzhou and Jingzhou had converged in Nanyang, and he had successfully united with Zhang Manqing at Wanqing. Meanwhile, the southern forces of Sili were gathering, posing a threat to Luoyang, likely causing the court to be in a state of disarray. Chapter 69, Garrisoning Troops Against Lu Ji. Lin Han led 30,000 troops, accompanied by over 20,000 from Tao Xing's division, along with an additional 300,000 players, through Julu to support Guanping. The loss of Guanping, located at the gates of Julu, would signify a grave threat to the city itself. Upon Lin Han's arrival with his commanders at Guanping, fierce combat was already underway. Lu Ji's forces were robust and well fortified, bolstered by countless players rallying under his banner, placing immense pressure on Guanping. Upon witnessing the arrival of reinforcements for the Yellow Turbans, Lu Ji's army immediately sounded the retreat, withdrawing 10 miles. Lin Han successfully entered the city of Guanping. Master Uncle, what is the state of the battle? Lin Han inquired upon encountering Zhang Bao and Zhang Liang. Not favorable. Lu Ji's forces are numerous and formidable in combat capability. The main strength comprises elite troops from the frontier, while our Yellow Turban fighters possess limited battle experience. Sustained only by our faith, Zhang Liang sighed. Had you not arrived, we would have had no choice but to abandon Guanping and retreat to Julu. Lu Ji's army advanced relentlessly, a consequence of the Black Mountain army's inaction. Now that the Black Mountain forces have been divided, I have devised alternative strategies. If Guanping cannot be held, retreating to Julu is also acceptable. Lin Han ascended the city walls, gazing at the distant troops. The advance of Lu Ji's army was menacing. With a multitude of soldiers under his command, Lu Ji himself, a renowned historical general, would undoubtedly pose a significant challenge to withstand. With reinforcements arriving, Lu Ji refrained from launching an immediate assault, instead seeking information about the nature of the reinforcements. Upon learning that they were led by Lin Han, the divine envoy of the Yellow Turbans, Lu Ji was compelled to re-evaluate the situation. The emergence of Lin Han brought a fleeting stalemate to Guanping. 2 days later, Lin Han received a notification from the system. Attention players in Jizhou, Julu County. The Battle of Guanping is about to commence. Players yet to join the army are encouraged to participate. The Eastern Han faction will attack, while the Yellow Turban faction will defend. Players confirmed to participate from Julu County will be teleported to designated locations to await the battle's onset. Lu Ji's grand army mobilized to launch their attack. As anticipated, scouts quickly reported that Lu Ji's forces were on the march towards Guanping, with the inclusion of players. The total number of participants in this battle surged to a staggering 8 million, with 6 million on the offensive and merely 2.5 million defending. A substantial disparity. The battle drums resounded, and the cries of war echoed. The overwhelming aura of slaughter accompanied the advancing army, shaking the heavens and earth. A sight most terrifying. At the moment of collision, a mist of blood rose from the forefront, enveloping the battlefield. Even if the city were to expand tenfold, the scene of countless warriors would still be astonishing. Arrows rained down like stars, and spears were drenched in blood. Here, life was as fragile as straw. From day to dusk, the carnage ensued for 3 hours. Beneath the city walls, corpses piled high, rivers of blood flowed. Lin Han, atop the walls, was left with naught but his eyes visible, the rest of his body caked in grime and blood, his armor dripping with the remnants of battle. Save for the gleaming Qing Kuei Ing Shui spear. In this fierce clash, the enemy was repelled. Within the city, the advantageous position incurred a loss of 600,000 troops, while Lu Ji's army suffered a loss of 1.5 million. As the battlefield quieted, only the multitude of bodies remained, smoke lingering in the air, accompanied by the distant cawing of crows. On the city walls, all were rendered numb. Lin Han gazed down at the corpses stacked to the edge of the walls, momentarily silent, his gaze lifting to the desolate scene beneath the setting sun. It was as if the world let out a sigh, stirring something within Lin Han as he sat cross-legged atop the walls. The terrifying atmosphere of slaughter on the battlefield surged towards him, enveloping him, forming a tangible aura of malevolence. Not until the sun dipped below the horizon, revealing a tapestry of stars, did Lin Han rise. The following day, Lu Ji's forces renewed their offensive, engaging in fierce combat for an entire day. In this encounter, Lu Ji's army lost 170,000 troops, while the Yellow Turbans suffered 80,000 casualties, the damage to the city walls and weaponry escalating. Leaving Guangping, Lin Han ordered a strategic retreat to Jiulu. Following the recent skirmish, the walls of Guangping had suffered considerable damage, rendering it incapable of withstanding another fierce battle. Failure to depart now would complicate matters further should the city fall. That night, at the hour of the rat, Lin Han led his troops in an orderly retreat towards Jiulu, deploying 10,000 soldiers in ambush behind to guard against any pursuing forces from Lu Ji. By dawn, the once bustling city of Guangping lay deserted. The main force of the Yellow Turbans, numbering 100,000, along with over 1 million militia players, had all retreated to Jiulu, leaving an empty city for Lu Ji. Orders were dispatched for Buxi and Zhangbo to rendezvous with Wang Du and Dong Jun, while Zhang Rao marched into Guangzhou to threaten Lu Ji's flank. Further commands were given to Zhang He to lead the troops of Anping to garrison in Jing County. Meanwhile, the forces under Bo Kai and Ing Chuan were instructed to abandon their siege against Huang Fuzong and Zhu Jun, heading south to join Ma Yuan's army. Upon reaching Jiulu, Lin Han swiftly devised a new strategy, as Lu Ji's forces had breached their defenses and were advancing northward, a disconcerting development. He was determined to avoid repeating the mistakes of history. After establishing his plans, Lin Han scrutinized the crude map, awaiting developments. The situation was urgent. It was now April, and if Bo Kai continued his assault on Huang Fuzong, he risked being defeated and executed. Bo Kai had successfully vanquished Huang Fuzong, Sun Jian, and Zhu Jun single-handedly, forcing them to retreat to Changxi. He displayed great potential, and Lin Han was keen to see him thrive, even contemplating training him further within the Daxia dynasty should the Yellow Turban uprising falter. As Lin Han anticipated, following Zhang Rao's deployment of over 200,000 Qizhou and Jizhou Yellow Turbans to Guangzhou, Lu Ji hesitated, opting to regroup in Guangping. The strategic triangle formed by Guangping, Guangzhou, and Jiulu left Zhang Rao's forces unencumbered. A rash attack on Jiulu would expose Lu Ji's troops to a flanking assault by Zhang Rao on Guangping, leaving them vulnerable. Both sides awaited the next move. 10 days elapsed with Lu Ji's forces remaining stagnant. However, news from Zhao State was promising. Su Huang and Sui Gu successfully joined forces and entered Jiulu, positioning themselves at Guangyan, while Du and Zhang Jing conferred on plans to strike Yi County. In other regions, the Baibua army had lost momentum after an initial display of strength, and the situation in Yizhou mirrored this stagnation. Nonetheless, Lin Han remained untroubled. The Baibua army merely needed to secure a few counties in Bingzhou, ensuring that their retreat northward from Jizhou remained unobstructed, with other matters of lesser concern. Currently, the main contingent of the Yellow Turbans, comprising the forces under the Zhang Jiao brothers, half of the Heishan army, and the Qingzhou Yellow Turbans commanded by Zhang Rao, had converged in Jizhou's Jiulu. Additionally, Lin Han's Yellow Turbans and the blood-drinking White Riders under Zhang Jing were present. The main Yellow Turban force had swelled to an impressive 50,000, boasting formidable combat prowess. Surrounding Jizhou, the command was unified, the triad of Guangyan, Guangzhong, and Jiulu coordinated their efforts, deterring Lu Ji from advancing further. For the time being, Jiulu seemed secure. The strategy now hinged on maintaining a stalemate with Lu Ji, buying time. As for the southern regions of Sili, with Ma Yuani leading the forces, assisted by Bo Kai, Zhang Manxing, and Huang Xiao, there appeared to be no immediate concerns. In the land of Yinzhou's eastern county, individuals such as Bu Si have established their dominion, each echoing one another, with their military might aimed squarely at the capital of Sili, poised to strike. Lin Han awaits a critical misstep from the imperial court, one substantial enough to catalyze their counteroffensive. If history were not so drastically altered, such an error would soon manifest. The court is growing increasingly anxious as Nanyang has fallen to the southern Yellow Turban forces, while Zhang Jiao and his main contingent threaten from the north. Should complications arise, the Yellow Turban army would march directly towards Sili and Luoyang. In this urgency, Lin Han remains composed and patient. Chapter 70, Lu Ji's Dismissal. The Yellow Turban Rebellion has captivated countless players from the outset. Numerous minor skirmishes abound, yet the grand battles are relatively few and fiercely contested. As time progresses, the situation becomes clearer, and players within the Eastern Han faction grow more anxious. Disturbingly, 70% of the top 100 on the battle merit leaderboard are players aligned with the Yellow Turbans. Most alarming is Lin Han, who, as the divine emissary of the Yellow Turbans, exhibits an ever-increasing tally of achievements. Currently, his merit points exceed 63 million, far surpassing the 3 million accrued by the president of the Myth Alliance, Mythical Bloodsong. The public has grown desensitized to Lin Han's accomplishments. He is the chosen one selected by Zhang Jiao, a prodigy of this version, his position unassailable. As the divine emissary and commander of the Yellow Turban faction, Lin Han is destined to rise amidst the turmoil of the Yellow Turban Rebellion. The regions of Jiulu and Guangping find themselves in a peculiar standoff. Lu Ji's forces hesitate to launch an assault on Jiulu, while the Yellow Turban troops within the city remain steadfast, leading to a tense stalemate where both sides send small contingents to test one another. Minor skirmishes occur, yet no significant battles ensue. Zhang Jiao's deteriorating health causes Lin Han great concern. Ultimately, at Zhang Jiao's request, Lin Han escorts him to the rear for recuperation in Guangzhou, rather than remaining in the front line at Jiulu. During the standoff, 2 months pass in the game. It is now June, with Bo Kai reassigned by Lin Han. Cao Cao's reinforcements arrive, allowing Huang Fusang and Zhu Jun to regain control of Yingshan. Meanwhile, in Jingzhou, forces led by Ma Yuni unite with the Yellow Turban troops from Yuzhou that accompanied Bo Kai, creating an unprecedentedly formidable coalition. The territories of Nanyang, Jiangxia, and Jiangling and Jingzhou fall into the hands of the Yellow Turban army. Ma Yuani and Bo Kai converge in Nanyang. Huang Fusang and Cao Cao's forces choose to advance northward to assault the Bu Si faction in Yinzhou's eastern county. The Bu Si faction, entrenched within their city, fortified by the threat from the Yellow Turbans in Nanyang, compels Huang Fusang to refrain from a full-scale assault. Both sides remain locked in this peculiar standoff, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Lu Ji's forces, evidently aware of Zhang Jiao's grave condition, do not hasten their attack but instead bide their time for news of Zhang Jiao's demise. Similarly, Lin Han awaits a pivotal opportunity, the historical dismissal of Lu Ji, leading to the appointment of Dong Zhuo. Should this segment of history remain unaltered, it would present an unparalleled chance for a counteroffensive. Soon, a system notification informs Lin Han of the outcome. He has triumphed in this standoff. System notification: Eastern Han faction attention all players of the Eastern Han faction. Due to the prolonged siege of Jiulu, and under the influence of Zhuofeng's insidious counsel, Emperor Ling of Han, Lu Hong, has furiously decreed the dismissal of Lu Ji from his post. He is to be escorted back to Luoyang in a prisoner cart, with Dong Zhuo appointed as the general of the Eastern Central Army, commanding the forces of Jizhou. As the system notification resounded, players of the Eastern Han faction lamented in despair. The dreaded historical wheel had once again turned, bringing forth the inept allies. Now, it was the turn of the Yellow Turban faction to make their move. Lu Hong, this useless emperor, could be replaced by a mere pig, achieving far greater results than he ever could. And then there was Dong Zhuo, another ineffectual figure, perpetually encountering defeat against the Yellow Turbans. Their opponent was the divine envoy Lin Han, who had likely been awaiting this opportunity, opting to confront Lu Ji at Jiulu. Alas, a change in command at such a critical juncture would undoubtedly lead to significant losses, had it not been for the system's predetermined victory for the Eastern Han faction. The Imperial forces would have faced a dismal fate. The forums erupted in a tempest of discussions regarding this unexpected change in leadership. Previously, the Imperial troops had been besieging a small contingent of the Yellow Turbans, but now, the incompetent emperor had directly replaced the commander, reflecting the desperation of the court as they struggled to capture Jiulu. Meanwhile, upon receiving this news, Lin Han in Jiulu City laughed heartily, reveling in the moment. He was not alone. The players of the Yellow Turban faction joined in exuberant celebration. Historically, Lu Ji had besieged Zhang Jiao within Guangzhou City, opting for encirclement without engagement. Ultimately, due to his failure to bribe the officials, he was stripped of his command and escorted back to Luoyang. Now, with Lin Han altering the location to a standoff between Lu Ji at Jiulu and Guangping, Lu Ji found himself unable to advance, leading to a similar predicament. A change in command during battle is a cardinal sin among strategists. This was a divinely ordained opportunity. Lin Han had awaited this moment, laughing uncontrollably. "Nephew, what brings you such joy?" Zhang Liang, observing Lin Han's elation, was filled with curiosity. He had just learned that an edict from Luoyang had dismissed Lu Ji from his command, appointing Dong Zhuo as the general of the East to oversee the military affairs in Jizhou. "Is this true?" Zhang Liang exclaimed, clapping his hands in delight. "What shall we do next?" A change in command during battle is a grave error. The foolish emperor, in his desperation, meddled in matters of war. Dong Zhuo's unfamiliarity with the Jizhou situation provided us an excellent opportunity. We shall execute a grand maneuver and invade Sili and Luoyang. Lin Han's expression hardened. After all, the ultimate outcome of the Yellow Turban uprising was destined to be failure. Rather than retreat, it would be better to seize this grand opportunity. Those who perish ascend to the heavens. Those who survive may linger for an eternity. Hearing this plan, Zhang Bao and Zhang Liang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Eager to comply immediately, Lin Han promptly summoned a messenger. "Dispatch an urgent military order for 100,000 troops," instructing the Wuhan Division and Zhang Sheng's forces to launch a surprise attack on Yi County, then proceed into Sili towards Chaoga. Command the troops from one city, led by Ma Yuanyi, to march northward through Liang County into Sili, seeking an opportunity to assault Yi Pass towards Luoyang. Send orders to the generals of Yinzhou, instructing the troops from Dongjun to enter Weijun, seize the territories of Fanyang, Weistin, and Yuanqing to support the conflict in Yi County. Direct General Chu Fian's Black Mountain troops to advance southward, seizing Gaodu and positioning forces north of Sili. Instruct the various factions at Jiulu to organize immediately and prepare for battle. Command Guanhai of Guangzhou to lead his Qingzhou troops and the Guancheng Division to support Jiulu. Zhang Rao will lead his forces to capture Pinyin and seize Xizang. Lin Han surveyed the marching map, issuing a series of 7 commands in rapid succession. He had planned for so long, eagerly awaiting this chance. This Yellow Turban uprising was bound to be a grand affair, and since he had been granted command, it was imperative to create a significant commotion. Otherwise, he would be remiss in his historical role. This was the singular opportunity for a counteroffensive. Zhang Jiao's condition deteriorated, and Lin Han understood that he could not hold on for much longer. The system forbade Zhang Jiao from defying destiny, ensuring the inevitable defeat of the Yellow Turban army. Yet, in the face of such defeat, there remained an opportunity for counterattack, a chance to maximize their gains. Lu Ji was dismissed, leaving the Eastern Han faction in despair. A system notification echoed. "Players of Jizhou, please take heed. Dong Zhuo has issued a siege command. The Battle of Jiulu is about to commence. Players who have not joined the army should participate on their own accord. The Eastern Han will attack, while the Yellow Turbans will defend. Players confirmed to participate will be teleported to designated locations to await the battle's onset." The announcement rang out. Lu Ji, having faced a prolonged standoff with the Yellow Turbans, was removed from his position. Dong Zhuo, leading his troops, was determined to achieve significant results, targeting Jiulu City first. The Yellow Turban forces numbered an astounding 300,000, including 50,000 elite Yellow Turban warriors, along with nearly 400,000 recruited militiamen. In contrast, the Eastern Han faction, shaken by Lu Ji's dismissal, saw many players hesitate to join the fray, fearing they might not return. Nevertheless, their numbers still approached 500,000, slightly surpassing that of the Yellow Turbans. At Jiulu City, both sides faced each other from a distance. The tension escalated, prompting Dong Zhuo to send a general to challenge the enemy. However, he was swiftly slain by Zhang Liang, inciting Dong Zhuo's fury. forcing him to withdraw. The following day, another general met the same fate at the hands of Guanhai. Dong Zhuo, chastened, refrained from further challenges and initiated the siege directly. 5 assaults were launched in a single day, all repelled, leaving the ground littered with corpses. For 7 consecutive days, all of Dong Zhuo's siege orders were thwarted, resulting in casualties exceeding 2 million, including player militiamen. Outside Jiulu City, rivers of blood flowed. Time was running short. Lin Han calculated that news of Zhang Baichi and Yudu's raid on Yi County should have reached Guangping by now. As anticipated, a swift horseman entered Dong Zhuo's camp, bearing the battle report. General, the Yellow Turban forces launched a night attack on Yi City. The garrison was overwhelmed and defeated, leading to Yi County's fall. What? Dong Zhuo, seated in the general's seat, trembled with disbelief, his grotesque visage contorted. How could Yi County have fallen? Where did the Yellow Turbans gather such strength? Hadn't the Black Mountain Army retreated northward to attack Yi City? The Yellow Turban cavalry from Wuhan County conducted a night raid on Yi City, the messenger replied. Absurd. Dong Zhuo slammed his wine bowl, his jowls quivering with rage. Meanwhile, Lin Han also received jubilant news from Yi City and laughed heartily. Dong Zhuo, believing the rear was secure, had drawn troops from Yi City to assault Jiulu, seeking swift achievements. Now, with Yi City breached, the court's forces found their rear compromised, their support severed. Chapter 71, Defeating Dong Zhuo, Capturing 12 Cities. And approaching Hulao Pass, reports of victories flooded in from various regions. Pinyin and Zhejiang counties fell easily to Zhang Rao's assault, coming under Yellow Turban control. After receiving the battle reports, Lin Han ordered scouts to relay messages to Su Huang stationed at Guangyin, instructing him to set an ambush along the vital route between Guangping and Handan. Now, all that remained was to await Dong Zhuo's decision. The Yellow Turban counteroffensive had unleashed a tremendous wave. Under the leadership of Ma Yuanyi from the southern forces, the troops successfully captured Liang County and Xinjiang, establishing a camp outside Yi Pass. Zhang Sheng and Yudu, after seizing Yi City, launched an assault on Chaoga, safeguarding the northern court forces of the Sili. Little did they expect the Yellow Turban soldiers to be so audacious as to attack the Sili, causing widespread panic. After a 3-day siege, Dong Zhuo, stationed outside Jiulu, could no longer endure the relentless pressure. Faced with a stalemate at Jiulu and continuous bad news from other fronts, he feared that Lin Han would tighten the encirclement and completely trap them. Consequently, he hastily retreated from Jiulu under cover of night, abandoning Guangping. Lu Ji, after expending countless troops and efforts to capture Guangping, found it forsaken by Dong Zhuo, leaving behind a considerable amount of supplies that could not be transported in time, which fell into Lin Han's hands. Should cavalry be dispatched to pursue? Upon re-entering Guangping, Zhang Liang's smile stretched from ear to ear, and he laughed heartily at the ease of their victory. Do not chase a desperate foe. Dong Zhuo would undoubtedly dispatch troops to set an ambush to thwart any pursuing forces, avoiding unnecessary sacrifices. With Pinyin and Zhejiang now in our possession and the territories of Fanyang, Weixian, and Yuanqing occupied by Bu Si, the southeastern escape route has been severed, compelling them to retreat towards Zhuliang and Handan. Zhuliang is merely a small county with weak fortifications. Thus their most probable course is to retreat to Handan and then attempt to reclaim Yi City. On the route to Handan, I have ordered Su Huang to lay an ambush, awaiting the good news. Lin Han was brimming with confidence, assured of his strategic foresight. My nephew anticipates the enemy's moves. Wielding his troops with divine precision, Zhang Liang laughed maniacally. Once Dong Zhuo's forces were shattered, the military strength of Jizhou would be rendered impotent, allowing them to launch a full-scale counterattack against the Sili and invade Luoyang. Indeed, as Lin Han had predicted, news of Su Huang's victory arrived, leading the Yellow Turban army. Su Huang had set an ambush at Jiza, decimating Dong Zhuo's forces en route to Handan, inflicting over 50,000 casualties, with the player militia suffering losses of 500,000 and a multitude fleeing. They captured 40,000 of the main force and seized 200,000 measures of provisions, while Dong Zhuo managed to escape with a mere 5,000 cavalry. Lin Han rejoiced. After this battle, Dong Zhuo was left without any fighting capability, akin to a stray dog. The court forces of Jizhou were essentially finished. Meanwhile, players who had previously witnessed the fruits of their efforts against the Yellow Turbans found their achievements obliterated by Dong Zhuo in less than 10 days. Inciting a torrent of curses on forums, particularly from those involved in various battles across Jizhou, including the Guangping conflict, who vented their frustrations upon Dong Zhuo's family. However, these words reached deaf ears, as Dong Zhuo was frantically fleeing for his life. On the other hand, Lin Han issued new orders, instructing Zhang Rao to defend Jiulu and secure their rear, while the remaining forces would march southward to Yexian. He relayed orders to Su Huang to lead the troops south to Yexian, to join with the main army and enter the Sili. With the majority of Jizhou secured, Lin Han resolved to take bold action. If they did not penetrate into the Sili and Luoyang, how could they rightfully claim the title of rebels? Zhang Jiao's condition was deteriorating, and they could not afford to wait. Failure this time would necessitate a retreat, limiting their achievements and reducing the Yellow Turban uprising to an ignoble end. With 300,000 troops deployed, alongside over 4 million player militia, their momentum was unprecedented. Storming into Yi City with overwhelming force. After uniting with Su Huang, Yu Du, and Zhang Shang, the main force swelled to 500,000, with player militia exceeding 5 million. Upon entering Chaoga, Lin Han commanded the Yellow Turban troops to split into 3 divisions. The path was led by Su Huang, commanding an army of 100,000 and a militia of 1 million players. Alongside him were Zhang Xing and Yu Du, leading another 100,000 elite troops and the bloodthirsty White Riders, accompanied by another 1 million players. Meanwhile, Lin Han commanded Zhang Liang and Guan Hai's troops from Qizhou, amassing 300,000 soldiers and 3 million players. After the Yellow Turban forces invaded Sili, the Eastern Han army was thrown into utter disarray. Dong Zhuo, in his incompetence, fled without reorganizing his troops, leaving the battlefield devoid of leadership. The 3 armies surged forward with unstoppable momentum, capturing Gong County, Ji County, Hujia, Xiuwu, Wan County, Wuda, Huai County, Xingyang, Aotsong, Pinggao, Chunggao, and Zishui, seizing 12 cities in total. Now gazing across at Hulao Pass, Jizhou suffered repeated defeats, and Dongzhuo's forces were scattered. With the Yellow Turbans at the gates of Sili, the capital was in a state of panic. The Yellow Turban Army's swift advance shocked the world, instilling fear among the officials of the Eastern Han court. General He Jin ordered his brother, He Miao, then the governor of Hunan, to defend Hulao Pass. Dongzhuo's misfortunes compounded as Jizhou's losses led to the breach of Sili's defenses. In a fit of rage, Emperor Ling of Han, Lu Hong, ordered Dong Zhuo's dismissal and imprisonment, meeting the same fate as Lu Ji. Historically, Dong Zhuo was defeated multiple times by Zhang Bao during the siege, achieving nothing on the battlefield of Jizhou, which led to his downfall. However, history had shifted. Yet he could not escape imprisonment. The 3 armies converged outside Hulao Pass, with only one barrier standing between them and Luoyang. Should Hulao Pass fall, the eastern defenses of Luoyang would be rendered futile, making the siege imminent. Lin Han understood that they could not linger at Hulao Pass for too long. Many pivotal moments in history had unfolded at this very location. Prolonged delays would be detrimental to the Yellow Turbans. With their morale and combat strength at its peak, they needed to advance decisively. Prolonged standoffs would lead to dwindling morale and logistical troubles, making defeat a foregone conclusion. Hulao Pass was flanked by mountains to the south and the Yellow River to the north, presenting a formidable natural defense that was easy to hold but difficult to breach. Su Huang shook his head in disbelief. Even as a superlative warrior, he found himself powerless against such a stronghold. The choices were stark: either sacrifice soldiers to carve a path or find a way around, which was equally implausible. A direct assault would incur heavy casualties, severely impacting morale. Prolonged engagements would diminish their fighting spirit and prove perilous. Taking a detour would require an excessive amount of time, needing to navigate 8 fortified passes guarding the capital, while also facing other formidable defenses. Confrontation through brute force was not an option. They must outsmart the enemy. Lin Han pondered strategies to breach Hulao Pass. Currently, the pass was garrisoned by a force of 100,000, supplemented by 1 million player militia, making their defensive strength formidable. Attrition was not a viable strategy. As night fell, Lin Han summoned Zhang Liang and Su Huang. I will infiltrate Hulao Pass alone, devise a plan to eliminate the commander within, and assassinate He Miao. Once He Miao is dead, the defenders will be left leaderless, allowing us to launch a full-scale assault and break through Hulao Pass, he declared. My lord, might this be too reckless? Su Huang asked anxiously. Lin Han was a divine envoy. Should anything go awry, the entire force would crumble. The perilous Tiger Trap Pass cannot be taken by brute force. A cunning approach is essential, Lin Han remarked. Yet, how shall we draw near to He Miao? Once successful, would I not find myself ensnared? The divine envoy possesses his own methods, Zhang Liang assured as he patted Su Huang's shoulder, signaling him to remain at ease. Su Huang was perplexed. I am still the Duke of Duding, Xiao Hang, conferred by the court. Before Su Huang, Lin Han unveiled his primary identity as Xiao Hang, transforming his appearance dramatically, which left Su Huang astonished. Upon scrutinizing Lin Han closely and observing Zhang Liang's calm demeanor, he confirmed that this was indeed his lord. Such extraordinary skills in disguise, completely altering one's physical form, Su Huang marveled. With my official status, I can effortlessly enter Tiger Trap Pass. Amidst his astonishment, Su Huang fell into contemplation and suddenly spoke. Since my lord possesses this identity, a scheme of discord could be employed. What do you mean? Lin Han inquired eagerly. My lord should first enter Tiger Trap Pass, informing He Miao of the internal support we have within. Then, have General Gong send several letters secretly into the pass, feigning to be from He Miao. He Miao, being merely an external relative, is fundamentally inept and naive in military matters. He will undoubtedly fall for this ruse. He would imprison and execute the generals within the pass, leading to chaos and low morale among the troops, making any assault far more effective. Excellent! Lin Han exclaimed with joy. Su Huang indeed possesses both courage and wisdom, adept at leveraging all available advantages. With this plan, his identity would remain concealed, and chaos would ensue within Tiger Trap Pass. The army would then advance upon Luoyang with decisive force. Chapter 72, The Scheme of Discord. Cleverly seizing Tiger Trap Pass, the three conspired under the flickering candlelight until dawn, finalizing the intricate details of their plan. On the following day, Lin Han, armed solely with his spear, challenged Tiger Trap Pass, slaying a general who emerged to confront him before departing with the head of his foe. The next day, he again called out at the gates, where the soldiers recognized him and dared not venture forth. After 3 consecutive days, Lin Han ordered Zhang Liang to wound him with a knife, and with injury, he galloped away from the camp towards Tiger Trap Pass. A bit of sacrifice was necessary for the scheme of discord. Open the gates. Lin Han, with his silver spear, rode forth and shouted beneath the walls of Tiger Trap Pass. Who approaches? The soldiers atop the walls called down to him, their vigilance heightened upon noticing the bloodstains on his attire. I am Duke of Duding, Xiao Hang, bearing urgent military intelligence to report to Lord He Miao of Hunan. You cannot afford the consequences of delaying military affairs, Lin Han proclaimed, brandishing his identity token. Upon confirming the token, the gatekeepers hastily opened the gates. Lin Han rode in, pretending to be weak, and was escorted by the soldiers for bandaging. Not long after being treated by the military doctor, He Miao was ushered into the tent by a soldier. Seeing his superior, Lin Han felt a surge of joy, but maintained his feigned weakness. I hear you are Duke of Duding, Xiao Hang? He Miao inquired. Who are you? Lin Han asked, remaining vigilant. How bold! You do not even recognize Lord He? You claim to seek him? A subordinate bellowed, glaring at Lin Han, but He Miao halted him. I am indeed the He Miao you seek. You are Lord He? Lin Han exclaimed in delight, attempting to rise in greeting, but instead slumped back down. Lord He, I am injured and unable to stand. No need for that. I hear you have urgent military intelligence for me? Indeed. Lin Han glanced around, hesitating to speak. For a fleeting moment, he contemplated the prospect of becoming an actor in the real world, surely a means to avoid starvation. Lord He, this matter is of great significance. It is best that only you are aware of it. Lord He, this individual's origins are shrouded in mystery. He poses a danger. The personal guards, seeing He Miao's intention to dismiss them, quickly intervened. Both the Duke of Duding and the symbol of the general are present. How can one's identity be uncertain? I once encountered Lord Xiao in the court. Previously, he brought the plague remedy to the palace and garnered the emperor's favor. Furthermore, Lord Xiao is currently injured. What can he accomplish? You need not say more. Leave, He Miao coldly retorted. Thank you for your trust, Lord He, Lin Han weakly replied. Duke Xiao, with no one else around, please share your urgent matters. Lord He, the Yellow Turban rebels have breached the borders of Sili. As the Duke of Duding bestowed upon me by the Emperor, I cannot remain aloof. I wish to travel to Luoyang to receive orders and lead troops against the rebels. Last night, I stealthily infiltrated the rebel camp, intending to assassinate their leader, but inadvertently discovered their plot to breach the Tiger Trap Pass. What? He Miao's hair stood on end. This is indeed a grave matter. The Tiger Trap Pass is the stronghold leading into Luoyang. If it falls, there will be no defense left on the Eastern Front, allowing the Yellow Turban forces to march straight into Luoyang. This is a matter of life and death. Moreover, as I currently oversee the military affairs at Tiger Trap Pass, should it be breached, the consequences for me would be dire. Did you overhear the details of their conspiracy? I only caught part of it. The rebel leader, Zhang Liang, and that divine envoy Lin Han were conspiring with insiders within the Tiger Trap Pass, planning to open the gates for the Yellow Turban forces during the battle. What? He Miao's expression changed drastically. The existence of Yellow Turban insiders within the Tiger Trap Pass is a terrifying revelation. Without waiting for He Miao to inquire further, Lin Han continued, unfortunately. At a critical moment, the Yellow Turban leader discovered my presence, and after a struggle, I was wounded by Zhang Liang. I did not overhear the name of the insider. But given the urgency of the situation, I cannot predict when the Yellow Turbans will attack. I must alert you, Lord He, to be cautious of the insider. You have endured much, Lord Xiao, He Miao said, deeply moved, nearly brought to tears by gratitude. If this is indeed true, the matter is of utmost urgency. Lord He, as we do not know the name of the insider, you must investigate thoroughly to avoid wronging the innocent, Lin Han weakly urged. Very well. I shall conduct a thorough investigation, He Miao solemnly promised. Lord Xiao, take care of your wounds. Over the next 2 days, Lin Han recuperated within the confines of the Tiger Trap Pass, appearing to wander about without exhibiting any signs of distress. Meanwhile, He Miao was engulfed in deep suspicion and the search for the traitor. Lin Han, bearing wounds, did not seem to be lying, and he had previously encountered Su Feng, Feng Su, and others colluding with the Yellow Turban army. Some local officials had also defected to the Yellow Turbans. Thus He Miao was utterly convinced of the existence of a traitor. Sensing that the moment had come, Lin Han approached He Miao to take his leave. Lord He, my wounds have healed considerably, given the urgent military situations across the regions. I must head to Luoyang to see if I can be of service in leading troops against the Yellow Turban rebels. Regarding the traitor, the truth remains uncertain. And I have not heard any specific names. You must exercise caution in your investigation to avoid wronging the innocent. Lin Han departed on horseback, and upon reaching a secluded area where He Miao could not see him, he changed his attire and assumed the second identity of Lin Han, discreetly returning to the Tiger Lock Pass. The time had come. He Miao was utterly convinced of the existence of a traitor among them. After lying low in the city for 2 days to avoid suspicion regarding his primary identity, Lin Han proceeded with his plans. There were 4 targets, all capable generals under He Miao. He Miao was incompetent, lacking any truly talented subordinates. The Tiger Lock Pass was merely advantageous in terms of geography. Silently infiltrating the residences of the 4 generals, Lin Han placed the prepared letters in concealed yet easily discoverable locations beneath their pillows. Later, while sneaking into He Miao's estate, he purposely created a commotion, announcing the presence of assassins. The sudden outcry disturbed the entire night, as hundreds of loyal soldiers surrounded He Miao's residence. With more troops rushing to the scene, Lin Han set fire to the estate, dispatched a dozen soldiers, and amidst the chaos, he dropped a confidential letter before vanishing into the night. What followed was a spectacle. Lin Han intentionally revealed his visage, knowing that some soldiers would recognize him as the divine envoy. Indeed, after his escape, the Tiger Lock Pass was thrown into chaos. Thousands of soldiers searched every corner of the fortress throughout the night, leaving no stone unturned, yet they found nothing. All of He Miao's generals were roused from their slumber, bewildered, and subsequently taken to He Miao's residence. Lin Han observed this all from the shadows, fully aware of the unfolding events. The next day, Lin Han learned that the 4 generals he had implicated had been executed, while their subordinates were imprisoned and subjected to severe interrogations. The number of available generals in the Tiger Lock Pass had already been limited, and with He Miao's actions, compounded by the imminent threat outside the city, the morale of the remaining commanders plummeted. The moment had arrived. As per their agreement, Su Huang led his troops, arrayed outside the Tiger Lock Pass. During the standoff between Su Huang and He Miao at the city walls, Lin Han ignited 3 fires within the city as a signal, prompting the Yellow Turbans to launch a full-scale assault. Suddenly, the air was filled with the sounds of battle, and the flames of war blazed fiercely. The battle for the Tiger Lock Pass raged from morning until nearly dusk. With a lack of capable leaders, the vast army of soldiers within the pass resembled headless flies, unsure whose commands to follow or even receiving orders, resulting in utter disarray. Furthermore, He Miao's capture of numerous generals had severely dampened the spirits within the fortress. After a night of fierce combat, when the Tiger Lock Pass fell, countless soldiers surrendered, with many fleeing for their lives. Even so, the Yellow Turbans incurred heavy losses, sacrificing 50,000 elite troops and 800,000 player militias in the process. As Su Huang and Zhang Liang breached the city, He Miao, filled with fear, led his 10,000 cavalry in a desperate retreat. The fate of the Tiger Lock Pass was sealed. Chapter 73. Troops approaching Luoyang. The sudden breach of the Tiger Lock Pass sent shockwaves through the entire Dynasty Forum. This was the gateway to the east of Luoyang, a crucial stronghold safeguarding the capital, renowned as one of the most impregnable fortresses. Now, within less than a month, it had fallen to the Yellow Turbans. With the eastern front of Luoyang now devoid of natural defenses, the main force of the Yellow Turbans posed a direct threat to the city. How could He Miao be so inept? Failing to defend the Tiger Lock Pass for even half a month with 100,000 elite soldiers and over 1 million player militia? The situation has escalated. As the achievements of the Yellow Turban faction have once again expanded, with the illustrious Lin Han amassing a staggering total of 110 million military merits, the recent battle at Hulao Pass has propelled his accolades by an astonishing 40 million. One cannot help but marvel at the value of Hulao Pass. Meanwhile, the mythical Bloodsong of the Mythical Alliance has only garnered 8 million merits. Luoyang is in peril. The Yeek Pass is on the brink of being breached, dear comrades. Long live the Yellow Turban faction. The fall of Hulao Pass has thrown the Eastern Han forces into disarray. Misfortunes seldom come alone. In the southern region of Sili, grim news has also reached us regarding the Eastern Han forces. The main contingent of the southern Yellow Turban troops, led by Ma Yuani, has severed the Yishui River, employing a water assault to inundate the Yeek Pass, thereby breaching its defenses and advancing into the territory. Upon hearing this news, players across the Huaxia region erupted in astonishment. The Yellow Turbans are infiltrating from two fronts, posing a dual threat to Luoyang. All cavalry from Sili have been summoned back to defend Luoyang. In stark contrast to the palpable anxiety gripping the Eastern Han faction, the Yellow Turban faction appears to be in a jubilant celebration. With countless players involved in the battle reveling in their triumph, not only gaining military merits but also experiencing a euphoric sense of victory, as if they had successfully instigated a rebellion. Within Hulao Pass, Lin Han stands tall and resolute. Under his command, the Yellow Turban rebellion will not falter or dwindle. The frenzied accumulation of military merits has left him buoyant with ambition. It is unfathomable to consider how many valuable rewards he could exchange for with over 100 million merits. As the exchange shop remains closed, Lin Han is uncertain of what treasures await him, but suspects they must be impressive. With his forces fully assembled at Hulao Pass, he resolves not to linger any longer. With Hulao Pass secured and the Yeek Pass breached, the momentum is now in their favor, and the morale of his troops is soaring. Now is the time to march towards Luoyang. July has passed, and news from Guangzhou indicates that Zhang Jiao's health is deteriorating. If action is not taken swiftly, should anything happen to Zhang Jiao, the morale of the Yellow Turbans and the faith in him will vanish, along with the benefits of his blessings, leading to inevitable defeat. Lin Han must seize the limited time available to achieve significant military accomplishments. Su Huang, you shall lead 20,000 troops and 200,000 militia to guard Hulao Pass and secure our retreat. Relay orders to Ma Yuani to converge forces at Luoyang. With his army prepared, Lin Han sets forth, directing his troops straight towards Luoyang. System notification, Sili attention all players in Sili, the Yellow Turbans are marching on Luoyang. Emperor Ling of Han has decreed the recruitment of volunteer forces to defend Luoyang. In the Sili battlefield, all military merits will be doubled. Players not yet enlisted are advised to head to the battlefield, where the Yellow Turbans will attack while the Eastern Han will defend. As Lin Han's forces mobilize, the system notification appears. Lin Han expresses his ire towards Emperor Ling doubled military merits. It is no wonder those players will fight with all their might. This increases the difficulty of the game. However, the blessings granted by Zhang Jiao enhance combat effectiveness, and it is understandable that the Eastern Han players might gain a slight advantage. Yet this will not hinder Lin Han's advance. Once Hulao Pass falls, there will be no natural barriers to protect the east of Luoyang, and the morale of the Yellow Turban faction has reached unprecedented heights. Along the way, the militia players of the Yellow Turban faction have gathered provisions and willingly joined the ranks of the attacking army. The army encounters resistance from the militia players, but it proves futile. Lin Han leads his troops to swiftly conquer the cities of Gongxian and Yinshi, arriving at the gates of Luoyang. Emperor Ling of Han, alarmed by Lin Han's breach of the Tiger Pass, had already fled westward through the Hangou Pass with his civil and military officials, awaiting the resolution of the battle before returning. In Luoyang, only the Grand General He Jin remained, along with a handful of martial generals. Meanwhile, after Ma Yuani successfully breached the Yeek Pass, he advanced unimpeded to rendezvous with Lin Han's main forces outside Luoyang. The two armies converged. with my Yuan leading the troops from Jingzhou and Yangzhou, along with the forces from Bokai's Yuzhou, totaling over 1 million strong. With the addition of player militias, the entire force approached nearly 10 million, exuding an overwhelming presence. A system notification announced, "Attention players, the troop concentration in Luoyang has surpassed 20 million, greatly exceeding historical limits," triggering a temporary balance mechanism. Population and food consumption in the Luoyang region are reduced by 50%, and all supplies have inflated tenfold. This balance will dissipate upon leaving Luoyang. The balance mechanism had been activated. During the Yellow Turban Rebellion, the city's defenses were enhanced tenfold, creating a magnificent spectacle in the face of an army of millions. Lin Han commanded Zhang Liang, Ma Yuan, Bokai, Zhang Manqing, Zhang Zheng, Yudu, and Huang Shao all present before them, facing Luoyang. Breaching Luoyang would signify their incursion into the Eastern Han capital, achieving a momentous victory in the Yellow Turban Rebellion. Within Luoyang, nearly 15 million troops had gathered, with players from both factions eager to participate in the imminent battle. The morale of the Yellow Turban faction surged, determined to seize Luoyang. While the Eastern Han faction remained resolute in their defense of the imperial city, players ravenous for double merits. The situation could not linger with such a massive army. Logistics posed a significant challenge, necessitating a swift resolution. Lin Han recognized the precarious state of Zhang Jiao's forces. The only viable strategy was a direct assault. As a clever conquest of Luoyang seemed implausible, "We must attack," Ma Yuan asserted, to which Lin Han wholeheartedly agreed. "Should we split our forces and launch simultaneous attacks from all directions?" Bokai inquired. "That would be unwise," Lin Han countered. "The enemy has equal strength within Luoyang. Dispersing our forces offers no advantage. Concentrating our attack on a single gate increases our chances of breaching it." He dismissed the notion of dividing their forces, knowing they were already at a disadvantage. "Let us feign attacks from other directions to draw them out, while we concentrate our might," proposed Ma Yuan. "Excellent." Lin Han's eyes gleamed with approval. "Bokai, you will lead 30,000 main troops and 300,000 militia to feign an attack from the north. Brother Yuan, you will command 30,000 troops and 300,000 militia from the west. The south, near the Luo River, is untenable for battle. The rest will follow me on the east side, awaiting the opportunity to launch a full-scale assault. Ensure that logistical troops continuously supply hot meals during the battle.